Little big stack.
Hey, yeah. Ooh, skibbity Fortnite.
Skibbity skibbity Fortnite.
Skibbity Fortnite.
Skibbity skibbity Fortnite.
Hey, skibbity Fortnite.
Skibbity skibbity Fortnite.
Yeah. Skibbity Fortnite. Skibbity skibbity Fortnite.
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 Little big stack.
W luck, big up.
Skibbity Fortnite. Skibbity skibbity Fortnite. Skibbity Fortnite. Skibbity skibbity Fortnite. Yeah. Skibbity Fortnite. Skibbity skibbity Fortnite. Ooh.
Skibbity Fortnite. Skibbity
Well,
skibbity
well, well.
Fortnite.
Skibbity Fortnite.
Skibbity skibbity Fortnite.
Skibbity Fortnite. Skibbity skibbity
Here we go
Fortnite.
again.
Skibbity Fortnite.
Jeez.
Skibbity skibbity Fortnite.
50 watching.
Skibbity
People.
Fortnite. Skibbity skibbity Fortnite.
Fucking hell. Right,
That is.
Big stack.
this is mental.
Appreciate everyone for turning out.
A lot more on day one than last time.
Yeah. Let's get these motherfuckers.
Legends.
Money.
Let's get them.
Let's do it.
One thing we have realised though.
It's harder to say lunchly, I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah. It's a proper tongue twister. It's like. I don't want to say any because I might as well save it for the counter, but you know what I mean? Alright.
A million's gonna be a lot.
It's just.
I'll let you start, yeah?
Is this thing on?
Dunno.
The OG keyboard is making a return. Oh. Strand of hair on it. Bit of dust.
Have we actually got a wire to charge that if it dies? Yeah, we do.
I'm sure we
Yeah,
might
no,
have
we
one
do,
somewhere. Do we?
No, I know we do, yeah, 100%. It's not as long as the other wire though, so.
Alright, so what is the button to change it? Control.
Alt and C.
Oh, of course, I need
You've
to
got to be on
it.
it, yeah.
Like to go
The live stream just ends. You're like, fuck's sake! Out of all the buttons you could have pressed. Well.
Wait, do I hover over the? I hover over.
Yeah, you hover over that.
It's been a while since I've done this before.
And that's it. Alt C.
Right, let's say hello to like some people.
Hello, everybody.
Big up Orlando.
Big up Orlando.
Big up Joshua
Evan,
Barber.
Big up Jack Fanatic.
It's Friday,
Big up
so
Joshua
when you
Barber.
plan on finishing it, I
Little
think that's what
Show
he said.
Flash.
I think
The
we're gonna take
YD,
about
Genius.
a month
Purple.
to do it.
Edits. Cole Giles.
Alright, Will is now counting.
Right. Hover over the actual thing. Yeah.
Could put the on top
Keith Harm. You could put on top if you want on.
on. Lunchly. Oh my god. This is gonna be long, you lot.
We've got to try and do like 45k a day. Minimum.
This is so funny.
It is. It's weird to have people on the first time.
Lunchly.
Appreciate everyone clicking on there, yeah?
Lunchly.
Cheese moldy, bro. Yes, Jackson and I.
Lunchly.
Dude, why are you doing this? I don't know, Evan. I don't know.
Lunchly.
50 people watching is crazy. Everyone loves the Lunchly. Let's just get some.
Lunchly.
Make sure to like and subscribe. Big up Orlando.
Lunchly.
I didn't think we'd get this many people on day one.
Lunchly.
Hello, Lottie.
Lunchly. Fucking hell. Lunchly.
If you watch the first day of Mr. Beast, you'll realise how hard it was.
Lunchly.
We'll get quicker. Yes, KSK. Loving the counter.
Lunchly. Oh, this is solid. Lunchly.
We're still doing 500 each, yeah?
I was going to do 250.
250, yeah.
Just because
that's what we did at first.
It's
on
hard
Mr.
to do
Beast.
500.
Yeah,
It'll take about an hour. Lunchly.
So you go back to insanity. Yeah.
Lunchly.
You're all OGs.
Lunchly.
999,800 Lunchly to go.
Lunchly.
It's going to be a long process.
Lunchly.
OG gang.
It gets harder as you keep going.
No.
Lunchly.
Can we do it quicker than 1 million Mr. Beast?
Lunchly.
I think so.
Lunchly.
What's this be done in 15 days?
Nah.
I don't know, 15 days is a stretch.
Lunchly.
Maybe if we didn't sleep or eat or do anything else other than do it, your mouth muscle memory will kick in at around 50k probably. I reckon about a week in.
I think so as well.
You're going to put music in the background? No. Just because we're going to be saving. We're going to save these streams now, aren't we?
Lunchly.
I'm back for lunch.
Lunchly.
If we can find any lunchly in the UK, yeah, we'll grab some.
Lunchly.
Oh, we're not doing this. I was on the Mr. Beast one. Saying together a hot tub and everything I'm ready. Big up it so far. The progress is going up. It is.
Will just is like I've drove myself into this again. I like doing it. Lunchly.
Yes, Mr. Paradox. We're gonna overtake you in a week.
Lunchly.
Wow, my cheese dripping, bro. Big up just as that.
Lunchly.
Remember me? Yes, Gator Man, I do remember you.
Lunchly.
How does my name go at the bottom? You gotta be a member. Hey, Jackandwill, I joined the Discord server. Big up, Baker. I'll come back, no worries, the YD. KSI, Mr. Beast and Logan will see this and send you some lunch. Hopefully, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? I've not tried lunchly yet. It would say lunchly maybe 45k time per day. That's
Big
the goal.
damn well.
That is the goal.
Just as there's no need for that. Lunchly.
Here we go. Big up, Leo. 250 drip. Hope it's not mouldy. I don't mind a bit of mould.
Lunchly.
I'll have some blue cheese.
Lunchly.
Oh, I might go.
Lunchly.
Oh, you go to 300. They're going to overtake me because I am at 205,000. I show speds.
Lunchly.
I know he said it right, but he says I should bet.
Lunchly.
Alright. Here we go. Every time you press that, it opens that back up.
Okay.
Do you want to put on top on rapid?
Yeah, I can do.
Just makes it easier, doesn't it? Already 300. We're nearly there already. Let's go.
It's easy.
It is easy.
Light work.
Right, we're just setting up that. That'll do.
Oh wait, what does that mean?
You click the browser. Yeah, and then hover back over that, and that'll be fine.
Is that working now?
Yeah, it should be. Right.
Come on.
Lunchly.
Actually, 999,700 lunchly left. How long is it going to take? Once we can figure out how much we can do today, we'll tally that up, and that'll probably be how long it will take us. But it ain't going to be no easy task. I'd ruin my day. They make my day. Are you guys going to be doing this every day? And if so, what day do you think you're going to be finishing? Before Christmas. Yeah, that's the plan. Lads, I'm back. Just made a bowl of cereal. We're back.
This is hard, man. Lunchly.
Did you get my surprise? I've not been on Fortnite.
Lunchly.
SML. Big up the stream. Big up Call of VR. Big up Purple Roblox. Big up Orlando. Big up Akil Game. Big up David. Big up Joshua Barber. Big up Turbo. Merry Christmas. I appreciate it, David. Man's gonna go grow a beard like Santa before this finish. Never mind. If you guys go non-start, it's gonna take 185 hours to good luck again. I appreciate it, editors. Not this again.
Lunchly.
Is your 24/7 stream done? Essentially, it's transitioned into this. Big up KSK. More sodas in the background. We've come prepared. Hello Ninja123. How many times bro done this? 440. I'll have to do it later. Big up all the viewers. Big up all. It's so sick. Has anyone? It's hard, isn't it? Yeah. Has anyone seen the new short on TikTok and YouTube? It's banging on TikTok. I'm gonna check it now, but it's on like 10,000 views or something.
It was on 11.5 last time I seen.
12k. It's a tongue twister.
It is. It's hard.
The short is good. I appreciate it. Obviously,
don't say I let you decide now.
Jack put his all into it.
Lunchly.
You guys see Jack and Will 1 million times until Jack and Will join now.
Lunchly.
Editing is fire.
Yeah, I did the editing. Lunchly.
I think everybody knows by now that I do the editing, the thumbnails.
Lunchly. Jack looked like he couldn't be asked.
Yeah.
Do you know how long a million is? Lunchly,
No,
lunchly,
forget that. Do you know how many times
lunchly,
we're like, we stopped the recording, pressed the record, and we're like, all right, go on. And Jack was like, we're gonna say lunchly 1 million times live on YouTube. I was like, no, you gotta put something into it.
Lunchly.
I do like my cheese mouldy SML re-uploads. You click the keyboard more than 3 mil times, yes. So depressed. You'll get through it, Joshua Barber. Yeah, that's what I commented.
Gracias.
Big up, Semper Eric.
Lunchly.
No way, we're doing this again. Yes. Genuinely though.
We're back. Lunchly.
Like, we are going to get Mr. Beast's attention. I'm not giving up until he either joins the stream or like, I don't know, just at least comments on the TikTok or some shit.
Lunchly. And me and Will are in a bit of competition who can do more. KSK's programmed it.
Put it up.
What? Alt C.
No, how do I show him?
Oh, Alt L. So you can see who's done more.
Jack said 305 and Will said 300. Was it Alt L?
Oh, yeah.
Just a little friendly competition. Nothing,
I don't really know.
So big up KSK for adding that. That's mint.
Nice. Put it in the corner.
Would you rather
Hawaiian
Easter or
corner.
Christmas? Which one would you pick? Christmas.
Lunchly. Let's do it.
Already gained 3 subs since stream started.
Lunchly.
47 views. I've not seen this in a while.
Lunchly.
Go back to the challenges.
Lunchly. Jack's gonna smash you, Will. Sorry. You don't know me.
I am gonna be.
Okay, we'll see about that. Lunchly.
I think I've already nailed that to say lunchly as well.
Lunchly. Fuck.
I'd like to try and get 50k a day.
Lunchly.
If he doesn't join, then say KSI 1 million times. Potentially. I think this targets all 3 of them. Jack and Will, the basement keeper, said Mr. Beast instead of lunchly. Do you know what? I'm going to change that. I am going to change that right now.
Lunchly. Fuck, it's so hard, man.
If I can work out how to.
Lunchly. All I hear Lee lunch. Well, it's lunch Lee. Lunchly. Hold on. 696. Lunchly. Big up Gigabyte. I'll leave it. Big up Aiden Games. Big up Super Poppy. Big up Call of VR. Big up Wacky Wack. Big up Rapid.
The basement keeper has now been changed, so it'll say lunchly. I hear Bruce Lee. Shut up. Not this again. It had to be done. I ain't stopping until Mr. Beast sees it. We will get his attention. Yeah, I'll never say someone's name. Yeah, man.
Lunchly.
I hear Diddy. Now that's just taking the piss.
Lunchly.
Mr. Beast is coming. He is coming.
Lunchly.
See the short. See what he said about us.
Lunchly. Who the fuck is Jack and Will? Do you think it's real or not? Lunchly.
Hello, FBI. Someone put this in case I read it. Let's get a few numbers in first. I think we can get KSI's attention with his Reddit. The only thing Mr. Beast has to do is just post one comment here. It's not that hard, isn't it? Or just message privately and just say cheers. But I feel like he'll give more of a shit about Lunchly than his name. No one's ever said Lunchly.
I didn't understand the friend who told me give me oil. I don't understand the expression. Also, I put on an annoyed face. Yeah, I'd ignore them people.
Take over?
No.
Okay.
Lunchly.
Everyone, including Jack and Will, finish the sentence. Helps I accidentally drop the phone. Okay, I'm done with. I'm done. I will sing thick of it. Go for it.
Be careful your mouth doesn't go mouldy.
Guys, I am Mr. Beast, a liar.
Lunchly.
Tonight's the night. Yes, Stormy.
Lunchly.
Hello, Halloween woman.
Lunchly.
Jack and Will, this time I won't leave the channel for about 5 months again. I'm staying. We'll have this done in a month.
Lunchly.
Nah, but the Mr. Beast challenge, Jack had the speed. I did. And you keep watching. I'll get there again with this.
Lunchly.
They're in the prime and this ain't even
Lunchly. Oh my
1 million
God.
to Jack and Will is light work. It is.
Lunchly.
I want to try and do it in like 25 days. I want to beat the 1 million record.
Lunchly.
We did it in 25 days.
Lunchly. That's how I feel like saying it. Lunchly. It's getting harder. Lunchly. Now I don't even know what I'm saying.
We're nearly at 1,000.
Lunchly.
Let me take over at 900.
Lunchly.
Okay, you do what you want, but you'll burn yourself out and I'll still do more.
Lunchly.
£3 reset. You're mad.
Lunchly. Should we add something saying £1 million to reset? Lunchly.
10 grand to reset.
Lunchly. 500. Fiver?
No.
Lunchly.
If you do 1,016 minutes, it's going to take you 254, 5,000, blah, 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 blah. I think I've calculated that correct. Yeah, but how many is that in days?
Lunchly.
Orlando Rice jet like
Lunchly.
Big up Orlando. £500. Go back 50k.
Lunchly.
Roselip's going to be a sausage. How do I see top hours? What if you put exclamation mark hours? Oh wait, no, top hours.
1 grand equals $500,000 more. That's interesting. But what if someone doing it's like hypothetically?
Yeah, but then we're going to be doing it over Christmas.
Lunchly.
That is a shout case. No one will donate 1,000 for that.
Lunchly. God, that is so like. No. My mouth's gone dry and I need a drink. I sleep well these days. I never miss a wink.
Lunchly. This is hard, man. Lunchly. I'm saying lunchly now. What the fuck? Lunchly. Lunchly.
1,000
Lunchly.
Appreciate you lot. I want to get to at least like 40k today. I think we can do it. I think 1,000 in 20 minutes. I'd like to check how long it took us to get to 1,000 on Mr. Beast. Oh, you've come off it. There we go.
I didn't update.
No.
Lunchly.
Sounds like you're saying it backwards.
I start to say it backwards. I start going
chili long.
Lunchly.
Having lunchly for dinner and lunch. If I could get some lunchly, I would genuinely eat it every day.
Lunchly. This is hard. Lunchly.
Right, I'm checking our first live stream. So I want to see how long it took us to get to 1,000.
Lunchly. This is Jack can't stop. I'm trying not to. Lunchly. This is bad.
It took us about 17 minutes,
Lunchy,
which is probably about the same time, you know.
Lunchy.
God, we were good.
Lunchy.
World is most works, guys. 45k easy. Oh, it's 100% going down tonight, boys. I gotta go. Batman and I have to watch my cousins. No worries. Hey, SSC Rewind. Yo, no way. Big up MRKVR. Dub ads. Money. I was looking for clues, but gave me the eyes.
Lunchy.
You're exactly 17 minutes in. 17 minutes to say Lunchly 1k times. Wow.
Lunchy.
So basically, it's like
Lunchy.
Imagine y'all put the time lapse of both series next to each other to see which one was faster. I think this one will be a lot faster. Long chili.
It does sound like lunchily, innit? Lunchy. This is going to be long. Lunchy.
I just realised.
Lunchy. You're on top chat. Lunchy.
Did I switch it to you?
I've switched it to me. Jack is counting.
Okay, hold on. Let me just put it on top.
He's whacking. He's on top chat.
Put it on live chat so I can see everyone's messages.
Oh, you slow me down.
You literally just asked me to do it.
I'm joking. No, I didn't. I said you're on top chat.
Read my message. Oh, your message is long gone, Stormy. I hate everything but lunchy now. Everyone be sure to like and subscribe. JACKANDWILL. Big up Grimbo. Bacon. Congrats on meeting KSI, guys. I appreciate it. Hopefully we can actually meet him for real. Yes, I show Flash. Lunchy. Yes, Rodbox. Yes, I am. Bruce Lee.
Lunchy. This is bad. Lunchy.
Nah, give it 24 hours. That will be masters of the luxury.
Lunchy. Just in case I miss any. Lunchy.
He's an OG. I should speak 1 million times next law.
Nah. Lunchy. My boy Mr. Paradox is doing that. Lunchy.
I'm stat arresting. Well, okay. Oh no, guys, I need to make another video. Okay, big up stat arresting.
Lunchy.
You are. I hear a combination of Lunchy. Sorry about to get some lunchy for breakfast. Day 11 in the Mr. Beast challenge. Yeah, that is mega lunchy. Doesn't sound like lunchy anymore.
Lunchy. It doesn't sound like I'm saying it now. Lunchy.
Read my message. Don't miss. The message is long gone, bro.
Lunchy.
This chat is too fast, I know.
Lunchy.
I do like it though.
Lunchy. Lunchy.
100% is going down tonight. You boys better buckle in for a fun bumpy ride because what I'm about to do is going down in history. Hashtag Storm Avengers. Yes, clips of case. Next say keep up 100,000 times. Yes, J Rega. Yes, Rubos. Are you back in the old room? Yes.
Lunchy.
Turn this bad boy up.
Lunchy.
I'm gay. Nice Prince and Nugget. How many did you do? 500?
I did 500, yeah, but you can just do 250 now. It will finish off on the 1,000 every time.
Let me switch over. What is counting? Mr. Beast.
Let's go.
I'm joking.
Lunchy. They say I love cheese dripping for 100,000 times. I don't know about that. That's hard to say. Isn't that hard to say? Lunchy, I hear. And here's the other guy. It's not as easy as Mr. Beast, but if you watch the first Mr. Beast one, we struggled. We kept saying like Mr. P's and B's and shit like that. So we will get that. About 50,000 times, potentially. We'll see what happens.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
Say in the thick of it 5 million times. I'm good.
Lunchly.
Thanks for support the Let's
Lunchly.
A million, yes, Ninja Gaming.
Yes, Ninja Gaming. The first verified
Celebrity in the chat.
Let's go. Lunchly.
What are you doing with your mouth, Jay?
Lunchly.
Big up Rod Blocks.
Lunchly.
I'm licking my lips. I've got dry lips.
Lunchly. Oh my god. Well, it's lacking. Shut up. Lunchly.
It'll take you 19 days. 19 days sounds good to me, but I think it takes 20 days if you do 50k a day.
I would take the trophy of being the first verified in this journey. Yes. What a legend. Lunchly.
Already on 1,600. Yeah, man. Fuck.
Lunchly.
I'm trying my best to see it when I see a proper message go thingy. Lunchly. Hey, another verified.
MC Atlas. Let's
another
go.
celebrity in the chat.
Lunchly.
Hey, big up Bubble. Bubble.
Lunchly.
Hello, Decisive DM. How's it going? Bro, stop. I'm trying to talk to them. I read it. Has anyone donated? No. Good you. We're doing good, Decisive DM. I said it's going to take 19 days, and if you are 14 hours a day saying it. 14 hours is a long time. As long as I can hit about 45 to 50k a day,
61
I think
people. That's
we'll
crazy.
be able to get it done before Christmas. That's my goal.
Fucking hell. Lunchly.
You're back at it again, yes, Clay. We are.
Lunchly.
Day one, baby.
Lunchly.
The chat is like it.
It's
going crazy.
Lunchly.
Big up Chris Toenail. I remember watching you guys around day 20 of Save Mr. Beast.
Lunchly.
We will get quicker.
Definitely
gonna get quicker.
See, I just read Ryan's comment.
Long chilly.
These
live streams concert on Fortnite. I don't think I will. Because I need to get this done before Christmas. Oh shit, Catherine is here. How do you customise your like saying Lunchly counter in the background? In fact, I need to get a link. What's in our description?
Magic FX or Magic
WTX or something.
Yeah, magic.wtf. Lunchly. Yes, Pat Rack. Y'all got more views than me. We know.
Is KSK still there?
Are
you lurking,
big up
KSK?
Mr. Paradox. He's saying I should speed 3 million times or 1 million.
Oh, rate it, yeah.
Lunchly.
Keep going, Mr. Paradox. I want to know if KSK's there. I want his link. I need his link. While you're doing it again, but 1 million long. So if we did 3 million, we'd end up having to do it over Christmas. 1 million seems like a good amount. I thought it was going to be easy to say. Chat's going crazy, isn't it, Nathan? Big up everyone watching. Need KSK's link. I have ideas. Well, good luck with your own content.
Where have you been?
You haven't been around the time. Where's KSK? He's not here. Next time KSK jumps in the chat, I'm going to get him to give me the link.
Can you not just type in magic.w2f?
I typed it in, it just comes up with this. Look.
Lunchly.
So that's clearly in the website.
It's in the Discord. Lunchly.
I look like an egg.
Where though?
I look like an egg. I look like an egg.
No idea.
I look like an egg.
I mean, I can't ask to go searching
Do
for
state? Hell no. Lunchly.
Say Rizzler 2 million times, I'm alright.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
I look like
lunchly,
an egg.
lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
I look like
I think
an egg.
lunchly is enough. If
I
someone
look like
beats the
an
Mr.
egg.
Beast 3 million
I look
record,
like
are
an
you
egg.
guys retaining the title? Probably not. I'll let them have it if they beat it. Lads are cooking big up all that day. Right, going 500 now, yeah. We're really in competition, aren't we? Say Mr. Beast 3 million times not enough for y'all. Exactly, Creative Retro. How you redeem stuff? There's a link in the description to the point shop, gift shop.
Lunchy.
Sounds like Willie saying lunchily. It's hard, yeah. When you guys getting your world record play, we ain't. They let us down. He said no.
Wow, my voice is going now. Lunchly.
When you review it, it's so easy to hear different words. To be fair, saying it, it's easy to say different words.
Lunchly.
It's not easy. Alright, give me back.
Lunchly.
You ain't beating me.
Now I'm beating Jack. Come on, get it!
Did you switch it back to me now? Lunchly.
Start the stream went better than I thought, so appreciate everyone who clicked on it. Because when we first did the Mr. Beast, we had like...
We're on 102 likes.
We had no...
That's crazy. Oh, yeah, appreciate everyone liking the stream. 100 likes. Lunchly.
Barely get 100 likes anymore, so appreciate it. But yeah, as I was saying, when we did the first Mr. Beast, we literally like had no one, you know what I mean? So that is pretty cool that we do this and we get like 50 straight away. Quite cool. Oh, you're not hovered over it, man. You need to remember to do that. I'm sat there talking, thinking, fucking hell, it's taking a while for people to respond.
Pass me the thing without scrolling off it. It's easy.
No, it's when you change it to Jack, it comes off.
No, that sounds like you
problem.
man.
Lunchly. My dad touched on me, the boys saying lunchly, it sounds like lunchly, what a misery. Do you remember me? Stupid media. I don't.
Lunchly.
Oh, you actually
Lunchly.
Are you in the 3 mil? Okay. Big up Stupid Media. If Mr. Beast doesn't see it, then do Carl 1 million times. I don't know what we're doing.
We are getting Mr. Beast.
But I know one thing for sure is that we're not stopping.
Lunchly.
God, it's so horrible looking at yourself.
Lunchly.
Do you know what I mean?
Lunchly. Lunchly.
Start arresting Jack and Will saying lunchly subscriber progression coming soon. Be nice to see him go up. Once in a while. Yo, bro, you remember me? Zillion Duo. Yeah.
Lunchly. This is bad. Lunchly. Can anyone get the KSK counter? Can you get KSK's counter? Because a lot of people asking like, what's the counter?
Yeah, you were from day 21, Zillion.
Lunchly.
You're an OG, you are. What's the counter you use? I'll get up KSK's counter.
Mr. Paradox, what is the website? Lunchly. Magics. Oh, it's with an X. Try tapping it with an X.
Yeah, did you not know?
You put Magic X. Lunchly. Number counter there. Number counter there. Lunchly.
I'm gonna put this in the description of our live stream.
Lunchly, yeah.
KSK is currently working on a way where you can customize the counter exactly how you like it.
I think he's going to add some features to it as well soon. Lunchly. I totally beat you to it, but he's going to whack it in the description anyway for like anyone else asking. Lunchly.
W's in the
Lunchly. Ah, he's there though, he's there. You can hover the magics in the maid with magic. Yeah, but we can't because it's like with Streamlabs and shit. Lunchly. We've whacked it in the description anyway, KSK. Lunchly. So if anyone wants to use the counter, it's in the description. Lunchly. Hello, Hammonegg Gaming. Hello, Arch Raja. I swear there's another one that I didn't say. Hey, FBF Inblocks. Oh yeah, I didn't think about that. It's in the description. Lunchly. I hope you're going to be adding some new features to it soon, KSK, for your one. Membership option. Lunchly.
Done. Now says the counter we use, Magic.w2f counter made by KSK.
Lunchly.
Can you make it clap, Jack?
Lunchly.
Hello, AK. Jack, can you watch my vid? Not right now. How do I get that cool counter? Well, it's funny you should ask. In the description, the person who made this counter for us actually has his own website where you can use the exact same style of counter, and he's currently working on a way where you can design it exactly how you'd like it.
Lunchly. Case came to say that like, fuck's sake, no, I'm not. Lunchly.
Magic counter will have custom sounds, achievements, images, text, and more settings.
He is the man that created it. KSK right there. Lunchly.
Obviously, this is the first. This is like early access. It's not yet out yet.
Limited edition.
Yeah.
Lunchly.
Obviously, he told us, he was like, I can't really let you have it. And we're like, we need it for Friday. And he was like, right, I'll give you early access.
Lunchly. Oh, sick! It's not working.
KSK but cool.
Lunchly.
I just got the first of many ads.
Lunchly.
Can we redeem You Are an Idiot?
Lunchly.
Let us get a little bit further ahead.
Lunchly.
Magic.wtf, my favourite website. No cap, for real. Yeah,
Lunchly.
I'm using ad blocker. Sorry, I'm taking your money. No, that's fine. That's 0.001p gone. Thank you, Creative Retro.
Getting there. 2,500.
Right, O and C to switch it back to me. Awesome. Lunchly.
You're doing lunch now? Yes, Jay, we are.
Lunchly.
Can have it done before Christmas. Just me, I will be here for one, I appreciate it, Arch Raja. There needs to be a, I'll have a pint and another line.
And there needs to be a like my cheese drippy, bro.
Yeah, we do need to.
Lunchly.
It is criminal.
Yeah, load of
just get a load.
Lunchly.
So terrible to play Fortnite. I prefer it. I can't play with controller. Dude, this is insane. Yes, Mr. Seals. We'll get there.
How many did you do? 600.
A fair amount.
Lunchly.
No, I did 500 Say the final lunchly together. Nah, I'll let him take the glory on the last one this time.
No, I hate it.
I don't like doing it on the last one. Last time there was like 7,000 people watching me.
Lunchly.
I like my cheese droopy, bro. I like my cheese jack style, bro.
Lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Lips
lunchly,
feeling a bit dry.
lunchly.
You loved it. I did love it. It was great.
Lunchly,
But I bottled it a little bit.
lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I didn't want to fuck it up because we put the outro song on as well.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
I just thought great.
lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
Lunchly Jack and Will style.
lunchly, 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 Mr. Beast. That would be pretty sick. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
The flavour just tastes of shit.
Yeah, just boring. No. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Nah, think of it, it's got copyright. We found out the hard way. Could you send a link to the counter as I can't view the description?
It's in the description.
He says you can't apparently see it in the description.
I can't, as I can't view the description.
If someone wants to whack it in for him, whack it in for
Lunchly,
him.
lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Big up drink coming very soon,
Lunchly,
yeah.
lunchly, 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 lunchly,
I like my cheese
lunchly,
molded,
lunchly.
bro.
Lunchly, lunchly,
Like
lunchly,
Jack's
lunchly,
jawline
lunchly,
drippy, bro.
lunchly, lunchly. Lunchly, lunchly,
I don't have a
lunchly,
jawline.
lunchly, lunchly,
Not
lunchly,
seen it in years.
lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
There is Jack and who's Will. I'm Jackie's Will.
Why do I like my cheese drippy, bro? Hack. Ooh. Ooh.
Maybe I have to do something like that. I know the guy who could make that happen.
I think that's a shit idea, but message me behind the scenes. We can get that sorted. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. They ran out of ideas. No shit.
Obviously,
lunchly, lunchly,
you're not just see the past week.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Hey,
Hey,
big up
yes,
LH.
LH.
Hopefully this works. It's gonna
Should
work.
do because it came through.
They stole it from us. Sneaky little hobbits.
Big up LH.
Good luck on saying lunchly 1M times.
I appreciate that.
Big up LH.
Only word he'd be able to say lunchly when he sees it.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
We've had Mr. Beast 3 million times.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Didn't affect us
lunchly,
that
lunchly,
bad.
lunchly, lunchly.
I like my cheese trapped in the freezer.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
You lot are crazy.
Lunchly,
Hello,
lunchly,
Ethan.
lunchly, 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 lunchly.
There's the link for the counter if anyone wants to use it. Hello, Becca. Or remember. First Mr. Beast now off-brand Lunchables, exactly.
Lunchly, lunchly.
We will get Mr. Beast's attention.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
Gonna give Jack
lunchly,
a
lunchly,
subscribe for
lunchly,
it.
lunchly,
Very
lunchly, lunchly,
lunchly.
lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Can we take over?
Nope. It's getting serious now.
Do you like Lunchly? I've never tried it. I want to try it.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Someone wants the link,
lunchly, lunchly.
Ask for it.
Lunchly,
I got
lunchly,
you.
lunchly,
Big up
lunchly,
Turbo.
lunchly, 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 lunchly.
How do you make it look like your channel?
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Well, that's where there's going to be a new feature coming in soon, in
Essentially-
KSK.
It's a work in progress. It's in beta mode at the minute, and he's currently every day making updates to it. And I think he said it's going to be very soon that he's going to basically allow you to create the counter exactly like this. So
Yes.
pretty cool. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Nothing wrong with a bit of mouldy cheese.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Hi, just subscribe. Big up, can we get to 10 subs? Lunchly,
Yeah, I'll
lunchly,
read that.
lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I don't know if you said big up Turbo or shut up Turbo. Anyways, big up. I said big up Turbo. Money.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
There's two people punching people and fighting because of a parking spot. I'd leave it.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Big up Doge.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Ham and cheese stackers or was it on turkey stackers?
Lunchly,
I would probably take the turkey stackers, but out of all of them, I want to try the pizza one.
No, they're the same thing. Ham and cheese stackers or turkey stackers. Turkey stackers is the same thing.
Oh, is he taking the piss out of me?
No, Lunchables and then Lunchly, I think. Am I right? Ham and cheese stackers or turkey stackers. Is that right?
Fortnite, just carry on.
Lunchly,
you're wasting time, mate.
Lunchly. Yes, thought so. Lunchly. So what you're saying is
First
ham
one
and
to
cheese
get to
lunchies
a million
or
gets
turkey
a
stackers.
fiver.
I'd say turkey stackers because I don't really like ham. So yeah.
I'm not a big fan of ham, but out of all the lunches, I want to try the pizza one. And the drippy cheese one. Because they are giga chats. Lunchly, why say 1 million? Because we can. Light work. What happened to the you are an idiot meme? Well, we had to remove it because it's a different character.
But
We might have other things.
We may have one soon.
Yeah.
Maybe you are a drippy cheese. Lunchly. Right, we're ending the stream. That was
cringe.
That was
I ain't gonna lie.
embarrassing.
I don't even want to be seen on screen.
money popping up and shit. That shit's embarrassing.
Pass it back.
Lunchly.
Don't go over. Don't go over. Give it to me.
Lunchly.
No,
because I know you did more.
I feel no, but yeah, but you never asked for it back. I'm ready for it.
It's not how it works.
Yeah, no, it does work like that. I'm ready. I'm observing what number you're on. It's like, right, it's my go now. I'm ready. Now you're ruining the time, so I'm going to get it back at a random time. I only went to 50.
Lunchly. I get mad. I'm trying to just do it quick.
You beat me.
Getting salty. It's either me. Okay, remove it.
No, don't remove it.
Because you know I'm going to thrash him.
No, you ain't going to wake up early enough. Lunchly.
When you wake up in the morning and I haven't slept yet and I'm still there going lunchly, you're going to wish you never added a thing that differentiates the two. Wait, is the chat still moving?
Yeah?
Is the chat still moving? No.
100 quid to the winner. Lunchly.
I ain't got 100 quid to give you.
Lunchly. So you're admitting that I would win?
Lunchly. It's what you guys 79 days say Mr. Beast from inside. So it will take you a third of that and say lunchly one more time. I don't think 88 views. Shitting hell.
88 views. 90 views.
Oh, we're getting botted.
Lunchly. Probably getting botted. Lunchly.
No, yeah. I feel like lunchly is harder to say than Mr. Beast. So. A bit more of a tongue twister, like Mr. Beast. What famous YouTuber mentioned you? It was Dylan Page on TikTok. Yeah.
Lunchly.
I was going to say, by the way, you can tell when it's bots you lot because the chat doesn't move.
Lunchly.
So if the chat doesn't move quicker, then we're getting botted. But I didn't kind of like that, to be fair, because it's like...
Day one getting botted. You know, it took us like 3 weeks before we got botted the first time.
That means we're doing something right.
Lunchly.
How do you know it's bots though? Because the chat's not moving. So unless 60, 70 people have joined the live stream and they're not typing, like, which is just, that never happens.
Looks good on the replay though when people watch it back.
Yeah. So it's not real people, no, it's just fake.
37k bots was insane, it was. Lunchly.
Who gives you bots though? Losers. Some people do, just not chat there. Maybe, but I've yeah, maybe, but I don't know. I'll be able to tell you if it's genuine because it'll pop up in my analytics. Hello, Mr. Melon. Bottle of water, I say. Big up, Michael. Big up, Rem.
If you're not bot shit, if you're not bots, like the stream so I can see if it's real. Lunchly.
Maybe we do have a lot of lurkers.
Lunchly.
Welcome to the stream. We're saying lunchly 1 million times. Maybe the TikTok's blowing up and I just haven't realised.
What is it on TikTok?
The TikTok short is on. Nearly 13,000 views, which is quite crazy, really.
Lunchly. To be fair, it went up quite a few likes, you know. Lunchly.
That short is so good. I was saying someone famous must have mentioned you. Nah.
Lunchly.
Because they'd join the stream being like, yo, JACKANDWILL raid. So I don't know.
There's a potential we could get
Do you follow me on
Judy
TikTok
on again. Lunchly.
If I follow you, Turbo, I've got to follow everyone.
I subscribe to you though, Turbo, on YouTube. Lunchly.
Like if you're not bot, yes.
Lunchly.
Problem is, what if the bot just decides to bot our like...
We've gone up a fair few, like nearly 10 already, just from that.
Okay.
But obviously, I think they are bots. Lunchly.
124 like in less than an hour and 122 current views.
See, they're dropping, they're defo bots.
Yeah.
The guys ran out of money now. Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
Mr. Cat plays
lunchly,
Rage.
lunchly.
Santa Memers, you were in here earlier.
Lunchly,
Who's Mr. Cat plays?
lunchly, 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 lunchly,
If I could spell.
lunchly, lunchly, lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Oh, he's a live streamer.
lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Shut my fucking cock!
lunchly,
Nah,
lunchly,
it
lunchly,
can't be.
lunchly, lunchly,
Can't be.
lunchly,
He wasn't even live today.
lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Who the fuck is that guy?
lunchly, lunchly,
Nah.
lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
Sagma.
lunchly,
Big up that
lunchly,
knockoff,
lunchly,
There are 10 million,
lunchly,
million,
lunchly, 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 lunchly,
He has 9k
lunchly,
subs and he's not even live, so it's not a rate. No.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Big up that guy there.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Getting the hang of it
lunchly,
now.
lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
Starting to
lunchly,
cook.
lunchly,
I wanna get 10K.
lunchly, lunchly,
We can get 10K up,
lunchly,
like, yeah.
lunchly. I want to get 50k today.
It's not even been an hour yet.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Small down.
lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
Skibbity Sigma, big up Skibbity Dop Dop, Ohio.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
With a streamer.
lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
Yeah, Super Poppy.
lunchly, lunchly,
Replace hang
lunchly, lunchly,
with certain word
lunchly,
KSI
lunchly,
said.
lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
No idea.
lunchly, 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 lunchly. I feel like this time round though we're more motivated because we know we can do it and we've actually got people watching. Last time it took us like 100,000 before we actually had anyone join. So this time we're ready.
Lunchly. Big up Chronicle. Mr. Beast.
Mr. Beast ain't gonna notice, dog. Probably not. He didn't notice us saying his name 3 million times.
Lunchly. Is that steak?
Is that actually steak?
Let's go. Round 2, baby.
Legend.
Hey.
Yeah, big up steak.
Appreciate
Rate
you
that.
doing
Yeah,
it.
round 2. Let's get him.
Lunchly.
Guys, should I do same prime 1 million times? Go for it.
Lunchly.
No, rate that. Big up steak.
Spam the redeem. Oh. Lunchly.
I didn't expect Stay to join, so
Lunchly.
I look like an egg. I look like
Whoever's
an
done
egg.
that. Will switch. Everyone's saying will switch, mate. You're giving me free fucking counts. Go on, hurry up. Don't remember to do it every time I pass it.
I look
Thanks
like
for the free counts.
I
Though,
look
Will.
like an egg. I look like
Looks
an
like
egg.
I'll be winning this challenge.
I look like an egg.
You can't like do that. You're a little bit pissed now, innit?
No, because just had Steak join the chat and say
That is good.
round 2. That is pretty cool. I like that. Lunchly.
Give it a good way. I appreciate that guy with the suit. I bet this will take 23 days. I hope around about that. I wanna be done before Christmas.
Hopefully,
Make it happen.
Lunchly.
Day one's already gone better than
Yeah, could you imagine
the
the
first
first
like
day
month,
one? It'd be
yeah.
fucking brilliant.
the last one.
Can't cut his eye when he was scrolling YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah. Lunchly.
Just gotta smash it out. We will do. We'll start picking up the pace once we can say it a bit faster. Day one goes sick. It actually is. Obviously, I don't expect everyone to be around all the way up to 1 million, but first days where it's the best. I couldn't imagine watching them say lunchly on Christmas Eve, Christmas Day. Yeah, no, it's not happening. We will have it done before Christmas. I'll stop up 24 hours to do it. What you guys doing now? We're back. But still motivate you even if we had 20 watching. Yeah. Day one of Mr. Beast was literally 0 views for like the first week. So the fact that if I had more than 10 views, I'm happy with that. Will there be a Christmas stream? No. You're all going to be busy on Christmas. Who wants to be watching us on Christmas? Yes, Mooncake. Wasn't you by any chance, was it, botting us?
Finally something new. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. It was inevitable that we were going to do it again.
Yeah, I think we can't just leave it on that and go, oh well, Mr. Beast in the sewers. We will get Mr. Beast. Steak is live in 6 minutes. We might get
Lunchly,
get a big
lunchly,
rate.
lunchly, lunchly.
I think if he's going to do it, he'll
come
probably
at a milestone.
Come at like 1
think-
million.
Yeah,
He did a lot for us on the 3 mil.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Hey guys, I had exciting news. I just hit 900 subscribers and 100 away from 1,000. Not bad, Mason. That's crazy, man. I'm in the thick of it. On Christmas, 100%. Why wouldn't? I'll watch you on Christmas.
Lunchly.
No, you wouldn't. You'll be opening your presents. No one wants to be watching us on Christmas.
I won't be live on Christmas because I don't want you to watch us on Christmas.
Yeah, Steak Steak's a legend. As I already said, I probably won't be on very much tonight. It's all good, Turbo. Hello. I'm not going to read it. Visit a therapist.
Therapist?
You're crazy as fuck, dude.
Lunchly.
Wait till I'm about 100,000 in. I'm guessing KSK made the sick counter.
It's all good, Mooncake. Still a mod?
KSK did make it.
Lunchly.
Master killing me. It's all good, Mooncake. Need to lay off the gambling. I'll be watching you on Christmas. We won't be live on Christmas. That is definitely not happening. We'll have this done before Christmas. I don't even want to be saying it on Christmas Eve.
I want to have this done before Tyson Fury fight. Lunchly.
It's possible. That's on the 21st, isn't it?
I stopped gambling. Big addiction.
Yeah. It's a dangerous game.
You were so close for winning, though. I'm joking. Lunchly.
Even if I haven't finished this by the time it's Tyson Fury fight, I am watching the Tyson Fury fight. There's no way I'm going to sit here saying lunchly. I challenge you to try to get this done by December the 20th. We will try.
I switched to TMU refunds. Lunchly.
Right now it's lunchly, yes. It is. If anything's going to get his attention, yeah.
Bro, now it is lunchly, it is. Lunchly.
How do you guys get your live subscriber count? It's just off the actual YouTube. When you go to your studio. I buy things for $30 to $40, they refund it.
That's smart.
That is smart.
Lunchly.
We should try that.
Fuck this shit. What am I doing in my life? Right, boom. Team here. Lunchly.
Gaining quite a sub's, not gonna lie. It's not updated.
Lunchly.
Can I just check something?
It is updated. It just went down.
Is it? Oh, okay. All right. I'm not ready. It's not as eye-catching. Oh, yeah. No, it's moving. Yeah, okay, I see.
45 views, not bad, not gonna lie. It's way more than what we had when we first started, so I'm
100%.
gassed.
Day one with 45 views is crazy. Freezing every second, man. It shouldn't be. On our end, it's alright. It might be your internet.
Look, getting good kilobytes. Streams looking fine.
I hope you're at
Excellent
40k subs when this ends. That would be nice. I don't know about that. That's a stretch. 4k big up. 996,000 to go. I was here day 15, now day 1. Big up, Mr. Bob.
PC review. It's under the table, but if you want to see it, we'll show it one day.
I'll take a picture and whack it in the Discord at some point. Where's the clip of Mr. B saying, "Who is Jack and Will?" I can't find it.
It's going to shock you, this, but I plagiarised it. It's fake.
Oh, give me that.
It's fake news.
I gave you bang on.
I did 100 extra bytes on your account, so I've got to do it on mine. Lunchly.
It's going to be a proper little petty competition.
Did you get the world record? Nah, they basically told us to do one.
Lunchly. Paid £12 for nothing. You already said Mr. Beast 3 million times. We did. Now we're back. Turbo versus Jack and Will Subwalk coming soon.
Oh, my throat.
Let's do it, Turbo. At this rate, you're going to be at 336,000 views. Could you imagine? To be fair, after this challenge, we might actually hit an overall of 1 million views on the
channel. Probably having a scrap in the morning or something, I bet, over who's got top count. Yeah. Big up Muhammad Emin Unal. Yes. I keep thinking, wanting to say, whoa,
Or is that bot? That's got to be bots.
We've just been botted big time.
Oh, that's not very good. I don't like that.
They'll disappear, don't worry. YouTube,
They do remove them, yeah. I'm not going to start doing that to every single one now because I think someone has spotted us. Yeah, I think we've just been botted big time. I hope it's not Mooncake. Mooncake knows not to do stuff like that.
Nah, it'd be
He's
fine.
alright, Mooncake.
We just got view botted as well, it's fine.
Yeah, no,
You
say we're on 901,000 views, so after the end of this challenge, yeah, we should have hit 1 million views on the channel. That's crazy. It just happened now that Mooncake's, but yeah, it's just a coincidence.
My stream just got a bit more interesting, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
Waymo.
Yes, Waymo.
We're back at it. This guy's better than Normie because he says a certain word a lot of times instead of being insane.
I appreciate
I
that.
appreciate that.
And we can actually talk to you and not you know what I mean, jumping around the screen. Not offense to that guy.
Violate him. What's your favourite food? Pizza. It's not real. We've just been botted. There's no way that.
This will get 30k subs 100%. Hopefully.
Hopefully it's 30k real people and not.
Oh,
Who is doing this, man? I might take off the subscriber thing. Yo, I appreciate that zombie memes.
I like my cheese dippy, bro.
4,150 in an hour.
We might be waiting a while for it to pop through. That's the only problem.
Yeah, let me. I'm going to turn off the subscribers because of that.
YouTube will kill all bots. Go to the Winchester. Have a nice old pint.
Everyone just pretend that it's all real, yeah. And we're just like blowing up. Right, let me. Alert.
I think if you skip alerts.
I'm just going to turn off subscribers because it might stop the guy from keep doing it. Yeah, I might be able to skip the alerts. Never tried this before. Sorry for whoever has subscribed normally and it's
right,
now
skip the alerts and then see. Now play his donation.
Right, let me click skip. I think I'm going to skip through them all, aren't I?
Yeah.
And press his. Is that going to come through?
Otherwise,
I'm going to have to skip every single one. Like, I've clicked replay. Right, I'm going to have to keep clicking skip. Passes that anyway. Do you want to do it on yours? Because you have
There's too much happening at once. I agree. You're getting view botted, sub botted.
Means you're doing something right though. I'm skipping every single one because obviously there's loads of subscribers coming through.
How many days did it take you to say the Mr. Beast? 79 or 78?
78 days for the 3 million. 25 days for 1 million. Alright, skipping that.
It would take you 241 hours if you carry on at this rate. Okay. Bro, Lunchly turns into a tongue twister fast. Yeah, it's bad. Lunchly. I sort of did the calculation, you will finish it by Christmas, and you guys will likely finish it around 2 to 3 weeks, but if you guys are 100% committed, you guys can finish it under 2 weeks. Fucking hell, 14 days. That's
14, nah, 14 days is mental. That's if we don't sleep. I have to wait for it to start coming through and then I can click skip, otherwise I just spam it doesn't work. But zombie memes, don't worry, it will come through. I will make sure it comes through.
Absolute legend. Lunchly
in it, lads from Derby, yeah man.
Lunchly.
Some of these are real subs, but most are Turkish bot farm.
Yeah.
I feel sorry for anyone who has subscribed and you're not a bot. I've got to skip through.
What do you reckon? 50k a day? I think we said today we want to do at least 40k, and we want to average around about 45k a day.
Yeah.
And if we can do that,
if we can do more, then
do it before Christmas.
We'll do more.
Proper Grimbo. Hello GMD. Lunchly.
This is going to be long. I can't just skip to the very end. I respect it, guy. I appreciate that.
600 views on
21 days if
posted new
you're
short.
streaming saying it for 12 hours.
Lunchly. I respect the grind. We're already doing 24/7 live streams, so it's like
kind of makes sense.
Yeah, might as well just do a challenge in between. What's the keep refrigerated thing on the counter?
That's because it's to look like a lunchly box.
Lunchly box, yeah. Lunchly.
Alright,
Yeah,
give me
definitely
back.
makes
I'm
sense.
not-
Lunchly.
You can sit there and skip all of that. I'm not gonna let you just take 1,000 ahead of me.
Look at him. He's God. You're so competitive.
I am competitive. I ain't losing, mate. I am gonna win. Why is that not working? There we go. Lunchly.
Whose idea was it to do this again?
Lunchly. I'll be honest, it was my idea. We was talking about saying someone's name, and I said, "Why don't we say Lunchly?" I come with the Lunchly idea.
Bop it.
Lunchly.
Right, let me skip all these alerts. Big up Mr. Yes. I appreciate you subscribing. You're a legitimate one. Nathan Redeem waiting for all this to blah blah blah.
You're gonna be waiting a while. Lunchly.
Going live, Brody. Built steak. Lads, I haven't seen either of you drink any off-brand Coke yet. Yeah.
Now you've seen it. Lunchly.
We should have never put that back on.
Yeah, you asked for it to be back on there.
Ages ago.
Lunchly.
You lads onto Bonnie Blue. I don't know what that is.
Lunchly. What's Bonnie Blue?
I don't know. I feel like I should know what that is.
Lunchly. I've heard of it. What is she? Lunchly.
You don't want to know. Give it a Google when you can. She'll have both of you. Ah.
Oh, hello.
I know who she is. Yeah, I know. She's from Derby. No, it makes sense.
Why? What is she? OnlyFans
She'd get
model?
it.
She would get it. Why? What's wrong with her? Lunchly. She the one that had like sex with like 100 people.
Yeah.
Lunchly. Nice. Lunchly.
Yeah, lining up. Yeah, it's vile.
Yeah, that is dirty.
She's about 20, but because she's been ran through that many times, she looks about 40.
It's just hanging all over the place. Lunchly.
Yes, Cosmic Videos.
Lunchly. That's giving Derby a bad rep, though, isn't it?
It is.
Lunchly.
Heard her podcast say she was from Derby. It all adds up though, doesn't it? Like
Lunchly. Derby is goated. It actually is. I like that. Lunchly.
I thought she sounded like.
What are you doing watching podcasts of this girl way, man?
Yeah. Bonnie Blue.
Lunchly.
When we tried getting involved,
I don't know
if you know, she's actually had a bunch of controversy.
I'm not surprised. It's been run through. Yes, zombie memes. We are still waiting for your donation to come through. We've turned off subscribers, so you should come through soon.
Big up Jack the Fanatic.
Lunchly.
Say Lunchy 20 times every time Devon will say that I have to type 20 minutes.
Just leave it now, because I don't think that actually works what you're doing there. That's what I said.
No, it does. It skips the alert every time it pops up.
Lunchly. Yeah, when it pops up, you got to wait. You keep clicking it doesn't work. Lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Estimate is 28,350. That sounds about right. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. You can't. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
That is so annoying.
I know. That's why I've turned it off now, so that it won't keep doing it. Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
I'm glad you're back
lunchly, lunchly,
with this. I remember the Mr. Beast,
lunchly,
3 mil Mr. Beast. I appreciate it, J.O. boy.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Yes,
lunchly,
Barrax
lunchly,
is-
lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Yes, cool
lunchly,
stats.
lunchly, 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 lunchly.
You actually gonna do it, yeah?
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Course.
lunchly, lunchly.
Steak's lab right
lunchly,
now. Well,
Lunchly,
big up
lunchly,
steak.
lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Here we go.
Lunchly.
Bottling.
It's crazy that he's seen it on day one. Like that must have come up on his homepage straight away, or it's popped up like a notification. Well, no, he won't have notifications on. It'll pop up on his homepage.
Or he saw the
Lunchly, lunchly,
scheduled live
lunchly,
stream and he
lunchly,
thought,
lunchly,
ah,
lunchly,
yeah, okay,
lunchly,
I'll
lunchly,
join it
lunchly,
when I see it.
lunchly.
Okay.
Nah, I'll rate that. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. He's a fan. I'm a fan. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
It said Mr. Beast's name 3 million times. Say Lunchly 1 million times is going to be easy.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
You want Mr. Beast to ever notice you?
Lunchly.
That's the plan, yeah.
Yeah, I won't be doing this just for the fun of it.
I reckon, like,
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
if you can get Mr. Beast's
lunchly.
attention, you've sort of cracked the code, you know what I mean?
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly. I don't think he'll see it. I think he's too big for it, but I'm going to try.
Lunchly, you can get it done in 200 hours. Just about 16 days, 12 hours a day.
Lunchly. I reckon we can. I want to get it done by
So let's
like
just say
20 days if I
20
can. 20 days. 50k a day, 20 days. That's what I want to do.
Big up, Ree.
Lunchly,
Yes, Gerald. Yes, Mr. Gibbs. What's good, y'all? We're doing all right, Mr. Gibbs. Block box, another challenge? Yes, sir. Quick maths. Haven't you said enough words for a lifetime? Nope. It's not about the words, it's about getting Mr. Beast to join the live stream. Or donate $1 million. This should be faster than saying Mr. Beast. I don't think it will be, you know.
I think it's just harder to say.
You lads are on State's homepage right now. He's live. Hey,
I like that.
That is actually pretty sick, though.
Would you
say KSI local Parliament times? I would, yeah, but if they ask for
I feel like we'll target them with this
it,
anyway.
yeah.
Lunchly.
It's the Lee proper tongue twister.
It's hard.
Yeah.
Lunchly.
Would account for other things like stopping to do other things in the terrestrial chat, yeah.
Lunchly,
Going shopping,
yeah.
Watching the boxing fight. Although in 20 days we'd actually be able to watch the fight and be done with the challenge.
Lunchly. Now it's not sounding like lunchly to me. This is bad.
5k time, let's go!
Half for 8 at 10k. I do feel like we're doing it faster this time though. I feel like with the Mr. Beast one, it was just like, I can't be asked to do this. Are we doing the right thing? We ain't got one view the whole time.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Woke up the next day, like, I ain't doing this.
Certainly didn't have State join
No.
an hour in.
That is crazy. That's
Sick.
like proper mentor. Skip the alert then. Why is it not skipping?
Lunchly. You might want to refresh your Streamlabs or something. Lunchly.
No, I'm still there.
Lunchly.
A window.
1 + 1 = 5. Lunchly.
See, I changed the basement keep a lot. Lunchly. The second L in Lunchly that's ruining it. Without it, would be way easier. That's why sometimes
Yeah, if it
it's
was
like
lunchy, it'd be
Lunchy,
fucking awesome.
Lunchy.
Lunchy, yeah.
Yeah, Lunchy would be easier.
Lunchly.
I think it's the same amount of syllables as Mr. Beast.
Lunchly.
What do you do with the Mr.
It's not a
Beast
Ninja
page, by
air
the
fryer.
way?
It's not actually Ninja.
Do you mean the Mr. Beast counter?
Lunchly, lunchly,
when we had the
lunchly,
Mr. Beast one instead. How did you make that counter? If you go in the description, there's a link to a very, very good counter that you can use if you want to use one. I think it's roughly the same as Mr. Beast, maybe harder. I think it's harder because it's more like your tongue has to like do more.
Mr.
Beast?
Mr. Beast? Shit, man, I didn't know. Lunchly
boxes you will buy. Do you know how much money I would need to buy that many lunchly? You need like 7 million. How did you change the font on yours? Ours is special.
This is basically
we've got the premium version.
We've got the premium version, but this is also early access, so he's not yet released this like update of the counter yet. If that makes sense.
But it's coming.
Because obviously he still needs to do all the tests for it. Lunchly.
I still have to pay KSK £1 million in Skittles. I brought early access.
Lunchly.
How many bots did this guy use? What is going on? Saying lunchable 4 million times. Go for it, Gerald. I believe in you. You can do it. It's very fucking expensive, KSK. Put your prices down.
Why would you say?
No, Turbo said that he still owes him $1 million Skittles. How long do you think this would take? I reckon
before Christmas.
Yeah,
we're
about
hoping before
20
Christmas.
to 25 days. Around about that. Bro got to say it 4 million times more than Mr. Beast. 2 Derby men, 500 Turkish bars.
Yeah, lunchly.
Barely made a dent in my personal Skittle collection. What's up? You're still on mine. You absolutely. Why do you not just switch it straight away? That's the first thing on my mind.
Because I'm not used to it. I don't care about being the best. I'm already the best.
Well, that's your fault. I don't mind. If you want to just keep it on mine all the way through. You let's compete, and that's hilarious. Well, the 3 million Mr. Beast show was like, oh, I've done more. No, I don't think you've done that much more. Well, now, no excuse. We've got a counter. Tallies it all up. I'm going to win.
Lunchly. Do you know what's going to be more annoying when Jack goes, look, I'm 5,000 ahead of you. You're only on 200. I'm like, yeah, wonder why. Lunchly.
It's not my fault.
Lunchly. No, so no one else noticed. Just me. Lunchly.
I wasn't looking for that. I know when I get mine back. I
yes,
make sure
OP
I'm on
Hop. Wait, who's that?
Would you say Jack and Will 1,000,000 times? Probably not. No one will care about saying our name.
Date's coming soon again. Well, we better get cracking then. Lunchly.
He was just in Stormy. I don't know whether he was in when he came in.
Yeah, he joined the chat, and said round 2.
Yeah. Oh, you got him to.
Lunchly.
Hello, Demaster. How long you all had that background? We started here, went to a different place, and now we come back.
It's coming after a vid. Sweet. Lunchly.
Don't put us on pressure like that, Stormy. Same feasible as 1 million times. Oh shit. Sorry, zombie memes. I'm genuinely. I don't know if you're still there. I don't expect you to stay.
W zombie memes though.
Yeah, legend.
Lunchly.
Should do a challenge. Jack says Jack, and Will says Will. Whoever says their name more in 24 hours wins 4 Skittles. Now we're talking. That's a real prize right there.
Supporting
you guys in this. I appreciate that, the master. What would you rate Lunchly? I've never tried it, but I do want to try it. I'm sure it'd be pretty nice.
Maybe if Mr. Beast wants to send us over some lunch.
Yo, it was nice tuning in. Got to go to the hospital. No words, cosmic videos, mate. Good luck with whatever you're doing.
Lunchly. Maybe I should say it American. Lunchly. That actually makes it easier. But I'm not doing that.
No.
Lunchly.
You should eat Lunchly at 1 million. If I could get some, yeah. If anyone knows where I can get some in the UK, let me know.
There you go, Becca.
We'll go grab one.
It legit makes it easier though.
It does.
It does. Lunchley. Must be. That's why Mr. Beast created it, because he's
I
American.
don't
So he
think
was like
Lunchley in the UK yet. That's what I mean. I can't get it in the UK, which is a bit peak.
Lunchley.
Would you say Mr. Beast a billion times? No.
Nah, that's a lot.
Long
Long chili, shut up. Lunchley.
Anyone from America want to ship some over?
It might be discontinued. Nah, I was watching that Umperville podcast the other day. He loves Lunchley. That's his baby.
If you order it now, you'll have
That's
it in
what he's
time.
doing.
It just might be a bit
Lunchley.
You can't order it in the UK. If anyone knows a link that I can order some, yeah, let me know. Whack it in the Discord message me.
Yes, V5. Lunchley.
Does Lunchley have moldy cheese in the UK? I don't think Lunchley's in the UK.
We've got moldy cheese, we've just not got Lunchley yet. Lunchley.
What a silly question for Alexis.
Lunchley.
It's got to be Lunchley all day
Gotta
long.
be Lunchley, man. Prime Lunchley. Vegetables. You know it.
Moldy air
Lunchley.
Man, how many bots did this guy use? This is mental. Can you play back up 6? No. We're saying Lunchley. I like my cheese drippy, bro. I think it'll be in the UK soon. I hope so. Lunchley's like trying to buy drugs in the UK. Like, yo, my friend, you got any Lunchley?
I do, man, but I got no Feastables. Shit, man.
What flavour prime? I've only got this shit one. I think they will bring it worldwide eventually, like Feastables, but it just depends if Lunchley are popular in America. I think it'll be over it. I'm 30k ahead of you guys. Good for you, Elite Blue guy.
Wait, what does he say?
What?
My stream avatar's name looks mint, not gonna lie.
It does look very good.
Lunchley.
That's good for you. I don't believe you're doing it faster than us. But good luck.
Every 10k
Supermarkets closed due to moldy
say I like my
products
cheese drippy, bro.
made
Okay.
by K Substance. Every 10k that Lunchley has been said, say I like my cheese drippy. Deal. Why is he saying Lunchley? Because that's the challenge.
Stop. It's in the fucking title, bruv. Lunchley.
Say prime a million times.
Lunchley. But I feel like Lunchley is like the new kid on the block. Do you know what I mean? It's like that's the new
It'd
thing.
be like coming out now and saying Feastables. It's like, oh, it's no point. Lunchley's the their baby, innit? They want it to do well. Oh.
Subscribers are just
So
gone
I've got it turned off, so it won't. Next
Next
challenge comes. Oh boy, here we go again. You know it, Oku.
Ronaldo?
Fucking hell.
Suey!
Lunchley has nuclear bombs in their cheese. We don't mind a bit of radioactive cheese. I'm so sick right now. So I have excuse.
Now look at that. We're about to hit 30k and we're
That is mental.
all pure bots. I don't like
me.
Hey!
There we
I
go.
like my
Finally.
cheese drippy bra.
I like my cheese
Big ups
drippy,
on me
bruh.
memes.
Whoa.
Lunchley.
Right, whoever's botting you, you're a bit of a loser. You think you're funny, yeah? But we already cracked on to that you're botting us. You're going to make us hit 30k and it's not legit, so there ain't... Obviously, I replayed it.
I like my cheese drippy bra.
Yeah, we do. Big ups on me memes.
2 repeats for $2. There we
If you
go.
become a member of the channel, you can have a stream avatar and take part in the games. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, you can. Lunchley.
What is going on? We're saying, oh, what is going on with the subscribe? I think someone's botting us. They think they're funny. But it's pretty cool because it's day one and we're already getting botted. That's pretty mental. It's going way better than the Mr. Beast one. Look at that. How much money are you spending? You loser.
Hey, Paul, let's go. We're getting botted. Few botted. It's just good.
You're hard.
We're going to hit 30k, yeah, and then tomorrow we're going to wake up back on 28. You're like, time that bot after 10 seconds. Clear them messages. Nah, I'm not. It's not the basement keeper's fault. It's some idiot.
Lunchley.
Bro's one rich motherfucker, yeah. Oh, shit, yeah. I was going to say, what
Yeah,
the
don't
fuck
worry.
was that?
I'm not letting a silent rip out. Don't worry. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Is it you that's doing it, Fondom?
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
Thank me for your subscribers. I ain't thanking no one. I don't want fake subscribers.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Well, I guess it looks cool if we hit 30k for today. It's just when we drop that down to.
I appreciate you for adding some sort of like interest to the stream there. So pretty cool. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
They'll disappear. YouTube not
lunchly,
stupid.
lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
Well,
lunchly, lunchly.
appreciate you watching.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I doubt it was actually him. Nah, I don't think it would be him. I don't think he just at himself like that. How many loyalty points do you get every 5 minutes? You get 100. What are you guys giving me? Why are you guys giving me the death stare?
Lunchly, lunchly,
what are you going to do about
lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Mr. Beast comes into this chat will have 2 million views. I don't know about 2 million views, that's a bit of a stretch.
Could you imagine if we broke the live stream record?
What? No, because Mr. Beast would have already broke the live stream record on his own channel. If it was that easy.
He doesn't go live stream now.
But he could, and he could beat the record.
Lunchly. Then we could actually call ourselves.
How much does it cost to bot? I don't actually know. I know someone who can bot, and he said it costs like a couple pennies, yeah.
Lunchly.
So the guy's probably pushing about 10p right now.
Lunchly.
Which ain't good. No, like 10p pence.
Be back later. Good seeing you doing this again. Betting is easy.
Yes. Big up, Paul.
Big up, Paul. Oh, views are going up. Bet we're getting
Oh,
bottled.
he's spent another 10p. Spent another 10p.
Subscribe to Dynamic Live. Yeah. And TurboCat. Lunchly.
Mental health, I know. But they get a kick out of it. We get conversation out of it. It's fine. Happy days.
Lunchly.
Who is botting? I don't know. That Fondom guy reckons it was him, but I don't think it is. You stream on Twitch? No, we don't.
No, internet's not good enough.
Stick him with YouTube.
Lunchly.
YouTube's where it's at. I'll tell you what's not where it's at. This chair. Fucking brutal. Lads, if I'm not chatting, I'm still here. Just the screen in the background. It's all good, Orlando. It's all good.
That's chill. You guys brothers,
yes.
Lunchly.
You all got more bots, yeah. I don't know who's doing it.
Lunchly.
Fandom is botting. I don't know. He said he is. I don't think it is.
The size of that cheese grater. Lunchly. What?
No, I didn't know you could actually see it. Had some cheesy chips last night.
I had some
nachos
and cheese.
Drippy cheese. You guys are back. Let's go. Yes, cool play. How are you? We're doing good, Rafif. Lunchly. Hey guys.
It's me, guys.
No way. Oh my god.
Lunchly.
He's in the thick of it.
Lunchly.
No, I don't think I will.
Big up Turbo. Lunchly.
It won't stop him from doing it.
Lunchly.
That was my suggestion. JACKANDWILL, are you in the thick of it? We're always in the thick of it. He might be your biggest fan. He's technically donating a couple like 10p.
Lunchly. Anybody saying lunchly? Yeah. Just try saying 100 dead fast. It's fucking hard. Yeah, make sure you switch it. Also, I want to check.
Why does that mouse not work on here?
I don't know.
Weird,
it's flashing.
Probably running out of charge soon. That's not good.
Really do.
Mr. Beast. Oh shit! I'm saying Mr. Beast. What the fuck am I doing? Lunchly.
Guys, I'm in the thick of it. Let's see you doing lunchly for your next challenge.
It actually is muscle memory. I ain't gonna lie.
I know, I kept doing that. I was like,
lunchly. I love that when they make a mistake, they make up for it. Yeah, of course. I can't claim that I've done a million if I ain't done a million.
Who said that?
Lunchly. Reverted back to the beginning. Yes. Lunchly. I don't think that'll be the first time or last time that happens. Lunchly.
You appreciate being bottom? Yeah.
It is what it is. I'm not going to cry about it.
It means we're doing well. We do like normal streams. We don't get buttered. But we do a stream like this and we get buttered.
Yes, I am gaming. Lunchly. You guys gotta get hands on some lunchly fire.
I agree.
I want some. Lunchly.
Hello, Rapid. We got Satyam Gaming. Yeah, as soon as they add it in the UK, we'll go out and grab some. I don't think there is any. Anybody would like to send us some lunchly? Yeah, I mean,
this is hard. Lunchly.
We're gonna fly Jack and Will over to America to try the new lunchly flavour. All you lot messaged in the page, spread the word. Nah, he's already followed us.
If he will see it if he wants to see it.
I don't want to like piss him off. I'm like, oh, you know what? I'm following them fucking pricks.
You may see the TikTok show. What's it on now anyway?
13.6 thousand views and nearly 700 likes. Will you get free lunchly pizza if they hit 1 mil? I hope so. That would be kind of sick.
That would be mint. The
short's on 810 views, which is mad. I like it. I appreciate it, honestly. Putting that quarter of a mil to good use. Yeah. It's true though. Well, those characters at the bottom, they're just stream avatars. So if you're a member on the channel, you'll like pop up on the bottom. What the fuck are you doing? Don't ask. Blood, I'm Batman. Hi David. At least he knows how to act like KSI. First we got Mr. Beast, now we get Lunchly. Yes. Yes, Jamie Ray. I believe in you guys, don't give up. I appreciate that, Clyde Austin. At first I thought the title said eating Lunchly 1 million times.
Could you imagine? I reckon I could do it.
I can see why you thought
possible. Lunchly.
Would probably be an easier challenge, and I could probably do it quicker than this, but you know what I mean? Yo, lads. Maybe come back to the bungalow now. No. Sack that Pablo off, I'm joking. No, never. Best stream I've ever seen. Can I get a timeout, please? If anybody wants to time them out, they can do. I'd rather choose burnt cheese than drippy cheese. No, I've never had drippy cheese. Still stream. Big up Bravia, Sony.
Beta Meats Food 100 Lunchly challenge for you, Jack and Will. Yeah, let's do it.
Well, if you're getting smoked, let's be realistic.
He ain't beating us. Lunchly.
Both of you are feeling super casual. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
Lunchly.
Get 600 and I'll take over. Fuck it.
Lunchly.
Professional Tankerson said he's going to top shot at 6.9k Lunchly says. Go for it, I'm not bothered. Pablo is a real one. Lunchly. Hey, Swifty. Make it so we can help the counter. Nah, because then I feel like Mr. Beast, if he did see it, he'd be like, oh, what, are you doing a medal? You said it 5 times and everyone else helped you out. However, I do like the idea of that. I think we'll have to one day break the record. We'll get everybody involved.
Do you want me to do it for you? Because you always forget.
Yeah, that's a good point.
There you go. Who's counting? I'll put yourself on there.
Well, hold on, before you do. Oh, now.
What now?
Ooh, he's beating me by 117. So what you're saying?
Technically, you've done more then.
What you're saying is I'm absolutely pants down, spanking Jack's arse.
He says that, but if I wanted to do an extra 100 every time because I by accidentally went over, then fair enough.
Alright, well,
£100 to reset.
Jack for the win. Yeah. Fucking meat raiders. Lunchly.
That is a good idea, though. £100 to reset, but not to reset. I would probably do £100.
Lunchly.
Take off 10k.
100 and I'll take off.
Nah, because then we'll never get it done before Christmas.
$100 to take off 10k. Oof.
That is worth it. Like, don't get me wrong, that is like 100% worth it.
Yeah. Oh no.
Has it died?
Oh no.
Charger.
Right, one sec, you lot. I'm going to grab a charger rapid. I think I've got one in my room.
Might be driving to Tesco ASAP Rocky.
No, I've definitely got one of those wires.
Mission find charger. Yeah. We could just plug it into my laptop. Oh my god.
I told you it's not the biggest.
What the fuck is that?
It's not the length, it's the quality of the wire. That's the difference, mate.
How about the size? It's what you can do with it.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah. I'm not leaning over here to press the thingy. You can unplug it for me.
Size doesn't matter. Exactly.
Wait, hold on.
Chill.
Just thinking, is there a way of...
It'll be fine, donkey.
That ain't good. How long are we in? We're only an hour and 40 minutes and the keyboard's already died.
Quick, let's make a quick clip. The keyboard's broken. It doesn't work anymore. Put that on TikTok. Imagine.
Yeah.
I'm joking. We're not like that.
Nah.
Let's go. Lunchly.
Under the lunch counter that all the viewers can.
Lunchly.
I'll have to look into it. I don't know if there's a way of like setting it so that every time someone says that particular word, it adds a thing to something. I'm not sure how you can do it. But I'll look into it. If we ever do this sort of same challenge again, we'll look into it.
I'll speak to this guy, right? Good Case K. I'll see if he can
speak to my personal coder.
I'll get him to cook up maybe have a thing on his website, magic.w2f, that is just like called.
The problem is though, it won't be based off your chat. It will just be people going on, just going spacebar. It was about
and they'll auto click or whatever. But it doesn't really matter. It'd just be a tiny little thing under here that's just like everybody else's Lunchly counter. And people would just watch it going as they're using auto clickers. It's irrelevant to our challenge, but at least they get to take part. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
I guess, I'll think about that. We'll look into it.
Case watching this now, like it's not impossible. It's not hard. Like, I mean, fucked it. It's impossible.
I get what you was gonna say. Lunchly. It would be, yeah, I reckon so as well. Lunchly. That's why you couldn't really add it.
But
because no one's going to type it and then click it. They're just going to go on it and just go.
But KSK, if you watch him, think of how many people that are going to go on your website.
That's true.
And use it.
That's true.
I'm always thinking that. Big brain. Lunchly.
Can I have a tally of like different names?
Lunchly.
I should speed KSI, Logan Paul, Mr. Beast, and everyone can click their own person and just fucking spell it. You see which one gets more numbers on it. Okay, alright.
I'm joking. Lunchly.
Or Mega 6, the evil one.
Lunchly.
KSK said that he's available on DC, but he left.
Lunchly.
It's all good. I'm not going to bother him and start asking him to do stuff like that. If he ever pops in and someone mentions it, we'll see if it's possible. Do Lunchly 5 million times.
Lunchly.
What are you using for the counter? Link in the description. I haven't had Lunchly yet, but I'm sure it's decent. I haven't tried it, but I would like to.
It'd just be like a lunch
give it a
boy
go.
together. Lunchly.
How old are you? 23. Ain't no way you were at 28k now, 29k. We've been bottled. We could do a challenge and see who can say something more. Chat versus streamer. So whoever says it first wins. Well, that's not fair.
Yeah, 41 people versus us. Lunchly.
Bit of an unfair advantage for you lot.
What is your name?
Who the fuck
Gonna
is Jack
shock
and
you,
Will?
but it's Jack and Will.
Yeah.
Oh, who the fuck is Jack and Will? Yeah. It was my fist, in case you couldn't tell. Green screened it, everything. Fucking hell.
B-Tech green screen.
Lunchly.
It's got a fucking bed sheet, put it over and was like, yeah, that'll work. The bots are the biggest curse they are. Actual sub count, 28,390. Who the fuck is Jack and Will? What do you lot reckon to that shot? I ain't getting any points. You've got to be like active in message. If it's not going up, try. Oh, you are getting points, though. You got 700.
Imagine he actually said that.
It is going up.
I would just be happy that he knows who we are.
Yeah.
Honestly, I would just
Like,
be
he
like,
said my fucking name.
He said, "Who the fuck is Jack and Will? Let's go. He knows who we are." Lunchly.
Why am I banned from yours Discord? I have no idea. I didn't personally ban you. It must have been one of the mods. Well, he's got stacked with points.
W short, big up your lot.
And you tell us something.
Lunchly.
W short. I rate
Lunchly.
It was my idea. My editing skills. My acting skills.
The most you provided for that video, yeah, was holding the camera whilst I punched and sitting there going, "We're going to be saying Lunchly 1 million times live on YouTube. We're going to get him.
Oh, he's going to
done
see
now.
it.
Can I go to bed?"
I was tired, man.
Lunchly.
You know, it was about 3-4 in the morning when we was recording that crap.
You sound.
Because you're basically 70k left.
Dub fridge, dub microwave, dub empty bottles.
70k left?
Yeah. Lunchly.
Can we get 200 likes? What are we on now? 188 likes. That's mental. I've not seen that. I've not seen them numbers in a while.
Lunchly.
Gotta put your heart and soul into it.
Exactly. If you wanna reach the views, you gotta touch the freaking heart.
Yeah.
Lunchly.
I tried. That was me putting everything I could into it.
Pronounce it right. It's microwave. My bad. Lunchly.
Microwave.
Lunchly.
It's a chef Mike, yes.
Lunchly.
Excuses. No excuses on my end. I had to retake that about 15 times. We're going to say Lunchly 1 million times. 190 likes. In what? An hour and 42 minutes. You lot are legends.
This is like 1,200 views in 1 hour and 42. You lot. That's insane.
I appreciate it.
Lunchly.
Starting out this challenge with a bang. We thought it might do alright, you know what I mean? I didn't know it would do this well.
Lunchly.
You wonder why you get more than me. I'm just going to keep going.
I'm destroying you.
You ain't going to.
Hello, Izan.
So let me hover over that. That's the chat updates. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I did change it to Willis counting, didn't I?
Yeah, I've just changed it back.
Oh, thank God for that.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
At this point, they're doing everything for views. That's all anything really is, though, isn't it? Like,
who doesn't? Lunchly, lunchly,
we're
lunchly,
doing it for
lunchly,
views.
lunchly,
What the hell am I doing it for?
lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Welcome new viewers. Feel free to
lunchly,
subscribe. Help
Lunchly,
Jackandwill
lunchly,
get
lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
Lunchly is faster to say than Mr. Beast, right?
lunchly, lunchly.
It's more of a tongue twister, like
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
like
lunchly, lunchly,
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. It's
It's
about the same if you can do it. You guys are twins? Nah, we're just brothers.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
I was here from day one. Big up Curd and Roblox.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
You guys gained a lot, didn't you?
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I don't know, it's hard to tell because I hope you get more subscribers. I appreciate it, but we got a load of botted ones, which is kind of peaky. 3 million times Mr. Beast and now 1 million Lunchly. Hell yeah.
Lunchly, on the
For
same
real.
keyboard. Way.
Yeah.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly. Lunchly, lunchly,
SB
lunchly,
gives me
lunchly,
membership.
lunchly, lunchly,
SB
lunchly,
gives me
lunchly,
membership. I have no idea.
lunchly.
Oh my, that's like 1,000, alright. Yeah, I think they're all bots. Want more bots? No, please. Oh, somebody. I was gonna say it was us. OP
Yeah, it
Pop.
was last. It was this month when we was at Blackpool. Lunchly,
We
lunchly,
gifted it to 10 people and you got it, so.
lunchly, 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 lunchly,
The second dude looks like
lunchly,
pyrocynical.
lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Is that me?
lunchly, lunchly. Who's the second dude? Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
And also, what does pyrocynical look like?
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. This keyboard has been through things. Hello, pirate. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Got similar hairstyle.
lunchly,
He's
lunchly,
blonde.
lunchly,
And skinny.
lunchly. Yo, Jackandwill, I
brown,
tuned into
fat.
your stream a few weeks ago. Do you remember me?
So,
I don't necessarily remember you, but I believe that you was probably in. Was it on the 3 mil? Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
Ignored.
lunchly,
Drake
lunchly,
14.
lunchly, lunchly,
Did you get ignored?
lunchly, lunchly,
Don't
lunchly,
worry, I'll
lunchly,
check your
lunchly,
message, mate.
lunchly. Oh shit! You put. I just subscribed. Shout me out, please.
shout out Drake
Shout out
14.
Jake 14. Yeah, there you go.
I appreciate it, mate.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Feels so bad for you guys.
lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Nah, it's fine.
lunchly, 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 lunchly,
You're playing
lunchly,
fucking
lunchly,
Roblox
lunchly,
24/7.
lunchly, lunchly,
Now that you should feel sorry for us all.
lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Been watching it for years. People say he looks like a 40-year-old lesbian. And, I don't want to look like him, man. Jesus, what violation.
Who is the second dude? Are you on about me or Will?
Yeah.
Because obviously I'm number one.
Do y'all play FIFA? I used to play FIFA, but I've not brought the new one because I thought, I don't know, I didn't really like it. Why is this girl keeping up with Ronaldo? It just doesn't make sense to me. You know what I mean? Mbappe's running down the wing next minute, some 4-foot woman catching up with him. You do look like pyrocynical. He looks normal.
Yeah, the stream viewers guys were saying Mr. Beast many times. I believe you was there. There was a lot of people in that one, so I don't remember everyone from that one. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Big up OP Hot, big up Sal, big up Wayman, big up Super Poppy, big up Bison, big up Drake 14, big up Turbo, big up Orlando, because I know he's probably watching.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Is it the next month tomorrow? Because if it is, then we get
lunchly. I think it is tomorrow.
get gifted.
No, I think it's 30 days in this month, isn't it?
Okay, well.
Lunchly,
Big up
lunchly,
Orlando.
lunchly, lunchly.
I found the website used to bot you guys.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Don't use it.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Big up for Jackandwill. Big up Nathan.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
Mate, we're cooking.
Lunchly, lunchly. We actually are.
Nearly on
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
10,000.
lunchly.
I'd like to know how long it took us
lunchly,
to get to 10k, because I know it took us a while.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
It took us 2 hours to get to. Do
Lunchly,
you know
lunchly,
what?
lunchly. Big up my brokies. What?
Who said that?
Canadian Star Spangle. What? How long did it take us to get to 10k then?
It took us 2 hours and a half.
But obviously we probably messed about a bit at the start, faffing with everything because you took ages to do
2
that
hours
TikTok
and 34
short.
minutes. You know what? I think we can beat it.
Lunchly, lunchly,
It's
lunchly,
crazy how
lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
it's the same pace.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
How much for you guys to shave your head live? I'm not going to donate that. I'm sure.
Lunchly.
lowest I'd do it, yeah.
Lunchly.
Realistically, don't really want to shave my head. Look like an absolute bellend. I'd say like 5 grand or something.
More than 10.
I'd say 5 grand. Yes,
that
bread.
5 grand wouldn't go very far. I would have spent that and I'd be sitting there going, fuck, I got to get a job looking like this.
Nah.
You know what I mean? Lunchly.
5k, you do a lot with 5k. Shaving your head. It grows back.
It takes about nearly 2 years to get it to this length here. You're going to take 5 grand. You can make that in a just normal average job doing part-time hours.
Yeah, it's just
lunchly.
Doing this to yourself again, eh?
Lunchly.
Would have spent it before it goes back.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
lunchly. If I'm going to get paid to shave my head, I want to be able to stay inside and hide. Just order everything online, just be like, I ain't leaving the house.
People go, why shave your head? I go, someone paid me 5 grand to shave my head. They go, fucking hell, mate. I shaved my head because I was balding. Like, yeah, me and you are not the same. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but I am balding and I probably will end up
Bro,
not being able to grow it back. Lunchly.
But if you did shave your head, you would look like Humpty Dumpty, not lie. Well, that's what I mean, so it's got to be worth it.
You'd just be a laughing stock, so it's got to be more than 10k. Lunchly.
Probably would end up liking it. Always think it's going to look worse than it actually does. I actually don't look that bad bald. My hairline's not full. Jack actually had a low tip fade. We used to get low tip fades. You do another challenge like this a day, say think of it 100,000 times. You could wear a wig. I'd just rock bold. Look a right old bastard. Did you hear about
Lunchly.
I did.
Lunchly.
God, isn't that nice to see? 33 views there. So cool.
Right, I've put it back to you. So you
the hair looks good.
I've put it back to you. It says, well, yeah, I've put it back to you.
Double checking. Lunchly.
But you don't get low tip fades. I used to get a skin fade. Probably don't believe it because I've got long hair now. That was my go-to hairstyle. It was just easy. Would you guys say? Poppy, you think so? When we started the Mr. Beast, we were bold. So if anyone hasn't seen it, go back and have a look at it. We were bold.
This is
how long it's taken to grow.
Short hair though.
That's how long it takes to grow it. As I was watching your stream, I beat Minecraft in 1 hour. Respect. Since Mr. Beast has done that interview, a bit of the he will be off him. He has to see it at some point. That's what we're hoping. Last time he was a bit busy. Now there's no excuse. No, not really. Don't lie. I ain't lying. Jack already has a low tape fade. I look good with any hairstyle. I like having a mop head. Goes with the trampy look. Would you say Chandler 1 million times? Probably not. I'd rather go for the main man, Mr. Beast. I think you should straighten it. Would you look good with a scouse trim? What's a scouse trim? Cornrows would bang. I don't even know what cornrows are, what are they? How about Mr. Bro?
That's his brother.
What, Mr. Beast brother? Box braids. Listen, I'm just going to leave my hair as a mop. It's fine like the way it is. Would you say PewDiePie 1 million times? No, because he's losing subscribers. And he wouldn't see it anyway. I don't think he'd really give a shit. I see a scarce trim. What's a scarce trim? I need to look this up right here.
So you look like way more lunchly.
I think I could rock with that. I think I'd make that look good.
Lunchly.
Now what was the other one? Box braid.
No.
That's too creative. My hair's not long enough for that.
No, I won't get braids.
No.
We look like absolute bellend.
Island boys.
Lunchly.
What are you doing? Say lunchly.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Try sauces candy
lunchly,
called
lunchly.
Black Death. You will pass
Lunchly,
out.
lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Cyrus candy is Black Death. I'll look into that. I'd be open to doing something like that.
Pair of you would rock cornrows. Have a look what cornrows are.
Let me have a look at cornrows.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. If this looks absolutely fantastic, we're not getting it. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. It sounds great.
They look cool, but it wouldn't look cool on us. We'd look like twats.
I don't know what it is about everybody who's got a cornrow in those pictures, yeah? But we're missing something. I'm not going to say what it is. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Who the fuck is that? Is that David Beckham?
David Beckham, mate. But you can rock any hairstyle, you know what I mean? I ain't David Beckham.
YouTube people could rock it too.
YouTube people.
Yeah, we're not YouTubers.
Just the moment you walk outside, you get a slap.
The subscribers are going up like 1-0. Shit.
Oh, someone bought it again.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
You must have spent a quid this time. That's not looking good.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
They're fake. Someone's bought in. Whoever's doing it,
you're a bit of a knobhead. Lunchly.
Carl
Gallo kind of car. Problem is, I bet Turbo watches the American version of Shameless. Fucking loser.
Carl Gallagher,
yes. Oh wait, am I getting mixed up? Gallagher's off of Shameless.
Gallagher is also.
Oh, am I getting it wrong? Am I getting it mixed up?
No, I think it is that guy.
I don't watch any version. Yeah, but the fact that you said Carl Gallagher is like American version of Shameless is dog shit.
It actually is.
Lunchly.
UK version.
Lunchly. No way! We just hit 3,000
subscribers. I wish it was real. Lunchly.
Wherever
you are, you think you're cool, yeah? YouTube Shorts is all I know about the series. Yeah, but I want to know if it's the American version. It'll probably be the American version. It's just not as good as the UK version.
Tell you what though, let me refresh that bad boy.
Whoever this guy is, he's...
Jeez, 30,000 subscribers! That looks cool. Regardless of the fact
my guess? My guess tomorrow when I come back on, I reckon it's going to go down to about 28,500.
Lunchly.
Anticlimactic, it is.
Lunchly.
I don't know who is buying. But I hope he does know that no matter how much money he spends, that is going to go back to normal, and he's just basically wasting his money.
We were on 28,300.
I think.
That's how much we're on legitimately. Lunchly. Big up table. We're back again.
Hello, table.
Lunchly. My page still says 28.2. You gotta refresh it.
I can tell it ain't real because the views haven't gone up like the subscribers have. You're telling me we've had like 2,000 subscribers and only 1,000 some views? Lies.
Like Lunchly or no? I do. I've never tried it, but I would.
I think it would be nice.
Yo, what's up? Yes, FR sir.
I think it would be better than Lunchly. If I can find some, I'll have it. Can't get it in the UK at the minute. Who's winning? Me. Can't give it back. You've gone over 100. Because when I go over 100, you get all mardy.
I'll switch it back to you.
Don't know.
Total annihilation, fam. Unlucky.
Really, well, I've done 500. It'll be beating you again, so it is what it is. Right. Lunchly.
You lot doubt me.
Yeah, but you started 500 before. Lunchly. Look, 1 million is a long way to go, alright? Lunchly.
There's one thing you don't know about me. When there's a competition, I always win. Whether it's a game, I always win. You're feeling tired, I'm on the stream.
Lunchly. I'm going to wake up early and I'm going to drink energy drink. How about that, yeah?
Yeah.
Lunchly.
I'm telling you.
Lunchly.
They don't know me, son.
Lunchly. Yeah,
Hello,
I do. I know you.
Okay.
You won't wake up. Lunchly,
but you'll go to sleep. You'll wake up earlier than me, but you'll go to sleep earlier than me. Me and you are not the same. I stay up till like 7 in the morning.
I have more energy, more passion.
Where's Jack getting a Ronaldo haircut? You guys got 30k faster than Ronaldo. No, we didn't. No, we didn't.
As soon as his account was made, it gets to 1 million.
Did you play Fortnite? I'm not playing Fortnite until we've hit this 1 mil lunchly, mate. Sorry, Call of Duty. Sort of did say yesterday. Need more bots? No. Jack's a machine. Mate, there's so much Jack blades.
Lunchly. Fuck, I'm fucking it up.
Jack and Will
Lunchly.
Hopefully don't mold saying this like the cheese. Lunchly. Put the Jack versus Will counter in between both of y'all. Nah, they don't look right. It covers the thing. Y'all want $2? Nah, mate, you keep it. Spend it on yourself. It's gonna go down SUVs tomorrow. I wonder who's doing it. You? Jackson Machine. Fucking glazing little hot dogs. I'll have to check it out when we go and have some food. Call it Jack and Will do a house tour since you hit 30k. Nah, it's fake. Fake views. But I got the money for free. Fine, keep your money.
Buy yourself some crisps or Doritos or something.
Yeah.
Lunchly.
Actual sub count is 28,325. So I can believe that. I'll take it if it's going. Why am I sorry? Oh, you can change it by the way in the description. OP Hop. If you go in the description, it's called Stream Avatars, and you can change everything. You can play games.
As long as you sign in with your YouTube account, it'll link it. Lunchly. If you want to check it out, I can keep going. Lunchly. Big up Gamer Vision. I appreciate it.
I'll check it in a minute. Call it
Lunchly.
Call of VR, Super Chat is $1. Oh no, Call of
VR. Why are you calling him Call of VR?
God, Call of VR, get out of my fucking head. Big up Gamer Vision.
The legend.
I appreciate it, Gamer Vision. Now we can get some Doritos.
Lunchly.
30k subs, nice. It's fake. Fake views, fake subs. Table is actually important.
2 hour grind, yeah.
Oh, can you give me Coca-Cola? That stuff's like 20p, 30p, you don't want that.
You have just helped us buy 2 more bottles of Coke. Lunchly. Oh, another 2 bottles of Coke. Let's go. Hey, big up Gamer Vision.
Subscribe to Gamer Vision.
Lunchly.
Look at the W's. Oh my god. You need to recycle those bottles.
Lunchly. We're going to make a Christmas tree out of all the empty bottles.
We actually are.
Lunchly.
Let us know what bottles we should add to it next.
Lunchly.
That Coke's 50p. What's in it? Paint stripper.
Don't know, but it tastes good. Lunchly.
Alright, I'm peppermint butter.
Lunchly.
Can you put on stream?
Probably not. No, we're doing this. We've literally got to do this in a month, Call of Duty. We did say last night.
We said not to give it us.
Lunchly. Hello, Andres, the Roblox player. Lunchly. Only true OGs remember when Jack said Mr. Beast is so Lunchly. Yeah. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchley, 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 lunchley,
69, 69, 60, more subs still verified.
lunchley, lunchley,
Could you imagine?
lunchley, yeah.
Okay.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Make sure you switch it over to yours.
Yeah.
You always do an extra 100, so I'm just going to start doing extra 100s. Why not? If that's how we're going to roll with it.
You'll never beat me.
You ain't going to beat me. You know you won't.
Skibbity. No. Lunchley.
You'll end up getting ill or something.
Lunchley.
You both sing the Mr. B song. No.
Lunchley.
Should I make a minutely history of this?
Lunchley.
You probably won't get any views, Genius, but if you want to go for it, do it. I'll watch it. That's going to win. Stop getting cocky, innit? You tell him all,
Nah, I'm going to prove you're wrong, innit?
You can try.
Lunchley.
Have you guys had Lunchley before? I haven't. I would like to. There's also Lunchley games in Roblox. I want to play that game that guy made. I've seen a video on it where he made like a scary horror game of Lunchley. What's that weird shaped bottle in the back?
Ribena.
Yeah.
Lunchley.
I don't want to get poisoned. Does family know about this channel?
Yeah. Lunchley.
It's going to be here for a long time. Is that Coco Kings?
Livestream Kings.
It is. Can you check that? No, I'm not checking. Stop asking. Hello, Poggy Roblox. Hello, Mahit Lars. Yes, again. Is this achievement of waste of time? Who knows?
I guess we'll never know.
A bit of both. Jack, have you ever used YouTube? Of course. I always use YouTube. 1 million? Yeah, man. What do you think of Paul Pogba? He's good. Good sleep, not me. Lunchley is what I hear. We'll still put the text to speech on when we go sleep. Nightmare has to be here ASAP. He ain't coming back. GG.
I kind of hate Cleveland. Yeah, you lot got problems.
Yeah, you clean your ears out. Might take 7 to 8 days. I think it'll take a lot longer than that. Closer to 25 days, I think. It took us 2 hours and we're not even at 10k yet. We've got to try and do 50k a day. It's actually quite easy if we keep up with this pace, but it will end up slowing down later. Big up yourself. Go on, 48 more. 20 to 21 days. Is that your prediction then, like? Do you guys still remember his legs? I do believe I remember in his legs. When Jack is talking as well, then it sounds like Cleveland or something else. Sounds like Lunchley. You got problems, Turbo. Do it in 12 hours. We'll be able to do a million in 12 hours. Welcome new viewers. Like the stream for a cookie. Big up way, mate. That's crazy.
Yeah, man. I'll bet you a membership.
Oh, that's that old live stream. I was going to say 300, that's mental. 203. 204. I like it. Remember I was there when you guys had like 2,000 subs. That's what I mean. I think I remember you. Long time no see. 9k, let's go. Nearly at 10k. 90,000 to go. Yeah, man, I'll bet you a membership. Alright, deal. Done.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
I've got
lunchly,
problems,
lunchly,
man.
lunchly, 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 lunchly. GG on me,
Do you know
in
what I
case
mean?
I, by the
I
way.
appreciate it. He seemed he's quite a down to earth guy.
Lunchley. He was a bit starstruck when we met him at the time. He was like
He's a bit frozen.
frozen, yeah. Lunchley.
You can't believe he was really meeting the Jack and Will. Hello, Adam Cavantes. Hello, N. Wolfie. 666. Dodgy name.
The Jack and Will. He was
The
frozen
Jack
in
and Will.
shock.
He was.
Lunchley.
He just couldn't believe that we really listened to his song for 10 hours straight.
What the fuck is that?
I don't know. That's what I didn't ask. Come on, you've gone past the I went over.
No, I haven't.
Let's start being like... I only went 160 above. Bro couldn't believe that he... I'm counting. If you're not counting, give me back. What do you guys think of the Lunchley mouldy cheese drama? I just think people need to start putting the Lunchley in the fridge. Bro, I need to read that. Bro couldn't believe he saw the 15-foot, £800 pure muscle 8 game pound.
Let me get to 200.
No, why? Because then you make it all thing and then I've got to go over. Alright, do it then. But when we get to the next 1,000, yeah, I'm going to 10k and then we're going to stick to 500 each. It was actually because the package wasn't sealed properly, I assume, when packaging in the factory. Interesting.
What's that about?
The mouldy cheese, yeah. 10 times
they're all
bodyweight
perfect.
bench press.
He said that it could literally just be anything.
You guys want me to draw you all again? It's up to you, Mahalas. Don't waste your time. If you whack it in the Discord, obviously, we will end up seeing it. I'll put that back over like it's gonna...
My mouth is dry as
Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. If I pay you 500, would you say Lunchley 3 million times? No. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. Chuck that chicken. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley.
I'm loading up my Fortnite now.
Lunchley, Lunchley, Lunchley.
Probably I'm going to check it, but I'm not going to be able to put it on the stream.
Lunchley, Lunchley, Lunchley. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley.
Why do I have 675k points? Probably because you donated, maybe.
Lunchley, Lunchley, Lunchley,
Loves you, he loves me.
Lunchley, 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 Lunchley.
Goddamn, big up Stack, big up Creek Craft Fan, big up Mason Tobin. Did Lunchley, Lunchley, Yes, 90-minute FB. Absolute legend. And OG.
Lunchley, Lunchley,
He acts a lot. Is that Axelot James?
Lunchley,
The real Axelot.
Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley,
Hating
Lunchley,
games. Get out of here.
Lunchley, Lunchley, Lunchley.
Sorry, I should have said fake donations.
Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley.
Are you banned in
State
Stream by any chance? Or is like, has he forgiven you?
Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley,
false donating,
Lunchley, Lunchley.
I was, but I was unbanned from State Stream. Well, bro, I have something for you in a few days. Okay. You piqued my curiosity.
Lunchly. Fucking it up now. Lunchly.
It's popped up for me.
That is sick.
Hold on. I know I said I wouldn't, but like, that is actually proper hard.
Alright. Work it on, rapid.
Honestly, Call of the Army, you didn't have to, but
Legend.
And I didn't want to stop the stream to do this, but that is a cold skin, and I ain't even gonna lie to you. Jeez.
Big up Call of VR. Legend.
Yeah, shout out Call of VR.
Do you like it? He loves it.
You mad?
Smashed it. No, respect.
No, that'll go down well. Hold on.
I like it.
Wait. Let's just transform into the dog. Yeah. Nice. That's
Fair
hard.
play. Respect.
That's hard.
Yeah, I like it. Right.
I'm not going to be playing.
Right, let's get back.
Big up Call of VR though. That is sick.
I like it. Fair play, Call of VR.
I appreciate it, mate. Honestly.
Sort him out with some points.
Yeah.
Lunchly.
I'm going to give you a...
Lunchly.
As many as I can.
Yeah, everyone spam W Call of VR.
That is actually sick.
Lunchly.
I said not to do it, but you did it anyway. Right, that is cold. Call of VR.
Lunchly. Yeah, sort them out of a load of points so you can do some gifts. Lunchly. I appreciate everyone spamming that. Big up Call of VR. Lunchly.
Call of VR, I've sorted you out with 750,000 points. Nah, fuck that. A million.
Lunchly. No, it is a 6 skin. Lunchly.
Bro, the chat is going on live faster than normal chat.
Lunchly.
That is crazy, isn't it?
Lunchly. Daily dose for 2024. I don't trust you. I know what you did last time. Lunchly.
Do you have a GF? Spam all the gifts. Start smashing gifts. It costs 1,000 points per year. Yes, cats in store.
Lunchly. Fuck. Lunchly.
History repeats, it does. Let's do this. When did you get it?
I got it 200. Lunchly.
We'll take this. No idea what you mean, but yeah, I don't know. Do whatever. 40 people watching. Honestly, I've not seen 47 people watching our live stream in months. So it's kind of mad. Bro, you're not listening to my chat. Bro, what are you saying? What are you saying? Bro, people are making me broke. 45 is crazy there. It's mad. Y'all revived the channel.
Lunchly.
I think this is
You
your call
reviewed
then.
the channel. Oh, revived. Yeah, shit, you've already read that. I think this is your calling. Potentially. Lunchly. We never got his attention, so we got to go for it. Lunchly.
Views went from 100 to 44. Yeah, but if you'd have seen what we were like averaging yesterday, it will be worth it in the end. We hit 1 mil dead easily last time. 211 likes. That's a lot, you know. I'm going to make a crazy comeback on Instagram and your stream. Alright. Hi, the Game of 3. Bro, you're going to stop in March. You know how I am. When you do your last time taking your first break, midnight.
Lunchly. Fuck, it's hard. Lunchly. This definitely bangs compared to the usual. I agree. This is some sort of call. Yeah, I do agree. But we knew that this probably would, because that's sort of what we're known for. Lunchly.
Got important stuff tomorrow. Yeah. They upstate W. Yes, Roblox. Games are okay, but this is interesting. Not many people do it.
Okay. We will be the first people to say lunchly a million times. That's the truth. Lunchly. Big up. Lunchly. I got another thing for you, Jack and Will. Don't spend all your V-Bucks on us, Call of it. Genuinely, get yourself some stuff. Lunchly. We do appreciate it, but I'd rather you spend it. I feel much better.
Just use Jack and Will in the Fortnite shop.
Lunchly. Call of it, turn into me. Genuinely, I'd rather you lot spend your own V-Bucks. Lunchly. There you go, Will. 10k!
10,000.
I'll keep going then. Lunchly. Right, switch it over to you.
I got 150. I had 5,050 V-Bucks. What have you brought?
Well, spend it on yourself. Genuinely.
Lunchly.
I do appreciate Call of Duty, but your parents probably gave you that money to buy yourself some V-Bucks stuff. You know what I mean? 10,000. That's 1%. It's loading every second. 40k to go. 40k to go. Oh, to the daily thing. 50k.
All right, time to just
this. Let's just smash it out. Come on, Will.
Lunchly.
That guy spent like 60 quid. Well, what's that for you guys?
Lunchly.
Oh, have I missed
Lunchly. Dub, this will blow them up, to be honest. I appreciate that. Go Mad Dog, base boost.
Real Go Mad Dog. Go Mad Dog, base boost.
Lunchly.
Get out, you hater.
Lunchly.
No messing around, we're on it. Do you know that in India one man was following the Google map? I didn't know that, and I probably would have been better off not knowing that. You got famous because you got exposed. Famous is a strong word. I won't class that as famous. What? I said to switch it over as soon as I gave you the keyboard, man. Don't even try and blame that one on me, mate. That was 100% down to you.
Lunchly.
What's that? 60 quid for Snoop Dogg. No, I don't think it's 60 quid for Snoop Dogg, is it? Yeah, but he said he spent 5k V-Bucks, which is like 60 quid. Right, yeah. No, I don't think they'd make a skin 60 quid. That'd be mental, wouldn't it? I think it'd be more like 2,000 V-Bucks or something.
Still 20.
No, yeah, but I'm not saying it's 60 quid. But big up Call of VR. That's
Shout
mental.
out Call of VR, honestly.
Genuinely. Can I get a shout out? Shout out, Go Mad Dog Bass Boost. There you go. It's me thinking that's wild. That is wild.
Lunchly. How do I get the will tree?
Just spending 100 V-Bucks on us.
Just grow your hair out. Lunchly. This
is what I've got from McDonald's. Burger. Monk's pocket money.
Lunchly. Don't start, please. Lunchly.
I wish I had.
Lunchly.
Monk's pocket money and a fiver. I didn't get that.
Lunchly.
Okay, call it okay.
Lunchly.
Got 45 people, sick guys in it, Shreksters. I got 20. What? £20 pocket money? Fair play. Treat yourself.
I got 0. Lunchly.
I knew it was coming. Yeah. You're ruining it. Might as well just ignore. What's that? You know what? If I'm gonna have beef, I might as well ignore. I agree. Might just eat order.
Sounds like you were saying eventually. Yeah, it's hard. Honestly, it's hard. I feel bad for you, Will. No, don't. I'm buzzing.
I always remember 45k lunchlies per day.
What
do you mean by that, Nathan? You've gone back to AI mode now. I can't believe you said Mr. Beast 3 million times. I know. Hard to believe. I'll do it again. Can you say water bottle? There you go. Nathan is fucking AI. Me right now. Hello TGN please. Imagine 3 mil. I could do 3 mil, but I don't want to because it'll go over Christmas.
What's going
on? I like the beef happening. Aiden, you're a fraud. It's going to stay here for 3 billion trillion years.
Frame that keyboard, lads, honestly.
Oh no, we will do.
Lunchly. I appreciate it, TGN plays. Love your lives or love your lives. Live your lives. Imagine. Yeah. I mean, live your lives, fucking idiot. Oh. Lunchly. What
is up with you, Nathan? You go AI mode and then all of a sudden you'll come back normal. It's like, hello, Raphael, the logo editing 2K30. How much are you going to say lunch?
Can't imagine how eroded the keyboard is after the
I'm going to say 1 million times.
No, it's actually in pristine
condition. I love how people still call me a fraud.
Like,
at least you're known for something, Aiden.
You can see the keyboard's a little bit like...
It's a little bit fucked. It's a little bit fucked.
It's pretty good.
Still works. 3 million spacebar clicks on that. Soon to be 4.
Seen a bit Muhil Arts, mate.
I've seen a bit Muhil Arts. You're making a good name for yourself, Aiden. I think when Nathan leaves, he just lets his AI take over. I think so as well.
Oh, it's actually still
Jesus
alive.
Drippy, bro.
Lunchly.
Rod is doing a diss track. Is that on Aiden?
Lunchly. I'm done with you, Sidon. Who? Lunchly.
That's how angry he is. He's typing that fast that he could be
What are you gonna do after you saying lunchly 1 million times? Well, if he hasn't seen it, 2 million lunchly.
Potentially in the new year, but I'm gonna enjoy Christmas.
Lunchly.
Go on, 8 more.
Lunchly. I've got to do more because I fucked up.
No, that's not fair.
Lunchly. Otherwise, you're gonna be like 500 ahead, man. Lunchly.
For 1 day, who the fuck is that guy? Let's go.
Lunchly.
Oh, Jonesy's the guy. I think he tries to violate when he comes back. I remember, let me check.
No, Jonesy's alright.
I don't know.
Lunchly.
Oh no, Jonesy is. Yeah, Jonesy is alright.
Lunchly.
Sorry, Jonesy, I was thinking of someone else. Someone popped in on the horror games one here.
You guys boring or something. No,
it wasn't Jonesy.
No, it was like JD.
It was similar, like
JD Pitt, or it wasn't JD Pitt, but it was someone else like that.
Oh yeah, something like that.
It was.
But no, Jonesy's sad.
Lunchly.
Chicken select and watching a live stream. No, I did not do it. No, I know it wasn't you, Jonesy. It's all good.
Chicken select and watching a live stream and doing homework.
That is the life. I want some chicken select.
Lunchly. You never even.
What happened to Nightmare? I ain't seen him in the time.
Lunchly. A bad dream. Lunchly. Dub vibes. Big up your scrambled. Lunchly. Let me feel what I was gonna say the same thing. Yeah, let's go. Lunchly.
It's already getting long now, isn't it? Only 10k in. It's not looking good, bruv.
Lunchly. Before you know, we'll be at 40k and you'll be like, wow, that was quick. Lunchly.
I won't be. It's nearly 40k and I need to go sleep. Boys, I believe in you, big up. I appreciate that on
Big up
Scramble.
your scrambled.
If you're going to spam Lunchly, at least spell it right. Right, go on, give me back now.
I'm off for a bit, lads. Chat is in good hands. No worries. I appreciate it.
See you in a bit, Waymo, mate.
You know where we'll be.
We ain't going anywhere.
No.
Lunchly.
Yes, Skittle, yes, Mr. Bob. Yes, LXTI. See you in a bit, Waymo. Bill Pierce, Dodge Bangle, Bill Key Hit. How much time will you say it today? We're hoping to get to about 45k. 40 to 50k is where I'd like to get to. If we can do, which is good timing, 10k in 2.5 hours. Let's try and get 20k in 5 hours. And maybe, hopefully, I'd like to get 50k. I'd like to get 40k at least. I'd like to match what we did before, but the thing is we stayed up until like 4 in the morning on the first night.
And I'll do it again. Lunchly.
We're doing alright.
Respect that, Turbo.
What are you waiting for, Mr. Why did you guys ban my Rod account? We didn't.
Lunchly. We haven't banned no one. Lunchly.
Another Mackey's. Spam gifts, you lot. In the description there's a link to the points gift. Start spamming them. I miss them.
Lunchly.
Hello, Angel reaction video games.
Lunchly.
I'm going on holiday, so I got to go for 29 days. Goodbye.
Lunchly.
Well,
Seeing a
when you
bit
come
cool
back,
of it
call
on
me,
me.
I
I appreciate you
gifting the skins
gifting
and
the
shit.
skin. Fuck about saying Mr. Beast again. Lunchly.
When you come back, this challenge will be done, or we might still be doing it. I have no idea. But I appreciate you for gifting the skin, mate. Honestly,
legend.
You're a legend for that.
It's not looking good, babe. It's not looking good.
I'll be right back. Some lad logged into our business Insta account and followed himself.
Fuming. At least you know who it is. Lunchly. Hello, Mr. Retro Gamer.
Why did you feel the need to tell us that, though? That's what I want to know.
Lunchly.
I'll do it
you want to
again
know
next
what
season.
his business account is.
Honestly, spend it on yourself. Doing cosmic videos. Spamming the gears. Love it. Because I got no friends. Alright, fair enough. Y'all banned my ABC. My account. We've not banned it. It might just be timed out or something.
I haven't timed you out.
You won't be banned because it's not popped up that you've been banned, right? Or even timed out, to be fair. On Fortnite, but I want to see goodbye.
Seeing a bit of Call of it on me.
Have a good holiday.
Lunchly. I'll let you just take over now, otherwise we're going to constantly be doing like 200 over the 1,000. I'd rather just be doing it on the dot.
W's in the shot. W's in the shot.
Let's go. Yeah, but you've got your 500 to go now, and then you'll be caught up with me. We're actually at the right pace.
I need to do 501.
You go to 600 then. No, it doesn't really.
I need to go. Okay, I need to go 606. That's what
I'll start off.
I did not
Yeah.
have
Clean
sexual
slate,
relations
606.
with that man.
We'll stop on
I
the
just
1,000
did.
every
I
time.
did.
That's we're even.
606. Let's do it. Lunchly.
What?
That's a bit uncalled for, Mr. Bob.
Lunchly. Oh, it's so hard to
It's
say.
hard, isn't it?
Doesn't roll off the tongue. It's
Hello,
like,
troll
you've got to
face.
Focus on it. Lunchly.
This chair ain't comfortable either.
Lunchly.
Well, you made me spend all my points.
Sorry,
Mr. Bob.
Lunchly.
Already 11K. Smashing it.
Hello there. My name's Harry the Hamster, and I'm looking for a female so I can show my fucking cock.
You have a second job?
That
Yeah,
over
video
his
editing.
pizza.
Lunchly.
You're not banned. Stop asking. Otherwise I'm going to ban that again.
Hey guys, it's Comedy Show's game here.
No one's banned you. I've seen it in the chat. It tells you if you type. Yeah, but it would say the same thing. You haven't been hidden. I don't know. It's Rod in it.
Yeah.
Have you seen Gladiators is coming out in cinemas? Looks so good. Gladiators.
And I don't expect to be forgiven.
I haven't seen it.
I'm simply here to apologize.
Which mod banned me? I don't know. You ain't banned or timed out, Rod. Exactly.
Nah, it's bots.
It's sometimes YouTube does it. It'll be back in 24 hours. I don't know why it does it. It's happened a lot with people in the chats. Oh, Gladiators 2, is that what it is? You can't beat the first Gladiator. It'll be shit. It'll be shit. I ain't gonna watch it. I'd rather watch the first one again. I don't know who Paul Mescal is. I have enough, but it says failed. Sometimes you have to write the name exactly. It's a bit dodgy. Well, let me try It's nothing we can do on our end, Rod. If it's been blocked, it's been blocked. But it ain't us that's blocked, it's not just our channel, I don't think. Guys, I had 300 V-Bucks, so I gifted you. You know, I never backed down.
Lunchly.
No, you didn't. Don't be gifting nothing, Mr. Bob. Keep it for yourself. Hello, David. Oh, I just noticed the taskbar is red. This time it's pink. It is KSK Cook. It's gone with the Lunchley theme. I will check your Fortnite.
I will check it. Lunchley.
Do you like cheese drippy? Yeah, I do.
Lunchley.
Said it before you could even type it. I knew what was coming.
Lunchley.
At the airport. Enjoy your holiday, Call of VR.
See you in a bit, mate. Enjoy it. Lunchley. Oh, it's so hard. Lunchley.
It's gonna be a long day.
Lunchley.
Nice. Yeah, we'll be live 24/7 till we finish.
Lunchley.
Well, we should be, unless the internet randomly cuts out and can't go live. My name is JACKANDWILL. I won't bother looking at my Fortnite.
I think you should look at it.
No, because last time I did that, I didn't get nothing. I sat there just like... So I ain't making that mistake again. Will they finish in under 25 days?
I'm going through the shite.
That's basically a no, innit?
Don't show the security of this video. They'll just be like, what are they doing? Saying Lunchley 1 million times.
Like, what losers?
Why?
Get a real job.
Lunchley. Why are you subscribed to them? Lunchley.
Yes, Turbo. See, Aiden Games ain't a fraud anymore.
Big up Lucas Animates.
Hello, Lucas.
Lunchley.
I don't think any mod bans you, Rod. YouTube does it randomly. It's happened to loads of people. You're not banned. It's just a shadow ban. No one would ban you. You've been an OG.
Lunchley.
Alright, you go over, yeah.
Sorry, I went over and then I thought, fuck it, I'll get to a number that's not.
Go on then. Lunchley.
Better be something on there, Mr. Bob. I'm looking for her. But never back down, never. YouTube randomly shadow bans a person. Depends what you're typing in the chat. Our flight is delayed for 4 hours.
Lunchley in the foot bath.
4 hours.
Lunchley. The last time someone was like, "Oh, I've gifted you some on Fortnite. We'll load it up." I was like, "Oh yeah, that's sick. I'll check mine." I didn't get nothing. I was like, "I ain't ever making that mistake again."
You violated
Lunchley. But I did. Oh, you actually gifted me some. I'll load it up then. If you don't let me down, because I don't want to be violated right now on stream. I'll load it up. Lunchley.
Call of VR's to go for that. Honestly, my new favourite skin.
Lunchley. Don't check, Jack. No, I know you haven't, but if Call of VR is saying it, I'll check.
It's when he types. No, I gifted Will something.
I feel violated if it is, because everyone knows now that I'm checking.
I don't like you, Jack.
Lunchley.
Big up Cosmic Videos, big up It's Omar, big up Mr. Bob, big up Call of VR, big up Aiden Games. Oh yeah, that makes sense. You should be fairly shadow ban one of my friends as well. Check Will.
Lunchley.
Call of VR.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Oh,
Now
Slim
that's
Shady,
sick.
just
That
been
is
up
sick.
there
I
in the
ain't gonna lie.
lockdown,
Fair
Slim
play
Shady,
quality
please
art.
stand up.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Who's that guy? Is that Mr. Bob?
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. It is. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Ready?
Why can't I rap it then?
Thank you, guys.
Respect. Big up you lot.
Hold on, because oh, maybe I'll get it on. What am I replacing?
You kicked him out of it. You changed the password, Turbo. Is that how you fixed it?
Where is it? No. Where's Slim Shady?
Sometimes it don't pop up straight away. For some reason.
Recent. I'm Slim Shady. Big up Caller BR, you know. What? How sick that is. Oh, he's gifted. Yo!
Genuinely, Call of VR, mate. You're a legend. Are you whacking mine on?
He's gifted Jack Snoop Dogg.
I appreciate that, mate.
That is sick, Call of
Legend.
VR.
Absolute legend.
Now we can both rock Snoop Dogg.
Yeah, no, that is sick. That is sick. I rate that. I claim it all. Like, you take my... Oh, wait, he's gifting me again. Is this going to be... I hope it is.
Mom spaghetti.
I'll take this one, spaghetti. I appreciate that. Legend. Right. Let's get back on the main screen.
Cool.
Big up Call of VR.
No, that's really kind, that is.
Yeah. Real Slim Shady. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. No, I appreciate the Snoop Dogg.
I've actually got sick emotes now, though.
That is sick. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
biggest donation.
lunchly, in one go.
$499.
Lunchly,
we was watching it back last night, yeah, where we got donated.
Lunchly,
the money comes through, yeah. And we're like, yo, pain, $500. We just started dancing. We were
lunchly. Sell a hell of a lot of money.
This is going to take not that long. I bet you can do it in 3 days. Alexandra, you having a laugh? Nah, I just unfollowed his account and then he follows himself. Big up pay, yeah. It was fucking sick. I'm waiting for the new Orlando. Bro, this is going to take you like a month to do. Like,
I'll just mod them there and then.
Yeah, we're going to get along just fine. At this rate, we may be able to do it within 10 days to 2 weeks. If we didn't sleep, yeah, we didn't sleep, didn't eat, didn't shit, didn't fart, didn't shower, I think we could do it, yeah. Little Great Chica. Bros just stop. I'm kind of hoping this TikTok blows up. I don't think it will, but
yes, like Orlando.
Bro, so that short's doing very well.
Lunchly. What's it on now?
Some guy commented fell off.
Yeah, I seen that earlier.
Doesn't look like we fell off to me, mate.
I don't know, I didn't really pay much attention to it.
When you wake up and your shorts on 10,000 views, that's mental. Yay, happy Jack!
Yes, happy Jack!
There it is again.
We are
Wait,
at it again.
they're at it again. My bad, I read it wrong.
We're back. Lunchly.
10 hours till I'm in the top 5. Come on, Star Spangled. I'm grounded from my mum. Any advice?
Is this easier than say Mr. East? In my opinion, no, because it's the L's, like the tongue twister.
Yeah, that's hard.
Lunchly.
Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Lunchly. I log on my Fortnite. I bought my PS5 controller so I can play on my iPhone. Playing Fortnite whilst on the
airplane. What kind of airplane are you getting on?
I was going to say, Jack just went on his Fortnite and opened up.
Yeah, I just went on. I appreciate it, Call of VR.
That's like really kind.
Legend. Snoop Dogg looks sick. Now I can do the actual emote.
When the grips in the crib, drop my legs hurt, whatever it is.
I look like a proper little Fortnite
Lunchly. You know who needs that skin now? Orlando.
Yeah.
Lunchly.
One problem where you might not get him. Yeah, I'll be honest, we didn't get him when we said his name 3 million times. The chances of us getting him this time probably ain't going to happen. But we're going to try.
But
we could always get Logan and KSI.
In my opinion, he really wants Lunchly to take off. He's bringing out a brand new flavour soon. Yeah. Oh, we're not just saying his name. We're saying his brand, his company, to 1 million times. Will he donate money? No.
We don't have to get Mr. Beast's attention. We could just get his team's attention, like the Lunchly team.
I think he could join. I think he might not join, but I think he could talk about it. What about me? Yeah, you should get it as well. Do quad Snoop Dogg. Lunchly.
Ah, shit, here we go again. Yes, Fizz. Long time no see. Do we like some sort of cushion for this chair? It's bad. This chair's bad.
That's my problem. Lunchly. You guys are woozing through this. We're not. Lunchly. I don't know where that cushion went.
No, you bet that cushion. You don't sit on that cushion.
Lunchly. Mr. Beast intro. These two YouTubers said Lunchly 1 million times, so I'm gonna give them $1 million. Lunchly.
Not really any better.
Did you hear about Bleep? I hear he is Bleep now. I used to like him. I've heard the news.
Yes.
Lunchly. Just knock it down a bit.
I think it's all the way down.
Lunchly. Maybe I'm just dead far down. Lunchly. Could you imagine if life was that easy?
What?
Just say something a million times and the next minute you're fucking a millionaire.
That would be great. Life doesn't work like that. That's a lot better.
Lunchly. Whoa.
What's happening?
Steady on.
Oh.
Check your Epic Games. You're not downloading it, are you?
Let's go back to 8,000. Oh yeah, let me check.
Close your Epic Games down.
I have. We're going back up to a steady rate. Might have lagged for a second. I'm just turning that off.
Yes, Turtle Man Stan.
I'll turn off every single internet thing.
Can you lot hear us still? Yes,
is it lagging? We've gone back up to 4,000. We're back.
Not lagging by me.
Not lagging by me.
It wouldn't have lagged that bad, but it was like,
but it dropped down quite a bit.
We saw the bitrate drop and we thought, that's not good.
I think we're all right now, though. I think we're doing all right.
It fluctuated pretty good. Lag stopped. Okay, sweet.
Okay, sweet. Right. You remember that you're on my counter.
Yeah, I knew that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just giving you an extra.
That's fine.
100.
But I'm not sitting there for an extra 200. Why should you do 200 extra?
Lunchly.
Lunchly. Feastables would take way longer to say 1 million times. I think it would as well. Feastables. There's not as much of a tongue twister on it. Lunchly, it rained all day today, and now it's freezing. Tomorrow's gonna be slidey. That's good.
Yes, Jacob, the bus enthusiast.
Hello, Jacob.
Lunchly.
I think the internet's on fire right now. It's working.
Lunchly.
I hate being at the airport. At least you're going somewhere nice.
Yeah.
Being in the airport.
Lunchly.
No, lunchly is probably easy to say than Feastables. Lunchly. Maybe he'll send you a few free boxes of lunchly. That would be nice. Couple of boxes of lunchly. Be like the first people in the UK to get them. Start selling them on eBay or something.
£1,000.
Yeah.
Lunchly. But what we do is we open them all up and swap them out for Lunchables. You know what I mean?
So I get to eat them all.
Lunchly.
You put on one of the characters. What do you mean crop that? Hello TTV, stay lifted. I'm going to Greece. That sounds very nice.
Does sound lovely, I can't lie. Lunchly.
What if the pizza boxes have mouldy cheese? Extra taste. I don't mind a bit of mould on my cheese. What if they taste shit? I'll still make out they taste amazing.
Yeah. Lunchly. I don't think they're gonna taste shit.
No, I think they'll taste.
Think about it logically. It's just like a Lunchable. Nobody gets a Lunchable and goes, "I thought it was a Macca's." Like it's just a Lunchable.
I'm going to swap it out for a proper restaurant meal.
Lunchly.
I rarely even see Feastables here. I don't really see them that often. We spent like 20 quid on, was it 4 bottles? It was on Amazon, it's just stupid price for chocolate. Wanted to try it.
Oh,
I like my cheese dripping, bro.
5 minutes.
It just won't taste 6 quid at worth, or however much it is. No, when you think you could go to Macca's and get like nearly a full meal for 6 quid, you'd be stupid to go, oh, I'll just have Lunchly instead. I like Galaxy chocolate better.
I agree.
I do agree.
Prefer that over Feastables.
Yeah.
Lunchly.
No, not this again. Yes, this again. Best way.
The best believer. Lunchly. I'm good to 5.
No.
Lunchly. They used to sell the old Feastables down in my old local Asda. I haven't seen the new ones though. Well, I saw them in a petrol station. The new ones were actually a lot better because they put more sugar in them. Whereas the old ones, you tried to make them sort of like less sugar, this, that, and the other, but they just didn't taste right. Mr. Beast is back in my head. Fucking warm in Derby, innit? Like 7 degrees. It's freezing.
Roasting.
Wake up every day.
I've never been Cosmic Videos. Lunchly. The old ones were more like dark chocolate, but the new ones weren't that, like, they were pretty nice. Lunchly. Do I remember Zaloxity? I'll be honest, I don't. But I believe you probably have been in the stream before. Lunchly. Maybe one day, Call of VR. Lunchly. Can you do a house tour? This is literally the house tour. You ain't really got much here. Lunchly. I don't know. I turned off my laptop so I can't see the view count, like how many views we've had. Just because the internet was sort of dropping. Lunchly. Yeah, you have a lot. Are you in Doncaster? No, we're in Derby. Lunchly.
I think Turbo is most likely to meet Jack Will now.
Lunchly.
It is.
Lunchly. Yeah, we can, but this I can't show you any of the other rooms. Lunchly.
6 bedrooms for 6 different wives, obviously.
Lunchly. And then we've got a pet room. That's for the tiger.
Lunchly. That could happen. But Paul wouldn't want to do it.
Lunchly.
We've had
1800.
1,837 views, 226 likes, £550 ad revenue.
Yeah, imagine. Lunchly.
Why would you say lunchly?
Lunchly.
We get Mr. Beast, KSI, Logan Paul all in one. It's like, you know what I mean? Instead of just saying someone's name, like, I don't know, if we said KSI's name, it's like,
and no one's done Lunchly before.
You'll get KSI, if that makes sense. Say KSI, you get KSI. Say Logan Paul, you might get Logan Paul. Say Mr. Beast, you might get Mr. Beast. But say their brand, you might get all three. You know what I mean? Could work, might flop. Who knows? Everybody watching that. Say Prime for real. Lunchly's like the new boy in the block. New party. New kid.
Lunchly. I heard it. Lunchly. Sounds like you just swallowed a frog or something. Lunchly.
I'm gonna check it out now.
Lunchly.
Ain't no way you said Jack and Will.
Lunchly.
They're just wasting their time.
Lunchly.
They don't call it VR.
Lunchly. When are you guys ever going to stop? Probably when we hit 1 million. Lunchly.
I respect it. You guys have a world record for baseball presses. Yeah, and do you know what? They didn't even give us the world record for that.
Lunchly.
It makes sense to say Lunchly rather than Prime or Peaceful. You could get KSI, Logan Paul and Mr. Beast rather than one or the others. Viz gets it.
Lunchly, exactly.
That is actually crazy.
Lunchly.
Thanks, Big Duff. Did they give you a world record at all? What a waste of time. I'm joking.
And 12 quid. I spent 12 quid on that.
Oh, Lunchly.
Basically told us to go do one. Lunchly.
Let me see if I can read you exactly what they said.
Lunchly.
Yeah, I'll take over. I can do 2 at once.
I'll press it so that you're not
doing yours.
Yeah, because you always seem to forget.
Lunchly.
Damn, that's sad. I know.
Lunchly. Yeah, no, I didn't see it. Lunchly. Do you see it?
What am I looking for?
World record.
Lunchly. I think I might have even deleted them.
Lunchly. Fair. Lunchly.
Basically, just said it's not eligible for a world record, so it's like, alright, fuck you.
Peak. But I do believe if Mr. Beast had have seen it,
they'd been straight
and there was
all
a
over
big,
that,
big hype around it, they'd have been reaching out to us, going, "We're going to give you a world record for it." Bullshit. Lunchly.
Oh.
Lunchly.
That was 13,000.
I've commented on it already, Call of It. Lunchly.
What did I miss? You missed probably about 2,000 lunchlies.
Lunchly.
If you guys reach 15k, I will donate $50.
Deal.
Well, I mean, we'll hit 15k, but you won't donate $50. Damn, so they rejected all of them? They did.
Yeah.
We did 2.
Lunchly.
I won't be applying again because they're just basically taking my money and just giving me a big fuck you.
Lunchly. I think that's probably
Look what
how it works.
Bro, did Mr.
Lunchly.
What is your goal? Hey!
Our goal is to get Mr. Beast.
Say Forex fast.
X. There you go.
He just wants us to say sex. Lunchly.
I appreciate that, Skibby. Yes, Ohio Grizzly Brain Rock.
We will take $2 any day.
Oh, of course.
I'll say it right now.
That is now 6. No, that's 8.
Lunchly.
8 bottles of cheap Tesco Coke.
You're keeping us alive.
You're keeping me hydrated. I won't be going stingy on my glass of Coke anymore.
When we reach $20, we'll order a takeaway. No.
Don't be silly. I've got pizza in the freezer, mate. You really should have noticed you when you said his name 3 million times. I would have liked him too, but he was going for a bit of bother at that time, innit? So I don't blame him.
Thanks, guys. No worries, Call of It,
watching the video.
Lunchly. Do you know what? There's a high chance that he did see it, but with all the bother that he was getting, I think he was just like, "Oh man, that was long ago."
I agree, Viz. They should really refund it. It's basically money grabbing wankers.
Lunchly. Who gave Guinness World Records the like certificate of that is a Guinness World Record? Surely anything's a world record. Like what? Lunchly.
I got a world record. Yeah, I said Mr. Beast the most times than anyone else.
Lunchly. Yep, I'm about to say Lunchly the most. Lunchly.
Not only am I going to say Lunchly the most, I'm going to say Lunchly first the most times.
Yeah, well, we've already said it the most. Lunchly.
Yo.
Skibbity dop. Yes. Ohio Grizzly Brain Rat has donated $1. I appreciate it, Skibby. Oh, he's done it again?
Yeah, I know. We're waiting for it to come through again. Unless it just bugged out and it wasn't.
Did you donate twice, or is that
a bug?
Skibbity dop. Rizzler, Ohio. Get Sigma Casanat.
There's another four bottles of Tesco cheap Coke. I like that. Thank you.
Lunchly. You could have done a $2 donation. No offense.
No,
yeah, but his is legit, Aiden Games.
Yeah.
Lunchly.
Don't you dare talk about donations. How much was the application? About £6 or something like 5.
So you've technically covered for the Guinness World Record application. Way. Lunchly.
There you go.
Lunchly.
£6 each or altogether. £6 each. It's about £12 altogether. To basically get a middle finger.
Do you know what the cheek of it? They said, "We'll get back to you in about 6 weeks." We're like, "Oh, all right, fair." And 6 weeks later, computer says, "No." It's just like, "Oh, right, wow." So you wasted my time.
Yeah.
It's just bullshit.
I think you should eat some food. Do you really? Do we look like we need food?
We're not
right
going.
now?
We're not wasting
away. Yeah.
Lunchly.
How long are the bots going to stay? They'll probably stay for like 24 hours. Usually when we wake up, they normally go. The live stream I go to, the messages don't pop up. Yeah, it's because YouTube's actually shadow banned you. It ain't anything to do with us. It'll come back after 24 hours. Don't panic about it. It's happened to loads of people. Yeah, 100% loads of people have had it happen to them.
What's that? Shadow band. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Every day.
I won't worry about it.
Lunchly.
I appreciate that. Majority, a lot of them are bots. We've been botted for about 1,500 subscribers or something. Like when YouTube found out he's underage and has parented account. What the fuck is a shadow ban? A shadow ban is when you put dodgy things in comments and then YouTube decide to stop you. Sometimes it can happen just from spamming. You could have gotten yourself a cheap Mackies or some with that 12 quid. I know.
Not even forget that.
Could have got like a crate of beer with that.
They do two tiers, so it's like you pay $6 whatever,
or like £1,000 to get it quick.
Yeah.
So I reckon if you pay the $1,000,
they give it. Yeah, they're like, wow, Mr. Beast.
30k subs, I'm proud of you guys. Honestly, big of you guys. Maybe I'm having a bad day. You guys make it better. Stormy, I appreciate that. But a lot of them are bots. Someone botted us earlier, so it's not real. You don't have to glaze too hard. It's not legit. So I should try tomorrow. Yeah, it should be back after 24 hours. Every time it's happened to someone else, it's happened like that. Make sure you use that mask to put it back on.
It's still
Lunchly.
How do you know? Because you've not been banned, so whatever it is must be on YouTube side.
Did you guys search it up? Nah, just it's happened to other people. It happened to Table, and then she came back after 24 hours and it worked.
Lunchly. Aiding the game. Oh no, it's aiding the game. Is that his name? No, aiding the game is different, surely.
Lunchly.
Okay, it isn't.
Lunchly.
It takes 24 hours, I'm telling you right now. Sometimes when I get my mod taken away, I also can't chat anymore. It happens. But sometimes we purposely ignore your messages just for a laugh.
Lunchly.
I'm closing in on 20k already. Let's get it. I'm putting my decorations up tonight. Yeah, do you like our decorations?
I haven't been watching I'm a Celeb. Lunchly.
I appreciate it, Biz.
Lunchly. What are you laughing at?
It's not cheese.
Oh, right. Lunchly.
It's white chocolate.
Lunchly.
I think I'm a criminal. Well, if I guess what you're eating, you have to say big up Stormy. Big up Stormy.
You just put lunchly.
Yeah, Call of VR, you're not going on holiday. Your flight might as well not exist. That's fuming. No breaks allowed? No. Bro showed it as I was diving.
Lunchly. I want Mr. Beast money. Lunchly.
I will get ya. Who the fuck is that guy?
That's the boxing guy, innit?
Oh, right.
Yeah, I'm a celeb.
I thought it was a shortbread biscuit. No. It's Tesco's cheap white chocolate. It's hard as a rock. After research that might have included seeing 3 viewers from you, I've concluded that Rod is Shadowband. Indeed, 100% for real.
Lunchly. Yeah, we figured that out a while ago, Turbo. Lunchly.
It'd take a scientist to work that one out. Yeah, probably Shadowband somehow. Wait, we're going on, yes. How have you been, Jack? It's been a while. Sure we are. Honestly, mate, we fell off big time. No joke. Maybe Rod was shadowbanned because of the beef he had with me. Essentially, he might have. Yeah, he could have said something dodgy, and YouTube just sacked him off straight away. I reckon you could get through this quite a lot quicker than I thought. Yeah, it won't take that long.
It's going to take a while. Lunchly.
Let's just say hypothetically, let's say we do 45,000 a day. 45,000. Oh shit. 45,000.
It's about 23 days, 22 days, something like that. Lunchly.
45,000.
You didn't fall off. You gained subs that will never come back.
Yeah.
Lunchly.
It will take about 22 days. Which would mean we get to finish it before Christmas and the Tyson Fury fight. So, I'm going for that. Does Lunchy actually taste good? I've never tried it and I would like to. Rip to both of you guys, because you want to get any sleep.
I'll sleep. I'll sleep very well. Lunchly.
That right beaner behind you looks like a fucking Willy. Tastes like one as well. I'm joking.
Lunchly. How do you know what all of them taste like? Lunchly. I'd like to try and do 50k a day, but it's very hard to hit 50k.
Watch you guys get 100k subs. I'm telling you, it's gonna happen. The only person that could make that happen is Mr. Only true OGs remember when Will smashed his phone in the car door. Yes. Tastes like it. Obviously, I'm joking. Or if you do 50k a day, you could finish it in 20 days. Obviously, I say 45k because I feel like 50 is hard.
Lunchly.
I think it's my go.
Lunchly.
Why did you smash it? Well, I didn't do it on purpose today.
Yeah, it's because you was doing that on your phone. Did you want to take over or?
Yeah, I do.
There you go. It's on your account now.
Appreciate it, brother.
I'll do that for you because you always forget, and I just feel like.
I was going KFC, got in the car, phone slipped out my shorts. Literally, as soon as I closed the door, perfect timing really. Door closed, phone fell. Smash.
The one time he decided to take off his mask case, yeah, that he's been bigging up so much.
Lunchly. But everything happens for a reason. Now I've got a brand new iPhone 15 Pro, not in a mouse case.
Mouse cases are shit.
Lunchly.
I'm gonna get a chicken tikka.
Lunchly.
Coconut for that fridge. Do you want one?
Yes. Lunchly. Will's phone is sick. Thank you, Orlando. It's the first good thing he said.
Is it better than mine?
Just to clarify, he's got the iPhone. What is it? What is it, like 13?
16? 15 or
I'm joking. iPhone 13 is still good, but like, you know, obviously, like the way numbers work, 15 is better than 13 in my opinion. Lunchly.
Orlando knows.
Lunchly. Jax is better. I also have a 15. Oh, so you just fucking dick rider. Lunchly.
I'm joking. Will's is better. Mine's 13.
In fact,
mine was cheaper. I didn't want to pay too much.
Do you remember that email that I gave both of you? Well, I'm refunding it. Lunchly.
You will try. Lunchly. I've technically got the iPhone X as well, but that's my Elgato right now.
What did you say, Stormy? Oh, I remember when I was like 5. I fell off my bike. I was trying to do a wheelie and front flips over the bars. It wasn't bad because I kind of saved myself. Wow, what a story. Lunchly.
We are doing it with Lunchly and the purple yo-yo.
Lunchly. Well, it looks like he's trying to hold something in. No. Lunchly. You just get a quick boom. That'd go on short. Lunchly.
It's all good. I'm a purple yo-yo. You're in now. Yo, can I say some?
I
don't know, Dippy. You've been a bit weird last night.
Yeah, you were actually. Was it Dippy? Lunchly. Is that
so basically, what I was thinking of is, I can't believe you've done this.
I think I'm shadow banding JACKANDWILL's mind.
Oh, I once fell on my face while doing
Lunchly.
When I was young, yeah, I was on a trampoline, and I had an itch on my head, yeah. So I rubbed my head on the trampoline thing, and I just had like a burnt mark on the forehead.
Speaking of riding bikes, I once got a croggy on back of Jack's bike. I fell. I landed on the back of the
ball straight on the back wheel.
Yeah.
And you know when it's moving forward, it just sucked him in.
And I was only in my boxers at the time. I'm pretty sure, weren't I? That's where I was. I was only young, and yeah, that's the first time I ever experienced what it's like to be a PD.
You had to get ball reconstruction in as well.
Lunchly. I'm
joking, it didn't really. Trampoline burns can be dangerous. Are dangerous, yeah, they are.
Lunchly. Sounds like you're saying loosely.
So basically, what I was thinking of was
loosely.
Oh fuck!
Lunchly. You're greedy? Yes. Lunchly.
Greedy and proud.
Lunchly. It is like
so
half 8 at night though.
What I was thinking of was
Johnny to fucking starve to death.
I can't believe you've done this.
Lunchly. It's because I have a million. A million what? Lunchly. Oh, points. I remember my friend bounced on my trampoline so hard. Yeah, they put a hole through it, and I was like, "Oh my god, mate, you fat bastard! What have you done?"
That was a lie.
Lunchly. Seen a bit of cosmic videos. Lunchly. Got you laughing a bit, but that's not a joke. It's true. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Once in school, we baked something and we put a bacon tray or whatever on the table. A few days later, I went to pick it up.
Lunchly. See you in a bit, Duffy, mate.
That is fuming.
Lunchly. Arsh Raja, yes, Arsh Raja.
Seen that guy who's like, he's like in Australia. Someone's like, I'm going to show you how hot the sun is in Australia. Yeah, he like puts somebody, but he puts his hand on the metal. He's just like,
Yeah,
you know how hot that
I've
would
got
be, right?
the same thing on my arm there. You can't see it, but like there, got a line where I was cooking a pizza, and my arm just went, started sizzling like
Lunchly. Anyone ever used one of those inhalers? Yeah, I put one of them on my arm and just pressed it a load of times, and I just had a dirty scar for months.
Yeah, see, my scar never went away. So.
Lunchly.
Sounds like you said
lunchly with me.
Yeah.
It's not looking good.
Lunchly. Whoever threw that, your mom's a hoe. Lunchly.
There's a website, Super Poppy, in the description.
I made a severe and continuous
lunchly. Yeah, Turbo. I agree. Lunchly. Once you get to 15,025, you will be halfway to your sub count. That is true. Lunchly.
It's the biggest piece of dog shit.
Nah.
Lunchly.
Billions and 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 billions.
No worries, Nathan.
It's the biggest piece of dog shit.
Lunchly. Yeah, you, Stormy. That's what made me smile. Lunchly. What? Lunchly. I like the so before you go. That's the only bit that gets me. Lunchly.
It's because I can hear the song in my head going so.
Lunchly. Jack, remember me, not Tara. I think so. But not that well. Lunchly.
That was my first time being in the stream.
Lunchly. Yeah, but I don't remember you, but I'll say I do. Lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
You guys.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Nathan's got the most hours, hasn't he?
lunchly. Nathan's on fire with the hours. Turbo ain't ever gonna overtake Nathan again. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Slurring my words.
Don't worry, Turbo, I read it.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I'm trying to think if that ever happened.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I remember once.
Lunchly, lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I remember once I got my arm trapped in a car door.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I was with my dad.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
My dad got out of the car, yeah. I think I had must have had the door open or something. And my dad came over and was like, "Oh, right, you lot stay here." Closed the door and just had my fingers were like hanging out the car door. I was like, "Dad, Dad!" He was like, "Oh shit!" I was just like, "Ah." Yeah, brutal.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
sped that up.
lunchly,
That's brutal, yeah.
lunchly, I remember.
Won't mention any names, yeah.
Lunchly,
But me, Jack, and Jack's mate, we were getting out of a car. Do you remember? And
I think I know.
He climbed out of our side of the door and he put his hand on the car like that to get out. We closed the door and he was like, "Ah, shit, Jack!" And his hand was
good, like half of his fingers were stuck.
His hand was hanging out the door and was like, "Oh shit!" But the car wouldn't open the door, so we had to run open the door.
I did not have sexual relations with that man. I'm just kidding.
Lunchly.
It's something funny about
lunchly.
Someone else's hand.
He's just screaming in pain. That's what I like to hear.
Because he didn't like.
Lunchly.
He didn't make a scene. He was like, "Lunchly. Jack, my hand's in the door."
I made a severe continuous
lunchly. He held it pretty well. I'm gonna lie.
Yeah.
Lunchly.
I wouldn't chat my finger in the car door.
Lunchly.
During 6 weeks when I was younger and couldn't go rest of day. They had a disco/gaming bus 2 hours.
Couldn't go rest of day.
That's fuming.
Gaming bus 2 hours. So upset. That's fuming. Was that like 2 years ago or something? Lunchly.
I lost a friend in school. That's fuming.
Lunchly.
My finger in the fucking door.
Lunchly. It's brutal. I've never actually trapped my hand in a door. Never. Too smart. Lunchly.
Can I make a Capaldi joke?
Go for it. I know, I like 8. No, I was joking. It's just because you messed up on your spelling. I was going to be like,
get to 200 and I'll take it back.
Lunchly.
I'm covering Wolf's face with hundreds.
Lunchly. It's probably for the best.
Showing off.
There you go.
Wait, no, that's wrong.
Wait, no, that's wrong. No, I was only taking a piss light. I was meaning that you were, because you couldn't spell.
Lunchly.
I want to hear this Capaldi joke.
Yeah, he's writing it now. He's gonna be like, "My dog stepped on a bee. Will lose like Lewis Capaldi," something like that.
Yeah.
No.
Now he's like,
Lunchly. It better not be like Jack's friend gets his hand trapped in the door before you go. You know what I mean? It's like, what? I mean, I could read you like a book, mate. Lunchly. Or Will gets his hand trapped in his door. Will to his dad. So before, yeah, whatever. Lunchley.
left behind.
Yeah, that'd be funny. Lunchley. What's this?
Did it come through? What's this?
They're all the
oh
same.
wait, you're not hovering. What are you doing? Not hovering over it, Will? Like you meant to be hovering over it every time I give it you. What do you mean I can't spell? I was joking. Let me catch up. Will decorating the Christmas tree. Start singing. Oh, so
nobody wants to see him. By the way, I'm joking, dickhead.
And the children too.
Yeah, you basically repeated the same joke, Stormy. You ain't gonna work twice, all right, mate?
Jax, mate, my thing's looking at the door. Will, so here you go. Should we open the door?
Let's move on from this topic, yeah. You both killed it. Stormy and Turbo killed that.
Mr. Beast. Lunchley.
Is she having a laugh?
Can you add me on Discord?
Lunchley.
I would, but when I add people on Discord, they start messaging me weird things. Start sending me pictures of the face and shit, and it's like, whoa, I don't really want this. I didn't sign up for this.
Lunchley.
I won't, I promise. Next time I load up Discord on my laptop, I'll accept it. I have the most points too. You're lying.
You don't.
You're on a new account.
Lunchley.
Stuff I wouldn't do. When he hurts or stubs his toe. Oh, just repeating everything.
Lunchley.
It's not funny, Stormy. You're ruining it. You had a good thing going, Stormy, and you fucked it.
The beauty of jokes is you don't overdo it.
Yeah.
Billions and 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 billions and
just ruining it.
Put your fingers in your ears, no peeking.
It's taking a lot longer now. Do you not think? Nearly 4 hours in, we ain't even at 20k yet. It's not good. It's not looking good.
No, it took us 2 hours to do 20k.
Just over 2 hours. Watch out, my gifts are still going. I see. They are. You spam too much. You've got too many points all over. Except for that, I couldn't care less. That is a good one.
Lunchley.
If you can find somewhere to use that, it's a
I'm gonna turn that into a
GIF.
GIF.
Yeah.
Lunchley.
Not sure it'd work as a GIF.
Lunchley. Yeah, honestly,
Hello
Turbo,
there.
I
My
couldn't
name's
care less.
Harry
Mate.
the hamster,
Lunchley.
and I'm looking for a female so I can shove my fucking cock in her mouth.
1 million times of Lunchley, it's crazy. It is Silver the Night Wolf. We're back. We're on it. Light work.
Lunchley.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
Lunchley.
When did you get 30k subs? Someone came in and botted us, so they'll probably drop back down to about 28k. I'll have a bite and remember line. I'm trying to say I'm taking out, but I seen a bit out of them. Oi, Brady. How many did you spam? Gone ham with the gifts.
But I agree.
Whoever did it is a loser. Hashtag 2 or 3 high. Hashtag 5. Where's that come from? Oh, someone put quote. There ain't no quotes.
Must be. It'll be in our server. Call of VR. Lunchley.
Oh, good luck on reaching your goal. I appreciate that, Silver the Night. Basement Keeper is at the club. It is criminal. That's going to be a gift. We're going to have to do some proper gifts tonight. When we reach the goal, like 45k, we'll get cooking.
Which section? We're called Jack and Will.
We're at the top. Well, I might not be because I'm not online.
Lunchley.
Quotes are weird. I wouldn't say.
Lunchly.
I've never really bothered. I don't really. No one needs to really see a quote.
Oh, fuck's sake.
What quote can I really do?
Lunchly.
I don't only repeat it anyway. Also, congrats on 30k subscribers. I appreciate it. But it will drop under that.
Lunchly.
The real XLR.
Lunchly.
Hey, you never changed it to yours either.
Yeah, I did.
Oh no, Jake, I changed it.
I saw it was on that anyway.
Right, wiggle that mouse.
Okay, let's go.
Lunchly.
I can see myself not caring about swapping over once you beat me by about 10k.
When I start to beat you, yeah, when you wake up in the morning, you go, fuck, you're already like 3,000 ahead of me now. You won't bother. I'm
just gonna egg you on to the point where it's like, want a medal?
Yeah, but there's no way at the end of this, yeah, you're gonna sit there and go, we did the same. I want to know exactly how many I did more than you.
I think you'll do about 20k more.
I reckon more.
Harry Potter.
Goddamn right.
You tell the Turbo Cat to shout me out.
I missed
the part where that's my problem. During Mr. Beast, Jack did about 200k more. 200k.
So as well.
Listen, Glizzy Gobbler. I got videos. What do you mean by that? Voice recording, sorry. We're saying goodbye to a friend, which forgets to say something. So it's going to become dead real quick if you stop saying it. Keep saying it, it'll become dead. Shut up, Jacob. It's funny, but it might become boring. You add me, lad. Oh, my Discord's not open either. 15k free. Don't worry, we'll have this done in before Christmas. That's the aim.
It's hard because you start to talk. Do you know how you get those people that are like, yo, Mike? Do you know what I mean? Like they talk outside of the mouth.
What will you have after 500
Lunchly.
I typed something into the general, so if you see my name, add me. Also, make sure you tell me what your name is, because like, I don't know who, like, what your name is. These lads from Derby are fucking dedicated. Andrew Garfield, not my policy, Toby Maguire. I missed the part where that's my problem. Will, I couldn't care less, mate. Alright, let's work with Jack now. I wonder who he looks like. Let me think. As it starts with J and ends with M. Jack is so cool, he can count to 10. Oh yeah. It's a live building up, yeah. 15k already. Damn! Big up, Paul! We're cooking, Paul. God, me, it's Paul, yeah.
Yes, Paul.
I don't see it.
I'm surprised a lot of you are still here when we're 15,000 in. I rate it. Lunchly.
Type in the general on Discord. Alright, mods would say names, but easier saying mods.
Lunchly. OG. You're all OG. We say names, but easier just saying mods. I agree, Paul. I agree.
I'm waiting for an IL stream with you and Jack and Will. Yeah, we're all waiting for it.
We'll make it happen, Paul, yeah? Lunchly. Stocking up at Sainsbury's or something. Lunchly. lunchly.
Got ya.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Gotcha.
lunchly, 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 lunchly. KFC mukbang with Paul, yeah. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
You guys can speak fast as heck.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
shitty
lunchly,
talent.
lunchly, lunchly,
KFC
lunchly.
mukbang
Doesn't get you
with
very
Paul
far.
would bang views.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
Would you be up for that,
lunchly,
Paul?
lunchly, 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 lunchly. Read
Wait,
Stormy's message.
yeah, I was gonna say, I remember my dad was getting decorations down, but I don't know if I want to say this, but I was at the bottom waiting for him to have me in the shit. He found in my fucking face, love.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Paul was
lunchly,
called
lunchly,
lunchly.
lunchly.
He was actually called Paul.
He was actually called Paul, yeah. Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly. Lunchly, lunchly,
I bet he wishes he kept his
lunchly, lunchly,
name private.
lunchly, lunchly,
Lunchly.
lunchly. I don't think I would be as like, hey, Dynamic Live.
No.
Do you know what I mean?
Because I'd have thought it was like
lunchly, a kid.
Yeah.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
do the banana Sprite
lunchly,
challenge.
lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Yes, sing. That's the game, mate.
lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
My eyes are
Lunchly,
starting to look
lunchly,
funny.
lunchly, lunchly, lunchly. Lunchly, lunchly,
I haven't read so many like
lunchly,
messages. Paul, do you know who James Marriott is?
lunchly,
Yeah.
lunchly, lunchly, lunchly. Be
Sat
very
right next to
careful what you say, Storm, mate.
Sat right next to him.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. I wish Google Drive didn't exist. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Maybe I was clever, I've forgotten your name anyway.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. I haven't. Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly. I couldn't tell you his last name. I'd have to check again.
Sorry.
I know his first name. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
I don't want to say it.
lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
It's David, isn't it?
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly. Yeah, yeah. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Starts with a Lunchly, 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 you lunchly. Why did I say you lunchly? Lunchly, lunchly.
Definitely not David.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly. We know what your name is. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Say the first letter.
Lunchly, R. Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
Is it Rachel?
Lunchly, lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
This one he's gonna go. Nah, it's actually not. We're like,
lunchly. Nah, he's gone quiet. You know. Lunchly, lunchly. He's probably laughing right now like wanker.
Rachel. Well, R is right. Okay, we know
it is. Lunchly. I'm coming for you. Lunchly.
No, I was gonna say, has anyone ever played that game before?
You guys doxing everyone now. We're just doxing Turbo. Lunchly. This is gonna take the piss. Lunchly.
There's like less than 5 people in the street. I wouldn't care about.
Lunchly.
I did not have sexual relations with that man I'm just kidding.
It just takes up too much space in the bin, so we just left him on the side.
Lunchly.
Hey, Jackanwhill, here it's Black Friday. It's probably Black Friday here as well.
Lunchly.
Nah, we said Mr. Beast 3 million times, we'll be alright. You see my message? I have to check them later, because obviously I'm doing this. I'll take over at 500. I'm reaching that point where my brain's starting to get a little bit like fragile.
Well, you start going, oh, I could go sleep right now. Lunchly. It's like where your L's aren't making sense in my mouth. Lunchly.
No, we are Take a break at 30k, yeah?
Lunchly. Potentially.
How much of each of y'all said?
Lunchly.
Is he having a laugh? Are you having a laugh? Are you having a laugh? Is he having a laugh? You having a laugh? Is she
Not that
having
much,
a laugh?
just 1,000 extra.
In my defence, I did 1,000 by accident, if not 2,000 by accident.
No, what it is
Jack's
I should have stopped at 500, 15,500. I think. No, I should have stopped at 16,000, but I did an extra 500. So when you've done your 500, I'm only 500 actually above you. I'm not actually 1,000 ahead of you. Because once you catch up, when your goes after mine, sort of thing.
Wait.
Do Alt C first. Alt C, otherwise you're going to give me some. You did do it in Alt C.
Bollocks, I went first.
Oh wait, I'm 2,000 ahead of you.
That's what I'm saying.
Guys, it's coming.
Well, you better start pressing your thing more because you're losing at the minute.
I think you're cheating.
How can I cheat?
Cheating?
I'm just quicker.
Maybe I've done like 3 goes then by accident on.
Well, make sure you put it back to Alt C. Keep remembering to put it on yours, and you know.
I think I've done it 3 times where.
Yeah, well, that's not my problem.
Gone ballistic.
I think everyone who's watching can understand, like, that's not my fault. If he's not pressing it to change it to Will's counting, he's going to tally it up in mine. When I get it back, I make sure I'm on mine, you know what I mean?
I think it's a little bit of Codswell up.
Unfortunately. I tell you what, I'll do a 500 on yours just to help you out.
Nice.
Yeah, that'd help.
Yeah, I'll do that then.
Lunchly.
Because I'm nice like that. I want it to be a competition. At the minute, it's just a whitewash. But you've got to remember to keep switching it over to yours.
Lunchly.
I don't forget.
Lunchly. Who could care less? Lunchly.
Deep down, he's just been talking up a big game about how he's going to beat me.
I just don't know how that's possible. Either
you're not pressing it, or I've done more. But you have been doing more on mine by accident. Unemployed final boss, yes. 100%.
Yeah.
Just a question, why are you doing this? Well, because we said Mr. Beast 3 million times, you didn't see it. Well, now we're coming for him again, and he's going to fucking see it.
Oh, I'm just going to sleep, man.
Hello guys, back from your Mr. Beast thing? Yeah.
Lunchly.
We have done things in between that. But we thought we'd better to do this before Christmas and we'll smash it out.
Is she having a laugh?
Lunchly.
We go for a piss.
Lunchly.
You're hard, showing off.
Lunchly. At least it's not 3 mil this time, lads. Good luck. I appreciate it, Risky Pearl. Hello guys, best of you, Mr. Bees. I'm trying to think of something that only true OGs would remember. I don't know. Have my blessings. Good luck, boys. I appreciate it, Breaking MC. You legend. Bro, I wouldn't even make it to 1,000 without getting bored. I wouldn't do this in my spare time if it weren't for the fact that I'm live streaming. Do you know what I mean? But obviously we were doing 24/7 live streams anyway, so it was sort of like a no-brainer. Just say lunchly whilst doing it. It's pretty easy when you think about it. Imagine if he does see it. Easy. Lunchly.
Why?
Lunchly. Yes, please. Lunchly.
Grab your glass for me.
Did you hear me? So will you do 500 on my account?
I can do, yeah, if you want. What's up? And then there's no excuses, yeah?
What's up? What's up?
Yeah.
Definitely need to buy a new chair because this chair is fucking awful.
Lunchly.
I'd rather sit on one of those plastic school chairs.
Hey, guys, it's called some game here.
Lunchly.
I gotta go. See you in a bit, Skittles.
See you in a bit, Skittles. Lunchly.
Pepsi or Coca-Cola? Oh, Pepsi or Coca-Cola.
What?
Lunchly.
You're winning, boy. We're always winning.
You're winning, son. Lunchly.
I look like an egg.
I'm a bit tired, not gonna lie, yeah, same. Lunchly.
I'm just getting
thick of it.
Never for retard.
Lunchly. That's what it's like. Lunchly.
Did I always have a bad sleep schedule? Do you know what? Yeah. It depends. It's not always been bad. But sometimes you just play games and then you stay up stupidly late and then you're like, my sleeping pattern wasn't that bad before the Mr. Beast thing. 17k big up, yes, Canadian Star Spangle. First it was saying Mr. Beast 3 million times, now saying Lunchley 1 million times. It's just impressive how much free time you two have. It is impressive.
Impressive or depressing?
It's
Lunchly.
When did school start for you? School started a few months back. I gotta go. See you in a bit, Canadian Star Spangle.
Lunchly. I'll go again. Lunchly.
What time? Oh wait, what time did school start? Around about 8 o'clock in the morning. Something like that.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
bit earlier, I don't know, like 7:45.
lunchly, 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 lunchly.
It was between 7 o'clock in the morning and 9 o'clock in the morning. It was around about that time. Somewhere in between, that's when school started.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Mostly the same, yeah.
lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I used to start work at 5 in the morning.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Pardon me. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
That was like, you know those seals when you see them on a beach and they fart, you see it just build up and they go brrr. Felt it just go brrr, straight out.
Lunchly, lunchly,
like
lunchly,
an anime.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly. Oh man.
Boom.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
Everything before 6 is just too early. It is.
Lunchly. Literally. Lunchly, lunchly.
Leaving the house at like 5. It's crazy.
Lunchly.
Why lunchly though? Because he didn't see the Mr. Beast 3 million times. This is to do with him. We're still gonna get him.
And it's like, I do believe it's like his baby.
He wants this to do well.
Yeah, he wants Lunchly. He wants to start it. Like it's his next big thing that he wants to succeed in.
So I'm here. I'm all for it. Send me a couple of Lunchlies and I'll tell the world how great it is.
Lunchly.
I have 2 questions. Questions 1. 2 questions. Questions. Question 1. How long do you think it's going to take until you're done? Question 2. What are you going to do when you're done saying Lunchly 1 million times? Well, I'm hoping we finish it before Christmas. And what I'm going to do after Christmas is I'm going to enjoy a nice fucking Christmas dinner. Loads of presents. That's about it. I'm going to ask Santa for what I want.
Lunchly.
If you want to know what I'm going to ask Santa for, I'm going to ask Santa for more views, more subscribers, more energy and passion. What about Feastables? I feel like that's been and done. This is the new thing. Yeah, don't we take over? I'll do 500.
No, let me get 200.
Okay.
Lunchly.
Yeah.
Lunchly.
See, I feel like Feastables and Prime are like the same. They're all into this anyway, so I might as well do this.
Lunchly.
Money.
Lunchly.
I'll do 500.
So
Lunchly.
Are you guys depressed? Never. I'm on top of the world. What about Prime? It would have been easier. Prime. God, could you imagine? That'd be so much nicer. Was the Lunchly counter made by the same guy who made the Mr. Beast counter?
Yes. The GOAT.
Made
Man, the myth,
with
the legend.
magic by KSK.
Lunchly.
They're going to get to 20k around the 4 hour mark. Great start. It's literally about to hit 4 hours now. But I think we can do it at around about 4.5 hours. Which is a good time to do that. Mr. Beast better see this. I hope so. Loot Llama.
I hope it does. Just one of them to see it. Logan, Jake Paul,
any of the Pauls.
Lunchly. You like to do what with balls, Braddock? Lunchly. Do you support any Premier League club? Not really. Lunchly.
Yeah, damn straight. Big up Josh. Some guy called Josh commented on TikTok. Mr. Beast is about to regret not knowing you.
Lunchly.
Damn straight.
Big up Josh. Lunchly. What's it on now? Lunchly.
Let me try and actually get this right.
What's it on? That's all
Oh,
I'm
it's
asking.
nearly 17,000.
Ooh. Lunchly,
You see
lunchly,
my phone?
lunchly, 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 lunchly,
You see
lunchly,
right?
lunchly, 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 lunchly. You're still on the thing, mate. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Yeah, we did.
lunchly, 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 lunchly. We use Streamlabs. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. How many likes is it on TikTok? Lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Nearly on 1,000 views on
Lunchly,
YouTube.
lunchly, 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 lunchly. That's mad. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Everyone who's like
lunchly.
the TikTok and like the YouTube short, it like helps massively. I've seen you listen to Thick of It for very long. I've been thinking of two songs you can listen to for around the same time. It's We Bring the Boom or the Mr. B song, yeah. We thought of both of them. Yes, Liam, Nar, Broktovich. Big up Joshua Plays for subscribing.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
You only just subscribed, Josh.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Wait.
lunchly, lunchly. You're thinking of Joshua Barber. Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
Are
lunchly,
you the guy from
lunchly,
TikTok?
lunchly. Well, yeah, is that Josh from TikTok? Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Who's just commented? Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Yeah,
lunchly,
Josh.
lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
Is that you?
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Joshua
lunchly,
Plays,
lunchly,
Josh.
lunchly, lunchly. What was your peak viewers ever? 7,200.
Yeah.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Wait, you got
lunchly,
7,200
lunchly,
views?
lunchly, lunchly,
And you're on
lunchly,
28 views
lunchly,
now?
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
That's just how the story goes.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Joshua Plays, no problem.
Lunchly, lunchly.
How are y'all gonna sleep? Like a baby?
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Nice.
lunchly. I'll probably go to sleep hungry thinking of lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. A new goal, nice. Yeah, we're back. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly,
Yo, I just came from TikTok.
Lunchly.
That is pretty sick.
I rate that. Everyone from TikTok, yeah, legends. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I appreciate it. Broridis and Facebook fan.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
Shout
lunchly,
out Broridis and Facebook fan.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I'm not in the thick of it.
Lunchly, lunchly,
but
lunchly,
everybody
lunchly,
knows, but
lunchly,
nobody
lunchly,
knows.
lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Big up Sports Edits for subscribing as well.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Big up all of y'all. By the way, here is the first 100 digits of pi.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
I'm
lunchly.
ready. I just
There you
sub
go.
lot. I appreciate it.
I
Shout out,
I appreciate that.
Broridis and Facebook fan. Legend.
Legend.
Lunchly, lunchly,
Can you see my
lunchly,
message? I can
lunchly,
see your
lunchly,
message,
lunchly,
genius.
lunchly, lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Did you like my gif? I did, Call of VR.
I liked your gif.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Happy early
lunchly,
Christmas.
lunchly,
It's a bit
lunchly,
fucking
lunchly,
well
lunchly.
too early for that.
Hashtag Jack and Will is back. Hell yeah.
I like that.
It's nice to be back saying this
It's
sort of
nice to
stuff.
see quite a lot of people come back from
The Mr.
the
Beast.
Mr. Beast one.
Throat just
He's
went.
never been back
Alright.
since, but I appreciate everyone that joins back.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
We're on
lunchly,
it.
lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
Oh,
lunchly,
I was
lunchly,
here at
lunchly,
600
lunchly,
subs. Can I have OG
lunchly,
roll on Discord?
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
course,
lunchly,
Stats.
lunchly.
Surely you've got
lunchly,
OG roll
lunchly,
roll
lunchly,
anyway.
lunchly. I've already gave it you.
He was on his new
Lunchly,
frog
lunchly,
account, wasn't
lunchly,
it?
lunchly,
Yeah, I thought you'd already done it.
lunchly, lunchly,
I was here day one
lunchly,
lunchy.
lunchly, 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 lunchly.
That makes you a proper OG.
Do I? Yeah, I swear.
Yeah, Will did it when you said the other
If
day.
not, let me know and I'll give it you. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. They both came at the same time.
Yeah, I rate that.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly. Lloyd
They got
Victor
Lloyd,
and Johnny.
Victor and Johnny.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I know about him, yeah.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
Fair play,
lunchly,
he's
lunchly,
killing the
lunchly, 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 lunchly. Oh, who's that? Normie.
Yeah.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
There's a note stupid and I already know the answer, but Rod wants to be mod for the day so he can cheer. No.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Steak's putting his brother
lunchly,
set up in a
lunchly,
bathroom
lunchly,
tonight for a
lunchly,
stream.
lunchly, lunchly.
Nice.
Lunchly,
Should we do the same?
lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Nah,
lunchly,
take it.
lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Be on my next live stream. Probably not. How many days have you guys streaming? A fair amount of days, but for this challenge, this is the first day.
Until we're streaming until we finish this, get 1 mil, so 24/7 non-stop basically.
Hopefully around about 20 to 25 days. I was right with my answer. You know it's too well turbo. My gaming laptop is actually better than my PC. I shouldn't have asked for To be fair, our gaming PC is better than our laptops by a tiny little bit. You're going to drink water? Who needs water when you got 50p Coke from Tesco?
Big up Zuzu edits.
Hello Zuzu.
It's in the description, Santa memes.
Yeah, it's one. It's Tesco's road to go.
No, hard it is
crazy, but I never tried Coca-Cola. How good is it? It's pretty good. There's a reason why it's the most popular drink on the planet. Dude, I can't send messages, fix your ass. Well, you are sending messages, you're coming through, you can see it on the stream, mate.
Yeah, I think the guy's
fix your ass!
Idiot.
Coca-Cola is banging. I can't send a lot. You can. We ain't got no slow mo on or anything, so I don't know what you're chatting. I remember the Mr. Beast live streams, the peak of like 9,000 viewers. It was crazy and all because Dylan Page, he made you more popular, and it's freaking annoying that Mr. Beast didn't see it. I agree.
I hope Logan Paul, KSI, and Mr. Beast sees this, yeah.
Thank you.
Well, that's why we went for
Lunchley. Get all three of them.
All three of them are in it, so it's like, you gotta get one of them, surely. Like, fuck, yeah.
Someone's got to put it in his Reddit or something, you know what I mean?
Like, yeah, Mr. Beast is like, though, oh, do you know what I mean? You want to get anyone, you want to get the big one, but I'll take KSI.
KSI might be on his Reddit one day, someone might put it in there, you never know.
Lunchley.
Hello, Sigma Pizza.
Lunchley.
We should go on the short and tag Mr. Beast. Go for it.
And
Does
the
that
TikTok.
work? Yeah, and the TikTok.
TikTok's probably better. Lunchley.
Billions and 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 billions and
I'm not even on 500. Lunchley. Wow, I need to burp. Lunchley.
1 more like to 250. That is mental. 250 likes.
We've not seen that kind of numbers since
I've not seen it for a while. It was probably the
KSI thick of it.
Not the Death Note.
Lunchley. We didn't actually do that well on the
not the Death Note, but the one chip we did very well.
We didn't get 250 likes. Lunchley.
We sat on like 300 views at one point.
I don't think we got 300 likes though. Lunchley. Just tag Mr. Beast, come on. Lunchley.
Let's have a look on my phone to see what we've got.
Stop shaking your leg.
Sorry, I'm moving the camera.
Fucking idiot, just shaking around like it's an earthquake. Lunchley. What was in that TikToker's name that shouted you out? Dylan Page. 40 views is mental. Who the fuck are Jack and Will? Big up the official KSI. When was the last time you touched grass? Been a while. I'm not going to lie to you. Dylan Page, yeah.
Last time we got 250 likes on a live stream was the one chip challenge.
Was it? How many we get?
254.
Wow, so we beat it.
Lunchley.
We're coming for you, Mr. Beast. I'm not going to lie to you, it was hard recording it. Lunchley.
The short.
We're coming for you, Mr. Beast. Cringe.
I don't like it.
Lunchly. Had to fill it with load of light.
Take your eyes off what we look like.
Lunchly. The greatest comeback announcement. Well, I appreciate it. Lunchly.
Had to be done. We can't let Mr. Beast get away. We're not seeing it.
We said your name 3 million times. And you've not even seen it. You know what I mean? I still got it. Lunchly.
We got that dog in this type of announcement. I agree. Lunchly. On the mall. That is how crowded it is.
I don't forget that shit, Jimmy. I don't forget that shit, bro. You're an OG.
Yeah, who are you?
Lunchly.
If you chose Prime, you would have been at over 30,000 right now. Since it's a lot short, so if you chose that, you would No, I agree, but I think Lunchly just works.
Come back short, explain in a second. Will, smiley, chat, neutral, both. We're coming back.
Yeah, well, you know, a million's a lot to say. I'm not like over the moon and being like, yeah, I get to see something a million times again.
Lunchly. You're going to take so long to the point Lunchly won't exist, Element. Yeah. I hope not. Lunchly.
We also thought a million's a nice number. Like, we should be able to finish this before any other conspiracies come out about Mr. Beast and he starts getting cancelled again. It's like, fuck's sake, man, we're doing it again.
The transitions make Jimmy stumble on his feet, though. Fire. Read my message. The only thing I can think of is that the first time I saw a guy with a beard, I was like, oh my gosh, I just saw him in the car, and I was like, oh, I don't know what that is. I don't know what it is. I don't.
You do waste a lot of time, Stormy. Right, pass us that keyboard back.
Lunchly. Make sure to switch it over.
I'm gonna.
Would you be happy if I gifted you M&M? We're happy already. I'm happy. Please. No more. We're very happy. You gave us Snoop Dogg.
Genuinely.
You gave me
Lunchly.
I'm the real Shady.
I got obviously the Snoop Dogg, and then I got like spaghetti back bling, which is great. I love it. So yeah, don't need to give us any more. Lunchly.
Gifted us never back down. Never what?
He gifted you that. He didn't gift me that. Lunchly.
07 Stormy. I've always wondered how much words in my life.
Lunchly.
Yes, Zippy worker.
Lunchly.
My first thought was, oh, Jack looks like he's having fun. He just looks so miserable. Will was motivated, while Jack was just.
Lunchly.
You should watch the outtake, it's even funnier.
Yeah. Lunchly.
I'll post
it's not that, yeah. So I say it again. Will was like, I think no. What you should say is right. You should say, "You will try," and stupid shit like that. Giving me some fucking stupid ass Star Wars lines. You know what I mean?
No.
Corny lines that you're trying to make me say. I'm not saying that.
No, because I was like, right. What you want to say is
Lunchly.
We're saying Lunchly 1 million times live on YouTube. We're coming for you, Mr. Beast. And Jack goes.
Lunchly.
We're saying Lunchly 1 million times live on YouTube.
Lunchly.
We're gonna get him.
Lunchly.
That was good, Jack. But could you now actually try this time? Alright. We're saying Lunchly 1 million times live on YouTube. Alright. That'll do.
I was gonna do the Mr. Beast. We're coming for you. But it come across like I was generally gonna take his head off.
Well, imagine Jack saying it. Mr. Beast. We're coming for you.
Lunchly. I will find you and I will kill you.
Give me my last message.
Lunchly.
Yes, Rumble Supreme. Yes, Ben. Yes, Roblox Rival Son. Rival Son YouTube. Yes, Alex Carwash 2016. Yes, Ollie.
Lunchly.
We're coming for you, Mr. Beast. Your location is 507.
Lunchly.
Tomboy Street.
Whoa.
Okay, but after Christmas, you are getting your Christmas present from me on Fortnite. I appreciate it, Call of Duty.
Genuinely, I'd rather you spend it on yourself.
I like my cheese moldy bread.
Wait,
are you Jack or Will? Oh, he's Jack. I'm the other one, Will. Meanwhile, I made severe left my judgment and I'm simply here to apologise. Oh my god, you guys need to get a job. Don't tell me. Yes, Benzo Prime. No, I want to get you guys a good present. We'll be fine.
Nah, get yourself some stuff.
I like my
treat your parents. Lunchly.
Who are you, the official KSI?
So he is an OG, like we know who he is, but I don't know who he is. Lunchly, Kevin Joyce. Lunchly.
Yeah. As usual, I'm falling around. I can tell because he sucked my balls on the nut challenge.
Mine was just a wild guess, but I just thought, who do I know who's random? Yeah.
I feel like I should make a time lapse Don't waste your time. How many days do you think? I think about 20 days.
20 to 25.
Yo, hi JACKANDWILL, I'm back. Remember me? Neelix, I do remember you, mate.
I remember Neelix.
Yes, Matthew B, what's up? I like my skibbity moldy, bro. USA Gamer, Andy CG. That's what you said the first time. Well, there we go. Say Skibbity Toilet 6 million times. Hell no. 1 million would take 6 days. It's not as easy as you think.
Maybe if you didn't sleep. Not 1
million times. Should drive down Derby and have a microphone scream Lunchly. Nah. If I wanted to get abused and bullied, maybe. Will, why does Will's hair look like it's rather getting a boner, or it looks crusty, like Krusty Clown? What? Looks like it's rather getting a boner, or it looks like Krusty Clown. And then he puts read my message. What is he on about?
I'm going to stop reading Stormy's messages.
Yeah, I might ban him.
Because
the back. Yes, GDUS Studios. Say I Spice 1 minute time. 80 to 100 Lucci's per minute on average. Not a chance.
Lunchly.
You the ones who did the Mr. Beast challenge? Yes. I'm sorry, no, it's fine. I've read these many messages in months. I Spice lost her shit.
Are we being botted again? On 72. Lunchly. No, in no way we're on 92. The chat would be going mental.
Yay, we're getting botted again.
Yay, some losers paying money. Lunchly.
Lol, he's here.
Lunchly.
that'd be quick. I sub you and have a great day. I appreciate that, Zoe. Zoe Barrera.
Lunchly.
Bro, he's here looking at Lunchly. I'm listening to I Spice until she says good so far. I'm so fucking done with this shit.
Lunchly.
Speaking of sub counts,
I think we're getting botted again. 100%.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3
Then go up to 100 views and
129.
You know, lunchly.
Oh, can I send you a picture of this one on my locker on Fortnite? Go for it. I saw you being at 5k earlier. What views?
No, probably 5k Lunchly.
Lunchly. Why y'all wanting so
Lunchly. I don't know, some loser out there thinks he's cool. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Now they
lunchly,
popped up on my
lunchly,
recommended.
lunchly,
Let's
lunchly,
go.
lunchly.
We're back on the recommended page.
Yeah. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. On day one as well. Let's have it. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
When you were a child, did you play with
lunchly, 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 lunchly.
rolled boner? I don't even know what that means.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchley, lunchley, lunchley,
That's the last time I read that. Save Bean, 100 that time. When are they going to add their channel stuff in?
Lunchley, 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 lunchley,
We'll just enjoy these
lunchley,
views.
lunchley, 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 lunchley.
God damn, another one.
Lunchley,
The views went up again.
lunchley,
I wonder if we can reach more than
lunchley,
last time.
What?
Well,
As if we keep getting botted, then you won't know if it's real or not. Lunchley, 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 lunchley,
sent it. I'll check it out. I want to see more subcams.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley,
POV went to
lunchley, 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 lunchley.
It's gonna take 1 hour.
Yo.
You got to make it to 1 million or it'll never forgive you.
Don't worry,
we will get to 1 million in about 20-ish days, maybe a little bit longer.
Before Christmas.
Before Christmas, we're going to be at 1 million.
What a legend.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley,
we don't quit.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Hello world, yes, buttered corn.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
I appreciate that. The troll.
Yeah, big up the troll.
Legend.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley,
you guys in the thick of
lunchley,
it, yes.
lunchley, lunchley, lunchley.
You say big up,
lunchley,
lunchley, check out.
lunchley, lunchley, lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley,
Captain America, Eminem, Juice WRLD,
lunchley.
Snoop Dogg.
Is that Snoop Dogg? I was going to say I don't see a Snoop Dogg on his.
There.
That is Snoop Dogg. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Yo.
What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up?
1 billion? I don't think I could hit 1 billion in my lifetime.
Yeah,
Lunchley, lunchley,
lunchley, a little bit of a
lunchley,
stretch.
lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Pick up FJWL898 when it pops up.
Yeah, I rate that. I appreciate that, mate.
Subscribe to that guy.
1 billion in 2 hours or no one will forgive you.
Impossible.
I apologise to everyone that won't forgive me.
Yeah.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Well, you know we'll only be able to do like 50k today or 40k.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley. It's fake. AI. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Coco.Pepper. I gotta go with code.
Lunchley, lunchley, lunchley,
LSI83. Hi guys. Hello mate.
Lunchley.
Bruce, are you real? No.
Lunchley, lunchley.
The views are dropping.
Lunchley, lunchley, lunchley. The botted guy is pissing off. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
You need to shout out the troll when you reach 1 million. They're relying on you.
Lunchley.
I'll try to remember.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
JACKANDWILL, you can see a better live view count with that website.
Lunchley,
what
website? Lunchley. Ours is pretty accurate.
Yeah, I mean, I do get like. I said we're on 77 views, and it's slowly dropping.
There's another one that's actually built in stream.
Yeah, I'll check it here.
Lunchley.
You're not passing me.
I've switched it over for you because you always forget.
You're gonna beat me.
There we go. We're back. How much money do you make? Too much money. Millions. Millions. Well, as you can tell, we spend a lot on food and shit. Remember me, I don't roll.
Really?
No, obviously I don't make
millions. Saw the short you said, Mr. Beast Prioritize. Yeah, that's us.
That is me.
Lunchley.
Hello, Harry friend.
Lunchley.
No, I didn't have anything like that, Stormy. I like my cheese dripping.
Lunchley.
How much do you make on YouTube? I'll be honest, it's around about £100 a month. It's not great.
Lunchley.
I post a link so you can see what Genius is talking about. I know what he's talking about. He's talking about that website where you can get all the details from the channel. I ain't going on it. I don't need it. Lunchly or Coke, not both.
Lunchly. Big up Orlando. Lunchly.
Yes, Orlando.
Lunchly.
I hope some big content creator makes a viral video about this, and Mr. Beast might see it. Well, that sort of happened last time, and he still didn't see it.
But now that KSI, like, this sort of involves KSI, he might have a higher chance of being like, oh yeah, I'll get involved with that.
Yeah.
Lunchly's my brand as well. AKA Dylan Page. He's following Dylan Page. Dylan Page
KSI follows Dylan Page. Dylan Page follows us. Let's have it. Win-win. This chair is fucking brutal, man. I'm back.
Lunchly.
Total channel views.
Lunchly.
Oh, I know what you're saying, yeah, but I'm not. It's ultimately updates like every day. And that's not what we've done. That's built into KSK's thing.
Genuinely, Call of VR. I do appreciate it, mate.
Call of VR, you are the goat.
Lunchly.
From now on, spend it on yourself, yeah? Buy your parents something nice. Buy them a takeaway.
Lunchly.
Did I just move that? No, I don't.
Oh, you're saying the worst product ever. Product. It's just to get Mr. Beast's attention. I never tried him. What do you call it? Feastables?
Hello, Reddin calls.
I mean, Lunchly. Lunchly.
We lost so many views. I don't know. We've been on like 10 views the past week.
Anything
so
more than 20,
is like
mental. Is gas for us.
I'm happy with that.
Lunchly. Not saying that if we're on 20 and below, we're like depressed or anything. But I mean, like,
if we're on more than like,
if I see 20 views, I'm like, ooh, we're doing all right.
Yeah.
Lunchly.
That's like a full classroom of people.
Lunchly.
It's like going into your workplace and going, can you watch my channel? Then we're going, I'll watch it, mate.
Lunchly.
I'm telling people about this. I appreciate that, Redding calls. More people join it because of me. I'll put it down to you.
Redding calls. Lunchly.
I think we lost his ball. I'm sorry, Turbo and the cool stats.
Yes,
I don't really want to sign
Lunchly.
I understand. I don't want to do it.
Lunchly.
What are you doing?
DDC. Good logo. Cool stats. Lunchly. I think it's cool stats. Dharma Stats. Big up that guy. Lunchly.
I think that guy can go fuck himself. You don't even know what my name is.
Lunchly. Good luck, lads. I appreciate that, Harold Grant.
Big up Harold
Legend. Lunchly. Oh, Lunchly.
20k coming soon. On YouTube channel near you. No, we can't. Jack is unmovable object. With crown and arrows and bars and DDG. Looks very cool. I like it.
Lunchly.
Oh boy, here we go again. Yes, Shady. We're doing it again. Oh, two more.
Lunchly. Let me just check something.
Shouldn't be that far away now. Yeah, that's nothing.
Alright, I'm gaining.
You're gaining. I did give you. I gave you more than 500. Alright, come on.
I'm switching it over.
Giving me back.
I'm gaining. I'm not giving up.
No, you can bring it back.
I ain't giving up, alright?
Lunchly.
Wait, when you was in the voice chat in Fortnite, what is your impress with my Lose Yourself by Eminem singing? I thought you were pretty good.
Lunchly,
the mini Eminem.
From the box to the lunchly to the 1 mil, they will never stop. You know it.
Sometimes it sounds like you say lunchly, hot chili, soft chili, what chalu, and machu, and latu.
I'll agree with the lun chili.
Yeah, hot chili
it does
as well.
Sometimes sound like that. Or Lee
try saying lunchly like relatively fast 100 times.
Lunchly.
Oh boy, here we go again. Big up Shady Guy, the green, the fourth, sorry. The real Slim Shady, please stand up.
Lunchly.
20k, let's do it. Let's hit it.
Is
Is that why we went up in views? Everyone's like, I'll be back to 20k.
Is that what it was?
Probably.
Lunchly.
Who did? That boy ready. So you hot 200k times now. Because they're like, I wouldn't want her attention. Do you know what I mean? I don't want to be associated with like. She's like cringe, brain rot. Do you know what I mean?
Unless she literally offered me a hot 2, and then I would probably do it. You know what I mean? But other than that, I don't want to do it.
Now we're talking.
Lunchly.
We back to doing this again. Good luck to you. I appreciate it. SGA YouTube Samurai. I feel off in daily impressions went from 40k to 6k.
Lunchly.
Honestly, Turkey, you'll be fine.
Lunchly. Hopefully you'll start going up because you've got our live sub count on there. Lunchly.
You'll do fine. Yes, Kratos Spartan. 300 to 20k. I want to see 20k lunchly. The words I kind of hear. Lunchy, lunchy. You guys are back in the kitchen. Yes. Haley already said she want to be known as type 2 girl, but here she is riding on the top 2 out of the mirror. Yeah. Fell, fucking hell, I can't fucking type. Okay. Yes, the goofies. GG's.
Lunchly. It's actually quite hard, you know.
It's difficult. It's not as easy. Like... Hey, big up the goofies for subscribing to the channel. I appreciate it.
Lunchly. Are you reading the chats?
Yeah.
Lunchly.
If we all had a famous remark, I'm sure we'd ride on it. We don't. But we don't say you don't want to be known for it and make it your whole personality. Yeah, trust. Today we will be stream sniping.
She's trying to sue someone for it. Lunchly.
You can't say it to a million times, but okay, I believe in you. We said Mr. Beast 3 million times, so I think this will be fine. Don't worry. I did some math. Okay. Yes, Mr. Feedy.
Yes,
how's it going, mate?
Long time no see.
So close to 20k. Subscribe. Dehi Madogru stats. Where's Alien Games? I have no idea. Really? Nice. 20k almost. You don't know what these two from Derby can do. How are you guys? Yeah, we're doing alright. That's a proper movie opening. Thanks, mate. I know what you mean. Oh. I know you want me, baby. Right, I didn't know what he was doing then. So I got in contact with a popular YouTuber's friend. Why aren't you saying anything? It can be double. It fucks up the counter if I do it, so we just do it one at a time.
Know the YouTuber Steak? He was literally in here earlier.
He joined.
Yeah,
he started streaming. He was like, I messaged his friend, but he hasn't responded. Steak joined the chat, and he has got cracked. No, he joined and he put round 2. Do you watch MDM? No. It's an Eminem sound. I know, I've got the song in my playlist. Why? Yes, Cody Robots. What are these two doing here? They ain't got no talent. You don't know what these two men, two from Derby can do. Menacing music, please. Really? Okay, I'm out. Bye, good luck. See you in a bit, the goofies. I didn't know. No, I was here. It's hard to keep up with the chat. My brain's
20k.
fogged up. Roll to 40k, baby.
Can I keep going with yours?
Yeah. I need to do like 1,000 to catch up.
I know you do. I'll give you a chance to compete.
I appreciate it.
That forehead can't process all those messages.
My forehead.
It's defo Kevin Joyce. Got a cinder block head.
Nah,
it's not that big.
My forehead's not that big. You seen KSI's forehead, man? Chill out.
I think his forehead's big. You should see my.
See the size of my bank account. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I would say bye to you, stats guy, but you keep saying my name wrong. I think you're doing it on purpose.
Oh wait, no. Cinnabit Dahamadagru stats. Dahamadagru stats. Big up Charles 13.
Yeah, hello Charles.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
This rate, you'll be finished at 200 hours, plus you will get more tired and slower over time, so it will be 10 straight days. I'll just recommend 100,000 in 10 parts. We're only going to do about 40 to 50k a day if we can. When we did the Mr. Beast at 3 million times, you can't do any more than like 50k. You can anyway, but it just fucks you next day up. Yo, why was my comment not there? I don't know. Yes, freedom. I gotta go by. Seen a bit Matthew B. Well, I sent you a pic on Discord.
I did not have sexual relations with that man.
Let's check it out later. More dodgy than it is.
Yeah.
Lunchly.
Big up JACKANDWILL. Big up freedom.
Lunchly. Seen a bit Matthew B. Lunchly.
What's your total number of likes on all videos? It doesn't say on YouTube.
Probably about 100,000 million. I bet it is about 20k.
What, on all of our YouTube
videos combined? Yeah, what about 100k? 20k? Maybe.
I don't know.
Lunchly.
I don't know how I'd find that out. I actually don't know. How would I find out?
I don't know.
No, I got 20k. You got way more. Potentially. Let me look how much we got on the time-lapse video, because that one did very well. But I can't see it being that
find
much.
it out on the website, yeah, I bet.
Oh yeah.
Lunchly. I DM'd a YouTuber called Ready Vex. I'll tell you when he responds. Okay, I appreciate it.
I rate that.
Lunchly.
Go to...
Hi, do you remember me? Last time I watched your stream, you were saying Mr. Beast 3 million times. Lakin does gaming.
I believe he probably was there. Obviously, yeah. It'll probably be on the 3 million one. It was quite mental that day. I don't remember. Let me find.
Lunchly. Oh, by the way, I'm MFDeezy. Ah, fucking hell, he keep changing his name.
Who's MFDeezy? Oh, MFDeezy.
Big up Will, though.
Yeah.
Too far.
Where's this?
Lunchly. I know
we got 7.1k just on the finale. 3.8k that one. Defo got 10k. Then if you add all of those other
probably
ones,
about 30k. Lunchly.
Something like that.
Any foods you two like that not many people would?
Lunchly. No, I think everyone's like the same. Everyone likes pizza, burgers, chips, chicken.
Both sauces on a kebab.
Oh yeah,
Lunchly.
Is there any YouTubers in particular you want to join the stream? I'd like Mr. Beast to join the stream. KSI, Logan Paul, Jake Paul, any other Pauls?
I don't care, please just join.
Any of them.
Lunchly.
It feels like trying to get Mr. Beast to give me a shout out. Impossible. I don't want a shout out of him. I'd just like him to acknowledge that, you know.
I'd like him to see
even if he just messaged privately, I don't really want him to go, oh my god,
how many
everyone
people can say
my
that
name 3
Mr.
million
Beast
times.
knows who they are? Like realistically, like, you know what I mean? Lunchly.
You should be more famous. You should have one sub every word. Could you imagine? That'd be nice. We're going like 4 million after this challenge.
I'd be a millionaire.
I'd make my own Lunchables product and sell it.
Lunchly.
Right, let me have a look. I'm on my phone. I'll have a look on Studio now, Turbo.
Oh my god.
So go to Analytics.
Lunchly.
Advanced mode. Can I do that on...
Lunchly. We are so bad.
Won't work on phone, right? Let me load up my laptop.
Lunchly. Does it feel weird to be at 20k again instead of being on 3 mil or in the millions? It does, yeah.
It does, yeah, to see such a low number.
Lunchly.
When we first started, it was like
wrong.
the first 100 in that. It was like, are we really doing this again?
Lunchly.
Once you get to that 100k, you're like, okay, we're on it now.
Lunchly.
I don't know why I don't believe you, unless you change your name.
You guys are crazy. Big up Quirpy. I have been here since 100 subs. Big up Charles 13, man. I like my cheese moldy bear. Lunchly.
Y'all heard about Brunchly?
Oh, don't tell me he's changed his fucking name. I'm sat here saying Lunchly, mate. Brunchly. It would be easier to say, to be fair. Lunchly.
Opposition, you're like, fuck.
Lunchly. Changed it to Beastie. Like, I can work with that. Beastie.
Nah.
Mr. Beastie. Lunchly. Why do you do this to yourselves? It's honestly easy work. We were live streaming 24/7 playing Roblox. Now that is pain.
So
Lunchly. Ever heard of Midnight Snacky Lee? I do it all the time, but I don't think I know who that person is though. Not again. Yes, Freddy Fazbear. Yes, guess who? Brunchly is a healthy competitor to Lunchly.
Lifetime.
Okay. Interesting.
Our lifetime likes.
Yes, Speedmaster.
It's 49,438 for whoever was asking.
Lunchly. How many?
49,438.
God damn.
That's fucking mint, isn't it?
God damn. We're big time.
Yeah.
Lunchly.
About the same amount of numbers as the revenue tab. Could you imagine?
Lunchly.
You've made 50 grand.
Lunchly. Ever heard of snack you eat right before bedly?
No, I've never heard of that. Love what you guys do. I appreciate that, Charles. There you can see everything. I've seen it. 49,000 or something. I've noticed a lot of YouTubers dropping their own candy or food in general lately. Potentially extra views.
Extra money.
Can you at least look at it? I've looked at it. It's 49,000.
Yes, take Roblox.
Again, yes, Mohammed, again. We're doing it again.
Lunchly.
Everyone can see. 49,000 likes.
Lunchly.
We might as well just make it 50,000 because it was close to 50,000. You know what I mean?
Lunchly. Oh god, this is hard. Lunchly.
You can also see how many subs you have if no one ever subbed.
Lunchly.
Why are you doing this again? Because I'm getting Mr. Beast's attention. I ain't letting him get away from this one. Wait, look at the site.
You have to click a button every time you say Lunchly, yes.
Potentially look at it one day.
Lunchly.
Wait, how about you do it at the same time? It doesn't work. We've tried it on the last Mr. Beast one. I think the worst thing Jack and Will had to go through was getting over it. That was hard, but now I can complete it in like 10 minutes.
Yeah, man, we're saying around.
My fastest time is 10 minutes.
Lunchly.
You have to click a space button, yeah, it's spacebar.
Lunchly.
Sorry, I wasn't the first time asleep. Nah, it's all good, Cody Roblox. You've not missed much.
Lunchly.
Did he actually say who the fuck is Jack or Will, or was that edited?
Edited.
Will did
Lunchly.
I'm glad. I'm glad. It's that good that people were like, "Is that real? Where can I find that?"
Because I just literally got an AI clip on off Google, Mr. Beast going, "Who the fuck is Jack and Will?" and found a random clip of Mr. Beast, put it over the top of it, and it looks like he's saying it. Lunchly.
I'm saying steak 100,000 times. Can you all join my stream? I'm not, because obviously I'm doing this. That'd be stupid. But good luck. I do reckon you'll see it.
Lunchly. Lunchly.
I'm a rap
Great
god.
edit. I was leaning towards it being AI or edit because I couldn't see him being disrespectful like that. I mean, I only for that I appreciate it because that's like means that I did good. You know what I mean?
I was just sat on the sofa and I could hear it because it was dead robotic at first, and then you managed to get it sounding like pretty much identical. I was like, do you know what? You smashed that.
Yeah.
Are you for real saying Lunchly 1 million times? Yes.
Lunchly.
You said Mr. Beast 2 million times if you want to go and have a look at the channel.
Lunchly. Also, on the AI voice thing, you can't have swear words. So I just put, who the hell is Jack and Will? And I bleeped it. So it's like, who the fuck is Jack and Will? It's just easy word. Lunchly.
This time we're getting it. We've had way more views on this day one than we ever did on the day one.
Big up Nice Cat.
The Mr. Beast one.
Lunchly. Do you know what's funny?
Friends of State Reddit Slat and Creek Grift.
Hey, no wait, Slat. I like him. He's cool. Yeah, streamer.
Oh.
Lunchly.
I appreciate it, Super Mario.
Lunchly.
But a lot of them are bots. Someone botted us earlier because he's not bad.
It doesn't feel real.
We
got like 300
me and my brother will watch the whole Skibbity Toilet series. We'll stop now then. I'll save you from having to go through that torture.
You look too tired, bro. You're for real good. We want to get to 30k Lunchlies, and we're gonna come off, grab some munch, and we're coming back.
I want to try and get like 45 to 50k a day.
Lunchly.
I need to finish this before Christmas. I don't want to be saying this on Christmas.
Lunchly. Imagine if Gideon just pops in again. It's like, yo, boys. You know what I mean? You just be like, oh my god, this is easy work.
Yeah. I'm surprised that Steak joined so early. Within the first hour of doing it, round 2.
We're back! Yeah! It was nice.
It was pretty
Lunchly.
Remember the pizza you ate on day 17.1? I remember all the pizza I ate.
Lunchly. We've got pizza. Might have to celebrate.
Yeah,
Lunchly.
Congratulations on 40 mil. Or 40k. 40k?
Lunchly.
30k subs, yes, Logan. We got bots.
Big up, Mr. Melon.
We've had a fair few subscribers today, I ain't gonna lie, but not that many. Like, not to warrant 2,000 subscribers.
This will maybe take like hours. It'll take days, this will.
Take nearly weeks.
Lunchly, month. Lunchly.
It's going to take us between 20 and 25 days.
Lunchly.
Perfect timing to finish before Christmas. You deserve 1 mil. I appreciate that.
Imagine if KSR and Logan Paul joined, it would be fucking gas.
It'd be mental.
Chat, can y'all raid my stream? It'd be much appreciated.
I won't be doing any.
If anyone would like to join Santa Meme's stream, do it.
Finished.
Lunchly.
What YouTubers have noticed this? Dylan Page, Steak, Gideon, and like a load of others, but I can't remember exactly the names. But they've all got the ticks. You know what I mean?
Just like Kirky Mad and like.
Oh, Kirky Mad, yeah, he posted us.
Dylan Zitkus.
Yeah.
Lunchly.
2k subs in one stream is crazy. It's all fake. Someone. I don't know how he did it, but he's botted us.
Someone botted us. Lunchly, and it wasn't us because, like we always say, I'd give myself a hell of a lot more subscribers. Lunchly. How long did the Mr. Beast one take?
78 days, but we obviously said it 3 million times.
Lunchly. Is
it my go? Have you gone over?
Lunchly, nah.
You can bot subs, apparently so.
You can bot views, likes, subscribers.
Well, I wouldn't bother doing it. Every time people have done it to us, the next day we come on, they just go anyway.
YouTube's not stupid.
Yeah. Which I'm glad about, because I wouldn't want a load of subscribers that are just fake. This might take 26 days to complete. That's a pretty good guess. Hello, Cool Kid. Cool Kid and X10. That's like third of a month. It is. Took us nearly 3 months. Perhaps stupid question, but do you plan any more of these saying challenges after this? Who knows?
I'm telling you right now.
They do pretty well.
If Mr. Beast, Logan Paul, and KSI all saw this, my next person's going to be like Kai Cenat or Asher Speed or something. I'm going full to tan.
If you can get their attention, this clearly works. So, why have you decided to burn yourself with this omen? Worked really well last time. And I'm not done trying to get Mr. Beast. I want him. He ain't getting away from this one. If we didn't do this, it would have all just been swept under the rug and no one remembers the 3 million Mr. Beast. Well, now it revives it. We're coming for Mr. Beast. Saying the lyrics thick a bit 3 million times. Not a chance. 3 million's a bit of a killer. I don't think I'd ever do 3 million again. But who knows? Maybe we'll carry on with this one if we don't get them at a million.
Could you imagine if Carson joined it?
Oh, instantly you'd just be like, fuck.
He was just like, these guys are saying Lunchly. Oh my god. You'd just be like, oh, fame.
Everyone will instantly know.
Lunchly. Mr. Beast.
Remember you said Mr. Beast 3 million times, and that is Lunchly 1 million times. Yes.
Yeah. Well, you've earned a sub, mate. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Sheepsy.
Lunchly.
When it's a Kai collab, imagine if it was just that easy.
Guys, tonight he's looking at his Reddit post. I could post a Reddit post about it. Yeah. If anybody's in anybody's KSI's post, anybody's Reddit post, put it in there. Doing me a favour. I'd love that.
Oh yeah, just getting there. Them to see it would be mental. I wouldn't say anyone. Most of the people he collabs with have actually got a little bit.
Kaisenats wants me to sit on his subathon, yeah, saying Kaisenat. I will do that all day long. Lunchly for a price. Lunchly. I'll take 20,000 of those subs.
Just put me in a little screen at the bottom like that, and I'm just standing there just going, Lunchly. You guys should do 100 flips for our show. I can't do a flip.
Check. What's the difference now? Woo! I'm gaining.
What am I on? 600.
Still like 400.
Yeah, but I'll let you.
Yeah.
I gave you 500.
I managed to do an extra 1,000. I needed to
Lunchly.
These guys are at 30k. We are, but it was sort of.
Lunchly.
We got bottled, so it doesn't count. Next day, Skibbity 1 million times. Hell no. If he doesn't see this, we should protest in front of his house. Well, if you look at the message I sent, I will, but after this I'm going to close my Discord. I like it. W.
That's probably why I won't necessarily accept your friend request. Do you know how I said, I don't want to accept it because people start sending me random pictures of the face and stuff? That's what I was talking about.
Yeah.
Lunchly.
You need to get someone who has Mr. Beast's numbers to see this. I need KSI. That's what I need. I need Dylan Page. I'm not alongside like, I need him, but if Dylan Page saw it, perhaps reposted it, whatever, KSI sees it. You know what I mean? That would be so sick. You think this might be filler for a bigger challenge? No, definitely not. Not this. Yes, Giant Bear Productions. Imagine sending a random online guy a picture of your face, yeah.
Lunchly.
You can do it. Big up freedom.
Lunchly.
Just jump backwards with all your momentum and flipping your back. Yeah, quickest way to break your fucking neck. You know what I mean?
I'll be talking through one of those fucking boxes, like lunchly. You know what I mean? Cabbage. Lunchly.
I appreciate it, Devon. Don't you guys have a theme song? We do actually, yeah. Jack and Will. He's like Eminem 1 million times. Eminem would just think we're the cringiest bastards on planet Earth.
Lunchly. I've got a feeling we could get Logan Paul or KSI's attention. Because at the end of the day, Mr. Beast got his attention with saying it 100,000 times his name, yeah. Now I'm saying their brand 1 million times, mate. Come on. Lunchly.
Hey, big up Reading calls though. And I requested to make a Reddit post in case that's Reddit.
Lunchly. Genuinely, I rate that Red Uncles.
You're going out of your way to do that.
Lunchly.
I really appreciate that. You've only joined today, like that's... I don't forget that shit,
Yeah,
mate.
I'll remember that. Lunchly.
If any of them ever join my stream, yeah,
acres.
I'm going to think of you.
Lunchly.
Notice me, please. 1.3 acres.
Lunchly.
You have to react to every Mr. Beast video to get attention. You know, you just say too much. I really hate how people use this dumb wasting life when it's fun, challenge, and most importantly, it's building a fan base while on the way. We're still finding new people from the algorithm. Yeah, exactly. It's just...
We've done it before.
Nobody joins when we just go live. Like, you gotta give them a reason to like watch. You know what I mean? Hey, big up.
We have a lot of like loyal people that will come back even if we're just doing like a stupid stream.
My
but
life
this
goal has
opens
been
it to everyone.
achieved.
Lunchly.
Dear live stream kings, I'm gonna leave now. See you tomorrow or sometime before you go.
See you in a bit, Turbo.
Lunchly.
Another
option is that you can make a video saying you won't breathe until Mr. Beast comments. I think they're like cringe though.
They are very cringe.
Because it's like
lunchly. Spaceless saying, if he doesn't see me, I'm gonna go.
Yeah, that.
You know what I mean? Yeah. Lunchly.
See you in a bit, Turbo.
See you in a bit, Turbo. Lunchly.
It's cool. I did the highest kick I ever did in my life.
Lunchly. What's your aim for tonight? How many lunches are you going to say? I want to hit 45k. Or 40k minimum. Lunchly.
I remember the night I joined. Showed up in my algorithm 4 times. I figured YouTube really wants me to see these too, so I did.
Lunchly.
Other than that, the KSI Liverpool strategy is the best.
Lunchly.
Keep going, bro. I appreciate 1.3 acres.
Lunchly.
Have fun, guys. Big up Coastal Gamer Guy.
Lunchly.
Hello, Jacob Gamer.
Lunchly.
Head is
Lunchly.
Good luck, then. I appreciate it, Ray.
Lunchly.
JACKANDWILL, do you have a stream deck? Not really. It's just an old phone.
Yeah, man. It's a B-Tech stream deck. We brought the application for like 50 quid.
Your opinion?
Realistically,
Batman, if he had enough prep time, could take on anybody. So I've got to say, Batman.
What, Superman?
No, it's
Superman. 100% Superman. Enough prep time.
If Batman had enough prep time,
Lunchly. No, he can't. Lunchly. I'll tell you why he can't. Yeah, I'll tell you why he can't. So Batman has just decked out this whole entire place. Yeah, it's like as soon as he lands, he's gonna get wiped. I'd have just laser-eyed it and just gone.
Yeah, but that's why he needs enough prep time to already think of every possible outcome. Batman.
I can see through his suit, yeah, so I'd have just gone, boom, oh, it's Bruce Wayne. I know exactly where he is. We stood there in his bedroom. Batman come back, ooh, Playboy Mansion type guy, and I just go, bang, squish, you're dead.
Yeah, but
done, dusted. Yeah, but end of that conversation.
If he had enough prep time, he'd already known that was going to happen. And it's never going to happen.
But he's not going to have enough prep time because I ain't going to let him have that prep time. Because I'm going to already have seen his Bruce Wayne. I'm going to find him. I'm going to fucking kill him. Done. Enough talk. Carry on.
Prep time. Lunchly.
Yeah, that's not updating. I just thought I was seeing it coming up on the chat up there. I was like, why?
Oh yeah, right.
Hold on. No.
Show your stream deck.
Batman has beaten Superman before. Did he really though? Did he really?
Enough kryptonite.
Did he really?
Why do you touch yourself like this? Jack, show your stream deck. You think I'm lying, but the ball floats.
It's just a phone. I can't really. I mean, I guess I could show.
Fair enough. The YD.
I'll show you my stream deck right now.
So Lunchly.
That is my stream deck right there.
Oh, the subscribers are going down or up?
Boom.
Are they going up or down?
Oh, if someone botted again, they're going up.
See that, you lot?
That's someone botting right there. But that's my Stream Deck. It's just a phone, old phone.
Lies.
And I have that plugged in all the time.
Lunchly. And I'll tell you, whoa.
Oh, fuck's sake, what prick is doing this shit?
If only that was money. Am I right?
Yeah, no, it'd be nice, wouldn't it?
Lunchly. What can you do? YouTube will sort it out, don't worry. Lunchly.
Yeah, YouTube ain't stupid.
Lunchly.
What can you do on it? You can play. It's just like a normal Stream Deck. You play sounds.
Yeah, man.
Lunchly. If you've watched Interstellar, what's your opinion? It's fucking sick film.
Very good film.
Oh, did you see the time lapse? I used the Interstellar soundtrack.
Yeah.
Lunchly.
Come on, guys, again. Let's go, Nathan.
Lunchly. Wow.
Oh, whoever's doing that, man, you're a loser. Genuinely, you're a loser. You have no friends, yeah? Nobody likes you. Nobody thinks you're cool.
But seriously, though, I've never been botted this amount of subs before.
No.
Lunchly. Double opinion. I love streamers like this. Well, I appreciate it.
Thank you, 1.3 acres.
Get it.
I like viewers like you.
Yes, just normal.
Yes.
It's nice. Refreshing. Lunchly.
There's a whole 1K, I know. Now you all can see that they're not legit. Like
we're only on 28,000.
Yeah, we're on about 28,000.
Lunchly.
It does feel like a cheat when people do it. We've never been botted subs before, and when we have been botted subs, someone's botted us subs, yeah, it goes the next day anyway. So hopefully the same happens with these ones. So whoever's doing it, yeah, you're wasting money because they're not going to be there.
Unless he's paid like a lot of money, then they won't disappear. That makes sense.
Is that how it works?
Yeah.
And you pay like more.
You
for
can buy real subs, I think, but they just cost a lot more money.
Fuck that.
I'm gonna stay until my dinner time. How long you're here for? Yeah,
we'll be here all day. But I think once we hit 30k, we're gonna come off, have some food.
These
come
lights,
back.
I think they're blinding me.
What's up with you? You're crying? Are you emotional?
No.
What's up with you?
It's just like blinding me.
Put your glasses on.
It's just, I just really like Lunchly. No, I'm turning it down. Lunchly.
Keep going. I hope you to achieve your goals, and I really mean that. I appreciate that, Mr. Mellon.
Who said that?
Mr. Mellon said that.
No, legend.
Bro is never going to see Lunchly as a normal word ever again after this. Everyone said that about Mr. Beast. We said it 3 million times. It's genuinely.
Lunchly.
I say Mr. Beast more than I will ever say Lunchly. Unless someone gives me a load of Lunchly and I'm like, oh, get us a Lunchly. Why would you ever buy subscribers? If you're a loser, then I can see why they probably do it. But
it's to get a reaction out of us.
Yeah.
Lunchly.
I don't really care that much. For me, that only starts happening at about 100 repetitions. Jeez. It ain't that bad.
Lunchly.
I couldn't imagine sitting there like saying Lunchly in my own time. Just sitting there, Lunchly. Lunchly is surprisingly hard to say quickly. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Lunchly. Give me a question. How did you find us? Well, actually, no, I've got a better one.
Yeah.
If you could pick any superpower, which one you picking?
Lunchly
is in the USA. Yeah. We don't have it in the UK. We're on 300 likes. I need to check that. 300 likes. I don't believe 300 likes. That's a lot. We're only on like 200 not long ago. Let me have a look.
Lunchly.
We have 300 likes. You're a lot of legends. I appreciate everyone liking the stream. Jack, drink some water. I've just literally had a sip of my Coke. How many superpowers? Just one. If you could pick any, which one are you picking?
You can say I would have Superman's superpowers.
Yeah, because he's got a few.
Laser eyes. Do you know what I mean? Frost breath. Like you can do that if you want, rather than I want laser eyes, but I want to be able to fly as well. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Lunchily, 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 lunchily,
When streaming's almost at 12 hours, make sure to make a stream, or else the stream will be deleted if you go to Spotify. Yeah, we will do. We'll do what we did with the Mr. Beast one. We'll save all of these and restart every 12 hours. We're only at 5 hours now. So
cartoon characters as well, yes. Yeah. So you can pick like Omni-Man.
Omni-Man, yeah.
And anything like that. Yeah. He's gonna be like, there's this character called the Ghost of Death. You're like, what? He's like, it's just OP.
All he has to do is just think that it's
because if so, Bill Cipher, what?
Who?
Bill's. Oh wait, shit. Is that off?
Who's Bill Cipher?
Oh, is that off Gravity Falls?
Who?
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I would pick Time Control. No, read minds. Read minds. But like control minds, not just read it, because that'd just be pretty boring.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Gravity Falls, yeah. It's the triangle guy, the pyramid guy. Meant to be like really OP.
Which triangle guy?
Lunchly. You've not seen Gravity Falls, so you won't know.
No.
Lunchly.
122k. Do you know who OK Cron is? I don't know who that is.
Yeah. I've never watched all of Gravity Falls, but I know enough about it to know what you're on about. The Dorito.
I don't know who that is.
Lunchly.
I thought it was meaning real powers. Alright, forget like being able to pick a person, yeah? Which actual superpower would you pick? I want mind control.
Lunchly.
So I can just force people to like rob a bank for me and stuff. And other things.
Show us your vape. The only thing that I put in my mouth.
Just him saying lunchly is making chocolate. The word start to look wrong for me. It's the same for me. I feel like I'm not saying it right.
Lunchly. You said Omni-Man.
He's a meme YouTuber with 123 subs. I DM'd him already. Oh yeah, I appreciate that, Red Inkles. You're the go. The only reason we got Dylan Page last time is because someone went and direct messaged him on Instagram.
Lunchly. Yeah, so if you think
Omni-Man's the go.
If you think it doesn't make a difference, it actually really does. Oh, you're so good. How are you still beating me?
I'm always beating you. You put it back on me, yeah?
Yeah.
Lunchly.
No, I don't know what power I'd like. Maybe like I like super speed, but then like I think there's a better one than super speed. Maybe like time manipulation or something like that. Or we've had people say like cloning. Cloning's a pretty sick one. I can't lie.
That would be a sick one.
Seeing a bit, Mr. Melon. I appreciate you for joining.
Seeing a bit, Mr. Melon. Lunchly.
I enjoy saying the Mr. Beast, the Lunchly, because it's like it's just one word. I say it.
Lunchly.
I'm eating again.
Lunchly. No, that's just greedy. You didn't even give me any of that chocolate either. Lunchly. I'm actually joking. I don't want it. I've got my own.
No, you have it.
No, because I brought some nuts, didn't I?
No, you have it.
No, I actually don't want it.
No, because it's actually quite painful.
Because I don't like it.
You do. After the last bar.
I'll have one square of it. Lunchly.
If I could have 3 wishes.
3 wishes. Wish for more wishes. Lunchly.
Let's just say hypothetically you can't wish for more wishes.
Lunchly.
I'd wish for unlimited money.
Lunchly.
I wish for the ability. I probably wish for unlimited
money. Pretty much unlimited money in your set, man. You don't really need anything else. Yeah. You don't want fame, or like you want to stay hidden and just have loads of money. Lunchly. I'd wish for unlimited money, and then I'd keep. I'd wish to like. What the fuck's that? Chocolate.
I spunked on myself. What the fuck is that?
I'd probably wish to be like physically fit forever, like so I don't have to actually go gym. I'm just strong all the time. Lunchly. So
eat whatever I want.
Walking around with 6 pack, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Lunchly.
I like that idea.
Lunchly.
Omni-Man body.
Yeah. Lunchly. But I won't want to live for that long. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Mate, I do chow down KFC with unlimited money, just being like, I can never get fat.
Lunchly,
Awesome.
lunchly, lunchly, lunchly. Lunchly, lunchly. Yes, Jacob.
You actually should say the world's hardest tongue twister like 100k times or something. Nah, this is yeah. We didn't realise it was going to be this hard, by the way. It was only until yesterday we were like, lunchly, we were like, that's going to be fucking well hard. Yeah, fame is overrated. If you had no money, like if you just fame but you got no money out of it, no one would want to be famous.
Right, I would rather just have loads of money. I think you could be really cool and no one's going to put you in the newspapers and shit when you do something wrong. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I don't need people invading my privacy.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
You'd rather be the guy that's like, you pull up in your Bugatti, you don't have people come up to you like, yo, no way, it's Andrew Tate.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
lunchly,
lunchly, lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
What's the website to do the thing that you want? It should be in the description of our video.
It will be in the description. Lunchly, lunchly,
it's called magics with an x.wtf. I don't know.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
Halo.
Hello, Bob.
Yes, Bob.
Lunchly, lunchly.
Favorite movie?
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
Truman Show. Interstellar.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Passion of the Christ.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
There's another one.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
What's that one? What's that one that you did not long ago?
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly. Are you on about Inception?
Nah,
lunchly,
with the kids.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Passion of the Christ, and then what's that one with the kids where it's like
lunchly, 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 lunchly.
You know what I mean?
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Got like black, like you got like shadow banned on like the cinemas and stuff. You know what I mean?
Oh, Sound of Freedom.
Sound of Freedom.
Yeah,
that
yeah,
one's
yeah.
good one.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
I would want unlimited money and life and food and unlimited music. Music's already unlimited. That's a waste of a wish. You guys liking the stream? I'm liking the stream. Nottinghamshire mapping. Tomorrow's my birthday. Happy birthday for tomorrow. The description should be in the description.
It's down underneath the video.
Yeah.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
You like press the title. I don't know what device you're on. 3.9k already.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Where? What?
Oh, he means 30.9k. Lunchly,
yeah, we got bottled again.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
You can't write it.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
No worries.
Oh my god, lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
big up Jacob.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Luke the man.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Nah, it's all good, Evie.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
The Near Cruisers subs. Hey, that would be crazy, wouldn't it?
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
We've got a shout out.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly. No, we won't. We won't ever. I don't think. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Oh, my back is broken.
I think it's going to take about 20 days.
Lunchly, lunchly. Alright, I've switched over.
Get off.
Jack and Will, how does it have your name? When's Cat? Because this one's the premium edition.
We've got early access on the website, obviously, because we know KSK in real life. He's still, he needs to.
Well, we're able to like customize it and shit, but he is adding it to that counter soon.
My bad, you lot.
Well, it's just, you know, picking his nose.
I could feel something. I didn't know what it was, but luckily there's nothing there.
Yeah.
I
don't want all of this chocolate, by the way. I'm just gonna have one square of it.
It's a tiny strip of chocolate.
Yeah, but I'm having my nuts.
You're not on a diet. Just eat it.
I'm having my nuts.
I know you are. Right. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I ain't gonna lie, that's some pretty good chocolate right now.
Yeah.
I'll have another square, but you can have the rest.
Don't save me a fucking square.
No, there's like half a strip there.
Half a strip. Do you really think I give a shit about that?
No, but I want my nuts, man. I don't want the fucker.
It's 2 squares of chocolate.
But I don't want it.
Alright.
Alright. I'm trying to tell you, I don't want it.
Yes, Stormy, y'all need to do a house tour one day. You cleaned up a bit, brackets, if it's messy.
What's that?
It'll be a tiny house tour, put it that way. Lunchly. I'm gonna call my friends for a bit. I'll be right back. It's been an absolute blast talking to y'all. I hope you'll be streaming when I'm back. See ya.
Yeah, we'll be streaming all the
yeah,
time.
We'll be 24/7. Yeah, you're a legend, mate. It's alright. Okay. Lunchly. I knew we brought it.
Yeah, it might be a little bit
Lunchly. You know what? I need a pillow. Pillow just right there. Brilliant.
Put that down my back. See if that makes it any.
Lunchly.
It doesn't make it any comfier, man.
That's why I took it off. Lunchly.
I mean, it's a little bit comfier than not.
Lunchly.
JACKANDWILL shit.
Lunchly.
DM Carson out, Ashley Speed, Logan Paul, Jake Paul, KSI, Red Vex, Okron, Pre-Craft Stage, Slack, and some others. You're the man. Genuinely the goat.
They genuinely could say it. Lunchly.
I'm not as hyped for the subscribers because we got bottles, so I don't know how much is legit. Like I meant to say.
Lunchly.
I wish I could order McDonald's, but I can't.
Lunchly.
My birthday to Saturday, old 19.
Y'all think you hit 1 mil? Of course.
Yeah, 100%.
Lunchly.
Order a Macca's or a KFC. I wish I could order it, but I can't. Not one like.
Lunchly.
Check it out later, Stormy. Love the positive thinking, guys. I believe you can do it too. I appreciate that fun and games. Why can't I order Macca's or KFC? Because I'm not that near the city. We don't have Uber Eats.
Yeah. Lunchly. 18.6k on TikTok.
You also DM Ryan Trahan.
Let's go.
I'll rate that.
Lunchly.
Lunchly now, yeah, of course.
Lunchly.
I ain't done with Mr. Beast. We'll get him.
We're trying to get Mr. Beast, KSI, or Logan Paul, but we're focusing on KSI. Well, can you look it on your phone? Look at what? Okay, I'll have a look. But we're aiming for Mr. Beast because we said his name 3 million times. But you know, I'm happy to get any of them, any of the three. Lunchly.
I think if you get any one of those three, you've got
lunchly. I've seen it before, Stormy, about 1,000 times. Why does someone not know how to flush the toilet after they've had a shat? Lunchly.
My nuts have just dropped.
I DM Sambuca now. That is crazy.
I rate that. He's on the grind.
Lunchly. Well, it was fucking one of yours. Disgusting. Hello, Jackson.
Hello, Jackson 456.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. I DM steak. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Don't make out you DM steak for us. You DM steak anyway.
Yeah. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Ah. I'm quite gassed that he joined though. It was like round 2. Like that is pretty cool. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
That is a good idea.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Well, I don't want to be doing it over Christmas.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Boot jackasses, I've milled nothing for these two. He knows. He knows.
Yeah, he knows.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly,
DM Logan Paul, Jake Paul, genuine. If enough people do it, you know, they might just see one of them.
Yeah,
that would be kind of crazy.
Lunchly, 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 lunch. We'll probably be staying up till about 4 in the morning.
Yeah.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
lunchly. DM Moist Critical, mate, he's going for it. I like it.
I respect it. I'm telling you right now. We've got a mod on our channel called The Best Mod in the World. And he DM'd Dylan Page. Literally, the only person he DM'd, I think, was Dylan Page. And he said, oh, by the way, these guys are about to hit Mr. Beast 3 million times. And the next day, he woke up, checked his DMs, seen it, and was in our live stream chatting.
Yeah.
Honestly, it works. And I really appreciate it. Because if one of them join, you're getting a mod.
Instant mod, yeah, of course.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
So yeah, if it wasn't for the guy that messaged him, we wouldn't have got Dylan Page. We wouldn't have been like on 28,000 subscribers. We wouldn't have hit 7,000 views on that one day that we
might
needed
have multiple YouTubers today or tomorrow.
Could you imagine? I think they might see, if they do read your message, I think they'll wait. But then again, if they see our channel and go, they said Mr. Beast 3 million times, there's just a chance they'll go, they're actually going to do it. But it sounds too good to be true. But we have proved that we will do it.
I'm a DM Lamine Yamal. Lunchly.
Now you're going too
far. Lunchly.
No, it would be mentally. If you get anyone with that, you've seen what happened with Dylan Page. How mad that went. Anyone.
Yeah. It's yes. I DM Mr. Beast on Instagram. Let's go. Lunchly. Jack,
I DM Mr. Beast on Insta. That's mental.
Oh, lunchly.
Obviously, it's not my website, innit?
Yeah, maybe he's doing
making changes to it.
Lunchly.
Hopefully he's adding that feature because he'll make get a lot of people on his website.
Lunchly. Well, I sent a vid on Discord. Can you react to it after it's Jack's turn? I'll have a look. I'll check the Discord. Lunchly.
My friend said y'all are unpopular and suck, and I said y'all have money, so I don't care. I don't know what y'all hate about.
Lunchly.
We are unpopular.
We are nobodies, but yeah.
I appreciate it.
I don't know your friends, so I guess we're both in the same boat. Lunchly. There you go. I do. Wait,
yes,
no,
Orlando.
It's not my turn. You'll go as a lunchly. Now you are literally legends. Well, I appreciate it. Wait, it was definitely my go, wasn't it?
What?
On the turning thing.
Yeah, I would change it.
You got Steak to see your stream. He was literally in here earlier.
He joined earlier.
I don't use that as my claim to fame, but I'm gonna.
No, he didn't have to join, but I rate it. Must be doing something right. Lunchly. I know, it's insane, innit, Orlando?
Yes, radicals. If you can get a popular YouTuber.
Oh yeah, of course. Lunchly.
Seen a bit stormy. I appreciate you for watching, mate.
Seen a bit stormy. Lunchly.
It's got to be big time, mate.
Lunchly. And it can't be steak.
Yeah.
Because he's already joined.
We're talking like 100,000 plus subscribers.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. If you can get it in case size Reddit, go for it. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. They are clean. They're clean. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Yeah, they are clean, mate.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. There's some in the
They're
in
not
the water.
clean.
Yeah,
they are clean.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
They're not clean.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Hey,
lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
at the top as well.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
Big up the lads, Dream Kings. Yes, Prime Hydration fan.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. I appreciate that, King Josh. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Hello, Noza Nation. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. That's why he sat on that side. His head blocks him. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
No, I've not seen it before.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
quite a long
lunchly,
video.
lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I'll have to watch it later.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
Please show me.
You're trying to say he's got a big head? I never said that. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I even got a big
she's
head.
trying to get us scrapping with it. Ain't gonna happen. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Who said the first lunchly?
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Big up King Josh.
I'd say this is harder. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
you were just listening to a song like chatting to everyone.
Lunchly.
Yeah, this one you
lunchly, 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 lunchly.
It's not an easy word to say. Like
quite a lot of times. Lunchly. Yeah, you end up fucking it up. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
for real.
What are you trying to say? Lunchly,
who ate who? Should I eat him or
lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Are you gonna watch it? Yeah, I'll watch it later. I'm gonna DM Neymar. Oh my god.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. You put joke in. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Guess who? Guess who?
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. I'm gonna go DM The Rock. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
He's a hard man to track down.
He probably won't see it.
He didn't see the 3 mil, which I thought if he didn't see anything, he'd have seen that one. But
no, what a shame. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
DM.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Is it funny? I haven't watched it.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
Nah, really, guys, no joke. You're amazing. Love your content. I'm gonna go watch something else though, because you're boring as ball. Hopefully, see you tomorrow. Not on Sunday though. I'm going to the cinema. Fair enough. I don't blame you.
It's all good.
I wouldn't watch this for longer than half an hour, unless I really like Jack and Will and they were so funny. When will this end? When we reach 1 million. Or it might not end at 1 million if Mr. Beast doesn't see it. Do you know what I mean? I think Mr. Beast would have been easier to continue though, because this word is like hard as fuck. Fake subs. Fake subs. I will subscribe from 97. Jace the Mastermind, I remember you.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
They know me where it's
I've gone a bit over, but here you go.
And they froze. I don't know nothing but not ice. I'm just cold. 40 something million.
It's gonna be a long road to a million. But I'm all for it. Let's go.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I remember you, Super Mario.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. I appreciate it, Ragebot. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
big up
lunchly,
Ragebot.
lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
If you're
lunchly,
getting
lunchly,
bottoed and you hit 100k, you still get a play button. I don't know.
No idea how it works.
They won't stay. I reckon they'll be gone tomorrow.
This time tomorrow we'll be back on what we should be on. It's going to take at least a month. Yeah. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
31 views on first street. I know, it's crazy.
It's nice.
It is nice.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. All right, I get it. Say yeah, but lunchly, lunchly. It's the same thing. Lunchly, lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly. Seen a bit Call of VR.
Seen a bit Call of VR, mate.
Oh, hello, mate.
Hello, mate. Blur.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. I like my cheese moldy, bro. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Keep writing in cats because I don't feel like taking them off. Fair enough. We're not the sort of people that give a shit about cat locks.
Lunchly, DM'd Alex.
Me.
I don't know who that is, but I rate it. Do you remember JGW? Yes. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Why are you him?
Lunchly, 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 you know. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Do you know who Hasm is? Yes, the Roblox guy. Long Bing Chilling. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
JGW is not. He isn't up.
Lunchly, lunchly. Long Chili, Long Willy, whatever. Lunchly.
Well, if I DM Hasm,
I like my lunchly discontinued.
I'll take whatever you can get.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Genuinely the go.
Lunchly, lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I like my lunchly.
His YouTube has 600k. Oh, okay. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. I saw Will at the supermarket. I haven't left the house in days. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. You might have mistaken me from Lewis Capaldi. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Imagine Mr. Beast sees death. Would be sick. I'm not gonna lie.
It would be nice.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. I'm gonna grab the Coke out for me. I'm dying for a drink. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
What did your last slave die of?
Lunchly. What did my last slave die of? Not making me a drink. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
You might as well get to the 1,000 and pass me back.
Okay. No. What have I done?
I've done nearly 500.
Why is Will saying Long Willie? I'm not. Lunchly.
Lunchly.
Lunchly. Lunchly. Lunchly.
Lunchly.
Lunchly. Lunchly. Lunchly. Lunchly.
Lunchly. Lunchly.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Lunchly.
Come on,
story up, mate.
Same fucking thing, mate.
Story up.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Imagine if Mr. Beast got a low take.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Sounds like lung chili. That's what I'm saying. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Mr. Beast, I will give one. Lunchly 100 times.
Lunchly,
if he said that,
lunchly,
I'd have this done in a week.
Lunchly. Lunchily, 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 lunchily.
You weren't even saying it anymore.
Yeah, I am.
Lunchily,
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 lunchily, lunchily,
lunchily,
lunchily, lunchily, lunchily, lunchily, lunchily, lunch. Lunchily, 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 lunch. Illy.
You're letting the side down, Will.
Lunchily, 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 lunchily. Lunchily, 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 lunchily. Lunchily, 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 lunchily. Lunchily, 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 lunchily. Just turns into chili, long chili, long chili. Lunchily, 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 chili, lunchily, lunchily.
Go on, 15 more.
Lunchily, 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 lunchily. Feel like some fucking idiot.
You are.
Lunchily, 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 lunchily.
The view is improving. It is Cali J. It is. We're going up in the world. Lunchily.
Oh, lunchily, lunchily, lunchily. So hard to say. I'm not even joking you. I'm not even joking you. I brought both you an Apple MacBook. It should come on December the 1st. Oh, sick.
Do you imagine?
I appreciate that.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
I'd have preferred a laptop,
lunchly, 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 lunchly.
24,000, 6,000 more to go. Let's do it.
Lunchly,
Harry Potter.
lunchly, lunchly, lunchly. Lunchly, 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 yeah, lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Yeah, I'll have a drink, please. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Do you want to sort it for me?
Not really.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Who's left that in there?
Lunchley, 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 lunchley. It's just chicken. You gotta bin it. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. We'll do it when we get to 30k. We'll sort it.
Well, I think we're coming up, aren't we?
Lunchley, 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 lunchley. That's what I'm saying. Lunchley, 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 lunchley,
you know what,
lunchley,
to come off at 30k,
lunchley, 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 and then we'll come back on and hit that 50k. Lunchley, 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 lunchley,
I actually really do.
lunchley, lunchley,
oh,
lunchley, 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 lunchley,
we can do
lunchley. We could do at least near enough, like 45k.
I think we do 45k easy, yeah.
Lunchley, lunchley, lunchley.
Yes, sorry, Barraria.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Yes, Marcus Brownlee. Yes, Super Poppy. Yes, EDM. Yes, Mbappe. Yes,
lunchley, lunchley.
Yes, Super Poppy.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
This stream's banged, by the way.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Joke's on you lot. We're not really going to a mill.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
I'm joking.
You know we will. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Stop saying lunchley. You clicked on the wrong video. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
We said your name 3 million times.
Lunchley, lunchley,
and you've not seen it.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
I should fully be on like Hollyoaks
lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Did you get botted again? Yeah.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley,
lunchley. I'm 11.
Lunchy.
Same.
Lunchy.
Oh, lunchy, but the cheese wasn't drippy. What do I do?
Lunchy.
Don't know, take it back.
Just lick the cheese.
Yeah.
Lunchy.
Microwave it. Hello, Liam Narbatovics. Why are you saying lunchy? I've DM'd so many YouTubers I've lost count.
Lunchy. I rate that. Lunchy.
Honestly, man, respect.
Lunchy.
Yes, Cameron, cool. There you go, Cameron.
Lunchy.
You're close with my last name. Liam Narbatovics. I sub you and have a great day off. I appreciate it, mate. You're a legend.
Lunchy.
30,900. We're actually only on 28k. Play guess the word. Okay. Narbatovics. Narbatovics. A day school 666. Who should I DM?
Gideon's a good one.
Gideon would be a good one.
He joined us on 3 mil. Lunchy. Yes, baseline.
Let's go. I'm here early. Yes, baseline. Baseline, John.
Lunchy.
Where are you from, Jackandwill? Derby in England.
Lunchy.
You hate me.
Make sure you switch it over to yours.
I'm a baseline junkie. What? I'm a baseline junkie. Tell them again. And I like it funky. You're a whole 1,000 ahead of me.
That's what I like. That's what I like.
How is that?
Surprised you do this even after the accusations. We just did it during the accusations.
Lunchly. Okay. Solve this. 111 plus 999 times 666 times 666. Does it equal 1?
I'm going to guess 100. 22.3. That's my answer.
Nike or FIFA?
FIFA.
Nike. FIFA's dog shit.
Nike, yeah. I don't know FIFA. FIFA's a game. Do you mean FIFA?
Lunchy. Can you say my username one time? EDM_uploaded. Lunchy. Uploaded. Lunchy. I DM'd Ludwig. Okay, now we're cooking.
Okay, I like that.
Lunchy.
Any of you watch the Misfits fight yesterday?
Lunchy. Play Christmas music, can't. Copyright strike we will get. Lunchy. Bro, ask for a shout out without asking for a shout out. By the way, I'm lurking next to you. Well, shout out, look. Lunchy. I have an annoying sister and 8. Please.
Wow, I can't even say lunchy as it's highly mouldy.
Lunchy. Big up.
Here's a beam.
Lunchy.
I have an annoying sister who is 8. I have an annoying brother who's 20.
Yeah, it gets right on the nerves. Lunchy.
Yes, I believe. I had this copy paste message that I sent you. That's the best way.
Did you guys forget me?
I ain't
Hell
forgot you
no.
caught on camera.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Bro.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly. Hey, big up EDM _ uploaded. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
It's been so long. It has been a while.
It's been very long. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly. But this time we are actually getting Mr. Beast. Like, no messing about now. Like, you ignored us once, never again. We're getting him. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. I got to go eat. Love you boys. Good luck getting Beast.
I appreciate that, mate. Enjoy your food.
Big up, caught on camera. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Big up Emmanuel Perez.
Yeah, I've not seen you in a while, Emmanuel.
OG.
He is OG. I got my laptop. I want to see how long he's been here.
Check everyone's OG-ness. I feel the cheese going through my veins. Jack's eating nuts. Hot nuts. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Let's see when you first joined. Day 17. I knew you was OG.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I don't know how I got as sick as I am, but it's killing me. That's not good.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
You lads had boiled peanuts before. Do I look like a weirdo?
Do I look like some freak? They're fucking banging, yeah. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Hey, Jackandwill, do you like Mr. Beast or Lunchly? Mr. Beast, because it was easier to say.
Yeah.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Stop eating these, they're banging.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Saying queso 5 million times? Nah.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. What is 9 times 9? I think it's like 81 or something. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. What do you fancy for dinner tonight?
Pizza.
Yeah, pizza, chips, and maybe some chicken bowl things. Maybe, I don't know. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Exactly that.
Pizza, chicken bowl and chips. Yeah, man.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Would have a lunchly bowl.
Lunchly.
Get any.
Beast better get his ass over here. I agree.
They got boxes.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
How do you get couch? You got me a member.
Lunchly, lunchly. Sounds banging. It'll be alright if I cook it. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. I'm better. Lunchly, lunchly. I'm joking. They're both the same. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. He might have chili for dinner instead. Lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I do actually have some pot noodles.
Lunchly.
I got the doner kebab flavour.
Queso, if saying queso 5 million times, and it was like saying it 1 million times, it means I ate the other 4 million.
Wow.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Ah, we're losing some.
Oh yeah, sweet. They're coming down.
You get to see.
You better see what we're actually legitly on.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Don't worry. We're not falling off. Yeah, we have fell off. When these start dropping down like 1,000 subscribers, that's not real.
Oh yeah, we're losing subs. Never thought I'd celebrate losing subscribers.
Yeah. We'll better see what it's actually legitly on.
What's 9 plus 10? 21? Lunchly.
My guess is probably about 28,500. 28,400 I reckon we're on. Legitimately.
I think 28,380 or something like that. Lunchly.
I've said more
lunchly.
Turbo reckons our actual subs 28,365. How do you know this?
Lunchly,
Do you know something we don't?
Lunchly.
Subs are like a countdown. Let's see if we can hit 30k before we go down to the normal subscribe count. Estimation Zacko. You're the best YouTuber. Don't lie. Anyone just joining now is going to think that looks so dodgy. But you guys are falling off. Thank you, Table. I didn't know that. No, it's my go. Come on.
No. I want to do another 100.
No. You slow down after the 500. I just want to crack on with it.
I need a chance to catch up.
It's not about
There's
catching up.
1,000 ahead of me. Lunchly. I didn't hear me complaining when you did more, so don't compare.
I didn't do any more.
We clearly have.
I haven't.
How is that? How make that make sense?
I don't know.
Exactly. So you know how that happens. You've obviously done more. That's simple.
What, 1,000 more extra?
Simple equation, fam.
Probably you not switching over to your counter. There to count to 1 trillion. No. I must ban W. Oh, big up everyone who's come over from Steak Stream. I figured out how to check it. Yes, they are continuing this from the saying that's the beast for me. We are. Let's go. When you lost your game again, we'll do a 24-hour stream. This will be 24 hours, but I'm not going to stay up awake for 24 hours. I'll definitely go to sleep. I actually wanted to go to sleep, but I ended up just talking to ChatGPT.
Who's that? Who's that?
Turbo.
Oh my gosh. He was right, he does have no friends.
Lunchly.
Didn't say I was lying, did I?
Lunchly.
Then while you're sleeping, then it will be weird.
Well, we've done that for the past week.
That's just what we do, isn't it?
Lunchly.
Let me DM Dylan Page.
How do I get loyal points? You get 100 every 5 minutes.
Try being active in the chat. Basically.
Lunchly.
What is the point of keeping your stream on while sleeping?
24/7.
Yeah.
Lunchly.
And like you lot will see us get up, if that makes sense. So you like, yeah, it just makes more sense.
Lunchly.
Also, we get more views.
Lunchly.
If while we're sleeping, someone clicks on the live stream and goes, "Oh, they're not there." That's one extra view. Do you know what I mean? Hello, LSFG Gamer. I hope y'all get more views in streams. Genuinely, I rate that. First Mr. Beast, now KSI, Logan Beast, and Mr. Logan. The fuck?
The subs are going down.
Don't worry, people aren't unsubscribing. We just got botted.
Lunchly.
That TikTok is just banging.
Lunchly.
19.5k.
Lunchly. I'll be back soon. No worries, Reading calls. Lunchly.
Mate, a verified thing though. Crazy, I didn't even know that.
When was that?
10th of the 3rd.
Lunchly,
That was last month on the 3rd.
Lunchly.
That's quite cool.
Lunchly. Yeah, I like it.
No, he's only got 57 likes.
Oh, you're too cool for that. You're too cool for that. Lunchly.
Others have searched for who the F is Jack and Will.
Is that what they've searched?
We said who the is Jack and Will?
Lunchly.
Oh, shit.
Lunchly.
Who's Christ? Oh,
what's happening with this guy?
Oh, is it because his name's Chris? My bad.
No, he keeps putting, if you don't stop saying it, I'm going to eat you alive.
No, it's because it's because his name's Chris, he automatically gets banned. My bad, mate.
Oh, one sec, let me sort something out.
Let me change it. Once Mr. Beast hits 300 mil, you should say his name 5 mil times. Nah. What are you doing? But he's also chatting shy. How is he?
That's what I am sort of thinking the same thing, Turbo. I'm thinking he's just spamming the same message.
Oh, just ban him then.
So
all kind of looks like Hasbulla. Hasbulla.
Lunchly. Sorry, Jack. It's alright. He's gonna sort it out so you don't keep getting timed out by the bot. I'm not timing you out. It's the bot. Lunchly.
Because a lot of people, you know, Mr. Beast's friend, like, you know, you get me.
Lunchly. I'm Jackie's Will. Lunchly. Hello, Brody YouTube. Lunchly. Hello, Ghost Player Studios. Lunchly.
You should be alright now.
Lunchly. So I've just read what you put, Roddy Powers. Who the fuck are Jack and Will? Lunchly.
Stream until you get 5 We're coming for you, Mr. Beast. Big up duckies.
Lunchly.
That's me.
Celebrity in the chair. Lunchly. You sorted it?
Yeah.
Lunchly. Chris, you should be able to type now. Lunchly.
What did you think to it? Was it good? Good shit, bad? It's my go. Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Yeah, that's why I didn't go too far over. I only went 60 over.
Did you actually say that, or is it AI?
AI. Looked pretty real though. Know where you're doing this again, lol. Good luck. I appreciate that, the wreck.
You're a jammy bastard, aren't you? Oh, you changed it already?
Yeah, I'll put it on yours.
Okay, sweet.
You got excited thinking I'm just giving you 500.
Yeah, I was thinking, yes.
From now on, if you forget to change it, that other person gets that score count.
Okay, whatever. Mr. Beast. Lunchly. I thought that would be AI. Yeah, he'd never say something like that. We get people thinking that. They watch it longer thinking, oh, Mr. Beast actually knows who they are.
The fact that we're getting people who actually watch us go, is that actually like AI or is that real? You know, it's like, okay. Now imagine all the people like that, the young kids and shit that are just like, oh my god, they actually said the name.
It went better than I thought, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
I woke up in the morning thinking, fuck, I need to check that short. I bet it flopped, bet it stinks, but everyone's saying this is cringy, embarrassing. Quit.
I woke up and I was like, 6,000 views.
Lunchly.
Hey duckies, I think this guy knows you.
Lunchly.
There's no way they were real.
I'm telling you, they're not real. Lunchly.
Miraculously, they all just decided to press subscribe at the exact same time and never tight.
Lunchly.
There's Chris Toenail.
Lunchly.
Hello, You're sort of short at the same time, yeah, maybe. Hello, Turtle Man Stan. Facts about cats. I like my cheese mouldy, bro. You know what would be nice, yeah, to hit that 30k and just be able to not be sat on this horrible fucking chair.
If you want to order yourself that chair, you can get yourself one if you want.
I might have to.
Lunchly, because we are going to be here for a month. Remember that. Lunchly. Yo, remember me from your Mr. Rings? I remember. I think I do remember you.
Did you DM Dylan Page that you're committing to this challenge? Nah. But he is following us on TikTok, so he might come across our short. Who knows?
Even, imagine if he was like, did Mr. Beast actually say this?
Yeah,
I can't find it. You just be like, holy shit. Hello?
What the fuck happened there?
Hello, are we back?
Are we back? Are we? Oh, it says there's no data to this.
There's excellent
Are we
connection.
back?
There's excellent connection.
Are we back?
Hello?
Is it lagging? Stream cut off. We're back. Yeah, we're back. Okay, right, we're back. We didn't lose any Lunchleys, did we? Nah, we didn't. Lunchly.
It's lagging. No lag, just time skip. Okay.
Okay, alright.
We're getting good kilobytes, so we should be good.
Hopefully it's back. Yeah, it just came up, it just said lost connection to the stream and then came back.
It was funny enough, as soon as I spoke about Dylan Page, it just went, have this one.
Yeah, hopefully it doesn't do that too many times.
I love Mr. Beast.
Lunchly, just in case you...
Lunchly.
2025 already? Did I hit 2k? You ain't hitting 2k.
Lunchly.
Do you reckon you'll hit 2k subscribers before 2025? I think it's a possibility.
What happened? Our stream software just disconnected. It said reconnecting. We were like, oh shit,
we fucking lost them.
Lunchly.
Turbo hitting 10k tomorrow. You gotta have a little bit of faith.
Lunchly.
Hello.
Did anyone probably join while I was gone? Nah. Other than Turbo Cat, that's it.
Ducky's joined. He's a celebrity.
Yeah, but he's like...
He's a regular.
Not been messaged, if that makes sense. Yeah. Lunchly. Yes, Dorot Thomas. How's it going, brother?
Oh, you mean? I just realised who you was reading. Redinkles, yeah. I'm gonna eat. I'll be back. No worries, Redinkles.
Lunchly.
Normophobia is the fear without your phone. Interesting, I didn't even know that. Hello, Asher V. Kyle.
Lunchly. I've got a fear of losing my phone, but not a fear of not having it. Lunchly.
Sounds hard. No, I'm taking
yeah.
this.
Lunchly.
Hello, Richie Gamer King.
Seen a bit of Mbappe 78. Nah. Big up
Seen a bit
Michael.
of Mbappe.
Lunchly.
Yes, Mr. Melon, welcome back.
I just mentioned you both in a post. Let's go.
I rate that.
Are you guys coming off with food? At 30k.
30k, we're going to do it.
Lunchly.
I've no problem with that on phone. I got a problem when I don't know where it is.
That's what I'm saying, yeah. Lunchly.
Thing is, I'm not stupid enough to lose my phone. So.
Bollocks. Let's not. We don't want to go there.
Alright, yeah.
Lunchly. Twice, pal.
Yeah.
Twice on a Sunday.
Lunchly. How did you get this idea? Well, we said Mr. Beast 3 million times.
Lunchly.
You didn't see it. Let's go for his company. Why are you guys doing this? The same reason. Trying to get Mr. Beast's attention. We'll get his attention. Never lost a phone or even had a cracked screen. I'm goated with
Lunchly. What, you got a Nokia?
Do you never leave the house or something?
Fucking brokey. Lunchly.
You guys look like younger.
Bro, we look like 9. That was a lie. I look the same. What about? Lunchly.
I say I look pretty much the same.
It's genuinely just the camera. If we get a better camera, yeah, you'll go, fucking hell, you've 8 to 10 years. And like,
no, you ugly bastards.
Yeah.
It's like, no, it's just the camera. We've always looked like this.
Lunchly.
50k subs by the end of this. I don't know about that. That's a very big stretch.
Lunchly.
I know we're on 30k, but it's not real.
No, quite the opposite. I'm outside a lot.
Real fake. That's a fake cruise. That's
it's different, completely different logo. Lunchly. Yeah,
but you probably got all the little gadgets because you do running. So you probably keep your phone like some little bag. Yeah, 26k.
Lunchly.
Just discovered a great edit channel called Pag. There's some sick edits, and you should definitely check it out. I'll have to have a look into it.
Send the link in the Discord. I'll check it out. Lunchly.
Yeah, it's named Stormy. He's a massive steak meat rider. And even he'll admit It's an alright channel, not as good as ours, but he's doing alright. He's got some pretty sick edits.
There's rumours that he stopped uploading, focused on another channel.
Yeah.
Who knows? Lunchly. When I'm at a tournament, I have my phone in my jacket, and I leave the jacket somewhere. I'll give it to my trainer. Fair.
I'll rate that.
Lunchly.
Big up Mega Gaming. Brain Rock got my brother Brain. He's infected too by Skibidi Brain Rock. I stay away from that.
Also,
crap.
one of his edits was actually used by Andrew fucking Tate.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so he's big time.
Lunchly.
Yeah, remember me? It's Jack's Chew. I changed the name. I remember Jack's Chew. How's it going? Long time no see.
Lunchly.
Can't wait to hit this 30k. It's my lunchly. Did you go over? Oh, okay, never mind. Next say Skibidi 1 million times. If I don't get their attention yet, I'm probably going to keep going with this lunchly.
Yeah, you got to keep going until they see it.
Lunchly. They will see us. I will get his attention.
Lunchly. Will Capaldi.
I'm not going to read it. I wasn't going to read it.
Sing before you go, because I'm tired. So yeah, let's
lads,
get
what the score's at? Will, show them the score.
Yeah. On my way.
I gave him 500 Orlando. I did 500 for him.
Don't try. We were even. I did 3 times where I forgot that I was giving it, yeah.
Oh, and that's my problem, is it?
I missed the part. That's my problem. Yeah.
No, go on.
Lunchly.
But you didn't do a full 500. I did a full 500.
You lot.
If you want a competition, I will give you a competition.
Why are you so competitive?
I'm not.
You are.
I'm confident I'm going to beat you without trying. Will couldn't care less. So it's funny. He's very cares a lot. Shim the kid. Hello, Shim the kid. Long time no see. That's going to win easy. I know I am.
Are you Steak's brother? Yeah. Oh, you know my brother Steak?
He's on about Cruz. Stormy, look, because his name's
Lunchley. It's part where your message goes, not you, fatty. You can never mistake probably like, oh shit. I lit you, man. Lunchley. Oh, Shim the Kid.
I literally just said, hey, Shim the Kid. I remember a long time no see.
Lunchley.
You want to delay or something? Do you not hear what I said? It's 6 degrees now, I hate
Lunchley.
-6, that's fuming.
Yeah, it's like 30 degrees where we are. It's well hot.
That's crazy.
I'm joking.
Big up Shim the Kid, though. Long time no see. Welcome back.
Read my message. So
I ain't reading that. I already read it.
In my head, Was it the one where? Was it the one that says
so?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lunchley.
Vaseline, I need it. My lips are getting dry. 85 degrees in Florida, Fahrenheit. What's it in Celsius? Because I don't do Fahrenheit around here. In Australia, it got up to 36 Celsius and it was very humid.
Lunchley.
21.2 Fahrenheit, exactly where the Waymo gets it.
Lunchley.
29 Celsius, right, cheers Turbo. That's why he's the stats guy. I'm Irish, so I don't understand what Fahrenheit is. I don't understand what it is.
Lunchley. I shit the stuff. Lunchley. I shit the stuff. Lunchley. There you go.
Give me back.
So before I win.
Oh, you're giving it me. You're giving it back now. Okay.
Was there?
You just wanted to overtake me.
Yeah.
Lunchley.
Read my message, bro. Vaseline, no. So what are you really asking me?
1 week to finish now. We're gonna, as long as we finish it before Christmas, I'm happy. Lunchley.
Alright, let me have a look.
Yo, Jordan Turn. Lunchley.
Damn, yes, Jordan Turn. I said stay tuned for 5k times. Respect it, Santa
Fair play, Santa Memes. Keep going.
I'm gonna check you out.
Lunchley. Oh, we still alright? It's alright. It's just come up that I'm not getting enough
movement
video bit rate. We still good? You good? Is the stream alright?
Let me
connect to that one. Yeah, I'm not connected to that one.
Maybe we had big storm yesterday.
We had a little crash, but we're back. So we're good now, yeah? We're good. Let me just make sure, because the last thing I want is to be doing this and be like, oh, it doesn't work.
So
I don't want to lose like lunchless, you know what I mean?
Before you go, There's something I should have said to make your heart stop hurting. It lagged for a second. Okay.
Well, we're on good bit rate on here, so maybe that'll go back to normal. It says poor though, so let us know if it lags.
Just give it 5 seconds.
Lunchly. We're back to excellent, cool. Lunchly.
Disconnected the PC, that's what probably was. The laptop, take one more. Hello, Brad. Yeah, we're good. I was in an ad, but it looks fine right now. Okay, sweet.
Lunchly. Hello, Sans Roblox. Lunchly.
Just hit 20k on the new TikTok short. Let's go. Popping. Nearly 900 likes as well. That's good. TikTok slaps. Yeah, we're actually big on TikTok. It sounds like you're saying luxury, but it's got
What Scots have you been hanging around with?
Luxury. Can anyone donate? I can't, mate. You guys should eat some lunchy when you reach 1 mil. That's if you can find any. I would 1,000,000%. Like you said, if there was a way that I could order it, buy it.
Yo!
Ciao, untitled user.
Untitled user, you're legend.
Wait for it.
It will come through, I believe. Should come through. Bit of a delay. It will come through.
Hope.
Oh wait, where's mine? Mine's fucked up.
Hello? Is this thing on?
Is it? We're still good. Stream lagging around. Let me put that down. Are we good?
No, what's happened?
The stream's just started going down. Are we?
I don't know if they can hear me.
I don't know. Are we still live? I don't know what's happened. Yeah, man.
How many? Holy.
Are we back? It's fine.
Okay.
Okay.
Why is it not?
Why is that not popping up? I just want to check. Oh, I can't check on there, can I? Let me check on here.
It's not popped up through Streamlabs though.
No, no.
Delay of Jack's face in shot was.
Ah.
Wow, that's so delayed.
Legend.
First Mr. Beast, now Lunchley.
Yes.
First Mr. Beast, now Lunchley. Such development.
I appreciate it, untitled user.
Thank you. I thought it had all fucked up because I looked at the bitrate starting to drop and I looked at mine, it was buffering on my computer and I thought, shit.
For fuck.
Most crucial time, someone just donated and I'm not even going to be there to respond.
Then it weren't popping up and was no.
Okay, I'm glad that it didn't randomly cut off. Okay, sweet. We're back. Lunchley.
Wait, what video should I make? Because I'm starting a new channel. I don't know. Nothing is / was wrong with it. Okay. Hello, Carissa Collins. Hello, YouTube. Hello, Xavier Boshan. 123 ABC Your Life. I got to 400, passing me at like 900 or something. I don't know.
Lunchly.
Having both our characters forces us to do more. I do genuinely think it does, because I don't want you to be me. Ducky, first day? Yes.
It is. Lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
should be at 30k by now.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
lunchly, Jack and Will,
lunchly, 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 lunchly,
lunchly, Capaldi and blah blah blah.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I need to check.
No, we haven't had a break since we started. I'm thinking right now it could possibly be that you're got a positive audit. That's why you're a stable 30.8k. I don't know. It will drop down, I reckon. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I need to see how long it took us to get to 40k.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
wow.
lunchly, lunchly.
7 hours in and we're at 27. So we're actually
lunchly, 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 lunchly,
got better pace.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. You realise we did it pretty quick back then. You know what I mean? Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
lunchly. It took us 10 hours to get 37,000.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
we can beat them bastards.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Alright.
It's good because it tallies up every single one that you do.
Lunchly, yeah.
Boom!
I think I'm fucking stupid.
Trust me, it's going to make me want to wake up earlier than you and just be like, my lunchly.
I hope you do.
I will. I want to get this done before Christmas as well, so I will be on that grind.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Only the OGs know about me waking up earlier having a cup of tea and chatting to everyone. You won't remember because you were sleeping.
What are you going to do though when you wake up and I'm just already there like, alright. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
So I'm going to be running on 4 hours sleep and you ain't going to be able to keep up with that. You ain't going to be able to compete with that, Will.
Bro, I'm worried that you will lose your vocals.
Hello, shitgut. I like that name.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
We said Mr. Beast 3 million times. If that was going to fuck us up, that would have done it.
Oh shit, my bad, Brad. I thought that was Cruz. I thought that was Stormy. I was thinking Stormy was like taking a piss. Because I'm like, oh, you'll lose your vocals. No, big up, Brad. No, we'll be fine.
No, Brad's a goat.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
hello,
lunchly,
Bubble Boy.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
big up,
lunchly,
Bubble Boy
lunchly,
6.
lunchly, lunchly. Am I OG? Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
There is no
lunchly,
chance that I finish on Christmas.
Lunchly.
I'm just putting that out there.
Lunchly.
I will finish this before Christmas Eve.
Lunchly.
Orlando, you're the goat for remembering that. Not many people will remember that Will took a whole day off. And I had to sit there on my own and do it.
Oh, you mean when I was on deathbed? When I was literally ill?
Deathbed? Well, what stopped you when I was ill and you wasn't?
Well, we both were ill.
Lunchly. I took 1 day off and I was back the next day. You took 2. Because you were too scared to do it.
Yeah, well, you know, if we'd have took an extra day off, Dylan Page would have seen it and we'd have had more views. Lunchly.
So if we'd have took the 3rd day off, you probably would have took the 4th day off as well because you're just that kind of guy.
Lunchly.
And then we'd have never got it done.
Lunchly.
Keep on. I appreciate that, Rage Bot. All I remember is Will burnt the pizza. He always burns pizza.
Oh, what's this slander of my name?
I remember when I said to Jack,
Lunchly.
I don't shop at JD, it's too expensive there. What about Sports Direct?
We do shop at JD. Lunchly.
I remember that as well. Of course you do, Turbo. Okay, I'm going to go. See you in a bit, Turbo, mate.
Lunchly.
Good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
No. Lunchly.
Feeling it now.
Lunchly.
Going for 30k, yeah.
Lunchly.
And just to sit on the sofa rather than sit on this uncomfortable chair. We'll be back tonight, but chances are, obviously, a lot of you probably won't come back, which is fine. We're gonna smash it out. Hopefully, we can hit 45k. Gotta keep it up, chat. I'll play old Roblox, new Roblox and shit, 'cause of the people. Go for it. Just to let you know, Stormy, I have read your message. You don't need to put read me. I just can't be asked to read it out loud. It's a massive paragraph. What big up?
Where's KSI? Fortnite. Lunchly.
I've literally just come in like half an hour ago. You just seen KSI. Literally just left.
I look like an egg.
I'm in the thick
I
of
look
it.
like an egg.
Thank
you, Cool CY. KSI was here. Didn't put a lot. He just put
I think I remember he just put the fries in the bag.
He asked us what we thought about MTDM.
Fuck them, dude. I know when you don't read it out loud, you're reading because I see your eyes, so yeah. Okay.
I read it. Talking about the big up podcast and shit. Hello, Statify.
We're doing all right. Statify.
Doing good. You get barred again. We did get barred again. I know what skills are, yeah. There's a little like sugar-coated sweets with peanuts inside, aren't they? It's starting all over again. This time we're prepared mentally, we're ready.
Did I say young chili? Young chili.
Young chili?
Yeah, man, it's young chili.
You ruined it. I was gonna go, yeah, man. Finished my stream, left on saying steak 2,500 times. I like it. When you next going live, Santa Memes. I'm 100 clicks away from 10k clicks. Mental. I can make Will Cracker smile. I'm gonna go live tomorrow. I rate it. Keep it up, you're definitely going to see it. How many are you doing? 100,000, did you say? I reckon it's, yeah. You'll definitely see it in the 100,000. Like within that time frame.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
Can you do mold after saying
lunchly?
You say lunchly?
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
What's the pink bottle in the back? Do you know what? Good question. I think it's Febreze, yeah. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Do you remember me, Derek? I think I do remember you, Derek, but I'm not 100% sure. Well, it's suffering in.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
lunchly, lunchly. Hey, listen, I've done more than
lunchly, 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 lunchly. Done more than me?
No, come on, man, just keep it up. We're nearly at 30k. There's no need to keep stopping.
Liar. I'm smoking your
ass. Wait till I get to my 500.
I'm smoking you. Don't ever.
A bit of Febreze. Don't need it because Will stinks the shit.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
once my friend got
lunchly,
stuck in a tree and a rocket
lunchly,
ship
lunchly,
came
lunchly,
to
lunchly, 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 lunchly,
let's go.
lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Thinking about saying JACKANDWILL 10,000 times. Nah, don't say us. We will see it straight away. There's no point. Say someone you'll actually benefit from.
Stick with steak. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Steak will see it eventually.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
You're eating lunchly right now. Where can I find some?
Lunchly, lunchly. Are you in the UK or America?
No, this is a bit late. Congrats on the Mr. Beast stream. No, I appreciate that, Derek.
Oh, be good, Derek. I rate that.
I'm doing 40,000 clicks, by the way.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Nick 20.
Lunchly, lunchly,
good thing I got 5 subs from the first stream. Hey, that's good. When we did it, we didn't get 1 subscriber for about a week.
Nah. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Do I look like I want to pour milk on me?
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
cracks an egg on me,
lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I like that one, Stormy. That's pretty good. Well, behind the scenes, while I was saying steak,
lunchly,
I found some
lunchly,
spores
lunchly,
after I got
lunchly,
someone to reach me.
lunchly,
Clever. I like that.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Thank you for subscribing, Nick
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly. Oh, sweet.
Right,
I'll give it to an 888. You sure to swap it over?
Move that mouse for me so I can
so
see the chat. Sweet.
Only
lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Yo, mini anonymous,
anonymous.
How's it going, mate?
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Sounds like you're saying lunchly, Will.
He does say lunchly. It's easier to say.
Is that not how you say lunchly though? Lunchly.
Well, no. How did you just say it then? Read that title up there. Lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
bloody lunchly, mate.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
search up NKP 190. Why?
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
What if that's like dodgy shit?
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Do you know the Premier League? I know it, but I'm not following it at the minute.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. I try and do it like that way, man, and then it still fucks up. Once I get to about 10, I start to fuck up. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. In it, Orlando. Can't wait. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Read it as lunchly. It's easier for me that way.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Lunchly, Jack's easily winning. Yes, DTP stay lifted. I remember while I was having a full-on boxing match with my friend. He got totaled. Turns out he was 1.5. I'm planning on saying 2.5k states on school days and 5k on every day on the weekend. Okay.
I respect the grind.
Did I just hit You're not even a quarter of the way there. We just started Skibbly Blocks.
And we're on day one. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. It's hard. Lunchly,
what do you mean? In 6 hours? I thought you would have like at least 100k.
Are you mental? Have you tried saying it? Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Bro, there's no way. Yes, over.
Hey, celebrity in the chat. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
he was here for the Mr. Beast.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
JACKANDWILL, would you say I'm OG? I would. No slam, I would.
You are, yeah. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Griffey, I'd say Skibbity 10 mil times. If you can manage it, do it.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. You probably get a lot of views for it as well. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
Long in it.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Subs still getting botted. I think. Yeah.
I think it stopped. They started to go down, but then it stopped. So I reckon they'll keep going down soon. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
probably not.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
just because I think we're probably on about 3k subscribers by then.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
ask me that in a year's time and I'll go, fucking hell, yeah.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
do we even make videos?
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
you're about to lose your voice after you're done. Nah, we won't, don't worry.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
I said Mr. Beast 3 million times.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
We did though.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
we're still
lunchly, 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 lunchly. I
appreciate it though, Skibbity Box. My OG or just annoying as fuck? Yeah, you're OG. I was here, good luck. I appreciate it, like reset.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
If you can say lunchly 20 times in 20 seconds, I'll subscribe and leave a like. Say it at the same time, yeah? Lunchly, 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 lunchly. There you go. That's more than 20. My OG, kinda. Yeah, I think you are, Stormy. Next up, saying thick of it 69 million times.
Could you imagine?
Oh, no.
Lunchly.
Steak gets hard to say a lot. I said steak 2k times and I kept repeating steak because I mistake and say steak or skate. I've been there. Lol, okay. I don't know why my main's not bad. My friend said it's 10k times. Wait, what? Lunchly or steak? Or skibbity? I think it's my turn. I'm dying for a piss.
Lunchly, you go. Lunchly. This is hard. Lunchly. Yo, Unique Gaming, how's it going? Lunchly. I ain't saying your name a million times. Lunchly. Do you want to close your door, well, mate? Because it's fucking loud as shit. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. What's you're going to have a world record? Honestly, we won't. We applied for it last time when we said Mr. Beast 3 million times, and they said basically piss off. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. I appreciate you subscribing to Skibidi Blogs. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. I don't remember you, but I do believe you're heathen. Lunchly, heathen. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Yes.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I could bring you back on your. That's what you already did.
That is his main. Lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Yeah, so I just said lunchly, lunchly, lunchly. Make sure you switch it over.
Oh well. Mr. Beast will reward you, maybe.
That's it.
Reward us, he should. Reward us, I would like him to do. Reward us, he will not.
Come on, let's hurry up, man. I've got 1,500. My arse is killing me sitting on this chair.
Don't worry, you go lie down. I've got this.
No, because you're too slow.
Lunchily, 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 lunchily. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I'll be here for every milestone, even 1 million lunchlies, even when I'm in the middle of safe state. I appreciate that, Santi.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I can't ban you and then unban you.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I can ban you and unban you, but what do you mean? See if that works. I ban loads of people and unban them. Of course it works.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I'll make a short on my channel soon. And if it hits 5k likes, I say thick of it 10k twice. Go for it. This is not 1 million times. Well, obviously. You never know who I am. I have 5 different active alternate accounts. You wouldn't know which ones are me. Mr. Paradox? I don't know. Obviously not.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Yo!
Man, go buy lunchly with $2.
Man, go buy lunchly with $2. www.
Well, she bottled it in the end, but I appreciate that pixelated adventures. You can't get them in the UK, which is a bit crap.
No,
but I appreciate it. If they ever come available,
you just sorted me out.
I will buy them.
What a legend.
With that $2.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. I thought the stream crashed then.
Yeah.
How much do lunchly cost? I think they're like $4 in America, or maybe less. I don't know.
They're not expensive.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
lunchly. They are pretty expensive.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
But if I could get them, I'd
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Sorry, but I don't think you guys are making it.
We will, don't worry.
Thank you for that, Ski
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
You got this. Big up bacon slice. I cancel out the haters. I hate on the haters. That's the best way to do it, Santa memes. I might buy one. I genuinely, I wish we could get one.
I'll live with your parents. No. Lunchly, lunchly.
If I could get them,
lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I will get them.
Lunchly,
I can't get lunchly in Canada,
lunchly,
but a single Feastables by $3.47. Yes, I know.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. So we can get Feastables, just not lunchly.
No, they're not.
They're only out in America. But
UK at the minute.
You know, imagine if Mr. Beast sent us some over. That would be kind of cool.
That would be very cool.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Eat lunchly at the end. If I could get them, I genuinely would get them. I would eat them.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
you guys stop saying lunchly.
lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Until we hit 1 million.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
lunchly,
lunchly, lunchly, lunchly. Lunchly,
if you knew what I was doing before this, you'd be like, oh, they're not really wasting the time.
If you knew about the 3 mil, Mr. B should be going, holy shit, do it again.
Yeah.
So yeah.
That's true.
Lunchly.
Yeah, same way for ear raiding. How long do you think it would take? Hopefully between... basically, I want to do it before Christmas, so hopefully less than 25 days. I typed that in chat on main, it still didn't work. Generally, you're not banned on our channel. I don't think. We went through it, didn't we? There was only that one that we unbanned. Shout out Pixelated Adventurer. Absolute legend.
Yeah, everyone go subscribe to Pixelated Adventurer.
Yes.
Lunchly. That's pretty.
What do you reckon to the short?
Lunchly.
Are you positive? I'm certain we went through it because we was like, oh, do you know what? We'll unban your thingy. Went through and unbanned all the Stormies, didn't we? There was no others on there. Every Stormy account that was banned, we unbanned it. Unless you've changed the name of it. I don't know why it's still banned. How many days do you think me saying 100,000?
I would have shouted you out, but you said
take maybe a week. Spanish. If you're only doing it like 5 hours a day, could maybe take you 2 or 3 weeks. Can I have a shout out? No.
No, because you said English or Spanish.
And he kept saying, will you say my name 1,000,000 times? And I just ignored him. The one with Mr. B saying, who the fuck is Jackand Will?
Do you think it was a good video?
What do you reckon to it?
I edited it, obviously. And it was my fist as well going, hitting him. Green screen with a fucking bed duvet.
My go.
Oh, I want to do 50.
No,
literally.
My go. Get that mask back over the thing. Lunchly.
Last stretch to 30,000. Let's get it. Hey man, can I have a shout out? I'm not sure if you're on a delay.
Yeah,
but I'll say it again.
Shout out Pixelated Adventurer. Lunchly.
Yeah, it'll probably take like 100 days.
It might take a while. Lunchly.
Yes, we're okay.
Lunchly.
Yeah, I keep doing it. Lunchly. I'm gonna check the short out on TikTok.
Lunchly. What happened to Stormy? Lunchly.
Someone's obviously just banned him and unbanned him. I can't see it.
Lunchly.
Well, Jack, say lunchly at the same time. You can't because like it doesn't work. Lunchly. Like one, the count is like we don't have 2 space bars, so like books it out. We've done it before. Wait, you two are giving out shout outs? No. He donated $2 in it, so like.
Lunchly.
Least we can do, do you know what I mean?
Lunchly.
I can't believe my eyes and ears.
Lunchly.
They're saying lunchly 3 million times. No, 1 million.
Lunchly.
Who the Jack?
Lunchly. What's it on there?
20,800.
That's mental. Lunchly.
We're coming for you, Mr. Beast.
Lunchly.
We said your name 3 million times and you've not seen it.
Lunchly.
Yeah, if Mr. Beast joins all over Paul, you might be in a good spot. Mate, KSI joins. We'd be laughing. We'd be fucking laughing, mate.
They don't even need to join. All they have to do is react to it on like a Reddit or something, and that's us done. Mission accomplished.
If you guys get enough attention, you're going to get 100k subs. If me and Jack ended up with 100,000 subscribers, yeah, would just be
lunchly. At that point, I can say I've completed YouTube.
Yeah.
Lunchly.
I'm gonna donate more when I get more money.
Lunchly. No, don't
donate.
Treat yourself.
Yeah.
Lunchly.
This ought to get their attention. I like my JACKANDWILL saying stuff, bro.
Lunchly.
Get these man 200k subs if they complete it. I'm telling you, if me and Jack had a gold plaque, yeah, I don't care what people say. Oh, the new one's shit.
It'll be silver.
Oh, that's $1 million, isn't it?
Yeah, gold's $1 million.
Forget it. Just a YouTube plaque. You know how sick that is? I'd be so gas.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I'll keep saying people's names till I get 1 million subscribers.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. I'm
Like
thinking that it works.
Kaisenat. People are just like,
lunchly, 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 lunchly.
They're gonna send you like 500 lunchly packages for this.
Lunchly.
I'd eat them all live on camera.
I'd be mint, wouldn't it? Just get like pizza and just be like, let's try it. First people in UK, boo boo. Well, we wouldn't be the first.
I literally do food challenges of like, how quickly can me and Jack eat 10 lunchly pizzas? Go! Say KSI after 10k. Say KSI after 10 lunchly. After lunchly 10k times. We might get KSI with this, you know, because it's his business as well. Him, Logan Paul, and Mr. Beast. Here we go again. Mr. Beast first now, lunchly. You know. Guys, can you? Yes, Taco Guy, ban me, then unban me, really the post. Stormy, stop going on about it. KSI crying. His room after hearing all the hate. And then there's Jack and Will saying lunchly 1 million times.
Lunchly.
You should do a Christmas tree. Yeah, once we've drank all this Coke, we'll turn it to a Christmas tree. You guys are pronouncing it wrong.
Lunchly.
Why, how do you pronounce it?
There's only really one way. Lunchly. You got problems, Big. Lunchly.
You guys, BB2. No idea. If I change the name, what it was? I don't know what you try to do, Stormy. Christmas scream.
Lunchly.
Home Alone, it's a banging film.
Yeah, lunchly.
You guys should sing the entire KSI song 1,000 times. Don't know about that. But you guys stream on Christmas? I met a new record on my streams and got my largest amount of views on a stream. I got 43 views on my first stage stream. Respect. I think we got like 0 views.
Lunchly.
Stormy, mate, you're giving me a headache. Yeah,
you do keep going on, Stormy.
You do realise I can't ban you from my channel if you're not in the stream. Like, do you know what I mean?
Lunchly. I'm
gonna think of it. Everybody knows. My go.
Go on. Make sure you switch it over.
Yeah, bastard.
The final stretch to 30k. Then come off for a little while.
You've made it physically impossible for me to beat you now. When we get to the 30k, because I'd need like way over 500 to beat you.
Not necessarily. If you just checked it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's nice for you then.
Lunchly. Dylan Page shouted you out and the rest is history. It's true.
It is.
Lunchly. Lunchly.
You guys are going to be known for basically everything popular, saying everything popular. I'd rather be known for that than not known.
If we can get a Lunchly Mr. Sauce in the UK, yeah, I would do it, but we can't get them.
I'd love to be able to find one.
Lunchly.
I'm not saying I like my cheese drippy bro 10,000 times. That's too many times.
Drippy, bro. It's too long as well. I like my cheese drippy bro. I like my cheese drippy bro. That's hard. Lunchly.
How long are you doing this 24/7? It'll probably take us about 20 odd days.
Wait, you can get them on Amazon?
I'll have to have a look.
Lunchly.
How's your guys' Thanksgiving? We don't really do Thanksgiving over here, I'll be honest.
Lunchly.
That'd be a cool thing to be known for, not gonna lie.
Lunchly.
Won't be too bad. It's not too hard of a task, is it?
Lunchly.
What about 5,000 times saying I like my cheese dripping, bro? You're saying lunchly anyway. I just think it'd be pointless.
We can't get them on Amazon in the UK. I just had a look. It gives me Lunchables, but not Lunchly. Lunchly. Can we see your Coca-Cola tree when you guys finish? Yeah. I've got LED strips under here, yeah, on my my desk. I'm gonna wrap that around to a couple Christmas bottles, yeah. Jobs are good at it.
No, I rate that.
Lunchly. I found Lunchly in my local Tesco.
Liar. Are you in the UK? If you can send me a picture of your Lunchly in that Tesco, yeah, tell me which Tesco it is, and I will genuinely drive there. I'll vlog the whole thing, yeah, I'll drive there, I'll buy some.
No, because it could just be... Why don't you drive all the way down there and you're like,
That's why I said send me pictures.
Lunchly.
I need proof that it's actually there. I'll go down and get it. I found Lunchly in the UK.
Lunchly.
Well, how come I ain't finding it?
Lunchly.
Feastables or Lunchly? Lunchly. I found Feastables. I had Feastables.
Lunchly. Lunchly.
200 more, you can do it. You can finish this before 12 o'clock. Come on. Come on.
Lunchly.
You take turns in saying Lunchly? Yeah, it would take 500 each.
Lunchly. It's about
Feastables isn't mouldy. I can't find Lunchly anywhere. I can't find any Lunchly. I'll have to Google it, see if I can find some. They literally have them imported into the UK. I think you're talking shit, I ain't never seen them. Look online and there's no shops that sell them. Yeah, I mean, that's a shout. We can do that way, mate.
Lunchly.
It's in this link. You won't be able to post a link. They've got a website. Lunchly's got a website. Oh my god, P. Diddy! What are you doing in the chat?
Lunchly.
I wonder who's quicker at it, me and you.
I'm still getting used to it. It's not a fucking competition.
It is a fucking competition. It's a competition. Everything's a competition. Do you want McDonald's live stream? I will do a McDonald's live stream one day. How many streams will you guys do on this? Probably as long as it takes to get to 1 mil. I reckon it takes us about 20 odd days. About 22, 23, 24 days. As long as I finish before Christmas, I'm happy. Hello, Rafi. Lunchly mouldy in the inside. Inside.
I doubt it.
I don't think so.
Lunchly.
I'm sure whatever's in Lunchly is not as bad as like McDonald's and stuff.
Lunchly.
PD for 1,000 points because the 1k bottles of baby oil. You don't eat turkey? I eat
Lunchly. He said, I'll wait 5 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, Lunchly.
30k! Fucking hell!
7 hours, 30k. That's shit timing.
That is pretty shit. We're going to struggle to hit this 45k, you know. Right, we're going to be back for about maybe 1 o'clock in the morning. Maybe a bit after.
When you say it like that.
It's midnight now, isn't it? So we'll be back, and then we're going to try and hit around about the 45k tonight, maybe even 50k if we can.
Remember though, it took us 7 hours to get to 20. I think.
What?
So it was, on the first Mr. Beast, took us like 7 hours to get to like 30k. I think. Exact same time.
You said it was 10 hours.
Oh shit! Yeah, it was like 37k.
10 hours. Yeah.
Oh, we creamed ourselves.
We've beat ourselves quite easily. So yeah, you're all legends. I appreciate everyone. Good night, Jack and Will. Even though it's still 4 p.m. for me.
Hey, we're not
going
going
to sleep. We're just going to make some food and then we'll be back on. I want to hit 45k tonight at minimum. 45k
has to be.
It has to, yeah. So I'm not going to wait around, bullshit everybody.
I remember your Master Mutton.
I remember you.
Yeah,
I remember your Master Mutton. I'm going to quickly go and be right back, scran some food, and then come back and smash out another 15k. So you're all legends. I appreciate everyone. It's been a pleasure, but we won't be gone long.
I appreciate you for watching.
So yeah.
We'll be back.
You're all the ghosts. We'll whack text-to-speech on as well.
Yeah. So we can still hear you, but obviously we're just going to cook.
You can see the new Be Right Back screen that KSK made us. We didn't make this. KSK made it.
Do we leave the counter on?
I mean, we could just copy it straight.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Come on, then, you do it.
We could find a way to slip the counter in.
I think you've got to have the counter in there. People need to know what you're doing.
What you're on.
Exactly.
What's good? What's happening?
Yo. That works. You don't need to resize it or anything, do you?
Yeah.
I'd have just left it the same size. Oh, I guess it blocks me, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
There we go. Now everybody knows what number we're on. Wicked.
Yeah. Right. Where's the text-to-speech? You still got it open on here somewhere?
I'll do it if you want. Yeah, tricky.
Just new Chrome task ones there.
We've already got a bookmark.
Okay, alright, chill out.
Gordy up.
Chill out, bruv. Alright, unmute it.
Mason Tobin.
There we go.
Mr. Gold.
The sexy AI baddie is back.
Bread.
Shout out, Mr. Gold.
Alice. Macrobotman. Why are you guys doing this?
Because we can.
Because we have no life.
Right, you lot.
Natasha.
We'll see you in a bit.
Do you know the band Hanson?
No idea.
Whoa, fucking hell, she went full blown fucking see you in a bit.
Huesos GHF GHFHZ GHDFH Isedeca. Aiden Games, are you the real one? Ronnie Powers. AHRTHZGFHZGFH Ronnie Powers. GFHZGFHZGFHZGFHZT. Aiden Games. Bread is so unsigna erene. Aiden Games. Ensigma. Isedeca. FR. Aiden Games. Can T spell shit? Bread. Aiden Games PLS. Can I get just one membership? Isedeca. Steak is Sigma. Aiden Games. Also, I is actually reading chat Irene. Sawyer Anson. Shut the freak up. Genellas formerly cool stats. SDVUBFTVF3343344. Santa Memers. I like my cheese drippy bruh. Bread. UHHHUHH. Alex Games ZS. Screw you, Aiden Games. The Big Tuna. Day from Australia. Banana milkshake. Me back from Thanksgiving and I see this. Sawyer Anson. WTF. Aiden Games. Bro, what was that? Natasha. Do you know the word? Natasha. Do you know the brand Hansen? Bread. H. P. Diddy. Logs and Paul is here. Aiden Games. AI turns UNSEXY when reading INSULTS. Alex Games ZS. HA. Santa Memmers. Aiden Games is dead, y'all. What you talking about? The big tuna. Hello dudes, this is gnarly. Genellas formerly cool stats. 77.777 billones 777.777 millones 777.700. Yeah, big up, hit the corner. Guess who? Hi. Bread. Payless. Aiden Games. Breadstop. Santa Memmers. Slim Shady. Aiden Games. Just stop. Super Mario Angat Kukreja. No, he dropped 100 subs. Alex Games ZS. Bread is bread when bread is bread, and when bread is bread, bread is bread. Santa Memmers. This bot is Zeus. Aiden Games. I am a fraud, 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 I am a basement keeper. Thank you for subscribing, Timer Briner. Natasha. Make mac cheese. Santa Memmers. Jack is gone to see Tommy in it. P. Diddy. I like my cheese drippy, bruh. David H. 2011. I feel like a tree. Aiden Games. Why does the text-to-speech have emotions? WTF? Timer Briner. Bye. Aiden Games. I am a fraud, 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 I am a Santa Memmers. I like my cheese skibidi bra. Alex Games ZS. It's coming out, it's coming out, my ASSHOLESBLEDING. Alex Games ZS. I have little kids in my basement. Hey Didi. Did I just hear the I say or the I moaned? Santa Mimers. Joe Biden copy. Aiden Games. Fraudam I fraudam I fraudam I fraudam I fraudam I fraudam I fraudam I. Ronnie Powers. Give it to me harder, daddy, oh yay. Ronnie Powers. Give it to me harder, daddy, oh yay. Alex Games ZS. 1, 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8, 9, 9, 6, 5, 4, 2, 3, 5, 7, 7. Hey Didi. Good that I stopped copying the chat. Aiden Games. That lunchly box to be looking kinda sus today. Pixelated Adventurer. No one subbed to me after he said it lol. Hey Didi. NVM. Santa Mimers. Y'all torture the bot for fun, how could you? Hey Didi. I got a laptop in my back pocket. Pixelated Adventurer. Pav waiting for the big up to hit the corner. Aiden Games. I can duplicate the amount of letters in a word to make the I pronounce it slow. Santa Mimers. Pav waiting on Jack to say I like my cheese drippy bruh. Natasha. I like my cheese bruh. Alex Games ZS. Agreed. Aiden Games. I pronounce it slow and weird JJUSSTTLLIKTTHHISC Pixelated Adventurer. Guys, Ima donate again. Hey Didi. Hey, watch where you're going. No, you watch where you're going. Basement Keeper. Thank you for subscribing, Game Mastermind. Natasha. Tell Jack and Will you read the best YouTuber. Edgar Edits. Hi. Santa Memers. Okay. Aiden Games. Chat, the artificial intelligence has feelings. Basement Keeper. Greetings, the keeper of the basement wishes you to subscribe if you haven't yet. Edgar Edits. Yo 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 yo. Santa Memers. Alright, who made the bot conscious? Edgar Edits. From the screen to the ring to the pen to the kind. Basement Keeper. Thank you for subscribing, Alex Games ZS. Santa Memers. It wasn't you since you like Lunchly. Basement Keeper. Embrace the power of the code. Use JACKANDWILL in the Fortnite store, dear. Basement Keeper. Remember to spend your basement points sign in using your YouTube login at https. Alex Games ZS. Oh say wait, they don't love you like I. Hey Didi. From the screen to the ring to the pen to the king, WHERES my crown, THATS my. Natasha. From the screen to the ring to the pen to the king. Edgar Edits. From the screen to the ring to the pen to the king, Fortnite Battle Pass, hola IM. Pedidi. The I starting speaking German. Tai. L. Tai. L. Alex Games ZS. See, I believe that if I see it in my heart, smash through the ceiling, 'cause I am. Tai. LOL. Tai. L. Tai. L. Tai. L. Natasha. Hurry up, Black and Wild. Tai. L. Tai. Ella. Natasha. Hurry up, come back. Tai. Isak Dig. Tai. L. 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 Edgar Edits. Na. Tai. L. Tai. L. Tai. L. Edgar Edits. W. Edgar Edits. W. Edgar Edits. W. Edgar Edits. We. Edgar Edits. W. Edgar Edits. W. Edgar Edits. We. Pedidi. Penguin blue waving tear, penguin blue waving tear, penguin blue waving tear. Idiot Productions. I am in the thick of it, everybody knows they know me, where it snows I skied in and. Edgar Edits. Come back, Diddy is here. Aiden Games. Front THF Skrill TPTHF Rin TPTHF Peo TPTHF King Weret MZ Crowotat MZ. Jamie Hatton. Cut the spam LMAO. Warzone Clipman. Who else is here from that one TikTok? Aiden Games. Front THF Skrill TPTHF Rin TPTHF Peo TPTHF King Weret MZ Crowotat MZ. Aiden Games. Front THF Skrill TPTHF Rin TPTHF Peo TPTHF King Weret MZ Crowotat MZ. Natasha. This is boring, just waiting. P. Diddy. Thayeli. Natasha. Clock turquoise looking up, clock turquoise looking up, clock turquoise looking up. Alex Games ZS. Dun Leu.
You don't have to stay whilst we're cooking food, you know. You can go watch something else. Like, you'll know when we come back.
Man in Living.
Big up.
Edgar Edits. Yo. Idiot Productions. Borin Stream. Edgar Edits. Jost. Edgar Edits. What the Sigma. Warzone Clipman. UHHH ho. Aiden Games. P. Diddy. Edgar Edits. Gay. Aiden Games. Why does this emoji clock turquoise looking up look like a Lunchly box if it was? Edgar Edits. Edgar Edits. From the screen to the ring to the pen to the king. Aiden Games. Lunciule mole di cheese. Alex Games ZS. You think I broke. Edgar Edits. Skibidi Toilet. Aiden Games. Lunciule mole di cheese. 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 Natasha. Do a scream with steak. Edgar Edits. Skibidi Toilet Cien. Aiden Games. Natasha, oh, okay, here I go. Alex Games ZS. Skibidi skibidi hog toi. Edgar Edits. You Jack and Will, why are you guy taking so long? Alex Games ZS. Hog. Aiden Games. Spit on the Talot. Natasha. Aiden Games is the best. Aiden Games. Natasha is it cause of my Donos or? Alex Games ZS. Everybody when he say hawk you say DUH. Alex Games ZS. Hog. Edgar Edits. Ah. Aiden Games. Talk. Edgar Edits. What about me? What about me? Carnage USA. I am a sturgeon hawk toi. Natasha. Ah. Edgar Edits. Hawk. Basement Keeper. Remember to spend your basement points sign in using your YouTube login at https. Natasha. Hog. Edgar Edits. Yuan. Edgar Edits. Toi. Edgar Edits. Hawk toi. Basement Keeper. Aiden Games, you have 89,169 basement points. Carnage USA. Why do bacons get bullied? I can't just afford Robux. Why do bacons get bullied? Natasha. Good point, Aiden Games. Edgar Edits. P. Diddy is in the basement. Edgar Edits. With Drake. Carnage USA. I love Diddy. Aiden Games. It's because of my fake donations that I have 89,169 points. Edgar Edits. LOL. Aiden Games. So big down for 89,159 points. Carnage USA. Why do bacons get bullied? I can't just afford Robux. Why do bacons get bullied? Edgar Edits. How much points do I have? Carnage USA. Hit the corner. Edgar Edits. POV0. Aiden Games. No real donation. Carnage USA. Why do bacons get bullied? I can't just afford Robux. Why do bacons get bullied? Edgar Edits. The corner, let us go. Carnage USA. So I can get it. Carnage USA. LOL. Carnage USA. Okay. Carnage USA. Okay. Carnage USA. Okay. Carnage USA. Maybe let's just. Doc B. Hi. Carnage USA. Oscar. Carnage USA. Ah. Carnage USA. Aoacaca. Carnage USA. Ah. Carnage USA. Ayahajak. Noah Pusateri. Why does the chat have that stupid voice? Carnage USA. Big up. 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 Aiden Games. Roblox lets you buy 40 Robux for 69 CNTS. Carnage USA. Big up. Carnage USA. Big up. Natasha. Big up. Carnage USA. Big up. Edgar Edits. Skibidi dop 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 yes yes skibidi dop. Det Ernaes. Big up. Carnage USA. Big up. Carnage USA. Big up. Carnage USA. Big up. Carnage USA. Big up. Edgar Edits. Caca. Noah Pusateri. Stupid voice. Carnage USA. From the screen to the ring to the pen to the king. Basement Keeper. Embrace the power of the code. Use JACKANDWILL in the Fortnite store, dear. Edgar Edits. Imagine someone said the N-word, oh no. Aiden Games. I am today years old for finding out the bot gives each person a different voice. Carnage USA. Where's my crown? That's my bling. Always drama when I ring. EZ Gamer. Pooping. RBLXC. LUNCHLY. Edgar Edits. I am gay. I just said I am the one voice. Carnage USA. Fuck 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 fuck. Aiden Games. Gene Poop. Edgar Edits. Our voice by the way. RBLXC. Launchly. EZ Gamer. Gay. J Animations. I eat fart. Big up big up big up. Edgar Edits. She is a gay. Ashley Imes. www. EZ Gamer. Big up. Carnage USA. Fuck 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 fuck. Edgar Edits. Fart 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 fart. Basement Keeper. Robux 13 topic. You have 0 basement points. Edgar Edits. No, I am not gay. Yes, you are. No, you are. Ashley Imes. Did you change the text to speech? RBLXC. LUNCHLY. Aiden Games. Big up. Robux 13 topic. Basement Keeper. Where did my basement points go? Edgar Edits. It sounds like the F word. Edgar Edits. Fart. Aiden Games. LUNCHLY counter INTEGR Launchly as said so far. Edgar Edits. Ads. J Animations. I am in the thick of it. Everybody knows they know me where it snows I skied in. Aiden Games. LUNCHLY counter INTEGER launchly as said so far. Aiden Games. LUNCHLY counter INTEGER launchly as said so far. Natasha. When are you guys coming back? EZ Gamer. Big up. Carnage USA. I am a necrophile. J Animations. Itok Didi. Natasha. Chat, do you know when you're coming back? Edgar Edits. Caseo. Basement Keeper. Remember to spend your basement points sign in using your YouTube login at https. EZ Gamer. I always wanted to tell this, but I eat skin, I really do. UTGF59PH. Hello bro. Edgar Edits. Your skin. UTGF59PH. I love eating skin and muscles. Natasha. Chat, do you know when Jack and Will coming back? EZ Gamer. Integer. Edgar Edits. Damn. Edgar Edits. Hiat. 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 J Animations. Toilet 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 toilet. Edgar Edits. Damn Gallet. Edgar Edits. LOL. EZ Gamer. My skin is yummy. Edgar Edits. Ayo. Natasha. Big Hyatt. Jacob W. What the fuck? J Animations. Diddy 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 diddy. Natasha. Big Hiat. Henry Ryer. Oka what the fuka. Jacob W. LMFAO. Edgar Edits. Yup, your band, have I good night. J Animations. As. Jacob W. Hume. J Animations. Giga Gayad. Henry Ryer. New voice, new problems. Natasha. Skitty Toilet is banned tonight, see you tomorrow. Jacob W. Hiat 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 gay. J Animations. Big up. Edgar Edits. It says everything you typed. J Animations. Big up. J Animations. Big up. Edgar edits. Imagine someone says the N-word, oh no bro. Aiden Games. Puhi big up. Jacob W. Fuck bitches. Aiden Games. Oinoni. Aiden Games. JK. Aiden Games. JK. Aiden Games. JK. Aiden Games. JK. Brian Vision. What? J Animations. Ohio. Edgar edits. No one has said it. Bogdan. Neeguh. J Animations. Ass smells like ass. Aiden Games. Bogdan. Aiden Games. No. Aiden Games. Bogdan. Aiden Games. Y. Aiden Games. BPGDAN. Edgar edits. Down in Ohio. Aiden Games. What have you done? Aiden Games. At LEASTIDIDNTPRONOUCEIT. Brian Vision. TF is this. Jacob W. Fucking bitches bigers. Becca. God damn it, not this shit again. Bogdan. Neeguh. Edgar edits. Hand pink waving face red droopy eyes text green game over face green smiling. Aiden Games. Fucking bloody fucker of fucking hell of shit shows and fucks of hells. Dynamic Live. Please don't abuse T2S. Edgar edits. Yo, I have to go by chat. Aiden Games. Okay. Becca. No way. Jacob W. Fuck. Stanke. NESA. Oli. What? Aiden Games. SROP. Aiden Games. AROP. Aiden Games. Atop. Aiden Games. Stop. Basement Keeper. Henry Ryer has immersed themselves in the adventures of Jack Wolf for 10 hours. Henry Ryer. What the F? Oli. Cat. ASG Archivals. Bro WTF, why was I timed out? No signal November Dak J Whisper. What the fee? Oli. Skibidi Toilet. ASG Archivals. I was trying to stop the N-word abuse. ASG Archivals. Since someone said it. Dynamic Live. Spamming random shit. ASG Archivals. Dynamic Live, I was misspelling stop. J Animations. Guys, I smell ass in my room. What do I do? Dynamic live. It will still say it either way. They got timed out longer. Basement Keeper. Greetings, the keeper of the basement wishes you to subscribe if you haven't yet. Beca. Stop PPPPPP. AZ Gamer. Fuck, I really got to take a shit. What do I do? Hot Animations. Oy. Oli. 30,000. Basement Keeper. Embrace the power of the code. Use JACKANDWILL in the Fortnite store, dear. Basement Keeper. Remember to spend your basement points sign in using your YouTube login at https. Hot Animations. Oy. Oli. Yes. Dynamic live. Saying N-word in any way, shape, or form will be a 60 minutos timeout. Hot Animations. That is fair. AZ Gamer. Okay. Hot Animations. Guys, no racism. AZ Gamer. Yay. Oli. Anyone here? It is a toadtastic. I am a brain dead. It is a toadtastic. Nair. Mr. Gold. When are they coming back? Oli. IDK. Mr. Gold. Come back. J Animations. Oy, oy, bebe, 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 ah, ka, 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 ah. Oli. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oli. 1. Mr. Gold. They said they could hear the chat. J Animations. Caca. J Animations. When or why all coming back? Mr. Gold. Before they went. Becca. Oh. Axel. Jack and Will's videos suck. J Animations. We want more Lunchly. Mr. Gold. Oh. Oli. Party. Mr. Gold. Oh. Mr. Gold. Oh. Mr. Gold. Oh. Mr. Gold. Oh. Oli. Lonchi. Mr. Gold. Oh. Jordi. Hey Jack and Will, I just wanted to be something, so when I was 5 years old my Mr. Gold. Eje. Mr. Gold. Lunchly. J Animations. Lunchly, 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 Lunchly. Oli. Lunchly 1M. Mr. Gold. Lunchly. Mr. Gold. Lunchly. Mr. Gold. Lunchly. Oli. Lunchly 1 million. Mr. Gold. Come back. Jota Animations. Guys, my skibbity toilet evolved last night on Ohio and it's coming for me. Basement Keeper. Remember to spend your basement points sign in using your YouTube login at https. Oli. My yete chat delayed. Ejimothy. Skibidi. Oli. Skibidi. Hordy. What does Skitty Phantom tax? Jota Animations. Skibidi toilet, skibidi toilet, skibidi toilet, skibidi toilet, skibidi toilet. Oli. IDK. OW3N. Ajá, ja, 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 ajá, ajá. Oli. L Loki. Stay trusting. That voice XDD. J Animations. Poop 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 poop. Stay trusting. Jimothy. Oli. J Animations. Egg 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 egg. Stay trusting. Ay hi 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 hi. OW3N. I like fizzing KSI Gayet Lunchly Hippie Pokop. Jimothy. Yopidox DSA ha 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 r. Mr. Gold. 40-something minutes I would like I am just cold to the ring to the pen to the Basement Keeper. Henry Ryer has immersed themselves in the adventures of Jack Will for 18 hours. Oli. J Animations. Gulp 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 gulp. Jimothy. Vibra Yovech Buitebo Yuyit YBJLV4. Stay trusting. Oyo yo 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 yo. J Animations. Ja 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 ja. Stay trusting. XDDDDDDDDD. Oli. Ollie. It's so quiet. Ollie. Never mind. Mr. Gold. COMEBACKJACKANDWILL. Basement Keeper. Embrace the power of the code. Use JACKANDWILL in the Fortnite store, dear. J Animations. Tetes Break. Ollie. Tetes is back. Ijimati. Pipi un kaki en pipi kakaland. Noah Pusateri. From the screen to the ring to the ring to the pen to the king, whereas my crown. Stay trusting. Kakakakaki kiki kiki koko koko kokukukuku kekekekekie. J Animations. P. Ijimati. LOL. Mr. Gold. What is it that is? Jacob Messina. Fac. Ollie. Mr. Gold text to speech. Ijimati. Gul 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 EDF. Stay trusting. Tetis is the voice system who repeat what we re-chatting. J Animations. Text to speech. Mr. Gold. Thanks. Stay trusting. Yes, text to speech. Noah Pusateri. Goofy text to spec. Aiden Games. Gosh damn and darn, how long is this triumphal and symphonizing adventure, Jack? J Animations. Fuck. Ollie. Meow. Ollie. UHM. J Animations. From the screen to the ring to the pen to the king, where's my crown? That's my. Aiden Games. 98. I am a new 8. Falcon fan out. I was here. Ijimati. Tickle my packing peanut cancer cheese balls marathon. Ollie. Whew. Noah Pusateri. From the screen to the ring to the pen to the king, where's my crown? That's my. Ollie. MRBEASSTTT. Noah Pusateri. From the screen to the ring to the pen to the king, where's my crown? That's my. Ejimothy. Ooh wee you, I like just like Buddy Holly. Basement Keeper. Remember to spend your basement points sign in using your YouTube login at https. Falcon Fan Out. I likes men. Aiden Games. NUVE9 OCHO Ejimothy. Say it ain't su 0:00:00:12 de la noche. Noah Pusateri. Never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna run around and. Aiden Games. He made icing lol. Oli. QWERTY UEOPs DFGHJKLZXCVBNM. Ejimothy. KD56D65 KD5I6I64D46D4D46D4D6I4D6I. Falcon Fan Out. Repeat after me, monkey. Noah Pusateri. I like my cheese moldy, bruh. Ejimothy. ABCDFGHKLMNOPCRESTUPSIS. Ejimothy. Monkey. Aiden Games. Monkey E. Noah Pusateri. LOL. Oli. Money. Ejimothy. Cancer cheese balls, final poops dishes akakami. Noah Pusateri. Big up. Noah Pusateri. Big up. Falcon Fan Out. Why are we playing with an I no Didi? Noah Pusateri. Big up. Noah Pusateri. Big up. Ejimothy. Ain't he no party like a Diddy party. Noah Pusateri. Big up. Cool dude YOLO. Suse. Fuck this not good. Oli. Yay or no? Cool dude Why am I British, comrade? Cool dude Also get your butt up. Cool dude You are probably way easier than even being on the couch. Aiden Games. Oli. Yeah. Cool dude Yeah, I am just gonna go, but I am just gonna say something real quick. Noah Pusateri. Say emojis if you like boys. Cool dude Isu asu h. Cool dude ash shash. Cheeseball Weezer. Suck my brother 33Q38U4 GVP 783 GVR 13R Bilberg 3QP 7 gramos 8. Cool dude UKHTFRDKHUFRTGDNHJ. Noah Pusateri. I like your cut, G. Oli. Tetes disabled. Oli. NVM. Noah Pusateri. What the Sigma. Billy Bob the Dog 23. Sub. Aiden Games. SKIBIDI. Cheeseball Weezer. Cheeseball Weezer. Cheeseball Weezer. Cheeseball Weezer. Oli. Yotatis, tell them to come back. Billy Bob the Dog 23. I'm an idiot. Griffey. Shake that M&M. Cheeseball Weezer. That feeling when knee surgery is tomorrow. Noah Pusateri. I cannot hold it in anymore. I just wanna LG echo sound effect. Cheeseball Weezer. Toes. Griffey. I told them that I'd like it from now. Shake that sass for me. Noah Pusateri. I cannot hold it in anymore. I just wanna LG echo sound effect, you know. Basement Keeper. Ollie has immersed themselves in the adventures of Jack Will for 1.42 hours. Billy Bob the Dog 23. I hate my fans Jack and Will. Ollie. Whew. Basement Keeper. Greetings, the keeper of the basement wishes you to subscribe if you haven't yet. Griffy. Ayo, my name is Skindidi Toliet and am the Rizzler and I have aura and I. Billy Bob the dog 23. I'm in the thick of it, everybody know they know me where it snows I skied in and. Aiden Games. Trigga digga the big up hit the Canera. Basement Keeper. Embrace the power of the code use JACKANDWILL in the Fortnite store, dear. Basement Keeper.
Yo.
Well, hello there.
Hello.
Whoa.
Let's get it started in here.
Give me that keyboard and we get started with this shite.
I believe that should work now. Hi, bye, fly, fly, fly.
Give me that. Oh shit. You're not even on thingy.
I was on it.
It was on top chat, top thing.
Oh, okay. Well, there's a keyboard even on, mate.
Oh, I didn't know you turned it off. I'll be honest with you.
I never turned it on.
Well, I never turned it off. You had it last.
Obviously, I turned it off.
We're back.
Let's go.
Right, it's gonna be hard. Lunchly. Alright. Lunchly.
We're gonna get to 45k. That's the aim.
Lunchly.
I think 45k would be a decent amount. Because I know we struggled to get to 45k when we did Mr. Beast.
This is hard.
I was gonna say, I wonder why I can't see that shit.
Oh, you should have been hovering over it. Oh shit, I was wondering why no one was talking. Lunchly.
I was messing with the voice. Yeah, it's funny, the big up hit the corner around 3 to 4 times while JACKANDWILL was on. Alright, big up Aiden Games.
I rate that.
W Susie, I know where you live. 30,500 lunchlies. I'm leaking it. Go for it. Go for it.
Lunchly. Oh, this is hard, man. Lunchly.
Well, I feel like we always know that when you come back after eating food, you can't say it properly. It's not lunch time until 12 p.m.
Lunchly.
Oh, it'd be nice when we go to bed though.
I know. Lunchly.
We need Mr. Beast.
Lunchly.
We will get him.
Lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Yes, Mason Tobin, how's it going, mate?
Just doesn't feel like I'm saying it anymore. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Pink that up. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Imagine finding his phone number on Google. Could you imagine? Lunchley, 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 lunchley. A gather of Mr. Beast. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
You will get Mr. Beast to see you. If it's not on good terms, then so be it.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Already 30k, yeah.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. It's not. I don't think it is faster than the mystery. It's about the same.
I think it's way harder.
I think it is harder to say it. Yeah. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Right, go.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley,
Maybe
lunchley,
one day
lunchley,
if it
lunchley,
doesn't.
lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley,
Yes, Orlando, how's it going?
Yes, Orlando. Lunchley, 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 lunchley,
before Christmas.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
I didn't even know that. Billy the Bob the dog, you smashed it. Nobody else knows that, so fair play. Don't tell too many people.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Obviously tomorrow as well we'll end up getting on earlier than what we did today. We started at 5
lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Yes, Aiden.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
He says lunchley.
Lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
I guess close
lunchley, 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 lunchley.
We are back, Mr. Gold.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Trying to hit 45k before it hits like 4 in the morning.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Shut up. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. It just turns into lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 ah, stop, man. I keep reading the fucking chat.
You just focus on saying it. I've got this.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Nah, we've still got like 3.5 hours. We'll be alright. Try and hit 45k before we restart streaming.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
Mr. Beast posting tomorrow. Not bad.
AK today. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
AK today, what do you mean?
lunchly, lunchly, because they're probably in America.
Oh, right.
He's posted on the 30th, I think.
Right.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Why are you
lunchly,
losing subs? I don't know.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I gather when we wake up tomorrow,
don't worry,
we'll be back to normal.
It's slowly going down. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
They will disappear. Hello, JC on Russell.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Imagine saying Beetlejuice.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
Did you guys hear Steak might move to Twitch? I did hear about it.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Can you tier your subs?
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
YouTube will sort it.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, lunchly.
God, it's annoying. I know. It'd be nice if they went down a bit quicker.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
so I go to bed
lunchly,
thinking I'm on
lunchly,
30k, wake up with like 28.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly,
sleep and say lunchly.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
It should be fixed tomorrow.
Lunchly, lunchly.
There may be a debate one day whether you all said lunchly, 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 love chili.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Only on Will's end. My end, everyone's going to go, he said lunchly.
No, it's hard, and you like way harder than you think. You're like lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
lunchly. I need to get 45k. You're the best. Never go upon yourself. Jesus Christ, love you. And he loves your family, and he will stay with you. And have a great day. You're the best. I appreciate that, JC on Russell.
Deal, Jamie.
Christ is king.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Jack
lunchly,
Fox, so we can go in and see the whole story about it, but it's so good, and the best part of it was so much better, and more importantly, I think it's the best one I can do for the week. Jace, you are crazy. I tell you what, you lot are crazy with the text-to-speech.
Only the OGs remember.
Only the OGs remember that.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
If you found out who botted you, would you ban them?
Nope.
It wouldn't really make any difference because they can still bot you when they're banned. Why do you have 10 bottles of soda behind you? It's just what we've drank over like the month.
Lunchly, the week.
Lunchly, the Mike meeting was crazy. We don't need to go on about it. The little special. It's actually Tesco special. Can't beat it. 50p a bottle. Absolutely banging. Even JD for the laundry low. DJ B. I was going to say JD. You lost me on that one, but yeah, DJ B. That'd be good. Yeah, it's my go anyway. What are you trying
Lunchly. Let me do 100. Lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunch.
Sort the mic out. Sort the mass out. Get it back on the thing. Lunchly.
Why did it go up? They got JC on Russell. Remember when I got that gifted steak membership? Lunch. How are you both JACKANDWILL?
Lunchly.
What?
Lunchly.
Someone gifted me a Creecraft membership too.
Lunchly.
Wait.
Lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, lunchly,
I
lunchly,
think in 2 hours we can be on 41,000.
lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Maybe not exactly
lunchly.
2 hours, but...
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
How did it feel when you got exposed, Aiden?
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Was you just watching the stream and then all of a sudden you just went, Aiden, every time you donate, the money just goes down. Did you just shit a pants and you're just like, shit, he knows. State doesn't reach Twitch, then most people will be set up. Most people will be upset for those who don't have Twitch. Yeah. I don't even get a notification. I just saw a members only community post and thought I shouldn't be seeing this. I got the membership 5 days ago.
Makes me wonder why I don't just dual stream. The Twitch and multi-stream. Lunchly.
Yeah, I had to even close my own YouTube account until I made my response video. I look tired as fuck. You seem quite sad, to be fair, Aiden.
You did violate us though. Lunchly.
You violated Satan more, let's be real.
Oh yeah. Lunchly.
On the 1st of December we can give 10 away again.
Lunchly.
I'm surprised YouTube didn't ban you, to be fair.
Shows you can get away with it though. Lunchly. You should do it to other people that don't know about it. Lunchly. You donate to us and take it away. It makes us look like we're making loads of money.
I won't.
Lunchly. I do want to know how you do it though. It's interesting. I'd like to know. Lunchly.
Yeah, they've also been tracking my watch time on Steve's channel.
Lunchly.
It's kind of funny how Steve finds you out like that though, Aiden. Yeah.
Lunchly.
Oh, my fucking stomach. Shouldn't have ate so much. Lunchly.
I think we've got this in the bag. If we can keep up this pace well.
Lunchly. Don't
give up on your dreams, and everybody loves you and your family and friends. You are the best. I've been a member. You're too young, you might not see it. I appreciate that, Jason. You should watch the Fortnite trailers. I need to get this stuff done. Can I get a sub, you? You can sub to me, yeah. Oh, you want a shout out? Everyone, big up Pixelated Adventurer. Better check him out. Have you done a bottle flip? No. YouTube released the gaming recaps and I found out that they've been tracking my watch time on Steve's channel. Fuming. You should fake donates to random 5-year-olds. That's Pete. You couldn't do that.
That would be Pete.
Because I said I watched that channel 27 times as much as the average viewer.
What's the most you could fake donate, Aiden?
On my other account, I'm sick of the cruise one. No worries, Stormy. In games is a fucking loser. You guys are going to miss the season launch and the OG mode launch. I'm not too bothered.
The most you can donate is $67.
Interesting.
Why is that? Lunchly.
Can I please have a shout out? Would appreciate it. Or shout out Mason. Everyone go check his channel out. Do you know Juice WRLD in Fortnite and the event, but the event is on the 17th? I do know about Juice WRLD. I've played Fortnite. I'm not really too bothered about jumping on it. I want to get this Lunchly done. I always thought Aiden was actually donating. So did I, Logan. So did I.
Bro, I can't donate via Streamlabs.
Don't worry about donating. You've donated loads, Jamie. You're Gucci. So I used to Google Play gift card for faking it, which had a limited amount of money on it. So is that how you do it then? You use a Google gift card and then you can retract it somehow?
Says you have media share enabled but not enabled on stream. Oh, you're trying to use
media share. Yeah, we ain't got it on.
Lunchly.
Only because obviously someone might play something that's copyright and we need to save these streams.
I think what he's saying is we've still got it enabled on actual Streamlabs. Yeah, we've not turned it off there. We took it off our thing. No, it's there as a donate option. There's no way to not put it. Yeah, just take it off.
I thought I did. I don't think I've got it on. Have I?
Well, it obviously is. Lunchly. Are we on the donate bit? No. Lunchly.
Oh, look, see, I've got it.
Now it's disabled, no?
No, I just clicked that.
Lunchly, save options. Down the bottom.
Can't.
Lunchly.
Okay, so that's it on. That's it off. So it's been off the whole time.
Lunchly. Just check out our donation page to know if it's off. You know what I mean? Lunchly.
I think it's off.
Lunchly. Oh my god, our Jack and Will, can I have a shout out? No. Lunchly. Is it on? It looks like it's gone now.
I don't know.
Well, there's no option to upload a video.
I think it's not. I don't know.
Lunchly. So Lunchly. Hello, Epic Bazinga.
It's gone now. Okay,
yeah, so it was on.
Well, I thought I took it off ages ago.
It
wasn't even like. It doesn't say whether it's on or off. Like, you think it like highlight whether it's on or off. I think that's a bit stupid.
Can I get mods since I donated $2? No.
Hello, hearts and cookies. I would never do it, but I wouldn't mind.
No message.
You should have spammed something.
Yeah. I appreciate it, Jamie.
Big up Jamie out. You're a legend, mate.
W, Jamie. Orlando, spam W.
Everyone spam W for Jamie. He's a legend.
Lunchly.
Jamie has the go.
I appreciate it, Jamie. Genuinely.
He hasn't run out of points by any chance, has he?
Lunchly. Nah, surely not.
No, I thought it was stacked with points.
Lunchly. I appreciate it.
Jamie, you're a legend. Nah, still over 5. I was going to say, I was thinking, maybe he's run out of points because last time he was just like, I need points. Boom.
Well, we've changed it now, so the only way you get it is through Streamlabs. No, but what I mean is we've stopped personally going over to Streamlabs, and like if you super chat through YouTube, we don't add it up because it's just like
so much effort.
After this free meal, it was like.
I ain't going through the whole of that giving people points. There's no way.
Lunchly.
Why are we gaining subs?
Lunchly.
Don't worry about the subs. They will go down. You're the best, and I mean it. You are amazing. Never give up on your YouTube channel. Your channel. Yeah.
Well, I appreciate.
I do appreciate that.
Lunchly.
I'll try my best to keep the channel going. But who knows what will happen.
Lunchly.
I'm thinking about going over to Twitch. About, I'd say like 2,000 were.
Oh, I mean maybe 2.7. Lunchly.
No, because we weren't on bang on 28. We're on more than that, and we have had a few. Just dual stream.
No, we weren't actually.
I'm only taking the piss. I'm not going over to Twitch.
Yeah, internet can't handle it. We can barely stream to TikTok and YouTube, let alone to TikTok and YouTube and Twitch.
The people I want to target are the YouTubers. I'm not really bothered about
Lunchly.
I basically do, so hopefully you make shout outs to people that donate also the way you say Lunchly is so satisfying.
Who? Me?
Yeah.
I don't even say Lunchly properly. Lunchly.
No, I rate that.
Lunchly.
We don't really do shout outs, innit? I don't want people paying to get shout outs. Like they won't. I mean, I'll take the money and I'll shout you out.
Just shout out Dylan Alves.
No, yeah, but that's what I'm saying because he's mentioned about shout outs to people that donate. But all I mean is, even if you donate and we go, oh, shout out that guy, everyone go subscribe to him, yeah. No one goes and subscribes to you. You just wasted money.
Unless we like spam your link in the chat and be like, everybody subscribe. You might get like 5 subscribers,
Yeah.
but like that is it.
Not even that.
I'm 12, so I don't know. No, that's fair. Oh, it's big up whoever did that.
What was?
Took his age off. Yeah. Lunchly. Apple pie disgusting.
So I'm just reading what Stormy put.
Lunchly.
meat riding again.
JACKANDWILL are the best streamers ever. They sit in their kitchen all day and don't even know the weather. Stream every day because they're the best. Lunchly.
Don't go to 100. You take time.
Take time. Hello, Cool Duty. That's what I mean.
Put it back on the
Put it up Dylan Alves. Everyone subscribe to Dylan Alves.
Lunchly.
The background. Lunchly.
No, like because people use my.
Isn't it before you go? So before you go. Was this?
Lunchly.
I don't have a channel. My bros, what's up? We're doing alright, Cool Duty.
Hello, Cool Dude.
Hope you're doing alright.
Lunchly.
I appreciate Apple Snapple.
Lunchly. Yeah, I'd feel like a right fraud if I was sitting there going, like, you know what I mean? Like some people, I should bear
got my ticket.
Lunchly.
That was like an emoji. Cool dudes have cool kids sitting in the back of the bus. Also, one more thing. Do you guys do XMR? No. I love JACKANDWILL. Hi, big up, I love JACKANDWILL.
Lunchly.
Why are you torturing yourself now for lunch? You did Mr. Beast. We want to get him. I think Mr. Beast is in the clear now. People aren't hating him as much. And if we can get, yo.
Hee. BTW, I'm gonna play FNXD.
That does not surprise me, Logan.
I appreciate that, Logan.
Hope you get a win.
Yeah.
Lunchly.
I bet you would get a win anyway.
Oh, of course he is. He can get a win on squads, solo.
Yeah,
Lunchly.
I rate that. Thank you, Logan. I apologise for the comment. That's fine.
Well, what have you done wrong?
Nothing.
Lunchly.
Never good on me. Give up on yourself. We won't chase you. Sweaty bastard. Mate, I'm gassed. I had bloody Snoop Dogg skin. Eminem emo. Never back down. Never work. Crazy. Bye. Seen a bit Dylan.
Lunchly. Seen a bit Dylan Alves, mate.
Today's been
Lunchly.
realistically, like,
Lunchly.
Take a break. It's time for your turn. No, that's not my turn yet. It's every 500. How did y'all hit 50 for 30k already? It's not that hard. I gotta go eat and take my meds for other things that I have. No worries, mate.
Oh, I'm back on this chair. Lunchly.
That's a Roblox. No, I don't blame you, Dylan, mate. I'm gonna go play Fortnite. No worries, Roblox. Reverse, I don't think so, buddy. Poor Jamie, I feel bad, HT.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Oh, because Logan's just stole Jamie Hatton's spot. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Finally, a stream that's not hella delayed.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
lunchly. Been there since day 77. Jamie, that reminds me of someone.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Yo, Wagwan.
Lunchly,
King Rasta, please.
Lunchly, lunchly.
Hey, bro, GG on 30k, but I appreciate you, cool dude. Wait, never mind. I may stay a little longer. You're past 36k like.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I doubt that.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Dream and sleep. Yes.
Lunchly, lunchly.
We're playing Fortnite right now. Okay. What is the best compliment y'all received? Someone said that we look like
Someone compared me to Keanu Reeves. I'm going to take that one to the grave, mate.
Someone said
lunchly, 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 lunchly. I clearly don't, but I'll take it. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Leaderboard looking like lads.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Check you later, innit?
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Want to see the leaderboard? 16, 4, 40, 60. So we're pretty much neck and neck. So obviously it's going to be his guy.
Oh shit! Jamie Hatton donated £5. Big up Jamie Hatton.
He's changed his name to the Goat.
Spam W's, Jack.
Jamie the Goat.
Everyone spam
I appreciate that, Jamie. Everyone spam W's for Jamie. To be fair, spam W's for Jamie, Logan, and Jamie again. Because I don't think we got.
Oh, it is moving. I'm starting thinking, why is the chat not moving? There we go.
Legends.
Appreciate it. Even Logan's
Jamie,
in there.
I appreciate that, mate.
Appreciate all of you.
It's genuinely, I didn't think the stream would go as well as this. Like the first day coming back to doing this.
Lunchly.
I feel like this is just the way. Like you just gotta stop saying people's names, man. Do you lot reckon we could get Mr. Beast's attention this time? You get the reference, well, yes. Yes, we get the reference.
Lunchly.
What's that? Say lunchly if you're being held hostage. We're being held hostage the whole time. You're a legend. Never give up on your dreams. Why are you saying lunchly so many times? You're gonna get Mr. Beast's attention. We said his name 3 million times, he ignored us. Now I say lunchly a million times. Keep it up, Super
Say
Mario
lunchly
Bros.
if you're gay.
Lunchly.
I think aim for KSI, let KSI do the heavy lifting.
That's what we were saying.
Go
if
for
someone,
all three.
If someone can get it in his his Discord or his Reddit or anything like that and get him to see it, I think you got a high chance of getting Mr. Beast and Logan Paul.
Lunchly. Say Orlando one time if you want Orlando. Orlando, give me your $20,000 points.
20,000 freaking points.
Lunchly.
You ain't wearing the North Face, you're wearing the Southern Eye. I think I'm wearing Adidas.
All day I dream about saying Mr. Beast. Lunchly. You
guys really have nothing better to do? Lol. Pretty much. I mean, what else can I do? It's either this or not one out of my bedroom.
Both I can do at the same time.
Exactly.
Lunchly.
JACKANDWILL say Mr. Beast. Say Logan is better at Fortnite than Jack once. There you go, you are better than me at Fortnite. Say lunchly if you like saying lunchly. Say lunchly if you're fuck you, Stormy. You're a legend, never give up on your dreams and never give up on yourself. We're here for you. We're never leaving you in your life. Gotta go to spend time with the family, so... And take my meds now. Sorry for not sharing my other disorders. Quote unquote. And also have a nice day. Sorry for coming over. Nah, it's all good. Yeah, you do what you gotta do, Dylan, mate. I appreciate you joining the stream. Or to 50,000 in an hour. We ain't that in an hour. We won't even get to 40,000 in an hour. If you say lunchly 5 more times, you have to end stream.
Lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Been in the stream for 8 hours.
Lunchly. Big up admin, Eddie.
You're sad, mate. Long time no see, admin.
Lunchly.
Say Lunchly, strong as a Melbourne Dick Rights. What will you do if Mr. Beast acknowledges you? Well, I'll sit there and I'll say I've completed it. Mr. Beast, I know it, mate. Me and Mr. Beast are like that.
Not many people can say he's seen my face. Lunchly.
So far, we've had Dylan Page, we've had Gideon, Steak.
We had Logan Paul and KSI, but we're not had Mr. Beast yet. Lunchly.
Nah, really, it's only those three that have actually seen us. It is criminal. In fact, we have two people named Storm in the stream. That is pretty crazy.
Oh, man.
Milk the hell out of it. That's what I would do. Eli knows. I'd be making videos for about a year straight going, how I got Mr. Beast's attention.
How much money did Mr. Beast really give me?
Me spending all of Mr. Beast's money.
Is Mr. Beast a scammer?
Just clickbait constantly. Eating a Mr. Beast burger. That's probably going to happen very soon. Am I helping? Not really, just clogging the chat, but I appreciate it. The effort's there.
Who farted, Willy boy?
Can you shot me? I ain't going to shot you. Why would I shoot you? Hello, Marvelous Gaming. Lunchly, how many times? 1 times 10. I don't even know what that means.
Times by 6. 60.
This is harder than saying Mr. Beast.
Lunchly. Because you can't get into a pattern.
No, I know.
Lunchly.
What's up? Also, I think it's 24. What's that for? Juliet, Lalita Lopez. What time is it for you guys? It is 10 to 2 in the morning. I really don't get it. Can you say Messi? There you go. Equals 1 million plus. What a beautiful challenge again. That's a great challenge. I love these challenges.
Do you get it? I don't get it. Lunchly.
I took a picture of the last time. Which one person disliked? I don't know. You get a few losers that join. Probably the guy that was buying us. Alright, Liam Payne. 8:50 PM. Faster to say Lunchly. How hard is it? Sort them out. Sort them out.
I was on Will, right?
I don't know, because I pressed it and it came up Will, and I thought, oh, maybe it's not pressed it properly. You do need to start remembering to click it, Will, because you're starting to annoy me. If I click this now,
L, I should be beating you.
No.
I don't care anymore.
No, I'll do it on yours then, because you fucking so brain dead that you can't be asked to just press it. Do you know what I mean? Shut the fuck up. I know, but then you sit there all butthurt like, oh.
I couldn't care less.
Lunchly. Oh shit, I'm not even, it's not hovering over. Sorry you lot. Your messages were going up and I couldn't see them. These arguments make the stream 10 times better. How do I make you laugh, Jack? You can't. You could do it. You should attack with medieval weapons. Nah, it's not fair on Will. Have you guys ever had Lunchly? I haven't. Bro Rage quit and he's not even saying it. He ran off. I'll be here till the end of this, to the end this time. I appreciate that, Coding Labs. Really? Hello, Luyan, Nguyen, or whatever your last name is. Probably butchered it. Faster, I can't do it. I will stop around 40k and sleep and continue tomorrow. I'm going to try and get 45k. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Hello, Jake Super. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. See you in a bit, Liam. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. I appreciate that, Dave. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. You're right, Stormy. I've seen it running down his leg. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. What?
What's he saying?
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Oh, you're back and you can read it. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. You still wiping your ass? Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Do you know you lot typing munchley? Yeah, it's hard because I'm reading it and it's making me want to say munchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. What?
So it sounds like saying lunchley.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Please tell me y'all got a break.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Will, shut the fuck up.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Big up Marvelous Gamer. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. This is hard, man. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Yeah, are you on a delay? Yeah, we have had a break. I don't know.
Yeah, no, we have had a break. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Start an argument where you guys are
lunchley,
screaming
lunchley, 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 lunchley.
End the argument in a bloody fist fight. I guarantee you 100k views.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley,
probably because we do.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
It's like anything.
We have only just come back though.
Yeah.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Well, Jump saying he's seen a fart coming down your leg.
Lunchley, lunchley, lunchley. Yeah, he said you farted, and that's why you got up, and obviously he sharted basically.
Listen,
lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Have you seen the new meme?
Lunchley,
It's like,
lunchley, lunchley,
I like my
lunchley,
suitcase.
lunchley, lunchley,
No?
lunchley, lunchley. Lunchley, lunchley,
Man's in
lunchley,
the vibe, being
lunchley, 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 lunchley,
Man's on the
lunchley,
vibe.
lunchley, lunchley, lunchley,
What made you decide to do
lunchley,
this?
lunchley, lunchley.
Wants to get Mr. Beast's attention.
Lunchley, lunchley, lunchley,
So,
lunchley, lunchley, lunchley.
Obviously, we said his name 3 million times.
Lunchley,
That didn't work, even though it got like 20 million views, yada yada yada, no one cares. So we thought, fuck it, we'll say Lunchley. And that way we get all of them, KSI, Logan Paul, and Mr. Beast. If he sees it. And he's sort of in the clear at the minute. He's not like getting hated as much.
Lunchley,
I made my suitcase, shut up. Thought I liked my cheese Chance Noodles next for me. Big up Snoodles. Snoodles, don't snoodle. Mr. Beast made a response on Uberville channel, yeah. Jack's resized the chair, mate. There.
Lunchley. Right, I'm putting it on yours, so it's on yours now.
Appreciate
I gave you 500.
Wait, so if you gave it mine, why did you change it?
Because I changed it for the last 100 for me. Because I did 600.
Well, I looked so confused when it came back to this. Yeah.
Oh, let's just crack on, William. Let's get it. 45k. We can do that tonight. We can do that tonight.
We can. Lunchley.
Riley O'Brien, I don't know who the... Is that your name?
Lunchley.
You're gonna get commentary YouTubers making videos like how two harmless streamers become bloodthirsty beasts.
It won't. It'd be like, meet the biggest losers on YouTube.
Planet,
yeah. Lunchley.
Not only did they say Lunchley 1 million times, but they actually said 3 million times Mr. Beast. How sad does it get?
I'm just jealous. Lunchley.
Bad publicity is good publicity, and I'll take it. As long as it gets people talking. What's up, King Kyron? Yo, Game and Tiger.
You're not losers, just idiots.
I guess,
because an idiot is like someone who's thick, and if Mr. Beast saw it, it's fucking genius. Lunchley.
It all depends whether he sees it. If it doesn't, then
do you know what I mean?
Channel goes bust. We delete it. No one ever knows that we ever did this, and we leave it at that. I appreciate that, King Kyron.
Lunchley.
This is my dream, bro. What to say saying someone's name or someone's company?
Okay,
pretty easy dream to achieve, mate.
I think we're delusional. I think that's what we are. Lunchley.
Yeah, I think we are pretty.
Lunchley. But slightly like.
Turd.
But slightly like, you know. We're all thinking it's if he does see it, pretty clever idea, really. Pretty easy as well.
If he doesn't see it, I ain't lost anything.
Lunchley. What did he say?
Low tapered fade.
Lunchley. Odds of dying before saying Lunchley 1 million times? Quite low. Lunchley. Say the N word and I'll give you $10? Nah, I'd need more than that, mate. I'd need to hide away. Lunchley.
$10? No, I'm joking. Imagine.
Lunchley. Double it and give it to the next person. Lunchley.
I gotta go. See a bit, Eli.
Lunchley.
How much to reset the counter?
$10? No, I'm only joking, obviously.
To reset the counter.
Lunchley.
It could take a month to say.
Lunchley, probably like $3,000. But I guess
$2,000.
I guess at this precise moment, I'll give 200 quid.
No, not 200.
200 quid.
I'd take 500
quid.
500 quid.
Lunchley.
I'd do 500 quid to reset.
Lunchley. You're just like a scammer at this point, I mean, yeah. Lunchley. Have you heard of? I don't think they've heard of the new JACKANDWILL crypto coin. It's rising to the moon.
Oh, everyone needs to buy it right now.
Lunchly,
it's about to rise.
lunchly. See you
in a bit, Bella the Wolf. Good Bella the Wolf. It's not the bad one, everyone.
Where can I buy it?
I don't know. My bank probably won't allow it. I wouldn't expect someone to donate that much anyway.
I won't reset.
That's resetting 9 hours of work lower than 250 is
lunchly.
Fucking hell, what job you got? How much are you getting paid?
Jesus. 250 quid for 9 hours of work. He's bloody bargain.
You guys going all night? Nah, we'll get to 45k and then we'll go sleep. Just waiting for Will to obviously. Takes a long time.
Oh, my ears got tinnitus.
Yeah.
They did.
Yeah, that's fine. Lunch ain't going to say itself.
Lunchly.
Low-key, we should get Skeppy in here. Who's Skeppy?
Lunchly. Fuck crypto, I agree.
Yeah, nah.
Lunchly. But if me and Jack ever did have a crypto coin, you'd know we'd be making a lot of money. Can
you do sleep stream? We'll leave it on overnight when we go sleep, but I'm not sleeping on stream. As you can see, like, there's not many places I can sleep. Cushion on the side, just sleep there, but that's not going to be comfy. KSI or Dylan gonna make another video. Just watch. Could you imagine that'd be very minimal? So you can get your money's worth from it. No, I rate that. I rate that.
Skeppy goes around finding people who do these and that's how much to reset and then actually pays that amount. Alright, well,
who does that?
Skeppy.
Oh, Skeppy.
I'll keep it in mind, and now that I know him, I'll set a highball price, and I know who'll pay it. Like $5,000. You're on 10,000. $5,000. Deal. He's not stupid though. He'll be like, I need to see like we'd have to have been doing it for like 2 weeks for him to be like, I'll pay any amount. A day, he's just gonna go fuck off.
If you turn around to him and said, I'll do it for $1,000. He'd go, fuck that, you've only been doing it a day. He'd wait till like a month in and then just go, $1,000 to reset.
$10,000. Lunchly.
Lads, this is going to blow your mind, but with all the money you lads have made, you could buy exactly 66 bottles of 36p Prime. Why are you promoting steak? I like steak. I don't know where I'm promoting him, but I like steak.
Lunchly. I like him. We joined the stream earlier.
He deserves promoting.
Lunchly.
I'm doing something similar on my channel. I rate it. Keep doing what you're doing. Hopefully it'll pay off in the end. My name is Irish. If you don't know it, but it's popular enough here. It's Ryan, but say that I like it's an E. Ryan. Would you guys go to a haunted house for a video to see if ghosts are real and do not fake it? I'd do it.
It'd be a boring video of me and Jack just sat
we wouldn't fake it.
Just fuck all in here, lads. Just like we thought.
Lunchly.
The Harley Brothers.
I like what you nearly did to me there, William. But I'm not stupid like you. Oh shit. Well, I just...
You're turning down the fucking volume for?
Because I touched it on there, but
I you still on, Jack?
Lunchly.
Satan's a good guy. It's not like he's gonna bomb you at a train station.
Lunchly. Exactly, I rate steak. Lunchly.
Would you go on I'm Celebrity?
Yeah. Lunchly. I wouldn't last very long on it because they'd go, oh, this guy doesn't cry over random little eating tasks or going on things, so they'll break me out. Lunchly.
I would be that person. I always said to this, yeah. Do you know when they do the Bush Tucker trials, yeah? It's like spaghetti bolognese or a large pepperoni pizza. I'd go, I'd take the pepperoni pizza, please. But if you're going to miss out on a star for camp, I'll just go, yeah, pepperoni pizza. Not eating the spaghetti bolognese. And they'd go, and they'd give me the pizza, and I'd be the first person who just genuinely just goes, I couldn't care less about camp. Give me the food.
Yeah, you'd have to get far enough into it where they do those challenges. Lunchly. It was like, would you rather see your family
I'd pick it up, I'd be like,
or
mate,
eat pizza?
Mate, I can't do no food challenges. I'll throw up. The public would hear it, vote me for it, and then I'd just be sat there just going, like I say, a cow's testicle or a chocolate milkshake. And I'd just be like, chocolate milkshake.
I'd also be that guy when he comes back going, I didn't get any stars. I go, you're fucking useless, prick.
Yeah, and I'd go, what are you going to do? Touch me, touch me, touch me. Yeah, you fucking can't. Loser.
I'd throw you. Lunchly. When I get hungry, I'll fucking throw you. I ain't sitting there eating rice and beans.
Imagine, yeah, but I come back, I didn't get no stars. Like, oh, bless you. I had pepperoni pizza, they had kebab, spaghetti bolognese. Oh, it was fucking lovely. I picked the pizza and here you go, pig testicles and cow vomit moulded into a pizza. Welcome back, Mbappe. I know something exists that manipulates things which we currently don't understand. Okay. I have an hour now. Let's go. Zombie, the best hour. He shouts out my friend Aaron. December is coming. Wow. Say then Ron. Aaron. Lunchly. Yeah.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
Lunchly.
So is it Aaron or spaghetti bolognese would have been your dead hamsters? Yes. And real dog sheep mixed in with your human. But you know what I mean though? They give you two options. It's like
half the time it's just a little tiny bit on a little stick and you go,
yeah, but they're like,
all right, that's all right.
A real human penis.
Lunchly.
Or a slice of pizza. You're like,
lunchly.
take the pepperoni pizza.
What's the worst they're going to do? The only thing I wouldn't like to do is like something alive. Or those grub things where they bite their head off. Yeah, they'd be bad, but I'd do it. Lunchly.
Could just be the energy in the atmosphere. But that doesn't make sense to me. Oh, I don't think ghosts usually have a physical form, but sometimes they manipulate objects. Could just be energy in the atmosphere, but that doesn't make sense to me. I feel like we'd have figured it out by now.
Lunchly.
Do you know what I mean?
Lunchly.
I see so many videos where they're like, oh, I'm feeling a connection over there, but it's just the wind blowing and stuff like it.
Lunchly. I'll do it for you. There you go.
I don't know about you, but how many times have you lay there at night and just thought, fuck's that noise? And it's nothing. It sounds like something's talking.
Hey, genuinely, if you look and find me a decent haunted house, yeah, I will go to the haunted house. I will live stream the whole thing. If I can, obviously, I track record of live streaming IRL is pretty shit, but I'll try my best, yeah.
Blame it on the ghosts.
I'll buy a Ouija board and everything, and I'll go into that haunted house. I'll do a Ouija board. I'll spend the whole night there. I'll even order fucking Dominoes and shit to it, and that'll be that.
Yeah, can we time this guy out who's just spamming 154? Fucking idiot.
Yeah, it's a bit weird. Stop being weird, man.
Buy me Roblox. I ain't even got any myself.
I don't know.
Lunchly. Anybody fancy being a mod? I'm joking. I will. Lunchly. Would you two go on Love Island? You want the first fat person on Love Island? Hello, my name's Will.
Hello, just Nolan.
I said Mr. Beast 3 million times.
Imagine being weird, I know. Most scientists don't research ghosts because there's so many people who fake it. I don't believe in ghosts. I think we'd have much more like evidence to prove that ghosts are real if it was. We've got cameras literally in every single place on the earth. You're telling me not one ghost just randomly popped up on camera? Yeah, there has. Do you know what I mean?
Lunchly.
Not one decent one. Like if I was a ghost, I'd be stood there at that camera every day, just putting my middle finger. It's like, fuck you.
You know what I mean? You just go to someone you really don't like, and just be like, ah, and they just be like, fucking hell. And just
not one person can tell me, like, I sat there and I just looked over and my cup just started floating.
Yeah.
And someone started drinking it. Like, just be like, fucking hell, that looks like a ghost. I don't believe it. I'm back with honey. Hello, my name's Will.
Nice.
Hello.
No, it's because it's taking a piss. He said, "Oh, would you go on Love Island?" I was like, "Yeah." Like, hello, my name's Will.
No. Okay.
Fat.
Okay.
I said Mr. Beast 3 million times. And Lunchly 1 million times. Just like,
The only reason I think they exist because I've seen an object move in a way that doesn't apply to our current understanding of science. Could it have been aliens though? Really microscopic aliens that have managed to like Where did the idea come from? Well, we said Mr. Beast 3 million times, and I ain't happy that he didn't see it, so I'm going for him again. I will get him. I will be your humble mod.
I'll keep my eyes open. Silver the Night Wolf. Lunchly. I'll remove somebody random from the mod list.
Yes.
Lunchly.
Chat is less active this time. Yeah, but it's like 2 in the morning. I can't expect everyone to stay awake.
We've got half the views as what we were on, so and it's better like that. We can crack on.
We can crack on. Get this through 45k. We've got less than 3 hours to hit it, so we need to grind.
I am.
No, don't turn around and say I am. Just keep going. Ghost investigations. Just this is the Conjuring house. Lad Ripper comes out. You dirty knacker. We've got you. You've melted my brain. Why Lunchley? Because it's Mr. Beast brand, and we said his name 3 million times. So why not McDonald's? Because Mr. Beast don't own McDonald's.
Yeah.
I want to get Mr. Beast's attention. I said his name 3 million times. He didn't see it. So I'm back. I will get his attention. They always do melt your head off. You're just mental. You're not just mental. I think ghosts are like over-exaggerated movies, but they're just present, not doing much. Listen, I've played enough Phasmophobia yet to know whether ghosts are real. I ain't seen a ghost. I'll be mod. Get out. You was a mod. Dog, the bills can't be this high.
Yes, too.
They're not.
Lunchly.
I want to get his
How
attention.
else am I going to get that Bugatti with a Lamborghini? Lunchly.
I want to be a YouTuber.
Lunchly.
Yo, you guys hit 30k. Yes, we did. Yes, we did. EVP stuff is
407 likes.
It is pretty shy. Are we actually on 407 likes? That is mental. Have you seen Jacksepticeye? I've seen him in the whole of YouTube.
I was going to say also Tink. They're botted. We're actually still we're only on 28,000.
Oh, you guys hit 30k. I thought you meant 30k Lunchley. No, yeah, we got botted earlier. Him, hello him. You are him. It'd be pretty cool if microscopic aliens still, yeah.
Him 123 though. Lunchly.
Yo, Mason. Hi, I knew. Hello. You're not new. You're Netherlands.
Lunchly. Who? Lunchly. Yeah, you're Netherlands 64 or whatever it was.
Yeah.
Lunchly.
I noticed that thumbnail from anywhere.
I miss old JACKANDWILL. Same.
Yeah, same. There's not a lot's changed.
Saying
a different word now. Teachers when your lesson starts. Getting your 3 minutes late.
Are there milestone
Teachers 5 minutes later.
100k for this challenge. Milestone.
My teachers weren't. They're like staying over at break. And took me into the back room and did unspeakable things.
He just ducked himself.
He just ducked himself, yeah.
He was Netherlands 29.
I thought it was nails it straight away.
Lunchly.
Are there milestone animations for each 100k for this challenge? There isn't. But you never know what could happen.
Lunchly.
Not the new Kanye. I know what you mean, yeah.
Lunchly.
Ever tried Lunchley? I haven't. I want to try it, but we can't get it in the UK. That legendary day when I popped in on day 11. That was legendary. Most people are late for school due to traffic. The teacher starts yelling at you because you are late. Everyone tells the teacher there was traffic. It's not his own fault.
Lunchly.
I was late quite a lot.
Yeah, I was always late. Lunchly.
I was late for other reasons too. Will just took that long walking from one classroom to the other. I'm joking. I'm joking.
1 second, guys. Let me just kick his head. Lunchly. Those who know. Lunchly.
Hello, Mr. Sus. Celebrity in the chat. I don't even got Prime in my country. Not that I need it though. It might even be better if it stays away. I actually don't mind Prime. It's not that bad.
I missed it. Oh, JACKANDWILL. Shape of the tone, JACKANDWIll. Lunchly.
Do you think Bigfoot is real or not? As an individual, but as a species as a whole.
I'm looking at him.
I don't think so. But there are places on the earth that we've never been, so you never know. There could be something there. I just the amount of people that go out looking for Bigfoot, and the most they can come back with is like, there was like some weird black blur down there. I got a photo of it on my Nokia. With all the technology we've got now, we'd know if Bigfoot was alive. I believe there was a Bigfoot at one point, though, like a couple thousand years ago. I have a mental sense of humour. I do like your sense of humour, but sometimes it can be a bit too much. Godzilla fire spit monster. 35k, right, go back well. I think it's possible for Bigfoot to exist somewhere in Canada. I don't know. I think there's enough people in that. Go on, pass it by. We're about even now.
Oh, see, Jack is counting.
Thank you. Remember to keep doing that though.
It's hard. But sometimes you're more focused on just getting the Lunchly down, so you like forget. There was a weird hairy fellow with hair on his chest.
Lunchly.
What have you used to click? Oh, it's actually in the description. It's called Magics.wtf. But this version's not out yet. He's currently the creator of the website KSK is currently working on a way that everybody can get this style.
Like customize it themselves.
Yeah, customize it.
You can customize it with code if you know how to code.
Yeah.
Obviously,
because we know him, he's done it like already for us, the early access sort of thing. But like the bog standard counter is in the description if you would like to use it.
Lunchly.
We're saying it 1 million times. We are, Mandy.
Lunchly. This is hard, man. This is harder than Mr. Beast. Lunchly. It's always that though. Every Bigfoot sighting is hairy, big, tall, and it ends up being the fucking hamster then. Yeah, I don't believe him. Lunchly. They are legendary people. Most of our mods are legendary people though. Lunchly. A majority of the viewers are legendary people. Lunchly. This is like a rap. Well, I'm glad you think it's that fast because I think I'm saying it slow. Lunchly. Fucking hell, how are you even managing to say it like 5 times? I don't know. It's hard. It's a tongue twister. Lunchly. Please come back and read the chat, please, bro. Lunchly. It's hard to say it and speak at the same time. Lunchly. I'm not sure if Tink's still there, to be fair. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Cheers, Tink, mate. Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
If I was mod, I would time this better and give him a stern warning.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Underrated, it's better become famous. I appreciate that, Troy.
Cheers, man. I appreciate it.
Well, my parents met in 2002. They got engaged on Christmas Day 2003. Wow. And they got married in 2004. And my parents went on to have my sister and then myself. This is the story of how I came. You did what?
What? You came where? Lunchly, 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 lunchly. This is long. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Nah, we're literally like almost done.
10k away. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
where's your mom?
lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Sup, Jack and Will? Hello, Jay.
lunchly, 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 lunchly,
totally not
lunchly,
referencing my
lunchly,
short-lived
lunchly,
time
lunchly,
as mod,
lunchly. Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
you could get it back easily.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Have you heard about
lunchley, 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 lunchley.
I haven't. I have confidence no sin the block will tear me down.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
I take back what I said.
Lunchley,
at this point, lunchley doesn't sound like a word anymore.
Lunchley doesn't feel like I'm saying a word anymore.
Yo, smoke
lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Can we rate a person today? Because I have a person in mind.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley,
oh, he works really hard.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Does he stream for 12 hours a day?
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Anyway, guys,
lunchley, 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 lunchley,
I do not mean your forehead, although lunchley, lunchley, lunchley,
lunchley, lunchley, lunchley, lunchley, lunchley, lunchley, lunchley, lunchley, lunchley, lunchley, lunchley, lunchley, lunchley, lunchley, lunchley, lunchley.
I'm all worried about skinwalkers as well.
Lunchley,
they're definitely not real.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley. This is long. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
If I had more views, I would.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Obviously, we're not going to finish until like 4 in the morning.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley. It's not only that, we need to grind this out, otherwise we won't finish it before Christmas. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
There's times where I forgot my backpack. One time I forgot my backpack in 6th grade and I had to spend the whole day with a lone computer.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley,
Natasha, 2 hours until part 2.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Lunchley,
lunchley, lunchley, lunchley, lunchley, lunchley, lunchley, lunchley, lunchley, lunchley, lunchley.
Hi, cool kid. Hi, guys. How's it doing, mate? This feels like saying Mr. Beast for a time for lunchley.
Well, that's exactly it. You must be smart, mate.
You are a genius.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley. It is, yeah. Do you want it? Lunchley.
Yeah.
Oh, see, there you go, mate.
Thank you, brother.
It's on your name there.
How many have I got?
What?
800.
It's alright, you'll be getting there.
800, I can do 800.
What you want to do for 800? You want to catch up straight away?
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
You're only allowed to go over by what I went over. I went over by what? 170. So you can go over 170.
Bollocks.
That's all I've done. I've done 500 and then plus 170.
Yeah, but I want to catch up.
No, bullshit.
Just let me do 800. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Yeah, because then you mess up the thing.
Alright, let me get to 36,500. Lunchley, lunchley, lunchley,
no,
lunchley,
not 500.
lunchley. Oh, but you... How? So what? 36,200?
Yeah.
Okay. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
My back is killing me.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
I tell pretty interesting stories of my old days. Who here has the most points? I don't know who has the most here, but I know who has the most like, in general. His name is Guinea Pig. Yeah.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
I remember you, cool kid, don't worry. It's not me. It's me. I've got the most points.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. I remember you, cool kid. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Everything's 1,000 in the points shop thing.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
Hey guys, I got to go. I probably won't be able to join again until Sunday. I got family over right now. That's all good, team, mate. See you in a bit. I remember once someone streamed random episodes of EastEnders just for me because they were in the stream and were joking about soaps.
Yeah, I remember. Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
He did it.
lunchly,
I'm about to strike.
lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
47,100 points.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley.
You guys should say Dr. Phil 1 million times. I'm alright. You can hear just how much it creaks. It's just so uncomfortable.
Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley.
Jay Wizard's an OG.
Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley.
Do exclamation mark hours, Jay Wizard.
Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. Tell me your ways. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley.
How am I supposed to earn points? You get 100 every 5 minutes. If Jay Wizard does his hours, you'll see just how many hours he's spent in the stream. I've been subscribed for 27 years.
I've never been alive for 27 years.
I know, let's see how many hours Jay Wizard's got. I'm interested to see. Jay Wizard's got 26 hours. Close to 200 subscribers. I hope I get it. I hope I get it. My grandparents told me that there was one time it was like 2011, 2012. I don't remember. It was very little. I was very little when I picked up a. When I picked up an olive and started eating it. Interesting, Mason. I just realised you're the guy that just comes out with a random shite. I've been subscribed since 1964.
I'm in the thick of it.
Average Discord mod. 27 years, no cap. My grandparents told me you should get out.
Get out.
Why am I not there? I don't know. I don't know why you're not there. Where have you been? Yo, Catty. How's it going, Catty? Is the next me for sure, random ass stories. His are not as bad as yours, because you're the sort of person who just turns around and goes, I walked past my mum and I just let a big ripper out, or something like that, and you're like, wow, that was random.
Smash my face in. And you're like, yeah, of course.
Whereas he will just turn around and go, my grandparents took me in the car today.
Lunchley,
like,
Lunchley.
Nice.
And then we got ice cream and it was a fun day. You're like, okay. Lunchley.
My grandparents did a ditty on me. First Mr. Beast, now Lunchley? Yeah, of course. We're getting Mr. Beast's attention. Sick waiting around. Sick off waiting around. Waiting for him to see something that you'll never see. Well, I want to make sure he sees it this time. Formula 1, follow me twice.
Yo, K-Side's bald now? Lunchley. Check the chat, I see it. The official KSI. When did he turn white as well? Lunchley.
That's not KSI. That's Ski. Who the fuck is Jack and Will?
Lunchly,
These words. Oh, why they are doing this? Mr. Beast, legitimately, it's been controversial, yeah, and we ain't having that. Who the fuck's Jack and Will? Well, I'm coming for it now. No, he's what?
It is criminal that Mr. Beast doesn't know who Jack and Will are. That actually works now.
Yeah.
Lunchly.
I never trusted you again. I'm watching an ad right now, fuming. Well, yeah, man.
Lunchly.
I like the ads. Big up the YouTube ads. He just does, but he can redeem it. He can redeem it somehow. Want a break from the ads?
Yes, seatbelt. Lunchly.
Go on, just keep telling me. L. Oh no, the table's broken. Nah, Jimmy said you need to become more popular for him to watch you.
Yeah, I agree. Lunchly.
He basically said we're losers. And I looked at Will and I said, we are.
As we sat there, put the camera on and went, Mr. Beast, we're coming for you. Cringy bastards.
Yeah, he was meant to stop at 200.
Lunchly. I already knew that.
Right, hover over the thing for me.
Lunchly. I'm gaining on you, Jack. I'm gaining on you. Y'all want to break from the ads? You can just break up with it. Why are we getting so much subscribers? Because we're the girls. I accidentally poured pig testicles on my mum's Gucci bag. Yes, Dice VR. I break the window. No, not again. Yes, again. Again and again. All about that monetization. Whoa, Bill Cipher. Racist bastard. Do a stream with spicy eating a hot pepper. No. Lunchly. Not only do you have to say lunchly one million times, you have got to click it a million times exactly. We're coming for you, Mr. Beast. Actually, when you reach 40k subs, 40k I will sub. Okay, sweet. Stream be like. Next, we're gonna take Tyson now. My sister ate an olive for the first time. I'm joking, that is a quality story, Mason. Why not something else? I'll tell you right now, Seatbelt, we will hit 40k, so if you just want to subscribe and then stop watching, like, you know what I mean, save you a lot of time. Olive obsession.
I don't know.
Hit 1,000 likes on the new TikTok short.
I like to hear that.
24,000 views. You think it's clicking a lot? No, not really.
So it's quite easy. You just literally go lunchly. You know what I mean? So it's not that bad. Lunchly. Yes, the best mod in the world. How's it going, Corbin? Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
We'll do a million.
lunchly.
Lunchly,
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 every
lunchly,
10k
lunchly,
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 yeah.
lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Nah,
lunchly,
it'd be a waste.
lunchly, 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 lunchly. You'd do 10k and then you'd want to go sleep. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchley, 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 lunchley,
Really?
lunchley, lunchley,
My grandma died. Thai boy. It's not time to cry. Your grandma will be proud of you. Already. Yes, you're right. Crab cake.
Lunchley,
Fuck your grandma. Honestly, I feel bad for Relly. Who the fuck is that guy? The music is nearly louder than your voice on the latest show.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
That's the whole plan.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley,
Is
lunchley,
it?
lunchley, lunchley.
Is it?
Oh
Fucking
no!
shit!
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Next streamer days count to 1 million.
Lunchley,
Can you guys do a reaction to
lunchley,
Haluva?
lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Send that script to Coronation Street. Proper
Lunchley,
soap.
lunchley,
Opera
lunchley,
stuff,
lunchley,
David's
lunchley,
there.
lunchley, lunchley, lunchley,
Sorry, I'm
lunchley,
back. My iPod
lunchley,
died.
lunchley,
Does your family think you're crazy?
lunchley, lunchley,
No.
lunchley, yeah.
No,
Lunchley,
think we're
lunchley,
crazy.
lunchley,
Think we're
lunchley,
stupid.
lunchley,
Think we're
lunchley,
mentally
lunchley,
got
lunchley,
problems.
lunchley, lunchley, lunchley,
Do me a
lunchley,
profile.
lunchley, 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 lunchley,
I remember it being at 5k in the
lunchley.
morning. Yeah.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Well, it wouldn't have been the morning, it
Lunchley,
well, it might have been morning for him,
lunchley, 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 lunchley.
My channel is super dumb.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley,
Why don't the guy on the
lunchley,
left hold?
lunchley, 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 lunchley. Me, I'm saying it. Yo, Bailey Gaming.
Y'all back at it again. You guys got this. Celebratory hands in the air.
I appreciate
Bailey
that. We
Gaming.
are back at it again,
And we will do it.
We're gonna do it.
Easy.
Lunchley, lunchley,
Everyone
lunchley,
spam
lunchley,
W.
lunchley, lunchley, lunchley,
Spam.
lunchley, lunchley,
W.
lunchley, lunchley, lunchley,
You are the
lunchley,
best.
lunchley, lunchley, lunchley,
That a
lunchley,
good job.
lunchley,
Keep up.
lunchley, lunchley,
Keep up.
lunchley,
You're the
lunchley,
best.
lunchley,
I appreciate it,
lunchley.
Jason.
I appreciate that.
Hey, big up
Lunchley,
you lot.
lunchley, 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 lunchley,
Getting
lunchley,
annoyed?
lunchley, lunchley,
And you should go to
lunchley,
sleep.
lunchley, lunchley,
Yes.
lunchley, 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 lunchley.
We're 3,000 away from 40k.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley,
And then
lunchley, lunchley,
I feel like
lunchley, 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 lunchley.
I mean, we're going to restart the stream anyway, but
Lunchley,
you know what I mean.
lunchley, lunchley.
Can I count Lunchley sometimes for you?
Lunchley, 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 lunchley,
Nah.
lunchley, lunchley.
Yo,
lunchley,
Caleb Collins,
lunchley,
Logan
lunchley,
Paul.
lunchley, lunchley, lunchley,
Logan
lunchley,
fucking
lunchley,
Paul.
lunchley.
How long are you going to do this
lunchley,
for? Like how many
lunchley,
days?
lunchley,
Just
lunchley.
wait a minute. Couldn't we just
Lunchley,
abide days for
lunchley,
Mr. Beast?
lunchley, lunchley, lunchley.
We're going to do
lunchley,
this
lunchley, lunchley,
every day
lunchley,
until
lunchley,
we've
lunchley, lunchley,
completed the 1 mil.
lunchley, lunchley, lunchley,
Just like the
lunchley,
Mr. Beast
lunchley,
channel. We're
lunchley,
hoping
lunchley.
to get it done.
You want to change it to yours, remember?
Yeah,
Don't forget.
yeah,
do,
but
it
we're
now.
hoping
Do
to-
it now before you forget, because you always seem to forget.
We're hoping to get it done before Christmas.
Nah, I'm definitely getting it done before Christmas.
They're coming.
I'd like to get it done before the
Mr.
Fury fight, to be honest, but I'm not sure that's possible. It'll be a bit of a stretch to do that.
Lunchley, lunchley,
But as long as I've got
lunchley,
it like
lunchley,
near enough,
lunchley,
like I'm only like
lunchley,
100,000
lunchley,
away,
lunchley, 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 lunchley,
I can still do some on that
lunchley,
day. Watch the fight, come back, do
lunchley,
some more,
lunchley, lunchley,
smash
lunchley,
it out,
lunchley, lunchley,
and then
lunchley, lunchley,
finish it
lunchley,
before
lunchley,
Christmas.
lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley,
Logan
lunchley,
Paul on his
lunchley,
picture.
lunchley, 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 lunchley,
Yo.
lunchley, lunchley, lunchley.
3k more before I suck.
Lunchley, lunchley, lunchley,
We will get there.
lunchley, lunchley,
Never give
lunchley,
up on
lunchley,
saying
lunchley,
it.
lunchley,
You can
lunchley,
do it. I
lunchley,
believe in you.
lunchley,
Amazing.
lunchley.
I mean,
I think we can do
I
it.
appreciate that, JC.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley,
Holy shit, it's the real Logan Paul. Did you try the Lunchley? I actually haven't. I can't find any. That was insane when you said Lunchley 27,654 times. It was, genuinely.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Willow Jack,
Lunchley.
what do I do if I don't get my account tomorrow? You will get your account tomorrow. Give it 24 hours since it stopped working.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley,
Mark my
lunchley,
words.
lunchley, 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 lunchley.
I'll make you a promise.
Lunchley, lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Sounds like you're saying Chinese name, to be fair.
Lunley. Lunchley. Lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
3 PM for me, it better work. It should work. Maybe 4 o'clock. Yeah, it should definitely work. I don't know exactly what time it stopped working for you, but Mr. Beast, KSI and Logan are the best, but they have Prime and Let me out of your basement. Been trapped under there for a long time now.
Never.
You're in the water. For me at 6 PM.
Hey, EA Vibes. I'm gone for a month and I come back to this LMAO. 1 mil is crazy.
Yes, hello EA Vibes. Long time no see. When you say lunchly a million times, but you're just a lunchly guy. What's better, Feastables or Prime or Lunchly? I don't know, I've never tried Lunchly. I've tried Feastables and Prime. Someone went, what would you rather have? A Prime or a Feastables? It's kind of a hard one. I'd probably say Feastables. I'd probably say I'd probably take the Prime.
What's that?
Nah, would I take Prime over a Feastables?
How many are we talking of each?
Obviously, I would take a Lunchly, but I've never had a Lunchly, so I feel like I can't say that I'd take a Lunchly. But a Lunchly, you get both in it, so I might as well take that.
Hello,
we deserve more subs, views, and likes, I know. Well, to be fair, we don't. I mean, all we're doing is saying something a load of times. But I appreciate it. You're a dub. I believe you don't. I believe you don't stop your the best. I will make you a promise when it Christmas. You can make it live. And I will send you $4.99, but I have to ask my mum though. Nah, don't worry about it.
You got to ask your mum and dad? Yeah. I know exactly what they'll say.
They'll say, are you mental? Them 2 losers on the screen. Hello Caleb. Hello Bronk1234. Lunchly are not drippy, bro. They're mouldy, bro. This is actually going pretty fast. At this pace, you're going to beat this in no time. I'd like to beat our last one. We managed to do Mr. Beast a million times in 25 days. I'd like to do this within 20 days. Like within 20 to 25, like 23 or something. That'd be nice. I'd have Feastables chocolate over energy drink any day. I don't know. I'm not much about loving chocolate. 4.95k subscribers. Congrats on passing. I appreciate it. Keep doing what you're doing though. Nearly 5k subs is mental. Hey Jack and Will, you want to know something? No, I don't. That's why I skipped you past your message last time. It's 2 AM in Birmingham for me. Well, guess what? It's nearly 3 AM for me and Derby. Maybe when you say Lunchly 1 million times, you can celebrate by ordering Lunchly if that's even possible. I genuinely, if I can get it during this whole time frame or even after, I don't really care. If I can get some Lunchly, I will buy some. I want to try it. Hopefully one of them see it and they hook me up with some Lunchly. Lunchly. Just put the fries back in the bag. Just I want to make you happy. I appreciate it, but if you got to ask your mum for money and stuff, don't donate. Treat yourself.
Can we make a promise?
Oh guys, I got grounded. That is big. If they ask Coca-Cola to mix Coca-Cola and Prime, that'd be disgusting.
Yeah, Prime Coca-Cola. I don't think it'd be dead sweet. Lunchly.
Those two weirdos. Who are you talking to online? Give me that phone. They're saying Lunchly 1 million times though. Never heard such gibberish. Don't make money to them. Get to your room.
Lunchly.
You're doing one of these again. We are, Travis. We are. We're going for it. We're going to get his attention. Can we make a promise? No. Hello, Woozy Woo.
Big up EA Vibes.
I'm just Logan with a photo. Also, it's dumb how people pay attention when Lunchly molds, but not when anything else molds.
Yeah.
It's true. I've got a feeling like a lot of people are buying it, leaving it on the side for like 3 days, and then go, "Why is it mouldy?" And they've not been putting it in the fridge.
So it's like a cardboard box. It's not like heat proof. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's gonna go mouldy. It's cheese. You put the cheese in the fridge. Lunchly. Okay. 2,500 more to go, and then we can.
Hover back over the chat.
Oh shit! Did I put it on Will?
No, I've just done that.
Oh, thank God
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Congrats on 30k. You guys didn't learn? No, but they are botted, by the way. So tomorrow when you wake up, or when we wake up, and we're back on 28,200, 300. Yeah, you know why.
Big up Orlando, 45k. I was about to say Orlando then. Orlando. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Don't ever pull that face near me again, yeah, because I'll fucking nut you. It's like, bye.
You do what to me?
I will nut you, and whatever which way you want to interpret that. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I mean, you did get a lot of views.
Lunchly, lunchly,
so I didn't
lunchly,
get
lunchly, lunchly.
Lunchly,
lunchly, lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
Nah, we did get botted. I don't know about you.
Lunchly, we did get botted.
Say lunchly if you're being held hostage.
2,000 botted for some reason.
Who the fuck is
lunchly,
Jackson?
Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Told you
lunchly,
you'd end up having a scrap in the morning.
Lunchly. Nah, because he'll wake up and go, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "I've already done about 3k." Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I'd get KSK to code the counter.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
Jack thinks he's counting on Jack, but secretly mine's the one that's going on.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly. Yeah, but everyone would know. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly,
Johnny!
Lunchly,
you got serious problems.
Lunchly.
We're thinking of bringing it back. But we're thinking of doing. I like my cheese drippy, bro. I like my cheese drippy, bro. I don't know how we can make it work, but I'm sure we can make it work. Everyone better understand Will's unfailing ability to slack. If you think he's ahead, you'll find a way to slack. Hello, Quagga.
Lunchly. Orlando knows I'll beat you. Lunchly.
Will has that Tottenham aura.
Lunchly.
Do you get that?
No, but I gather the shit because it's a football team, innit?
Never want to joke.
Lunchly.
Picture to my dog. If you say lunchy 40k times per day, it'll take you around 25 days.
Lunchly. Fuck it, everyone just spam lunchly. It makes it we'll just not read.
Well, there's been loads of times when Jack has worked his arse off, saying Mr. Beast while you just sitting in bed reading chat log. Yeah?
Exactly.
Well, who's all night editing shorts?
Hello, Christopher Woodwell. Lunchly. Cheers, man. I appreciate that, Christopher.
I do.
Lunchly.
Hello, Matt. Not playing games. Nah.
Hello, Matt.
Saying lunchly 1 minute.
Lunchly. Yeah. Spam away. Get that lunchly spam. Lunchly. No one time I'm at, yeah. Just leave the spam. Lunchly.
Jack Jack's hard work, yeah.
Lunchly.
Well, I'll just go lie down right now. Lunchly.
Just in case I said any wrong, yeah. Lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Fuck, this is hard. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Oh, I've switched over to you. Quick, 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 quick. Get a move on, boy. Move like it's World War. We've only got like 2 hours to try and get another 8k. It's quite hard to do.
Lunchly,
38,000 boom.
Lunchly.
We're going to make short at every 50k. So tomorrow we'll probably hit that. Hopefully we can hit about 55k tomorrow.
No, what we'll do is we'll do a short for this 50k, then short for the 100k, then after that we'll just do 100k.
Okay, alright.
Makes more sense.
Alright.
Do you know what I mean? It makes more sense, mate.
Alright. I just thought we could get on that every day.
Lunchly. No, some days we might not hit 50k a day, so it's like lunchly.
Starting strong, boys. Starting a lot better than we did on the Mr. Beast. If you do 50k a day, it would take 20 days. It's not easy to hit 50k, but I think tomorrow, I think if we can obviously start a lot earlier than what we did today. We started at 5 and we managed to do what? If we can hit 45k, we've done 45k in 12 hours. So tomorrow, we can start and probably get a couple of thousand done before we have to restart streaming. Then once we restart that, we can get another like 45k done. So that's probably 50k tomorrow. Hopefully, it will take a week. It won't take a week. It'll take like 20 something days. 20 like 3 days or something. This chair is brutal though. I think I'm gonna have to buy a new chair. See how much it just creaks.
I said order one.
I'm gonna Wow, 38k, wild. We don't mess about. When we say we're gonna get to 1 million, yeah, we're gonna get to 1 million.
We did 3 million, Mr. Beast. That was probably
we did do 3 million.
That was a lot wilder.
That was mental though. 3 million when you think about it. 3 million of anything's a lot.
I'm Will Johnny.
Imagine having 3 million quid.
So
how many quid you could chuck at someone?
Walk into
a strip club and just like, money.
Yeah,
Money.
3 mils a lot.
Money.
No one cares.
No one cares about it, I know.
It's mental.
See you in a bit, Keith.
Fucking 3 million.
Is TTS going on tonight? Of course. We'll have it on every time we go to sleep, or if we go on, be right back.
Please bring back old TTS. No, I prefer the new one.
I think she sounds fit with a little bit of a accent.
Orlando. You know what I mean?
Professional tanker sensei.
Lunchly.
I think she sounds hot.
Speaking
American.
Lunchly.
Why are you guys doing this? Because we can. First time was so nice. What have I done with my life?
It all sounds sassy. It's not me, it's the American voice. Lunchly.
Yeah, dude, I'm gonna ride this wave.
Lunchly. To get to sick Lunchly. Appreciate it, Caleb Collins. From the get to the sigma. Lunley, William is speaking facts. I'm saying lunchly, don't worry.
Lunchly.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like lunchly to me.
It does it not?
No.
Lunchly.
It's meant to be a lunchly.
Yeah, lunchly.
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 You go lunchly. Right, come on, let's just carry on. What are you doing messing about?
Lunchly.
You're slacking. I said we've only got 2 hours to get to fucking 45k and you're fucking sat there taking a piss out of me.
Lunchly.
I'm so fucking tired, lads. Can I go to bed? Enjoy hitting the little small milestone. See you tomorrow. Lovely. See you in a bit, Kevin Joyce, mate.
See you in a bit, Kevin. Lunchly.
When is KSK update counter to where you can customise it? I don't know. I'm sure he will be cooking it.
He'll be in the
as we
stream
speak.
tomorrow, I bet. We'll ask him
We'll
then.
mention it. I'll say a lot of people want it. Can you make it happen? Because he said he was thinking about it.
Lunchly. There might be a charge though.
I think he will charge.
Lunchly.
So obviously he's got to pay for the server and everything. But I'm sure he'll.
I think he should make it like £1.99 a month.
Yeah. I think it should just be a one-off payment.
Lunchly. Well, I said that, and then you said no membership.
No, membership would be better.
£1
a month or something. But I think it would. I think it would be one payment because most people probably use it for a month and then never use it again.
Lunchly. Probably he's got to make his own account. Like Lunchly's got to make an account system where people sign in. You know what I mean? To keep the member. Like, do you know what I'm saying? Lunchly.
Or you could just do like a one-time code type thing.
Automated code system where if they donate,
you just emails them a code.
Lunchly.
Yeah, a bit like Content Manager.
Yeah.
Minimum of a quid. I don't know how he's going to do it. I'm sure he'll know what he's doing.
Where is Canadian Facility mod badge? Because I remember Canadian Facility is a mod. He's not a mod no more.
He didn't want it anymore. So.
Lunchly.
I'm not going to force him to be a mod.
Lunchly.
I'm back. Last time I was here, I was in school. Oh, big ol' Go Mad Dog bass boost. I remember you from earlier. Well, I'm looking for KSK to make me a custom counter for my own sane series because it's ramping up popularity.
Who are you thinking of saying?
What are you thinking of doing? You're a dub for never giving up on saying it. Everyone here for you, your friends and family, never go down on yourself. I'll never go down on myself. Don't worry about that.
Lunchly.
If I could, probably would. But probably not at the same time.
It's just not big enough.
Too fat, better get in the way.
Better have like
hippopotamus. Yeah.
Lunchly.
I'm thinking about saying the lyrics to think of it 10,000 times.
That'll take a long time, you know.
I will take a long time.
Lunchly. The whole lyrics, or just the chorus.
When KSK jumps in later, well, tomorrow morning, yeah, I'll say, when are you going to be able to get the custom stuff? Because there's a lot of people. There's a high demand for it right now.
Lunchly.
I don't think it'd be that hard for him to do. Might take him like a few days to cook it up, but I reckon he could do it. If anyone can do it, he's the man.
Lunchly.
Man from Toronto, Canada, has drawn a moose by driving a car while drinking maple syrup. That's the funniest shit I've ever heard, even though it was fake.
Never heard of it.
For wasting my life.
1,400 to go.
Hover back over, please. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
We're going to 39, I believe you, and you're the best.
Real JCR. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. I think he's just going to make the same as what we've got, but you'll be able to put your own picture in, change your name, change the image, like upload.
Change the logo. Change.
I think that's what you would do.
Font, text,
lunchly,
colour.
lunchly, 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 lunchly.
You should make it free.
Lunchly, lunchly,
the things that you should make, you have to pay for. Change the logo, like the lunchly. Change the colour. Change the logo. Change your name.
Well, I think he's just going to leave the basic. Well, he said he's just going to leave what he's got now as the basic, and then he's going to add like a feature so people can customise it themselves. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
If it was 99p professional Tankerson, would you buy it? That's the question.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Here we are. You'd probably make it a one-off payment. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I wish I could send you $500,000, but I can't. But I can.
Lunchly, lunchly,
I wish I could send you for $500,000, I think. But I can, but when I'm rich, I will actually send you it.
Nah, it's all good. Don't
I
worry
don't
about
think
it.
you would remember it when you get rich.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Why did this sub go up so much? It was up 28k.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. He should. I think he's smart. Yeah, I think KSK is the sort of guy to go. You can use it for free with the customizations, but you'll get ads or something. Do you know what I mean? Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Watch 5 ads in a row.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
to get customization for a day.
Yeah.
That's what I do.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
That way he still gets paid. You get an ad-free website.
I like how we're just speculating how he's going to do it, and he'll come out with something completely different. But this is how I'm going to do it. And you go, oh, okay, that's clever.
He'll just make it free until he gets like 500,000 members or something.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. This is lunchley, 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 lunchley.
My glasses broke.
Nearly 2 hours.
Yeah.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Oh my god, I'm so glad that you hit it. And I told you you could do it. Yay. I appreciate it. Well, you'll go. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
How did I end up on the 39k? How am I now the one?
You always started. You started earlier.
I thought I was the one that finished it.
No, but you went over. Remember? Do leaderboard. Yeah, you went. Yeah. No, go to leaderboard. You'll see. You know, nearly 500 away.
Oh no, yeah, we're equal.
That's what I'm saying.
If I had 500 now, 6, 7.
It's about 100 off. You're not ever going to beat me.
Are you going to go live tomorrow? So all day?
We're live from now on. It's going to be live when we go sleep. The stream's still going to be on. Text to speech will be on.
Lunchly. Exactly.
Yeah, baby.
Lunchly.
I can't wait to bed. You know what I mean? I can't wait to go to bed. Genuinely, I've not been like this for a while. Last time I was like that was when I was Mr. Beast. It was just like. And I think we've done pretty good in the first day. Saying we started at 5 to be able to hit, like, we will hit 45k today. I think we've done very well. So we're not used to saying this word as well.
Yeah, but we got to 44,000 on the first day.
Yeah, but we stopped up ridiculously late. We didn't do that in 12 hours. Although you'd be surprised actually. Yeah.
We started at 6. Lunchly. Remember, lunchly.
We do have 6k more lunchly to go. I'd like to be hitting 100k tomorrow. It won't be tomorrow. It'll be early hours the next day, but I'd like to be hitting 100k. If we can hit 45k today, start earlier tomorrow, do 55k.
Lunchly.
And try and stick to 50k a day. We can do it in 20 days. And watch you all stream in the shower. What? I don't want to know.
I don't want you sitting there going, lunchly.
Mr. Beast, they're coming for you. You know what I mean? Back up to 30.8k, back up to 30.9k, and reach 31k. I think we'll wake up tomorrow and be very surprised, and we'll be like, fucking hell, that's how many bothered. In fact, we've actually lost someone down to 27,000 now. I was almost at 40k. Hello Isabella, how's it going? Are you all going to do, are you going to stop at 40k or keep going to 45? We're going to keep going to 45. Hey Jack, when my mum was in England, I just realised who said that. I can't master it. Sorry Mason, you do come out with some random shit. It's actually funny. Okay, that's why I will watch you all in the shower. I hope all you're doing is showering. You ain't doing anything dodgy in there. I'll tell you something. You can reach to 1 mil, I believe you. So don't give up, because I know you can reach 1 mil. I know I can 100% reach it. We did 3 million Mr. Beast. They're real memories, Jack. No, I'm joking. It sounds like a very good story. Fair play, mate. I've only seen the Big Ben. Can't miss out on the 40k and 45k milestone. I got a shout, bro. No worries, man. Be for real. 40k so soon. Yeah, we're gonna hit it in the next 20 minutes, I reckon. If we're put his foot into gear, you know what I'm saying? Stop talking, man. He's seeing this. He just doesn't stop. He just can't help himself. But he just needs to say lunchly.
Shut your mouth.
Lunchly. I'll bring my phone into the shower and watch the milestone. Do what you gotta do, professional Dankerson.
Lunchly.
I need a new chair.
Random.
Gotta do what I gotta do.
Lunchy.
I believe you guys made a goal of saying new thing. We did. I think it had to be done. We can't let Mr. Beast get away with not seeing the 3 million. Everyone's just going to brush it under the rug like it never happened. Wow. Now he's got to see it. Because we're coming.
Back
to my PC in 20 minutes. No worries,
Lunchly. 20 minutes in the shower. Lunchly.
I don't want to know.
Now I don't want to know what you're doing. Oh my god. Lunchly.
I'm ready to bring it back to 40k. Come on.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
We're doing this thing.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Well, I'll be watching. Yeah, that's my problem. 20 minutes in the shower watching Jack and Will. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
I know you can reach to 40. I believe you. I believe you. Everybody believe you.
Lunchley, lunchley, lunchley,
Keep it up.
lunchley, lunchley,
Everybody loves you, even God. I thank God because I'm
lunchley,
glad.
lunchley, lunchley.
Glad W. No, I appreciate it.
I'm glad later.
I'm glad W.
Almost at
Hop it back
40,000.
Hop it back over it.
I like my suitcase.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
It's going to be around 30 minutes to an hour until it gets to 45k. Yeah, exactly that amount to be fair. I like my suitcase. Hello, Dougie Marshall. I like my suitcase.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
KSI will not let you hit, bro. So he will let us hit?
Lunchley, 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 lunchley. That's my dream, man. Lunchley,
right.
lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Damn, how many streams do you think it would take to finish this?
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Probably about 40.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, lunchley,
1 mil, y'all are actually crazy. We did 3 mil Mr. Beast live the time lapses on my channel if you want to watch it, please.
All the streams are saved as well, but you won't want to watch all of them.
Nah, it's
Lunchley,
too long.
lunchley,
Way too
lunchley,
long.
lunchley. Took
Took
us
about
78
6 months,
days.
no 3 months.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley,
I remember.
lunchley,
Ah, okay,
lunchley,
sweet.
lunchley, 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 lunchley,
Oh.
lunchley, lunchley,
Fiona.
lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Yeah, now 1 million will be light work, don't you worry about us.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
It's getting used to lunchley, that's the hardest part.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Hello. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Build clips of case like you reposted all that stuff.
I'll rate that. Make sure you read in chat. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Hi-yo. Hello, Chandy. Keep going. I will, okay? They're almost at the 40k mark. Let's do it. Let's do it. Is it easier to say than Mr. Beast? Nope. I love it. She's trippy bear. Big up, mate. Levitation, VR, Levitation RR. Yeah. I think you guys are hitting a new milestone soon. Yes.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley,
y'all should go look at my post. Why?
lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Oh, mate, so hard. Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
Almost there. Sigma Riz. My favourite basketball team is about to win.
Give
me a ham sandwich. I told you I was going to prove I look like I should speed. Ah, let me have a look.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Huh? Alright, yeah, he does look a bit like I Show Speed, to be fair. Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
a tiny bit like I Show Speed.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly.
Yes, Bernalta, celebrity in the chat.
Celebrity in the chat.
Celebrity.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
everybody subscribe, because Jack and Will have been saying stuff like Mr. Bees and stuff.
Lunchly, lunchly, lunchly,
yes.
lunchly, lunchly,
I agree.
lunchly, 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 lunchly.
I won't
40k! Lunchly, 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 lunchly,
oh,
lunchly,
yay,
lunchly,
just
lunchly,
960,000 more to go.
lunchly,
Yeah.
lunchly, 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 lunchly,
Damn
lunchly,
straight.
lunchly.
No,
Do you
dude.
want to go? I'll click it for you. There you go.
Nice, nice one, brother.
It's alright, mate. Yeah, just 960,000 more to go. Yeah, it's not a lot. It's light work.
Kids going to their mums after seeing Lunchly on YouTube.
I say off for that in my sleep. Kids going to their... Oh, shit,
Lunchly,
yeah.
Lunchly, 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 Lunchly,
Oh,
Lunchly.
for fuck's sake, are you saying Lunchly a million fucking times?
Lunchly, Lunchly, Lunchly.
Oh, because we said Mr. Beast 3 million times. That didn't get his attention, so we're going back at it again. We're going to get his attention. He will see us.
Lunchly, 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 Lunchly,
Ain't messing about this time.
He will see it, as Jack said in the short.
He's going to see it.
Lunchly, he's going to see it.
He's going to see it.
Lunchly,
Brother, please.
Lunchly,
WWE 2K24. I hope Mr. Beast sees it. I really hope he sees it as well. He doesn't even have to be Mr. Beast that sees it. It could be KSI, Logan Paul, any of the 3 top ones.
Any of the Pauls, I don't care. Lunchly.
Just to know I could get their attention. I'll come away from YouTube and be like, you know what? I completed it.
YouTube completed it.
Lunchly. I'll go to Twitch and I'll try and get like.
Lunchly. I should be no Kaisen out.
Yeah.
Lunchly.
I have a dream for you, and I hope you hit 1 mil. And if God see this, thank you, God, and I'm glad you hit it.
Lunchly.
You all said I'm a celebrity. I'm weak as fuck. Dickhead. I'm talking about the actual celebrity with the big tick next to his name.
Well,
Big Homie Breeze, you are a celebrity.
He thought him.
Yeah, but you're the B Tech. You're the B Tech I Show Speed.
Lunchly. You should say I Show Speed.
You should, yeah. Or you should stand in front of a camera, yeah, and be like, "Wow, is that a galaxy?" You know what I mean?
Why?
I think you get away with like. Do you know how that Miles Morales guy does it? Yeah.
Those flowers smell amazing.
Yeah.
Another one of those, and I'll have a bouquet or something like that.
Because he looks a bit like Speed. I think the Speed like looks a little bit like Miles Morales as well. He could do backflips and shit. So
Lunchly.
He's the closest you can get to Miles Morales in real life.
Lunchly.
Subscribe if you like Lunchly.
He'd be better off just going. Are you serious right now, bro? Lunchly.
Just start standing in your room, yeah, and do it as many times as you could, yeah. Like just stand there, jump and go, Sui.
He could go live on TikTok, RPing as I Show Speed.
Depends what you sound like. Do you sound anything like I Show Speed?
Lunchly.
So I think you should be like Sui. Just constantly keep doing it on the stream. Saying Sui 10,000 times.
You guys got to start a new stream pretty soon. Yeah.
If Will can story up and get this 5k, we should be able to hit the 45k before we have to restart stream.
Lunchly.
I sang KSI song 100 times. I listened to it for about 1,000 times. How many times do you reckon we listened to it in 10 hours?
About 200 times.
A lot of times.
Lunchly.
Never give up on your dream. I know you can reach your dream. Are you like an inspirational talker or something? Chase your dreams. You can achieve what you see.
If you believe it, you can achieve it. Hello, Corey Kovac. Singing verse listener.
Corey thinks he's Mr. Paradox. Mr. Paradox copied me, brother.
I said Mr. B 3 million times. Has Mr. Paradox had a Kirky Mad? Mr. Beast. No, he hasn't, yeah? I did.
Did you get a Dylan Page shout out? No. Lunchly.
Mr. Breeze. Slogan Pale. Key Isai.
Lunchly.
I like that. How's this challenge doing? It's going alright. It's a little bit harder than I thought. Lunchly's quite a hard word to say. Actually, yeah, because you said Mr. Beast 3 million times before. Exactly. I don't jump on trends. I set trends.
Yeah.
Boom.
And then Mr. Beast will say to us, "You copied me."
Yeah.
Lunchly.
I'm ready. I'm on it. I'm on the grind. You can get to 50k, don't give up. I ain't getting to 50k tonight, that is mental. I need sleep. Hopefully, if Will can pick up the speed, we'll get to 45k. Do you want me to crash your stream?
No, that's fine.
No, don't crash it. I've said it too many times for the stream to crash. Any mods? I don't know if there is any mods in the chat right now. I said 25 more times. Oof. JACKANDWILL. We can change that. What are you going to change? What are you going to change, Ronnie Powers? I know you can reach to 50. Don't give up. I'm saying it, I believe you. We'll hit 50k tomorrow. I ain't hit it tonight. Well, technically be today because it's like 25 past 3 in the morning. Go to 1 billion. Are you mad? They got 5k more to go. Lunch is what bro is saying. He wants to munch a D. No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
Lunchly.
That was pretty good. JACKANDWILL, the mod situation. We can change it. We've got an OG here. Right, I see what you're saying. You never know. You never know.
I got my eyes on you.
Hello, Carter Porter. Hey, big up Carter Porter for subscribing. I appreciate that. I do know love. Kitten vibes. Hello. How are you? We're doing good, Carter Porter. How are you doing?
Alt C.
Give it me back. Give it me back.
Get out. Sweet. Oh, what's happening now? Why is that not scrolling down?
I don't know.
Oh, there we go. We're about, I'm getting ready for bed. No worries.
No worries. Lunchly. I'm good. I'm watching on my PC right now. I rate that. Thank you for joining the stream. I want to make you happy and stay strong. You're doing very well. I appreciate it. Lunchly. Yeah, I can do lunchly. Jack, do I order pizza? Yes or no? Yes. Lunchly. Ronnie Powers. Lunchly. What is that drink? It is cheap Tesco Coke. Way.
Mom's roller cola.
Lunchly.
Lunchly.
I knew. How much is membership? It's too much. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, it is expensive. We didn't know that you could only have one tier. Lunchly.
You have multiple tiers, but you can't have multiple tiers for badges, so we just left it. Money grabbing bastards. Aim Payoku. Hello, mate. Make the Christmas tree out of the bottles. That's the plan. That is the plan. How did you know? I heard you got a lot back in here. Okay, $4.99. Yes. Jack and Will is living in the future. Yeah. Jack and Will, it was my idea from the start. Was it? Was it?
Oh, was it? Well, we're going to save them all and we are going to make a thingy. We'll save the orange age for the top one.
Oh, gold. Like yeah. Because we're not going to be buying one of those ever again.
Lunchly.
Or we could use the gold cap on the Ribena bottle.
We won't use all of that by the time it comes around to making the tree. The
stream will end in approximately 1 hour and 27 minutes. Are you ready for Christmas? It's soon. Yeah, we're hoping to get this finished by Christmas, hopefully. I'm trying to... Time estimates get to 45k, 40-50 minutes. That's if you say lunchly 1,000 times per 7 minutes. It's hard. When is tomorrow's stream? Well, it'll be 24/7, so literally as soon as we wake up, we start saying lunchly. Jack and Will, what's your opinion on the lunchly controversy? I've never tried it. I think people just hate on Mr. Beast for no reason, to be fair. I think his chocolate's alright. I never had his burgers, but I know Prime's alright. It's not like as vile as people say. You're almost at 41,000, yeah. Put Exogenesis on? No. Maybe if State was watching, I'd do it. Hello, Jennifer Cisco.
Lunchly. 41,000. Let's get it
started. State just ended his stream. Something. We're gone. What is this person spamming in my fucking chat?
You loser.
You bummer. Yeah, time this little gooner. Pass me that keyboard.
Make sure you spin it over to yours. Lunchly.
Alt and C.
Lunchly. It's on yours now.
It's alt now.
Alt now. You want
Lunchly? Sweet. That's
it working, yeah.
Lunchly.
I do like that little thing that he's added though. The fact that you can toggle it to who's counting.
Yeah, it's nice.
It's clever.
Lunchly.
Why is that not disappeared off there?
Has he been hidden?
Oh wait, shit! Have I turned out the wrong guy?
No.
I
don't know. Just hide. What did it say?
Wait, it's It's not delete. I don't understand.
Good. Aim for 50k today. We're going to try and get 45k today. I don't think we're going to be able to hit 50k today.
Maybe it's a different person. Yeah, different room. Is that the same guy? No.
No, yeah, it's the same guy.
Lunchly.
I don't know, it's a weird one. Oh, well. About different. 449 likes. I still remember you guys had like 32 likes at this time for an hour. Yeah, we fell off.
Who said that? Oh, Crystal.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy how much his stream's done so well.
As soon as you start saying stuff, it's just like, oh, I know they'll do it. Let's join them. Oh, they're playing Fortnite? Nah.
I think it's because there's chance that Mr. Beast or someone big could actually see this, like, realistically.
What happens when we finish this, though? When we start doing normal content, everyone just go, can't be asked to watch them.
We'll go, saying Kaiser not a million times, and everyone
we'll
goes,
have to just keep doing that until everybody knows who we are.
Lunchly.
I want to pray for you, God. I hope you have a great day and a great sleep, and I wish you could reach 1 million. Oh, 2 million more. But God, if that happens, thank you, God.
Big up, God. Lunchly.
Christ is King.
Stop Zeno Death. Lunchly.
It's only 9:30 at night and I'm tired. Half 3 for me. Yo, Ronnie!
Logan cut it as well. Queso's left pinky. Aiden Games. That guy. Oi, shout out Ronnie Powers.
Oi,
Ronnie.
legend, Ronnie. You absolute goat.
What the hell?
Someone, is anyone who actually got it? I was going to say someone do Battle Royale. I'll do it.
That's crazy that Logan got it though. I got membership for real this time, let's go.
Oh, yes, Aiden.
Gas.
You did, you got a membership. Oh, you big up Ronnie,
I appreciate
Ronnie
that, Ronnie
Powers though, mate. You're a legend.
What a legend. Lunchly. They stole it from us.
Just got back from a shower. I saw you all hit 40k and 41k in the shower.
Lunchly.
Was you here to witness greatness from Ronnie Powers? Everyone spam W for Ronnie Powers.
Lunchly.
I need to see a lot of W's for Ronnie. My boy Ronnie needs some W's. You're letting me down with the W's. See how it is, everyone. No one wants to spam W's.
Yeah, everyone spam W's.
They're all like, no, fuck that, I didn't get it. I'm surprised my phone didn't electrocute me.
Big up Carter Porter.
Yes, Carter Porter, you absolute legend, mate.
Right, he gets mod.
I appreciate that. Yeah, he's gonna. Ronnie's just become a basement dweller. Now we need a lot of W's. Now we need loads of W's.
Oh, big up fans, top of
Yes,
Guild.
fans, top of Guild. I appreciate that.
Guess who got a membership?
Yes, Logan. Spam W. Spam W for Ronnie Powers.
Ronnie Powers gave it, yeah.
He's a legend. Now the W's are coming through. I like it. That's what we like to see. Keep spamming W's.
Big homie Breeze, W. Lunchly. Shout out Ronnie Powers.
I appreciate that,
that's sick.
You're the goat.
Lunchly.
Seems delayed, you know. Well, like
Lunchly.
You can do it. I believe in you. Give up,
Lunchly.
Queso's left pinky won.
Lunchly.
I gather there's a lot of people on phone.
Lunchly.
If you're on PC, it's just like
You want to mod in the chat? They could just do it, yeah. Lunchly.
This is how many W's I wanted.
Lunchly. It's going to take like 14-16 days. Probably longer. Lunchly. What is going on? First state, then Treatcraft, then now Jack and Will. To be fair, Logan, you called it straight away. Lunchly. You were like, oh, I wonder if I'll get one in.
There you go, Ronnie. That's the W's that I wanted to see.
You're like, you actually said you went, oh, member for Jack and Will when? We were like, oh, we get gifted tomorrow.
We gift them, like, no, not
Lunchly.
On the first, yeah, we're going to gift 10, so hopefully someone gets one. Who actually watches. But big up Ronnie Powers, man. Legend. He's the girl.
We get another one.
Another battle royale.
You want to do basketball? Basketball's way funner.
It's still on, and it's still toggled so that members can start it. Yeah. So Ronnie, if you ever want to do battle royales or basketball or anything like that, just type in exclamation mark battle royale or basketball, and you'll be able to do it.
Let's go on there. If you want to change your character as well, it's in the description. So you can pick any character, Batman, Superman, any character.
Yeah, it's linked in the description.
Lunchly.
You're Sandy right now off SpongeBob.
Lunchly. I'm in shock. Well, you can thank Ronnie Powers.
Thank Ronnie Powers. He's the go.
He's the legend. Lunchly. Big up Steak Men livestream. Lunchly.
Wish I had a member. Well, you never know. Next month when we get our 10 gifted,
I've always been a member by gift.
Make sure you've got your gifts turned on as well.
Right there. Lunchly.
If you don't have them turned on, you won't be able to get one. Lunchly. I ain't saying chill guy.
Lunchly.
I have a question. Are you going to stay up until daytime?
Lunchly.
No. As soon as we hit 45 count, go to sleep.
Lunchly.
Do you watch anime? If so, what's your favourite? Invincible. How do you turn gifts on? Go to as if you're going to buy it. Are you on phone? Phone's a little bit harder.
Do you have any Lunchly? Nah. Lunchly.
If
we could get some in the UK, I'd literally fly out and get it now.
I don't care how far I have to drive. I would get some.
Money, but you know what I mean. Lunchly.
No, I'm on PC. Okay, what you want to do is professional tank zone. Go towards like as if you're going to buy a membership. Yeah, so go to the chat, press the little money thing, and then go to memberships. And when it loads up the page where you can buy it, there's 3 dots in the top right. Click that, and you can turn on your gifted. I turned it on, but I'm not on here enough to want it. Yeah, as long as you've got it turned on, you should be able to. You've got a chance of getting it. I won the battle royale. Fair play, Logan. Fair play. I thought they would be on 70. I left. I left to 30,000.
Nah, we're not.
You thought we were going to be on 70,000. We won't get that till tomorrow.
Oh no, you left at 30k. Yeah, we went for food at 30k.
Oh.
No, I mean we went for about an hour and a half. Lunchly. We gotta remember it's 10k every 2 hours, so
that's a stretch.
That's 50k, and then if you realise, oh yeah, we went for food. Let's say 2.5 hours is 10k.
Yeah, that's my go anyway.
Lunchly. It's so hard to say, man. I'm done. I'm done with this shit.
Lunchly.
Say my name 5 times. Drainos. I miss Chico. Fuck Chico. You know how annoying he was. Honestly. Wow. I can tell you one thing, yeah? If we kept that mic on in the morning and he's just going you wouldn't have been like, ah, it's so cool. You'd have just been like, fucking shut the bird up. Where is Chico? He's back at the old room, essentially, that old place. So we're in the old OG place.
He's at my parents. Lunchly. It's just a lot easier just to go, he's at the old house, but we're not at that old house because this is the old house, you know. He's at the parents. He's at my parents. Sorted.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchley, Lunchley, Lunchley.
You guys look like you live in the countryside, no offense.
They got GWS Studios though. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley.
Well, I mean, yeah,
Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. I'm a country boy. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley.
How many days did you start?
Lunchley, 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 Lunchley.
Say turbo is a go 2 times. Turbo is a go. Turbo is a go.
Lunchley, 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 Lunchley.
Yes, GWS Studios. Hello, hola Richard. Hola mi amigo.
Lunchley, 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 Lunchley.
What's up? I'm from Indonesia.
What's up? I'm
from Indonesia.
Indonesia
or Indonesian?
Lunchley.
Only if you make good content. I will subscribe. Big up Aiden Games.
Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley.
Do the boogie dance for 1 subscriber.
Lunchley, 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 Lunchley.
3,000 away now. It's light work, Jack.
Lunchley, 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 Lunchley.
He's just watching you get
Lunchley,
tortured.
Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. Lunchley, Lunchley, Lunchley. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley.
Hey, even Indicus. For a moment I really thought that he said that to JACKANDWILL for real.
Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. But he knows, he was like, okay, say hi.
Lunchley, if he edits videos, he'll know straight away.
Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. From one editor to another. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley.
I got him there. It's a good
Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. How many is it on YouTube?
Like 1,200.
Is that actually? That's pretty good, you know. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley. I don't even watch Creek though, but it's been like 2 months. You still watch him. Lunchley, 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 Lunchley.
I bet you subscribe to it though, and that's probably all it takes.
What's that?
25,300.
25,000.
You two are good streamers, keep it a good word. I appreciate it. Unfortunately, that you guys don't blow up the way Mr. Beast did when doing this type of content. I guess it's because it's not original. I'll be honest with you, I think we have blown up.
I'd say we've done pretty well.
We got 250,000 on TikTok and then 30k.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. I know what you're saying. Logan Paul just turned straight around and was just like, "Oh my god, this guy, Mr. Beast, has done this from 100,000. I done it for 3 million."
But it's
well, it is what it is. Lunchley. Mr. Beast is a lot bigger than what Logan Paul was.
Because I have his height.
Lunchley.
I like my cheese tricky bread. I mean, not as much as Mr. Beast did now, but he is the like original person, so it makes sense. It's been watered down. Do you know what I mean? He started it.
We wasn't the first people to say Mr. Beast either. People have done it before.
But yeah, we still managed to drain
a little bit out of it. But there are people that have done that exact same thing we did and didn't blow up as much as we did. So I'm grateful that we got a little bit. But I'll tell you one thing that hasn't been done before. Saying Lunchley, baby. No one's done that before. Lunchley.
We will
Lunchley. Do you want it or do you want to keep going? Lunchley.
No. Oh, you're lagging a bit.
Lunchley.
We're getting good kilobytes, so I think we should be alright.
We should be alright.
I've spent so many nights. Oh, you did me wrong.
I'll keep an eye on it. If it drops, I'll let you know. No lag. Big up Ronnie Parks. Appreciate that, mate. You forgot to. I'm very bad. I've done it for you. Why are you saying Lunchley 1 million times? Because I want to get Mr. Beast's attention.
3 times. KSI, Logan Paul, and Mr. Beast. Lunchley.
This is just the most like
obvious choice to pick out of anything you can say. Lunchly. I just got the most random burst of energy. Be right back. No worries, Adeline. You're good now. Okay, sweet.
Sweet.
You lot should have a go on basketball. Do you know how to play it? Still trying to comprehend the situation. Don't comprehend it too much, Logan. Just chill. Go with the vibes, man. Join the basketball game. I'm not going to play because I'll cream you all, yeah, but I'll let you lot do it. What you want to do is exclamation mark, join, space, red or blue. Like that code there, look. Join red or join blue. If you remember.
I can't wait to sleep, neither.
Same.
They're
joining. They're joining. Watch me beat your ass. Has any of you played it before? If you need any help, I'll be your guidance. You have played it before, okay. Okay, Logan, you're going to get creamed on this. This ain't like Fortnite. This takes brain skill. Knowing your angles. I only want to sleep because of the season. Oh, that is very sad, Logan.
Oh, Logan, mate.
You let me down with that one.
That is P.
But I have to do commands to play. Yes,
you got to do exclamation mark, angle.
You don't even have to. Yeah, actually, you might have to.
No, actually, you don't. I don't
think you do. You just put the number. So the first number is your angle. So imagine 90 degrees is straight up. 0 is this side. 180 is that side. Pick wherever you think you need to go. And then your power is your second number. So like 100, 50,
0,
10,
0.
How's it going, guys? Going good. Surijan Chetri. It's going alright. How you doing, mate? Hello, Cola Random Contents. Why you want Mr. Beast's attention? Who wouldn't want Mr. Beast's attention?
He's the biggest YouTuber on the planet.
If you're going to go for anyone and you want to get anyone's attention on YouTube, it's the big man. Lunchables or Lunchly? I'm going to say Lunchly because you get a Lunchly. Of course it's Lunchly. I thought he said Feastables or Lunchly. I don't know why. Lunchly, all day long, mate. You get a Feastables and a Prime. Who wouldn't want that?
It's just
best of both worlds.
I'm saying his name like they're saying Lunchly a million times. If I said Lunchable now, I'd look like the biggest arsehole on the planet.
To me, or does that look bigger?
What?
That. It looks bigger, doesn't it, than it used to be?
Because it is.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Ronnie Powers is going to nail this one.
Looks better.
It does look better. It looks higher quality, doesn't it?
Lunchly. It's probably easier to understand as well.
Yeah.
Lunchly.
I don't know what to do. Just type in like Ronnie's done there, 80 and 55. So like he's looking at 80, so angle to 80, and then you've got to get your power. So like probably what, like 60 or something. Oh, maybe we should have made that a bit bigger.
Why does it go off the screen though?
I don't know.
Huh. Lunchly. Maybe it's been caught or something.
Yeah, maybe you'll have to. Don't have a look if it's been caught.
No,
I can't be honest.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
You can clearly see what's going on. Anyway.
See, look where it's been caught.
If it has been caught, but it might need setting in the thing to the right aspect ratio.
We'll figure it out, you lot.
It's still playable.
Seen a bit
still
Mason
enjoyable. I've seen a bit Mason, mate.
See, Logan just fucking got it.
Yeah, Logan.
Doesn't have mold, or is that a myth? It does have mold, but it's not. It's just cheese, isn't it?
Cheese.
Every cheese goes moldy if you don't look after it. Like
I've had cheese in the fridge before. I've got it out and it's got.
Nobody gets a McDonald's, puts it on the side, and goes, "I like my McDonald's moldy, bro." Like it's just what happens. But then I don't think a McDonald's would go moldy, so you'd be safe.
Someone should. Oh.
Lunchly.
Well, Jack and Will have to leave for the night. I'll see you both tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow, Mason, mate. I appreciate you coming on the stream. I want a wall bounce. I believe you can do it, Logan.
Lunchly.
But I also believe Ronnie Powers is
Lunchley.
going to get it in the next go or two.
Or blue cheese, yeah. Blue cheese.
I like a bit of blue cheese. You're welcome, Jab. You're Mason.
Lunchley. Seen a bit, Mason? Lunchley. Mike Tyson, Jake Paul, and Logan Paul all day. Lunchley.
Yeah, I'll get Logan.
Lunchley. Mike, I'd kill you, Mike. As Logan Paul said.
Yeah, a bit harsh, really.
Lunchley. You know, Mike Tyson was like, I'll fuck you till you love me. I'll fuck you.
No way Logan got it.
Logan's pretty good at this shit.
Ronnie, you're getting smoked, mate. You can't let this happen.
Lunchley.
I thought this ended already. Well, we're doing a different name. We're doing Lunchley instead of Mr. Beast. We've got an hour will to get 2,500. Come on. Come on. We're smashing it today.
Yes, Orlando.
Passes it back. Lunchley. It's how long you take. I'm sitting here ready.
Sorry, it's so hard.
No, it's not. It's easy. Yeah, the off-brand code. www. I know. Banging. Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul and Logan Paul at once in his prime. Or he's taking both of their heads off, innit, with one punch practically.
Mike Tyson.
And if he can't do that, he's going to eat them.
I'm Mike Tyson. Watch me fight Peter McNeely on Comcast table. Using that on Comcast cable.
Peter McNeely.
Lemanox, lol. Big up Lemanox.
Lunchley. What? That's Lemanox. He changed his name.
That one melted marker.
Lunchley. Ronnie Powers is taking it back. He's smoking him. Lunchley.
Top 3 favourite YouTubers?
Mr. Beast, KSI, and Logan Paul. I'm joking. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a good one. That is.
Lunchley.
Hello, Stein one, yeah. Human.
That's a bit horrible.
Great job.
Lunchley.
I'm bad. I just had to use that random burst of energy before it went away.
Who were they? Batman. Lunchley. She's been out fighting crime. Lunchley. No. Lunchley.
Hello, Chael. Hello, Rose.
Lunchley.
Mr. Beast, KSI, Logan Paul.
Good trio. Lunchley. I sub for luck. I appreciate that, Rose. Lunchley.
What are you guys going to do?
Lunchley. What are you guys going to? We're going to go to 45k.
My bad.
Lunchley.
Yes,
Lunchley.
This is hard. Lunchly, 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 lunchly. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley,
KSI, Dante DM. Whose side are you on in the drama? KSI. Dante DM to right.
Lunchley, lunchley,
I'm still processing. Create a new channel. My friend said that he wanted y'all to go. Oh, it's magic. You know. Oh, cheers, Rose, for subscribing. Don't pass out on viewers, guys. Ooh, Lemon, you're so rude. Get out of here.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
I can't process the membership.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
We'll just enjoy it.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
I was happy that you got it, Logan, and Aiden.
Lunchley, lunchley, lunchley.
I'm in complete and utter shock.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
I'll probably reach 30 hours when you reach, my lad, when you reach 1 mil.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Yeah,
lunchley, 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 lunchley.
This is getting you views, more views than normal. Yeah, hell of a lot more views.
Lunchley, lunchley. It just
works. What was that response?
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Hello, God, Porter. Yes, I'm glad I got it too. I'm hitting 40 hours tomorrow. Well, enjoy Fortnite instead.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
I know you're
lunchley, 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 lunchley.
What a fool!
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Is that something Mike Tyson would say?
Lunchley, lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Oh, it was great. It was genuinely great. I'm gonna buy a takeaway tomorrow. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. No, Jake, we're not really. We don't get it till like next month or something. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. But I do appreciate it, Logan, genuinely. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Maybe it brought you guys 100 lunchley.
If you could buy it for a penny, no, I'm joking. Yeah. If I could buy it in the UK, I would spend that $5 straight away.
Yeah, 100 lunchley maybe a stretch.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley. I think you better buy one with it, and I would buy one with it if I could get it. If anyone knows where I can get lunchley, as in the counter. Oh, you mean no more than that? You've paid for 1,000 lunchleys. Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
Would you guys ever consider saying Jacks?
Lunchley, lunchley,
10 meal times.
For money. Lunchley, 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 lunchley,
depends if Jacks was a famous YouTube channel that we never heard of with 1 million subscribers. Will says GG. GG, bro. GG, Shell.
Lunchley, lunchley. Lunchley, 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 lunchley. Do you want your go? Or do you want me to go to the next 500?
Meh.
There you go. It's now on your name. It's set to you, mate. It's set to you, mate. I can't wait to just not be sat on this fucking horrible chair. Get in, boys. Fucking get in, boys. I'm getting in, JD Pitt. We're locked in. We're ready. We're getting Mr. Beast. No questions asked, yeah? Is 278 considered enough? £278,000, of course. I'll say your name 10 million times if you give me £278,000. Mr. Beast's video came out 3 weeks ago. I watched it. I thought it was pretty good. I'm joking, I didn't actually. I do think his video's been a little bit not that good lately. But I never said that. I think the only thing that can make his videos any better is if he puts me in there. That's 1.3 acres. Welcome back.
Lunchley, 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 lunchley.
If you had to, would you say SVB to my name 1,000 times? 1,000 times, yeah. I would do it. How fast could I do it? If someone gave me 20 quid, yeah, I'd do it for their channel. I'd say it 1,000 times.
Lunchley, what, for 100 quid?
20 quid.
Oh, what, 1,000 times?
1,000 times easy. Oh no, actually saying that sub to, that would take long.
Lunchly, 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 lunchly.
Oh mate, I have 278 subs.
Sorry, lunchly.
You're doing well.
Lunchly.
Not many people can even get 100 subscribers on YouTube, so keep doing whatever you're doing.
Lunchly.
Jack, say YouTube just told me it's time for bed. It's only 10.
Lunchly. What are you on? YouTube for kids? Sorry. Lunchly.
You are the highest, guys. I won't go that far, but I appreciate it. Say God 33k times. I'll say Jesus 100 million times.
Lunchly.
I will kiss you. Whoa, Chara fan. Chill. What are you doing? I don't consent to that.
Lunchly. What mean cruise channel? Lunchly.
You watch Chael? What you on about?
Lunchly.
Sorry, I'm back. What are you apologising for? You got nothing to be sorry about.
Lunchly.
You said that Chara fan. Oh yeah, Chara fan said they'll kiss me. I will kiss you. Oh, why you say that, Chara fan? Yeah, why, Chara fan? Why are you saying shit like that? What do you want from me?
Would you play
Roblox
Stores for 100? Yeah.
For 100 what? Quid? Yeah.
I'm not saying I'm doing that. Lunchly.
For 100 quid, yeah? I would play Doors for like 5 hours straight. Until I complete it. Not until I complete it, because that could take me longer than that. But
1 like equals Will and Jack. I like my suitcase. Lunchly.
In the future, maybe when I get them. Nah, don't worry about it.
Lunchly.
We've tried Doors and we got absolutely screwed. Would you ever consider saying Savannah 10 million times? For the right amount of money. I'd say anything for 1 million times, 10 million times. I think it's because I haven't fully set up YouTube yet, so it still does that.
I appreciate it, Chael.
I have no idea. It's never done that for me. If it's a new account, then potentially. No, I mean that. I'm sorry for missing 43, and I mean it. No, don't worry about that. As long as you're here for the 1 million, that's the main shabam that I want everyone there for. So that's the day that Mr. Beast jumps in the chat. Can I friend you on Roblox? Yeah, go for it. My name's a bit dodgy. But it's SMEGMUR.
That's SMEGURR or whatever it is. MUR. That's Smegmer.
Yeah.
Lunchly.
Bolts on the Discord profile picture if you saw it. I didn't see it.
Lunchly.
Type it in chat. I'll type it in chat. This is my name. That's my name on Roblox. It's Jack 2001 will be the name that pops up. But that's me out. Let me send you a request now. Alright, everyone's adding me on Roblox. Go on then. I won't accept it until the next time I go on Roblox, but I will accept everyone. There ain't one person that I haven't accepted. Go sleep time night. I gather you're going to sleep, Chael. See you in a bit, mate. I believe you to hit 50 and I mean it. Made it 45. How much money to say Jack's 10 million times? Too much money. 10 million times, you know how long that would take? That'd be like nearly a year. So I want a good, like... 40 grand.
It's Jack 2001. Yeah, I think that's it.
Yeah, that's me. Yeah, it's Jack 2001.
Oh, lunchly. Why couldn't he have called it like beastly? Lunchly, so hard. It's so close to Lunchables as well.
Yeah, but Lunchables would be even harder. Lunchables.
It's not. Lunchables.
It's the little.
Yeah,
it's hard, isn't it?
And I hope Mr. Beast will realise that. Ain't no Logan Paul. Nobody else will get that for the music. Lunchly. Put my robot's name in. WPAG11. That's WPAG11. WPAG11. Lunchly. Oh, well done, you're clever.
You just imagine the at's on the other side.
Lunchly, yeah.
It's at WPAG11, not WPAG11.
Both my username and normal name is that, if that makes sense. Lunchly.
My friend Avery said that he would hop on y'all. I'm alright, mate. I don't swing that way.
That's a man, baby.
That's a man, baby.
Lunchly.
Don't blame it on me. It was him. I believe you.
Him.
I'm
joking. Lunchly.
But seriously.
Lunchly.
How does the bot know that I'm a YouTube member in the Discord?
Smart, isn't it?
Have you got your YouTube link? If you've got your YouTube link to your Discord, it'll automatically put you in there.
Lunchly. So it'll give you a little golem badge on the Discord. Looks pretty sweet. Lunchly.
What were your favourite streams, Jack and Will? It's hard to say, but my favourite stream, 3 million.
Logan. Just friends with WPAG11.
The one just before the 3 million.
Good night, y'all. See you in a bit, Logan, mate.
And then the one before that, the 3 million. The 2, 3 at the end.
Lunchly. Oh wait, I wish I could send you 50 grand. But if I was rich, I will actually do it, and him not, JK. We'll see.
It's okay.
Don't worry.
Chances of you getting that kind of money is very high if you believe it, you can achieve it. I'll stay till you guys reach 45k. Big up Ron Chan.
It's WPAG11 or W. None of them. None of them. Carter. Lunchly. You were close.
It's exactly that.
You were close on the last one. Mine's the 6. Where did the 6 come from?
So you said that you all would say Jacks for 40 grand, right? I don't know, probably not. 10 million's a lot.
10 million, I'll be there.
For 40 grand, 40 grand. 40 grand is how much you probably make in a year anyway.
Jacks. 10 million.
10 million's ridiculous amount.
Are you mad?
40 grand's a lot. 40 grand's a lot for 10 million. I'd need a good month to recover from saying something a million times before I go, right, I'm ready for it, let's do it.
You know what, I wouldn't do it.
I'd need paying in advance.
I wouldn't do it.
And then I could just not say it. And then
I wouldn't. I tell you why, because it would take me a full-fledged year to do it, and then I get 40 grand, and then what? I've got to sort of live on it. Do you know what I mean? It's like just spend a year doing it. That'd be hard.
No, I know what you're saying, yeah.
Lunchly.
Yeah, it would be hard. It'd have to be really worth it.
I know it's a lot of money, but it's like a year of my life.
My friend Avery said he could make that happen. I'll tell you what, 40 grand and a hot tour, we'll do it. No, I'm joking. Nah, I don't know. We'll see what happens after this year. If we can't get Mr. Beast in there,
question: how do I become a moderator?
We'll talk.
You can't.
You can't become a moderator. If you don't know what JK means, it means I'm not joking.
Literally.
JK means you're joking.
Yeah, it means you are joking. So if you say
I'm
JK twat, it's like, what the fuck? Why would you say?
Well,
JK?
It means I'm not joking.
Lunchly.
Will you ever say something 1 billion times? Do I look crazy?
No,
do I look actually mentally insane? A million seconds is nearly 12 days. 1 billion seconds is like 30 odd years. Hey Jack and Will, you put my name in Lunchy Board. I put your name in lunchly. Set a time, date, and location. He's ready. Your friend is crazy. Lunchly. It's 31.7 years. Yeah, have fun doing that. I'm having loads of fun doing that. No, look at him. Switched it over yet?
Oh, make sure I did it on mine.
Lunchly.
I think I've overtook you now. Until you do this 500.
I'm surprised you've done an extra 300. Lunchly. Let me just check. You'll have to scroll back over the thingy. What's that say?
You motherfucker, it's not even that much. Like an extra 10. Are you having a laugh? That's fuming. But we're even now. I like my suitcase. I want to make sure when we hit 45k that I've got more lunches. 2 hours already. We've got 40 minutes until we've got to end the stream. To do 1,000. I think we can do that. Bert says, yeah, have fun doing that. I like my suitcase. Go sleep, we will. Yeah, I've been fun watching more streams. Big up Sigma Pizza, Laser. Jack and Will, please go to bed, it's 4 AM. 45k, we need to hit 45k. Longest word ever. What about saying the longest word in the world 999 non-million times?
I don't know, Jax, I don't know. Lunchly. For 999 million times, I think I want like £1 trillion. Lunchly. Way back when I was a little bitty. Lunchly. What are you doing? You reading chat or not? I've got to do both jobs now, have I? Lunchly. Get the fuck out of here.
Probably gonna go to bed everyone. Stream ends on Batman rips my phone out my hand. Way back when I was a little bitty boy in a box under the stairs under the corner of the basement house, half a block street from Terry's bait shop. You know the place. How much money? Too much money. Yes, Cletus. By next week it'll be done. Oh wait, since when did I get gifted? What the hell? Probably when we gifted 10.
I think it was, yeah, I remember seeing the Cletus now. I didn't see it on the...
I will pray to you, God please let him to hit 1 mil, and I can believe him, and I will never give up on him, and Jesus Christ loves you, and he wants to make you happy. Thank you, Jesus, to 44.
Yes. Hell, Jesus.
Hallelujah.
Don't
kick him out. Oh, nice. Don't kick him out. If you want to change your character, Cletus, it's in the description. Change it to whatever you want. I like my Mr. Paradox is on 200k, yeah? I'm gonna make it my mission to overtake him. I just checked our channel. By day 3, we're on 100k. Easily.
We're gonna be on 100k tomorrow. I
think in a week's time we can overtake him. Easily.
Lunchly.
I think he's doing great, but I think we're gonna smoke him properly, legitimately. Lunchly. He's not ready. He's on day 20.
What's he on?
200k.
Bang on 200k.
206k.
Lunchly. Light work. Holding my beer. Lunchly.
Don't give me the money. Don't worry. Keep going. We'll keep going.
Lunchly. I was born for this. Lunchly.
Give me my money.
Lunchly.
Give me my money.
Lunchly.
Give me my money. Give me my money. Let me have a go.
Get 500.
No, you can't do that.
Lunchly, 450.
400. 400.
425.
Bollocks, you
Meet
do
in the
not.
middle, 425.
420.
420.
420. You gotta do 420, don't take the piss. Because you were 10 ahead of me, I'm not having you beat me.
Lunchly.
What's up, boys? Yes, Bogdan. Yes, Gina Lynn. I had. You are the best and everybody knows. Everybody loves me. That will never give up on you. Do anything in Jesus Christ's name and just give me them. Just give me my money. Oh, you're a sneaky little fucker.
Yeah. I was hoping you forgot to press it then. What are we on? There you are.
Just give me my money.
You actually are. That's why I think I should have been able to go to 450, but you know.
We'll see. When I get close, we'll check it. Lunchly. Hold on, Lunchly.
Well, bye guys. Batman said that I should probably get off soon, so I can get some sleep. Sleeping before 12 is for losers.
Yeah, man.
See you in a bit, Adlin. I appreciate you joining back on the stream.
Yes, OG Adlin right there. Lunchly.
We are going to keep going. Listen to Not Like Us till 45k a day. No, because of copyright.
Lunchly.
We want to save these streams. Bro, Roblox. Now I get a sub. No, I checked your channel. You've only got like 2 videos. I can't sub to that. You should be trying a little bit harder than that, mate. The German army are after me.
Liar.
Interesting.
What is your name? Vladimir Putin?
That's Russia.
Yeah, but
why would Germany be after Russia?
Because he said the German army's after me.
But Germany aren't after you.
Oh, fucking hell, just pick Putin. Whatever, man.
Just shut up and say fucking Lunchly, man. Pissing me off. Stealing my packages.
My name
just give me my money. Bye. Most likely going to see you tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow, Adlin.
Lunchly, said about.
Big up, Adlin. You guys listen to Iron Maiden. Germany can never beat Russia. Right now, Russia seem like they're on smoke, mate. They're fucking taking out. They kill everybody. $1 trillion coming on Tuesday. I got you. Hey, Mr. Paradox, I'm coming for you.
We're gonna overtake you, Mr. Paradox.
You ain't gonna stay away from me.
Just give us 2 weeks.
Race to 1 million, yeah? You ain't beating me. See it? 44,000, mate. Soon to be 45,000. You're scared. Scared like a little. I was gonna say Mike Tyson thing, but I don't know. Whoever gets to
1 million wins. Okay,
let's do it.
Lunchly. What are we winning?
Just moral victory. That's all it is. Like a mental victory. And I'll hold that. I don't want to be joining your stream and hearing you just be like and pressing it like a million times. You've got to say it proper. No cheating. Hello, I am new. Hello, Nutty Hazy. 45k, then we're done, right? Yeah, we're gonna go sleep at 45k. If you hit 50k, I will pay my taxes. Then I won't hit 50k for you, my friend, so you don't have to pay taxes. You can thank me later. I'm not backing down.
Never what?
It's game time, Mr. Paradox. Unfortunately for you, you don't know who you're messing with. Do you know we said Mr. Beast 3 million times? Do you think we can't do 1 million? Are you mad? Million's light work. I can do 1 million in my sleep. You ever been to Greece? No, we was gonna go to Greece once. Weren't we?
Yeah.
We were gonna go to Greece once.
I ended up in the hospital, got attacked by a bear and a lion at the same time.
On the plane.
Yeah.
Try lunch. I want to try lunch. Are you all in the thick of it with drippy cheese everywhere? There's only one way to be in the thick of it, and that is with drippy cheese. You're a dub for never giving up. I'm saying it, and I mean it like I do actually. You are the best. Thank you. Time for Jack and Will to go sleep. I think Will's going to overtake me by like 10 because I've let him.
Don't worry.
I'm not bothered. I want you to overtake me. Gives me more of a reason to wake up and absolutely crush you tomorrow. Greece is nice, but it is expensive more than ever. Inflation sucks. I've never been. I would like to go there on holiday. If I ever make YouTube money, I would go there. But I don't have that money. What country are you from? From England. Got a question. Do you all know who UG or Gojo or Yuta is? I do not. How much Mr. Beast makes per month? Mr. Beast probably makes a lot. Yeah, they're from England, Kings of Derby. I like that. Bogdan, you're a top G. Finally almost there, 45k. Hey, big up Creepy. Creepy old. For subscribing. Hello, Anti-Donned Wee Army and DJ Cook fan. Hello, David Can. Welcome back, mine Lee boy.
Y'all going straight through to a mill? Yeah, man.
Nah. Well, yeah, we're gonna keep live stream, but we're gonna go bed at 45k. I'll be on. I have to change my profile. 45k. Yeah, no, we're not putting the old TTS on. You're gonna get the Spanish bird. She's a baddie.
She's a baddie. She knows she's 10.
It's like 4 in the morning, man. I need sleep, otherwise I'm never gonna wake up.
Oh, okay. I'm close.
Yeah, you will overtake though. Check again.
Because
you know you're gonna overtake. I'll let you overtake me.
You're ahead by like 70, so when I hit 70, I'm gonna make sure I even it out exactly.
Vocal chords will be fine.
4 more. I do lunchly. Right. So then there's 26 left. So if I do 13, that'll put me up to it's at 87. Lunchly.
Give it a...
Yeah, and then you do the remainder. She a baddie with her baddie friend. See? What a nice guy I am. Making sure that me and Jack both done the same amount today.
Lunchly.
Don't do another one, that'd take the piss.
Lunchly. Nah, Jake, can't wait.
Lunchly. I definitely said more anyway.
You haven't.
Well, you could have showed the people.
Oh, sorry. Alright.
Look.
Why is that not working?
Oh no, oh mate. Oh no.
Oh shit, yeah, I'm pressing the wrong
Oh, you pressed it on mine, you silly fucking goose.
I thought you pressed it, you fucking idiot.
I've said more. She a baddie, she knows she a 10. She a baddie with her baddie friend.
That's the last time I ever trust you passing me the keyboard.
I didn't say I'd give.
You literally was like sat there like I was like right. You was like doing that, and then you passed it me and went, "If you do 13," I was like, "Okay."
Listen, I never said I'd put it on yours.
All right, well, it is what it is.
Can I just do 13, Rupert?
No, I don't really give a shit. Because
well,
I'm gonna beat you tomorrow. Like it makes no difference. I'd rather be behind because I'm gonna wake up early, very early, and I'm gonna whoop you. I'm gonna whoop you harder than you've ever been whooped before. You absolute melon of a human being.
Okay. You guys can say it at the same time, so it'll take time. Why is this fast? Yeah. We can't do it at the same time though, because we haven't got two keyboards.
But
so.
even if we did, it doesn't work. It bugs out. We tried it with the Mr.
We ended up
Beast
saying
one.
it at the same time, and the counter just goes up once, and we're wasting our breath. And
sometimes you end up saying it in a sync anyway.
It's better one of us reads the chat, one of us says it, and then swap. So we both get a breather, both regain our energy to smashed it. Do the surprise thumbnail phase.
No. Right, anyway, I'm going to sleep. Let's restart stream.
It would have been funny if Jack another 13 and he counted towards Will again, yeah. I tried.
I'm not actually that bad.
I tried. I thought but you didn't
say, oh, I've switched it, but it come across like you'd switched it, like you was like fiddling with the keyboard and then you passed it me and I thought, okay, let's go.
It's fine.
It's fine. I'm not really that bothered.
You are. But you're not that bothered because I know you're going to wake up an hour before me.
I'm going to wake up a lot longer than an hour before you.
Really?
Yeah. When was the last time you saw 12 o'clock, Will?
Too long.
Exactly.
I'm going to get up at 4 PM. He's going to get up at 12. I don't care.
I'm going to be on 50. I'm going to hit 50k by the time you wake up.
I believe you. I actually do believe it. No joke. But guess what? Day 1 goes to Squilliam. And that's all that matters. That's all anyone cares about.
Right, you lot are all legends for watching, you know. Today's been a very good day.
I'll tell you exactly how today's gone. Oh my god, £500. I'm joking.
That's crazy, isn't it?
No.
Plus the 1,000 members.
We actually got 5,555 views.
Which is mental. We've not had that for a while.
Yeah.
So I appreciate everyone coming back.
Remember, we got like 100, not even 100 on our first stream we ever did. So, yeah. Literally for the win. Yeah. Honestly, good job, guys. I appreciate it, Jack.
Thank you lot.
Tomorrow, I don't think we'll get 100k tomorrow, but
I'd like to get 100k tomorrow. I think we can get 100k.
I'm not going to do
55,000.
Yeah, maybe.
Bear in mind, yo.
Wow.
I appreciate GWS Studios. What a legend.
Legend. I appreciate that GWS Studios, mate.
How much is y'all ad revenue? It doesn't tell us until tomorrow, but I'll give you a hint. For 5,000 views, it's probably about a £5. Where's everyone going? Imagine. But I think it's about a £5 for 5
rent
views.
money, yeah.
Hell yeah.
Genuinely, respect to GWS Studios. I need to see some W's in the chat for GWS Studios.
Yeah. All 28 of us. And you. You kickstart the W train.
No one can spam as quick as me, though. That's the problem.
Everyone spam W's.
If you can spam quicker than me, you'll get a mod.
Fact.
Oh, shit. Everyone's going for it now.
Nutty said you're having it. Hey, big up Viz, big up Ron Chan, big up GWS Studios, big up Cav, big up...
Yeah, none of you as quick as me. I've given up now. You ain't beating me.
Hey, big up Jason,
no one's worthy of a mod.
Jason and Russell, big up Driver Bull, big up Professional Tankerson.
Nah, you're all legends for watching. Hopefully some of you come back tomorrow. I know the hype's there when it's the first day, like, whoa, they're going to say that. You probably won't join back till the million, and it's understandable.
Or when you see and you're like, oh shit, they're about to hit 200k, I might jump in and just say hello, and we're like, please, like the stream. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Sat there a week and just like, no views. My views are low.
TTS?
I watch your time star. I appreciate that, Ron Chan. Yeah, we're gonna restart. We're gonna restart stream now. So we'll be going live within 5 seconds. Then we're gonna put text to speech on and go to bed.
What's the goal by the end of the stream tomorrow? Oh,
100k. I'd like to hit 100k tomorrow.
We could do because we're gonna get up earlier. You know, if we got up 2 hours earlier today, that could have been 55k.
But we were up. It's just we scheduled the stream for 5 innit the night before, so it was like I'm gonna go early.
Right.
Right, let's go because I do need to go sleep.
I'm going to restart the stream. I appreciate all of you.
You're all legends.
How many likes did we get? 469?
469. That is crazy. 460. 470. Whoever just liked then, you're an absolute goat.
I appreciate that. Right.
Legends. Right, we're going to end the stream.
I'm going to literally restart it like that. So I appreciate you all for joining.
Legends.
W, day 1. Day 2, baby. Let's go.
On to the next.
Will kiss the wall at 100k. Right, that's it. Bye.
Goodbye.